right. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am Jacob Angeli, America Shaman, here with Dave. Say what's up, Dave.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. We got an awesome episode lined up for you guys today.
Yeah, this is the Occult Apocalypse Show, the DC Deep State episode number 2. We are going to be lifting the veil in a very profound way in this episode. So I highly recommend that you get your popcorn ready because this one, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be good. So let's start with the root of all of the corruption in DC and how it actually reaches back into antiquity. So when we look into the current occult culture in the deep state in DC, as well as also in Hollywood, but in particular, we're talking about DC in this one. It actually goes all the way back to ancient occultic rituals in places like Sumer, Egypt, Babylon, the Canaanites, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, and yes, the Aztecs, and even the English and in England. And what all of these civilizations have in common are three things. Number one, they have something known as money magic or a monetary system. And if you want to understand money magic, the easiest way to look at it is that they created a coin and they convinced people in the culture that this gold coin is somehow more valuable than the fish that they had in their hand. So it was like a big illusion that was created within the civilization that somehow this monetary system and the money within it had more power than or more value than the resources in the ecosystem. Another thing they had in common was human and child sacrifice. This is something that was quite common in all of these cultures in one way or another. And ultimately, it was from the slaves, which is the final part, the third part of what all these three things that all these civilizations had in common. They all had money magic, they all had slavery, and then it's from those slaves that these children, these human beings, were chosen for child sacrifice or human sacrifice. Now, this is an entirely fear-based system, and the fear is used to oppress the people and their minds. It is designed to suppress the collective consciousness of the tribe of people or of the empire that these civilizations forged. Does that make sense, Dave?
It does, yeah. I mean, this is something when they get accused of these things, of these rituals and stuff like that, it sounds so ridiculous. But when you go back in history, um, these are what the elites were doing at the highest levels of all these different civilizations that we're going to touch on, and why they all connect and what's going on in DC today. So yeah, it does make sense for sure.
Well, and often a lot of these civilizations also had temples or altars for these sacrifices to be done on. And a lot of the time, these temples or these altars were built on electromagnetic ley lines. Now, these electromagnetic ley lines are very important for a number of reasons. Not only do they connect to the electromagnetic field that surrounds the planet, but they also go all the way down to the Earth's core. And each of these electromagnetic ley lines and where they cross is electromagnetically charged. And where they cross, there are vortexes. And these vortexes both send and receive energy from the universe as a whole. It's a way of maintaining the quantum cosmic hologram, this exchange of energy from the infinite and eternal abundant source of energy that is responsible for all of creation. So, with that said,
So
it's
the ley
also
lines are kind of like the highway, like the energy of like the highway grid for the earth is what you would say,
yes.
huh? Okay.
Yes, so it's the energy, it's the highways for this energy to be channeled to and through the ecosystems. All right. If we could actually just briefly, if we could get a picture of those ley lines really quick, the ones that surround the Earth in particular, that would be great, just so people can get a visual of what these ley lines look like around the Earth, because it's really important. You see all the obelisks, all of the uh, um, pyramids, all of the medicine wheels, all of these things are built on these ley lines. Okay. And it's because it is in these ley lines. Oh, that's a good one. And that shows where the Vatican is at and the pyramid in Giza. And think about it. The Vatican is just the distillation of the ancient Roman Empire. So this idea that all of a sudden there's pedophilia and things like child and human sacrifice going on in the Catholic Church, that's not something that is, new. That's been going on for a long time. If we could get another picture of the ley lines going around the earth so people can get more of a visual of how these things actually surround the earth entirely, that would be great. Because the thing is that where these ley lines crisscross and where they go through the ecosystem is also the place for sacred sites and large mountains or sacred mountains or, rivers or lakes or whatever. And it's because these ley lines and these vortexes actually distribute the elements in the ecosystem. They actually are responsible for spinning all the time and distributing water or minerals or whatever. And it's actually what creates and sculpts the landscapes. And it's what creates these mountains. It's what creates the ecosystem and all of the life that is in it. That's why all these different life forms exist in different ecosystems. It's based on the resonance and the frequency of the ley lines and the vortexes in the ecosystem.
Wow. Wow, yeah, that's some
That makes
deep
sense.
stuff. It does. I mean, ley lines are kind of a new thing for me. I've been learning about them.
That's the one in DC. Can we get the one of
Okay.
the one of the Earth, the one of where we have the Earth and the ley lines that surround the planet itself? Anyway, sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to interrupt. Those ley lines, we're going to bring up the ley lines in DC a little bit later because that's very important.
Yeah, no, it's wild how everything interconnects and how you said all these ancient places are built right on top of where these lines intercross.
Right. And there it is. There's the picture right there. So all of these ley lines, they're out in the middle of the ocean. They're over the continents. They're everywhere. And if you'll notice the one now down there by Florida, that is a major crisscrossing of the ley lines. And you know where that is? That's a Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, wow. Super interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. And the one that's right across it in the ocean, across it in the Pacific Ocean. Can we go back to that real quick? The one that's across, like right across the map from it on like a little bit to the west there, that is what is called the Devil's Sea, which is like the Bermuda Triangle in the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, wow. Now, how did
these are
these lines, who drew up these lines? How did they come to be?
Well, what it is that they're a part of the electromagnetic field of the planet itself. So all you have to do is kind of like look for these electromagnetic signatures, and then you can follow them all the way around the planet, and they go all the way around. They encompass the entire circumference of the planet itself. So actually, let's talk about that really quick, because what these electromagnetic ley lines are actually evidence of is the fact that our entire planet is based on, and the entire solar system, the whole universe is based on cymatics. So cymatics is the use of sound to create patterns in certain mediums. Okay, so there's images of actually we have a video. Can we pull up the video on cymatics really quick, because that explains it really, really well. It's only like a minute. And I don't want to elaborate too much, but basically it's the use of sound to create patterns in certain mediums. And the higher the frequency, the more complex the pattern. So the Earth is a very high frequency object. And because it's such a high frequency object, we have a very complex pattern of all these interconnected electromagnetic triangles. And these interconnected electromagnetic triangles create geodesic sphere. And this geodesic sphere is comprised of all these triangles interconnecting with one another. And where they interconnect most in like high volume, that's where you get like the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea, because it's a hub for massive amounts of electromagnetic activity and massive vortexes. So that could very well be the reason why so many planes and ships, when they go into these areas, they disappear.
Yeah, I was going to ask you why you think that is.
Well, I think it has to do with a couple of things. A lot of these, oh, here we go. Yeah, let's get this video to play real quick.
Think you're not a vibrational illusion shaped into matter after watching this.
Cymatics is the study of visible sound. The word cymatics comes from the Greek root cyma, which means wave or vibration. One of the first Western scientists to seriously study wave phenomena was Ernst Chladni, a German musician and physicist who lived in the 18th century. Chladni discovered that when he spread sand on metal plates, and then vibrated the plates with a violin bow. The sand arranged itself into patterns. Different geometrical forms appeared depending on the vibration produced. Chladni recorded an entire catalog of these shapes, and they are referred to as Chladni figures. Many of these patterns can be found throughout the natural world, such as the markings of the tortoise or the spot patterns of a leopard. Studying Chladni patterns or cymatic patterns is one secret way in which high-end guitar, violin, and other instrument makers determine the sound qualities of the instruments they make. Hans Jenny expanded on Chladni's work in the 1960s, using various fluids and electronic amplification to generate sound frequencies, and coined the term cymatics. If you run simple sine waves through a dish of water, you can see patterns in the water. Depending on the frequency of the wave, different ripple patterns will appear. The higher the frequency, the more complex the pattern.
The earth is made up of energy, right? And this energy is creating all of these different dimensions in the vibration of this cymatic sound. And all of these different dimensions or all these different ecosystems and vortexes that create them are all interconnected with one another based on one cymatic frequency that is creating the universe itself. So actually, really quick, while we're in this topic of dimensions, let's pull up that video of the dimensions really quick, you guys, because that one also explains the dimensions really simply and really easily. And these things will kind of give a little more context to what it is that we're about to talk about when we're going to talk about the ancient mystery schools and how it is that all that ties into, yes, whether or not you know it, DC and the deep state. Okay, so the dimensions are actually a very complex, actually it's really simple, but it just seems complex because it's something we're not familiar with. Yeah, here's David Okaku or whatever.
Your living room, how many radio stations are there? Hundreds of radio stations, right? But your radio is only tuned to one frequency. You are tuned to one frequency. That's why you exist with parallel universes. In your living room, there are dinosaurs. In your living room, there are aliens. You don't have to go into outer space to see the aliens. The thing is, you are no longer vibrating in unison with them.
I'm very freaked out right now.
This is the way reality is. Get used to it.
We call these patterns and these frequencies matter, or planets, or stars, or galaxies, or human bodies, other organisms, microorganisms, etc. Right? And what else is happening is, because what we're talking about is a frequency that is creating and using energy to create patterns, there are multiple different dimensions or levels to these resonant frequencies, and they all layer on top of one another. Okay, so when we talk about these occultic rituals and ancient civilizations and human and child sacrifice and slavery and money magic, what we're talking about here is using the frequency of fear to control massive amounts of populations. So they're keeping people encaged in a fear-based paradigm, a fear-based mindset that at any point the king could point at them and say, "You are now a slave." At any point, the king could say, "We're taking your child," and we're sacrificing it to Baal, or sacrificing it to Moloch, or whatever, or "I'm going to take your child into my court and they're going to be my sex slave."
And this stuff sounds crazy, but it's not, because the military has weaponry that they use that we're going to get into later about how they use that weaponry and how they implement it and how they turn people into zombies that will do whatever they need them to do.
Yeah, and so it is about mind control. And there's all sorts of ways of controlling the mind, through fear, through anxiety, through slavery, through human and child sacrifice. Now, think about this. A child or a human being that is being sacrificed in a culture, in an occultic ritual, are they excited? Are they happy? No, they're terrified. They're absolutely terrified. And we got into this a little bit in the previous episode where we were talking about the Hollywood and stuff like that. Okay, so let's move on. Let's talk for a second about the two ancient mystery schools. Okay, and we're just going to use Egypt really quick, because Egypt is probably the easiest to break all this down. So in Egypt, there were two mystery schools. One was the Law of One, the Ra Mystery School. That's RA, the Ra Mystery School, the sun god. And that was based on this law of one and this idea of worshiping spirit or worshiping God, worshiping this larger unified field. And it was comprised largely of what is called life magic or white magic. And the priests within this mystery school would go through things like personal ordeals, long periods of fasting, self-sacrifice. They go on vision quests. They do things like take massive amounts of psychedelic plants inside of the temples, inside of the pyramids and stuff like that, to commune with angels, to commune with interdimensional beings from a higher plane of consciousness. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely, man. That's yeah, go on, please. This is a
Well, and the
subject
thing-
that I need to lean on you on a bit, because this is more up your alley.
Well, so what they would also do is when they got up in ranks into these higher levels within the mystery school, eventually they would embody their quote unquote higher self, or they would embody this angelic being from this higher dimension from which they came. And that was reserved for the higher levels of the mystery school. Okay. Now, their rituals, their ceremonies, their mantras and stuff were done inside of these temples. Okay. And what is a ritual? What is a ceremony? What is a mantra? It's sound. And it's patterns of behavior that affect the electromagnetic field inside of that temple. You see, and the sound emanates in the harmonic chamber of that temple, which gets plugged into the ley lines, which gets plugged into the larger universal unified field, right? Now, the other side of the ancient Egyptian mystery school was Saturn worship, or what we call Satan worship. Okay. It was actually worshiping Set. Set is the ancient Egyptian version of Satan. Okay. Now, that magical mystery school was based on what is called death magic or black magic. Okay. And this is where we get into sacrificing of animals, sacrificing of children, sacrificing of virgins, sacrificing human beings and adults in these temples on the ley lines. And it was done to plug the ley lines and fill them with these low frequency emotions. And these low frequency emotions have been termed something called loosh, Loosh.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's really interesting about that is that in these rituals, they would do things, and we talked about this before in the Hollywood episode, is they would harvest adrenochrome from the blood of these victims, because these people were so heavily traumatized. They would have massive amounts of adrenaline flowing through their system. And then when they would have this out-of-body experience due to the adrenaline flowing through their system, what would happen, you see, here's the thing. Check this out. So in this image here, what we have is the schematics, the divine schematics for the universe based on sacred geometry. So we are like divine vessels for this universal understanding, this unified field. And these beings in these rituals knew that. Okay, so they're basically using human beings like batteries to charge their grid system and to charge them and their bodies by drinking this adrenochrome, by sacrificing these human beings and drinking this blood and then getting a high from it. And then they'd astral project and they would commune with demonic spirits. They would intermingle with demonic spirits. And then eventually, which was reserved for the higher ranks of the priest craft, you would get demonic possession. So these people would allow these demons to possess their bodies. And so the healthy aura of one of these individuals would be what you see here on the left. So that is one of these high level, high frequency individuals that is a part of, say, the law of one. And then on the other side, what you have is a low frequency individual where they actually are very distorted and low frequency in their cymatic pattern, and they have to feed off of the other's energy to get to this level, back to this level where they are filled with energy. You see, they're like vampires. They're like interdimensional parasites of sorts, right? So they were doing all of this stuff on the ley lines. They were doing their rituals and their mantras and their ceremonies on the ley lines, but they were doing these low frequency rituals. They were, I mean, think about it, the screams of a victim of sacrifice are going to echo those halls, and they're going to call these demonic entities to that particular place and time. You see, so check this out. We've got the human body here, which is an electromagnetic field that's plugged into the larger electromagnetic field of the earth. So by plugging this low frequency energy into the grid system of the electromagnetic field of the earth on the ley lines, they're inviting these interdimensional entities to come and feast off of this low frequency energy. And in the process, they gain power, they gain wealth. The people doing the rituals gain power, they gain wealth, they gain fame or whatever. And this, we kind of talked about this a little bit in the Hollywood episode. So the idea here is that there's these two mystery schools that are fighting over the planet. Each of them work with interdimensional entities. Some work with angelic high frequency entities. Some work with demonic low frequency entities. And they're both trying to use the ley lines and these temples to affect the timelines that we branch to based on the either high frequency or low frequency energy being channeled into the ley lines, into these vortexes, and then branching into the higher levels of the dimensions. So when we have a love-based emotion, like in the law of one, what we have is the electromagnetic field expands, right? It expands to like the higher levels, higher octaves of energy and frequency and vibration. When you have a low frequency fear-based emotion or thought, then the electromagnetic field tightens around the body. And this also plays into this idea.
Probably why we're pounded by so much negative news all the time, right? I mean,
that is correct. And it actually goes all the way down to a DNA level. Can we get that DNA picture, Frogman? Because that's a good one too. So when you have a fear-based emotion, not only does your electromagnetic field tighten around your body, but your DNA actually tightens up, okay? And when it tightens up, what ends up happening is that, can we get the DNA one, guys? The DNA one? The frequency of fear, when it's mapped over the DNA, it's a low frequency. Okay. And when it's a low frequency, it only activates very few of these antennae on the DNA responsible for sending and receiving light and information. However, when you have a high frequency emotion like love, what ends up happening is that high frequency is mapped over the DNA and a bunch of these antennae are activated. The DNA relaxes and more light and energy, more and more information is channeled through the DNA, through the mind, through the body, and more of the antennae on the DNA get activated, the higher the frequency. And this is where we get into things like ascension and stuff like that. So these entities that are on this lower level, death magic, black magic, human and child sacrifice, basically worshiping Saturn, what they're doing is they're trying to keep everybody in a low frequency state so we can't ascend. And they're charging the electromagnetic grid system of the planet so that our energy, our collective consciousness doesn't reach beyond the physical into these higher dimensions.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but like each ritual kind of shoots energy out into each of these lines and spreads whatever message they're trying to spread. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and it affects all these other dimensions. It either calls the high frequency beings to our dimension, or it calls the low frequency beings to our dimension. And the more high frequency beings there are in our dimension, then the higher the consciousness. The more low frequency beings in our dimension, the lower the consciousness. And that will determine which version of the earth, which version of reality we branch to as a collective consciousness. Now, this is where we get into egregores. So egregores are basically like the collective thought bubbles of thoughts, emotions, and these electromagnetic frequencies that are our emotions, our thoughts, and our collective consciousness all like bubbling together and creating like a collective consciousness or a view of reality that gets plugged into these ley lines. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why they're trying to keep us at a low frequency state, because then all of these egregores are empowering this low frequency system. You see, we are energetic beings. We are beings of energy, frequency, and vibration. So we are tapped into this much larger fractal energy grid, this cymatic pattern of vibration. And the lower the frequency of our vibration as divine beings, then the lower the frequency of the planet as a whole. and our collective consciousness as a whole. The lower frequency egregores we create, and then these entities can feed off of those low frequency egregores. They can feed off of that loosh, and it invites these low frequency entities to embody these vortexes that are in these ecosystems and basically take them over. So if we look at like these sites that where they were doing these human and child sacrifices and stuff, where they're sacrificing children to Baal or Moloch, or, you know, even the stuff that's going on in the Vatican, or yes, even in DC, then we can look at these locations almost like they have a satanic pentagram, the upside down star in the circle, a satanic pentagram grafted over these locations, these vortexes, and it's almost like it's sucking in all of the energy and keeping it low frequency here on the planet.
And that's how it's easier for them to kind of control the masses, by having a low frequency. If people had high frequencies, you know, it's like a open spirit, like the term free spirit. They don't like that, because then you're not controllable. So yeah, I think that's how that ties in.
Very much so. So we've talked about the egregores. We've talked about how we emit light and information from our DNA, how we're transmitting and sending and receiving frequencies of light and information on our DNA, and how this has ended up creating branching to multiple different timelines for Earth, and how it is there's different timelines based on which egregores get created, based on what the mass collective consciousness is, whether it's based on love or it's based on the creation of loosh, whether we're creating high frequency thoughts and emotions or low frequency thoughts and emotions, and how that affects the collective consciousness, and how that affects which version of the Earth, which parallel realm we are branching to for the Earth and its multiple possibilities. So these entities are brought to this planet from another dimension to either aid in the rising of our consciousness and the heightening of our frequency, or to keep our consciousness low and feed on the low frequencies of human emotion and thought that are placed into these egregores on these ley lines. And the low frequency emotions would be things like fear, pain, disease, war, famine, violence, chaos. These things feed these low frequency egregores. They feed into the vortexes, and then these evil interdimensional entities feed off of that stuff. Okay, so now let's talk for a second about the secret societies and the Freemasons, because the secret societies and things like the Freemasons, or the Rosicrucian or order, or the Golden Dawn and all that stuff, a lot of these mystery schools were actually, a lot of these secret societies are actually distillations of the mystery schools. They are relaying this knowledge from one generation to the next. And a lot of the time it's the same families that are brought into these secret societies, because their DNA over centuries, over millennia, have evolved to tap into these higher dimensions. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, this is how it all ties into what's going on today, and why all that stuff that you just talked about is so important, because this is what is still being practiced. It might not look the same as it did back then, but it's still being practiced in different ways.
Right. And that's the reason why within a lot of these secret societies and Freemasonry and stuff like that, they indoctrinate and bring their kids into it, because it's a familial thing. Now, here's the thing. In shamanism is also a familial trait. A lot of the time, the firstborn within these shamanic lineages will end up taking on the burden, or taking on the role of the shaman within the culture, because their DNA is adapted for it. Right now, like I said, there's two different views of all this stuff. You can either use this knowledge to free the people and to create high vibe emotions, and therefore chase off evil spirits and invite the good ones, or you can use it to empower yourself and your own family, keep the vibes low, keep everybody in fear, invite low frequency entities, so that way these individuals can stay in power. And that's kind of what we've seen in a lot of these secret societies. But what we've also seen is a battle between these same dual mystery schools that we were talking about in Egypt within the secret societies. People practicing life magic or white magic, or interacting with positive angelic entities, or the people that are practicing the low frequency death magic, black magic, interacting and cooperating with demonic entities, etc. So now let's bring this back to DC. The founding of the United States of America, right? We were founded in many cases by Freemasons, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, in regards to Freemasonry, so let me just say this. Freedom, see, there's George Washington putting the cornerstone when they developed or when they decided to make DC the capital. The freedom in America, freedom is in our soil. The Iroquois, actually, the Native American tribe, the Iroquois, actually had their own republic before the United States was ever founded. And it was at first 5 different tribes or 5 different nations. Then eventually it got moved. It was 6, and then 7 decided to join these nations of these Native American tribes. Now, the real difference between them and us is they actually had good representatives. They had people that were, not corrupted by a monetary system, and they were not corrupted by they were not these corrupt leaders that were always trying to like our leaders trying to enrich themselves. We're talking about people that actually did what was right for their tribe, right for the republic as a whole.
That's why they had agreement in so many treaties, like blind trust with the U.S. government that got, obviously was a terrible decision, and looking back for them.
Well, think about it. The Native Americans were the first to get fucked by the feds.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
No, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Yeah.
So now this is important to mention, though, because obviously the founders were, and many of them were slave owners. Now, slavery was practiced by pretty much every single culture on every single continent.
Yeah.
All right. However, what's important, though, is that here in America, a lot of the founders did not like the slavery aspect of things. They just realized they were fighting a much larger apparatus, and they realized that freedom first had to come to basically get away from England before that they could move on and free the
other
slaves.
Aspects.
Yeah, exactly. So the importation of the Irish. I mean, blacks technically weren't the first that were brought over here as slaves. It was actually the Irish. And then the African slaves were brought into the Americas. And it was largely the English or the European slave trade. What's really kind of messed up is that compared to the way that Muslims and the Middle Easterners treated their slaves that they got from Africa, what happened to the slaves here in the United States was, not so bad. I mean, the Arabs used to literally castrate all the men. As soon as they bought them as slaves, they'd cut their balls off.
That's some savage stuff. I mean,
yeah, dude. It's because they didn't want them to breed, and they also wanted them to be more docile. Now, a lot of the founders in the United States of America were actually largely against slavery. Andrew Jackson was not among them. Andrew Jackson and the Jacksonian Democrats in the South, which, by the way, yes, Jackson was the one that founded the Democrat Party, Jackson was responsible for the Indian Removal Act, which that's what was the Native American genocide. Andrew Jackson was also all for slavery and people keeping their slaves. So many of the founders were Freemasons, though. They were influenced largely by the Iroquois and the Iroquois Republic, and many of them hated the slave trade and wanted to abolish it. Thomas Jefferson actually saved a lot of the quote unquote slaves from the slave trade and then brought them to his plantation to be slaves, but they were actually very well educated. They were very well taken care of. They lived in good living conditions. They were fed properly. He even allowed them to go and work on other plantations and basically learn a trade and go and work for others so that they could be more independent. And this is something that a lot of people really don't know about.
He gets a bad
Thomas
rap.
Jefferson.
Yeah, he gets a bad rap with that. They say, oh, he slept with his slaves, which may have been true.
It's true. It's true.
So,
but the thing is that he took care of them. It wasn't like in that movie 12 Years a Slave, where they're abused, or like Roots. It wasn't like that for many of the founders. They took care of them because they wanted to get people out of that evil industry.
Yeah.
Right. Now, let's just go down a list of some of the founding fathers that were Freemasons. Ben Franklin, George Washington, Paul Revere, John Hancock, James Monroe, Ethan Allen, John Jay, Sam Adams was a traitor to England, by the way, John Paul Jones. And then, all of these presidents here were also Freemasons. Yeah. Now, some of these guys are actually really bad. FDR is no good. That's for sure. I'm not a big fan of Harry Truman, what he did. I mean, I understand why he decided to drop the atomic bomb. Isn't Harry Truman in there somewhere? Maybe I'm wrong. And then, yeah, so Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt, a lot of these people were Freemasons. And one of the things about Freemasons that a lot of people don't fully understand is that the Freemasons were actually they were largely responsible for the founding of the United States of America because they wanted to get away from the European Freemasonic lines that were basically loyal to the crown and loyal to this idea of a new world order controlled by the crown. This stuff goes all the way back. And another thing that's important to mention is that the founders understood the power behind the monetary system. Okay, so the Rothschilds had pretty much already corrupted the monetary system in England because they controlled the whole, they funded both sides of the Napoleonic Wars. Okay, so when the Rothschilds bet on both sides of the war and they found out that Napoleon had beat England, right? I mean, Napoleon had been defeated by England. They went back to England and started basically taking all their money out of the bank. And a lot of people thought, oh my gosh, this means that Napoleon won the war. They even spread the truth, the lie that Napoleon won the war. And then when the truth got back to England that Napoleon actually lost the war, then the economy rose. And because everybody took all their money out and the economy crashed, the Rothschilds just basically went in and bought up the whole economy and started bankrolling the crown.
Wow. Wow, I did not know that. I did not know
that. So the founding of America was actually a very large middle finger to that corrupt Masonic lineage over in Europe, over in England. And it was a way of these other Freemasons saying, nah, dude, we're not doing that shit. We're practicing life magic. We're practicing this connection with the divine, with God. You know, we're going this life magic route, this white magic route. You guys are doing this black magic, human and child sacrifice shit. We want nothing to do with that. So, you know, take your taxes and shove it. So that's, I think, really kind of interesting. It's something a lot of people don't know about.
No.
It really upset a lot of the corrupt Freemasons over in Europe. Well, and this is why they've been trying to take back the United States of America and destroy this nation for the last 2 centuries, largely through something called lawfare, which is lawfare as in like warfare, lawfare, basically infiltrating the legal system and controlling the legal system so that they can basically run the show.
Yeah.
So now let's talk for a second about communism and Hegelian philosophy, Marx and Albert Pike and stuff like that. What do you say?
Sure. Let's get into it. Yeah.
All right. So George Francis Wilhelm Hegel was a Freemason. He was also the founder of the ideology that the rights that we have come from the state, not from God. Whereas in the United States, it was quite the opposite. The idea was that our rights come from God, not from the state. It is the state's job to protect our rights from God, right? But this guy, Hegel, that you're seeing on the screen now, he had this philosophy that the state granted human beings their rights, right? And that they weren't granted by God. He was a Freemason and a political social scientist at the University of Berlin. He believed that man could shape history and achieve ultimate peace only through repetitive episodes of controlled conflict between opposing forces. He abdicated the idea that men must create, manipulate, and manage that conflict to create a predetermined outcome and controlled state or a controlled change or a controlled a controlled synesthesis. So basically creating a problem, reaction, solution. Create the problem, create a war, get the public reaction, and offer them the solution.
Yeah.
Control who wins.
Exactly. Just make that you want to the how much requirement on the government that you need to hold, and they want you to just be a part of whatever they need there.
Basically, be a servant of the state. Be a servant of the state.
Yeah.
And if these corrupt Masons are controlling the state and controlling the monetary systems, and this is the other thing, The Freemasons are also more so about controlling the resources, controlling the transportation of those resources. This is why the compass and the square and all that stuff is a part of their symbolism, because they're about navigation, they're about logistics, they're about getting resources from point A to point B. And they understand that that is where the real value is in the control of the resources. Now, one of the easiest ways to control the resources is through money magic or the monetary system, which this idea of full control of resources brings us into Karl Marx. You see, Karl Marx was highly influenced by Hegel and Hegelian philosophy. Marx was also a Satanist, a Freemason and a Satanist and an atheist. He was the founder of communism. Think about that. This man right here is responsible for so much death and genocide. And what is it in communist countries? They kill their political opposition or imprison them.
Yeah.
They own and control, the government owns and controls all the resources and the movement of those resources, and they enrich themselves and only themselves.
But they still try to make you dependent on them. Like they you have no
that
choice
is the
but to be
dependence.
dependent. Yeah, exactly. That's the only option they give you.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the only option you have is to use their system. That's it. And if you go against it, you are imprisoned or you are killed. Now, let's also talk for a second, because we're talking about America, and we'll bring this thing back to communism and Hegelian philosophy in a little bit. But Albert Pike, a lot of people don't really talk about Albert Pike, but this guy was a prominent member of the Freemason lodges. He served as a sovereign grand commander of the Supreme Council of the Scottish Rite and Southern District of the United States of America. And this was from 1859 to 1891, if I'm not mistaken. He had previously served as a senior officer in the Confederate Army.
Yeah, he was actually in charge of some of the Indians that they recruited to fight for the Confederates.
Yes,
And
he was commanding the district of the Indian Territory.
He treated them like, obviously like you think he would. Just led them into the front lines. And
he wrote this book right here, Morals and Dogma, for the Freemasons, and it's still very influential amongst the Freemasons and especially in the South. But if I'm not mistaken, there was actually a statue of him in D.C. I think it was right outside the Masonic Lodge in D.C.
Yeah, he was ripped down during the BLM riots during that crazy summer. I'm not sure why I'm sure the Confederate was the only thing they probably knew about him. They probably didn't know he was a Satanist who actually wore a bracelet that apparently he would tell people he could summon Satan at any time when he wore this bracelet. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah. And then they build statues of this guy in DC, and it's just wild. So, and that's all factual stuff that anybody can look up. So that it goes to tell you that DC is built on some satanic shit.
Well, and it didn't start out that way. I mean, there's in the Congress building, there's the apotheosis of George Washington on the dome. Where they're basically almost like deifying him in one way or another, or basically saying he ascended into the heavenly realms. Can we get that picture? Oh, there we go. That's Albert Pike in one of his quotes. That says, every Masonic lodge is a temple of religion, and its teachings are instruction in religion. Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, if we could get really quick, I know we have to kind of go back for it, but let's get that picture of the apotheosis of George Washington, because not a lot of people know that is the painting that is on the dome of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. There it is.
Yeah,
and it's a big mural on the ceiling, but that is the apotheosis of George Washington.
So you had told me that Freemasons, when they get to a certain degree, they kind of test them. Either they're going to go down the good path or the bad path. And you said something about the cross.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you what I've heard. What I've heard is that when you reach the 33rd degree, what they do is they bring out a cross, and then they basically ask you to spit on it or defile it somehow. And if you say no, then they say, good job. They pat you on the head and they say, you're clearly a good man, and then you don't move past the 33rd degree. Okay. But if you spit on it, then they say, okay, now you're ready for the next level of Freemasonry. And that's
Wow.
where they bring you into this darker stuff, that you understand religion is just a fiction, et cetera, et cetera. And then that's where you end up going down this darker road that is this satanic stuff. Now, speaking of satanic stuff and the Masons, let's talk really quick about Aleister Crowley.
Oh yeah,
Because he was
very
trying to get in these Masonic lodges. I'm thinking actually he did for a short time
was,
until
right?
they booted him out. Yeah.
He was a Freemason, and then he kind of freaked them out with all the stuff he was practicing because of all the knowledge he was gaining. I'm not sure what degree he got into or how high up he got. Are you?
Right. No, I'm not 100%. All I know is that he freaked him out, and they were
Yeah.
like, "Whoa, dude, you're doing all this debaucherous shit. We don't want anything to do with you." And so he was actually an occultist, a magician, a poet, an author, a spy for the Royal Crown of England. And he was involved in Freemasonry in various forms at some point in his life. But he also he considered himself a Freemason. And he even thought that he even started to incorporate much of the stuff that's in these Freemason lodges into his own sort of Freemasonic lodge that was like the OTO, Order de Temple Orientis.
Yeah.
Crowley practiced magic rituals that had, say, Masonic symbolism in them. And this was in the late 1800s, early 1900s. He had at least 4 major contacts with Freemasonry as a complete body, including the Supreme Council of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite in Mexico in 1900. However, all of the groups in which he was a member were irregular. They weren't like a part of the larger organizations. Yeah, see, there he is doing that whole, he's got the book there, he's got the eye in the pyramid, he's doing the Masonic thing there, I think. Now the thing is, though, is that Grady McCurdy became the Frater Superior or of Order de Temple Orientis. Oh yeah, that's Lam. This is and so let's talk about ancient Egypt because Crowley went to ancient Egypt when he failed to do this thing called the ceremony of or the ritual of Abramelin and the Mage, which you're not supposed to leave incomplete. You're supposed to complete it. And he went to Egypt. He went into the pyramid, into the king's chamber, and that's when he started to. And he did like a satanic ritual in there, and that's when he started to hear a voice. And this voice apparently showed up as this entity right here on the right called Lam. And Lam started to talk to him every day at a very specific time and telling him to write everything down that he was saying.
These are his drawings that he.
That was his drawing. Yeah. And so Lam was, in my opinion, one of these parasitic demonic entities that Crowley had called. And why did it come so quickly? Well, because he was in the pyramid doing this and sending it into these other dimensions, into the ether. And then this thing responded. And so Crowley ended up writing something called the Book of the Law, which was all of these messages that Lam had given him. Okay. And so he wrote all this stuff down in this book, and that largely became like the Bible for this satanic order, the Order de Temple Orientis, based around like sex magic, death magic, etc., sacrifice, all that stuff, right? And Crowley, I mean, he was a heroin addict. He was doing all sorts of crazy shit. Like he in the Thelma Abbey, so that's actually what he ended up calling his religion, was the religion, or like the Temple of Thelma or something like that. And all his people were called Thelemites.
Yeah.
And when he was in Italy during Mussolini's reign, he was doing these black magic rituals in Italy. And one of the black magic rituals, according to what I've heard and read, was that he had his girlfriend do this magic ritual, a satanic ritual inside of a pentagram. And then he had a goat fucking his girlfriend while this ritual was going on. And as the goat was climaxing inside of his girlfriend, Crowley came up with a knife and started to saw the goat's head off.
Jesus Christ.
Like, that's the kind of sick, twisted shit this guy was into. If you look into Crowley, bro, you are going to like freak out that somebody like this even existed, bro. Like, you know, he also did a ritual in the desert of North Africa. I think it was in the Sahara, the summoning of the beast. And there's a lot of people in these magical circles that believe that it was him doing this ritual that actually caused World War I and World War II to unfold, because he summoned this evil force that came from these higher dimensions, a very profound and large evil force, to come into our dimension and create chaos, pain, suffering, war, famine, disease, etc.
So wild. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild shit. So let's move on real quick. Let's move on and talk for a second about Leo Zagami, because in my opinion, and this is kind of jumping ahead in the timeline, but in my opinion, Leo Zagami is evidence that all the people in the Masons or in the Illuminati are not bad or evil. Okay, there's good people in these organizations. These organizations largely started out, especially like with Freemasons and stuff, about around Christianity and like becoming illuminated like Christ, becoming ascended like Christ. So Leo Zagami, he's the author of Confessions of Illuminati. He's got like a bunch of volumes of this stuff, and this guy knows his stuff.
Yeah, here's actually the Amazon. You can go and order it.
Yeah, I would recommend, if anybody really wants to know this stuff and look into it, look into his work, because he's a very smart man. He was actually groomed to be their historian. And then when he found out all this stuff that they were doing, when he reached the 33rd degree of Freemasonry, he found out that what they wanted to do, what they were doing behind closed doors, was things like semen eating and drinking, breast milk eating and drinking, the consumption of human blood and adrenochrome, even doing things like killing and eating babies. So like, he was in his first book, Confessions of Illuminati, he talks about one of these Thelemite Crowley rituals. One of these Thelemite rituals is that these satanic covenants would get together on a very specific day, a very specific time of the year, and then the high priest and the high priestess within this covenant would have sex in a sex magic ritual. And then they would conceive a child in that ritual. And then 9 months later, they would have the baby. And then 3 months after the baby was born, to the day where they did the sex magic ritual, they would actually burn the baby alive and eat the baby. Jesus. So that they could gain power. Now, think about this. Almost every, I would say all of the Masonic lodges are built on ley lines. So if they're doing this stuff in ley lines, in lodges built on ley lines, then they're charging the grid. They're absorbing or creating egregores that they are responsible for either creating or absorbing, and gaining more and more power.
Yeah. Wow.
So Zagami blew the whistle. Leo Zagami blew the whistle, and
he's
he wrote all these books.
Guys, like, you can check him out. He's done interviews. He's actually released some new volumes pretty recently. So he's still active in exposing all this stuff. So definitely check him out. He's probably the biggest whistleblower that nobody ever talks about.
And it's really sad, because he's exposing all this stuff, and it's proof that not all the people in these in the Masonic or Illuminati orders are bad people.
Yeah. Now, what do you think, like, the average Joes that are in these clubs that are in our neighborhoods all over the country, like they're not
Shriners and stuff.
They're not privy to any kind of knowledge or anything like that, would you say? I mean,
not all of them. From what I understand, in order to get to that level of that stuff, you have to basically, first of all, be in one of the families for this. And second of all, you have to reach the 33rd degree. And then from there, you make your choice. Do you spit on the cross, or do you, not?
Yeah.
And then from there, they decide what they're going to do with you.
Wow. So wild. Yeah. And it all ties into like the Skull and Bones, and are they pretty much an offshoot, would you say, of Freemasonry? Or I know it's Illuminati, but
we're kind of jumping ahead a little bit, but we can get into it. The Skull and Bones are a offshoot, an American offshoot of the Bavarian Illuminati, which is out of Germany, which kind of ties into the Nazis and the occult and all that stuff, which we'll get into in a second. But first, let's just talk really quickly, because we're talking about DC and the deep state. Let's talk about the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, and the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, J.P. Morgan, and how the Carnegies, how all of them had a role in the creation of the Federal Reserve. What's his name? Oh yeah, see, there's Rothschild, there's Rockefellers, there's Soros and Kissinger, Schwab, Fauci, Gates. Kissinger, Soros, Schwab, Fauci, and Gates. Those guys are actually puppets, believe it or not. They're just powerful puppets. It's these people up on top, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, etc. Those are the people that are pulling their strings.
They're kind of like the spokesperson for them.
Right. Yes, exactly. And so these people can stay behind the scenes. So they can be the puppeteers behind the scenes.
Well, that's why they don't even get listed on like the wealthiest lists and all that stuff. They don't even technically exist.
Right. They don't want people to know they exist.
Yeah.
So the Rockefellers were also largely responsible for the founding of the Council on Foreign Relations. And that's basically like one of the aspects to the shadow government or the deep state here in the United States is the Council on Foreign Relations. If you look into the Council on Foreign Relations, you will have your mind blown on all the influential people that became president or senators or Congress or whatever, judges, all sorts of stuff, media members, CEOs, you name it. They were involved in the Council on Foreign Relations. So this is a part of the program. DC. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Kind of like the World Economic Forum or the Bilderberg Group. But the Council on Foreign Relations is much more behind the scenes. People don't really know about them. Now, there's a really great book on the installation and the creation of the Federal Reserve. It's by G. Edward Griffin. It's called The Creature from Jekyll Island. Now, Jekyll Island is an island in Georgia where all of these elite, wealthy people that represented all of these other individuals, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, etc., they sent their people to go and negotiate on their behalf on Jekyll Island, create this law that would then get passed in 1913 by Woodrow Wilson, a Democrat, and basically create this debt-based currency system, this money magic system here in the United States that allowed these people to create debt here in the United States so that we as the United States could never get out of that debt.
Yeah, Jekyll Island was kind of like a little playground for them, for the ultra elite to go hang out at. And apparently they denied ever meeting there too. They said that never happened.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
But that book, Creature from Jekyll Island, it blows the lid on all of it.
It blows it. In 1910, they were trying to deny it. They were saying, oh, we weren't at this island. And it was like a quarter of the world's wealth basically was on that island deciding what was going to happen with the reserve. So
well, now, how is it that something like that could be kept under wraps? The answer is propaganda. Now, who is the father of propaganda?
Mr. Bernays, Edward Bernays.
Edward Bernays. That is correct, my brother. Edward Bernays. This man is the man that Hitler's propaganda master. This guy right here. This is the man that Hitler's propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, propaganda master Joseph Goebbels learned from. Edward Bernays, he has a book about propaganda. I mean, he was helping people sell Lucky Strike cigarettes by incorporating their
picture right there. He would tell them that it was soothing on the throat and slimming on the waist. And he would promote this. And at the same time, he wouldn't let his wife smoke cigarettes at home. And when he would find them, he would break them in front of her because he knew of the early research that was going on, that he was privy to that information, that they weren't good for you, but he still pumped that stuff out. It just tells you the kind of guy he was. He was involved in so many different propaganda programs. And, but yeah, he started with the Nazis, if I'm not correct, right?
Well, no, he was here in America, and he said propaganda is the executive arm of the invisible government. So if we're talking about a deep state, what are we talking about? An invisible government.
Yes.
Right? So he was actually out of the United States, but
Austria. I'm sorry, not the Nazis.
Joseph Goebbels in Nazi Germany learned from this guy.
Yes. Okay.
So yeah, dude. I mean, he's got some pretty, skin crawling quotes. I'll tell you that much. Some of this, the way that Edward Bernays viewed humanity as a whole, I mean, here it is. If we understand the mechanism and motives of the group mind, it is now possible to control and regiment the masses according to our will without them knowing it.
Yeah.
This is Deep State 101, bro. Propaganda
101.
and psychological warfare.
Yeah.
And it's the understanding of things like symbols and colors and trigger words, trigger images, and stuff like that to brainwash the public. Here's another one. It is important that any effort to influence or affect the American public that is not in the public's best interest be killed by the light of pitiless publicity and analysis. So anybody that doesn't understand it, he's suggesting that they should be, controlled by it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. He was actually the nephew of Sigmund Freud, which is
why am I not surprised? A German fucking psychologist, right? Wasn't Freud German?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Austrian.
Yeah. Okay. Austria. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we kind of brushed up along the whole Nazis and all that stuff. So let's talk about that really quick. So the Nazis were really heavily into the occult, and people may be wondering, well, what does this have to do with the deep state? Oh, you obviously haven't heard of Operation Paperclip.
Yeah.
So the Nazis were very much into the occult. If you look into things like the Vril Society and Maria Orsic and like the rituals that Maria Orsic and some of these high level there she is right there, very pretty woman. Some of the things that they were doing in like seances, occultic rituals and stuff like that, communicating with other beings from other dimensions and stuff like that. The Nazi Vril Society was one of the few secret societies that was actually allowed to unfold in Germany during Hitler's reign. The Vril Society is a society based on this idea of a technologically supported utopia that uses all permeating fluid that they called Vril, which is a latent source of energy that spiritually elevated the host, the person that was doing this channeling, and allowed them to master it through training of their will. Now, there's also a lot of talk about how the Vril Society was a part of like channeling information on how to create these anti-gravity vehicles and stuff. There's a great book by Michael Salla that's called Extraterrestrial Alliances and Secret Space Programs, where he goes really deep into it. But the Nazis were really into the occult. They were really into all of this dark side stuff. They also were really into this idea of like creating a one master race, genetics and eugenics. They were also really into like the Vimanas from ancient Hindu. Oh yeah, this is the Order of the Black Sun. This is another secret society right here that the Nazis were involved in. It has a lot of connections to like the Nordics and the Aryans and stuff like that. They were trying to create, like I said, a master race. It's very interesting. It's very diabolical when you really start looking into it, because they were trying to basically control the planet and create a one race people on the planet that controlled everything, all the resources, all the labor, etc., subjected everybody to it. But they also looked into the Vimanas out of the Vedas, the Hindu Vedas, the Mahabharata and stuff like that. They went to places like Tibet. They went to places like India. They went to places all over the world. So like Indiana Jones and the search for the Ark of the Covenant and all that stuff, the search for the Holy Grail, all of those things are very real. They were actually looking for those things. The Nazis were looking for those things because they were trying to attain more power, right? So through the schematics in the Vimanas that they got out of India, what they ended up doing is they ended up using gyroscopes. Do you know what gyroscopes are?
No.
Gyroscopes are like little contraptions where you have one wheel spinning one way and another wheel spinning another, and it creates almost like an anti-gravity thing where like you can like set the wheel on like a corner and it won't fall over. It'll just keep spinning and spinning and spinning, and it'll move. It's like an anti-gravity field, basically a temporary one based on centripetal force. But if you create a really big gyroscope and then you fill those wheels with mercury and then you rotate them counter to each other, it expands that anti-gravity field. It expands that torsion field to where that centripetal force field around the craft. And this is something that goes all the way back to ancient cultures. It goes all the way back to Hindu cultures, way back in the Mahabharata. They say in Hindu philosophy and in Hindu history, they say it was hundreds of thousands of years ago. So that's where all that technology comes from, is from their investigations into all this stuff, looking into the occult, the channeling of this information, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what's interesting is not only did we bring a lot of these Nazis, scientists, doctors, intelligence agents over to the United States, over 1,500 of them, by the way.
Yeah. This is Operation Paperclip we're talking about. Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Operation Paperclip. But the reason why was because we wanted access to this technology that they had. So Werner von Braun put at the head of our space program. What the hell's up with that?
Yeah.
You know, we literally wiped a bunch of these people's war crimes, these Nazis' war crimes clean, gave them false identities and placed them at high levels of power within our government, where they actually acted like spies, because the Nazis had moved to Antarctica and to Argentina near the end of the war. And that when Admiral Byrd went down there to with like a fleet of naval carriers and boats and ships and U-boats and planes and stuff, these flying anti-gravity vehicles came out of holes in the ice and shot down all the birds. They sawed one of our small boy ships in half, and Byrd turned around and went back to DC and told him about it and told everybody about what happened. Now, what's even crazier is that happened in like 46 or 47. Then in 1952, on July 12th, there was a massive flyover of UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, or UFOs, that were in military formation, flying over the Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. You can look that one up. Now, let's bring it back to the American connection with the Nazis, because there's a corporation that most people don't even know exists, and that's IG Farben. IG Farben is a chemical manufacturing company that is out of Germany, and they were so powerful in their espionage, their corporate espionage apparatus. Yeah, that's the symbol right there. That's their logo. Their corporate espionage apparatus was so profound and so ingrained in all the corporations around the world that the Nazis actually used IG Farben and their espionage apparatus as the Nazi espionage apparatus. And it was actually in these concentration camps that IG Farben was doing these experiments with these chemicals and stuff, and they were the one making the Zyklon B and stuff like that for the concentration camps.
So crazy.
Yeah. Now, they were actually, all the CEOs and the corporate, dickheads were not actually tried during the Nuremberg trials, which I mean, it was IG Farben that was responsible for propping Hitler up. Because what it is that they were actually in power before World War I and during World War II. And they wanted, after World War I, they wanted to prop up a leader that would create a government that would allow them to basically do whatever they want as a corporation. So this is what fascism is. It's a blend of corporate interest and government power, so that the government monopoly on the initiation of force can then be used along with the corporate power and the corporate will to snuff out all competition. So now this is where we get into how it applies to America. Henry Ford, working with the Nazis, had contracts with the Nazis in Germany. He was making trucks, he was making tanks, he was making airplanes that were shipped to South America and then over to Nazi Germany. Okay, he even had factories in Nazi Germany. Okay, Another aspect of it is IG Farben actually created what was called a restraint of trade agreement with Standard Oil, which is the Rockefellers. And they also created restraint of trade agreements with a bunch of other chemical companies like DuPont and stuff like that. But what a restraint of trade agreement is it's basically a non-competition contract. It's basically saying that IG Farben will not infringe on the Standard Oil empire of creating oil or drilling for oil or whatever, so long as Standard Oil doesn't infringe on the chemical manufacturing business. And if either one of these corporations or these giants these corporate giants, if either one of them creates a patent that is either for chemical or for oil, then what will happen is that one side, let's say IG Farben creates a patent for oil products, they will give Standard Oil a third of those profits. And if Standard Oil makes a invention or makes a patent regarding chemical manufacturing, IG Farben will get a third of those profits. So it locks these corporations together. And this is where we get the corporatocracy that we're going to be discussing a little bit later.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It all links in. It's like a big spider web.
Very much so. It's like an octopus with multiple arms going around in all these different industries and owning the world. You got to take out the head, bro. You got to take out the head, not the arms.
Yep.
So the CIA was actually largely responsible for Operation Paperclip. Okay. And the CIA was largely infiltrated by the intelligence agents from Nazi Germany in Operation Paperclip. The CIA was also responsible for stealing all the gold that was illegally procured by Japan from China and the Nazis from all of the neighboring countries in Germany and all the Jews. They were also responsible, CIA was also responsible for things like Operation Northwoods or Operation Mockingbird, where they infiltrated the media. They also were responsible for MK Ultra, for infiltrating Hollywood. A lot of people say they were responsible for the Kennedy assassination. They were responsible for things like Project Monarch. They were responsible for funding and training terrorists in Al-Qaeda and the Iran-Contras and bringing cocaine into the country. They were responsible for the Russian hoax. They were with Donald Trump. They were in many cases responsible for the child sex trafficking networks. They're also involved in Bohemian Grove.
Yep.
They're also involved with Epstein Island.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was working for them.
Now, what's even crazier, though, is, and I forgot to mention this, is Prescott Bush, George H.W. Bush's father, and his link to Nazis and Hitler.
Yeah,
apparently,
not many people know about that, but yeah, just a couple Bushes removed, there is a very big connection to the Nazis.
Yeah, from what I've read, he was Hitler's bookkeeper and also helped to arm the Nazis and was making money off of both sides of the war. And now think about this.
He was funding all this stuff.
Now think about this. George H.W. Bush became CIA director shortly before or after JFK's assassination. And who was president during 9/11?
Yeah. George Bush. I mean, wow.
Who was governor during Waco, Texas? I think that was George W.
Yeah, I think that was his era. Wow.
So, yeah. Now, what's interesting about Epstein Island, though, and Bohemian Grove and all that stuff is that that's where these elites go to do these occultic rituals. Okay. So on Epstein Island, if you go to the picture of Epstein Island and the temple that is on Epstein Island, what you will see, and we talked about this in the Hollywood episode, is you will see a golden owl sitting on the wall of the temple. Yep, there it is. There it is, right by that ladder. Golden owl right there by the dome. Moloch, the god of child and human sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's even more interesting is in the book of the law, it talks about how give me an island and I will give you an army. So the idea is to use an island built on the ley lines to bring all these people to the island, have them do these rituals, and then these people become demonically possessed. And then you create this demonic army that takes over the world. So what Epstein was apparently doing, according to the stories, is practicing this black magic shit on Epstein Island, on Little St. James, and amassing this demonic army using these ancient occultic practices. Now, Bohemian Grove is another place where they were doing occultic rituals to who? The owl god Moloch. Yeah. Right?
Cremation of care and all those ceremonies. Alex Jones, I believe he was the first one to infiltrate it and get some video of it, actually. But yeah, that's a interesting one, Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, dude. And especially when we get into how it is that there's apparently like the cremation of care, which is the first ritual that they do. And then there's all this other sick stuff that they're doing afterward. like demonic shit. And that's where we get into the testimony of Paul Bonacci.
Yeah, if you don't know about him, yeah, tread lightly, because that's a really crazy story involving the Lawrence King scandal.
Which Lawrence King was doing what? Doing satanic rituals with a bunch of children,
Yeah.
goat sacrifice, animal sacrifice, urinating and defecating on children, forcing them to drink blood, raping children.
Yeah, people
doing
don't know who
massive amounts of
Lawrence
drugs.
King was. He was accused of running a high-level pedophile ring in, I think it was like the late 80s, early 70s. Or
Nebraska.
yeah.
Yeah, they did a book about John DeCamp did a book about it called The Franklin Cover-Up.
The Franklin cover-up, yeah. We actually have a video of Bonacci's testimony where he talks about all the stuff that they put him through. If you want to run that stuff for us, we could play that.
Yeah, his testimony is pretty bone-chilling, to say the least. I've seen
Yeah.
part of it, and it at some point you just kind of have to shake your head, and you can only take so much.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it and I caught a clip of it, and if we could pull it up, it'd be great.
Allow that. They are simply erased, and they have also used means to insert other names.
Who programmed you?
Involved. I was programmed by Monarch.
Who?
That includes psychiatrists from Offutt Air Force Base.
Who is that?
I do not know. They never allowed us to know names except for our direct controller, which was Bill Clemens. I only knew of a Colonel Aquino because I was also involved in the Temple of Set.
When were you programmed?
I was programmed beginning in 1974.
Were you trained in the area of prostitution and homosexuality?
Yes,
And where did that training take place?
Offutt Air Force Base.
And did that also occur in 1974?
Yes,
And how long a period of time did that training last?
roughly 1974 until 1980.
So during those years, you received periodic training about homosexuality and about prostitution.
Yes,
Anything else that you've received training on?
yes.
What?
How to photograph documents in my mind to be able to relate that information to deprogrammers at a later date.
Have you personally engaged in any spying?
Nothing that would be considered spying except for in training. I have not spied for them because my training was not complete. I was still learning.
Are they expecting that at some future time that you will engage in some form of spying or espionage?
Not anymore.
Why?
Because the program was discontinued when the program started to break down in 1986.
Exactly.
So this is how it is that they control governments, though. It's not just through debt. It's through owning the politicians in the government. You see, and they own them through these satanic rings, these pedophile rings, or through the drug trafficking or money laundering or whatever. And they're a part of this black market system that is trafficking in children, trafficking in drugs, trafficking in firearms, etc. And so they get them to be a part of that, and then they basically own them for the rest of their lives. And then what was Epstein doing on Epstein Island? It was full of cameras. It was getting all of these politicians and entertainers and CEOs and bankers doing this heinous shit.
Yeah,
and then they'd say, well, now you work for us.
Yeah, it's all blackmailing. It all comes back to that. And that's what the Lawrence King thing, a lot of people speculate was just a high-level blackmail operation, because there was a lot of big names in DC involved. There's some links that we have attached that you can go down and read more about that actual case, and it's pretty mind-blowing how deep it goes. It sounds more like something what Epstein had going on, where
Yes.
you're blackmailing with children, which is like the worst form of blackmail possible.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just terrible. So now let's move on to the DUMBs, the deep underground military bases, because
Sure.
this is very important if you want to understand the deep state, how it works, and how the shadow government is actually operating. So if we could get a picture really quick of the nuclear tunnel boring, there it is, the tunnel boring machines. Okay, look at how massive that thing is. All right, now these things are designed to create subterranean tunnels and eventually subterranean buildings, and it moves through the rock, and it does so using liquid lithium that's heated by a nuclear generator at the tip of the drill, and then the liquid lithium basically crushes the rock, melts it, and then the liquid lithium, as it cools, it also moves the liquid rock along the path of the drill, and then it creates like a volcanic glass, like a vitrified stone tunnel. Then that's a perfect example right there. It's a vitrified stone tunnel that is basically just completely sound and totally in solid rock. And then what they do is they either build out a massive underground facility underneath in the rock, underneath the ground, so that they can have these deep underground military bases, which in all honesty, it's not a bad idea. Deep underground military bases aren't a bad idea. You don't want your enemy knowing where your military bases are, but a lot of these things are multi-leveled and they have all sorts of stuff going on. So it's like, instead of having all this stuff above ground where it's easily seeable, it's all below ground and they can do whatever they want. And all the stuff that is going on in these facilities is all protected through non-disclosure agreements and above top secret contracts, whether it be with contractors or with government employees. And then they connect all of these facilities all over the country through tunnels. And then these tunnels have these magnetic levitation trains that travel Mach 2 from coast to coast or all over the place, so that you can navigate these literally hundreds of deep underground military bases, of which Area 51 or S4 is one of them. Just one. Now, each of these deep underground military bases is like a stovepipe, where they have like, one group is in charge of this, and there's this kind of research going on here. Then there's another different kind of research going on in that deep underground military base. There's another one going another aspect of all this deep state stuff going on in this other dumb, and blah, 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 blah. And they literally have hundreds of these things all over the country. All over the world, we're talking at this point probably thousands. I heard the Swiss Alps are like Swiss cheese with these things.
Really? Yeah, I mean, that's probably where all the cloning and all the nefarious stuff is going on.
Well, and this is what they learned from the Nazis, okay? This is what they learned from the Nazis, because the Nazis had these deep underground bases too. And what they learned was that they could do all this heinous, evil stuff, these human experiments and medical experiments and scientific experiments, and classify all this technology.
It's out of the public eye. Yeah.
It's out of the public eye. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. And all of it's kept off the books, either by black budget money or through non-disclosure agreements and top secret clearances. You see, so then nobody's ever going to know. Or if you come out like what they did to Phil Schneider. Phil Schneider came out and started talking about this stuff and how he was an engineer that built some of these bases. And then like a couple months later, he died. And he even said himself he wasn't suicidal, but he was found with a catheter, his own catheter wrapped around his neck, and it was ruled a suicide. So it's really kind of crazy and intense when you get into it, because these deep underground military bases are akin to a breakaway civilization, because they have their own law, they have their own technology, they have their own monetary system, they have their own water supplies, their own food supplies. And what they're doing in these bases is they're controlling all of the resources, they're controlling all the communications. So that's why we have this picture up, because they're controlling all the cell phone towers, the electrical grids, the satellites, all of that stuff, all from these deep underground military bases. Okay. And so they can basically hack into any home through these frequencies, and they can hack into your phone, your laptop, your television.
Allow that they are simply erased, and they have also used means to insert other names
Who programmed you?
I was programmed by Monarch.
Who?
That includes psychiatrists from Offutt Air Force Base.
Who is that?
I do not know. They never allowed us to know names except for our direct controller, which was Bill Clemens. I only knew of a Colonel Aquino because I was also involved in the Temple of Set.
When were you programmed?
I was programmed beginning in 1974.
Were you trained in the area of prostitution and homosexuality?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
Offutt Air Force Base.
And did that also occur in 1974?
Yes.
And how long a period of time did that training last?
Roughly 1974 until 1980.
So during those years, you received periodic training about homosexuality and about prostitution?
Yes.
Anything else that you received training on?
Yes.
What?
How to photograph documents in my mind to be able to relate that information to the programmers at a later date.
Have you personally engaged in any spying?
Nothing that would be considered spying except for in training. I have not spied for them because my training was not complete. I was still learning.
Are they expecting that at some future time that you will engage in some form of spying or espionage?
Not anymore.
Why?
Because the program was discontinued when the program started to break down in 1986. My initial program was to, as a young man, get adults who were powerful political leaders into positions where they could be
Now the thing is, they just pulled up a picture of Havana syndrome. So anybody that's doubting that electromagnetic weapons or psychotronic weaponry, voice of skull, voice of God technology is not legitimate, Havana syndrome is a very perfect example of that, where basically they can use frequencies to stop your heart, they can use frequencies to make your nose bleed, they can use frequencies to pop your blood vessels in your body. They can, like, Havana syndrome is something that happened, I believe, in all these people in an American embassy in Cuba, right?
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't
And
just a headache. Like the news wasn't
Yeah.
just reporting on it because these people got headaches. There was a lot more shit going on. Whether it was the government was testing it or another government was using it on them, we don't know.
Right. So all of these technologies exist. This breakaway civilization in the deep underground military bases exists. Did a lot of the people that are watching this video know about psychotronic weaponry before this? Did they know about deep underground military bases and the nuclear tunnel boring machines and how they work? Did they know about that? Did they know that there were literally hundreds of these things? Did they know a lot of the stuff that we're talking about regarding occultic rituals and Lawrence King and Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino and the testimony of Paul Bonacci? A lot of people don't know this stuff. Now, it's also important really quick to mention that the intelligence agencies are actually in many ways, oh yeah, see there's Michael Aquino.
Yeah, we didn't
right
get
there.
into Aquino too much. I mean, he was high level military, open Satanist. We talked about him last episode, his connections to Anton LaVey. Aquino was in charge of psychological warfare during the Vietnam War, and he was
mind control.
Yeah, mind control, and they knew he was a Satanist. He was very open about it, so obviously they thought that played well into that category. So if the military thought it was a good idea, you could damn well sure it probably was. You know, they probably knew it was going to be effective at least.
Well, yeah, because they're all about controlling populations.
Yeah.
And now something about Aquino is he was accused of raping 80 different children in California on a military base. And
Never
all
got
of these children,
charged.
and a lot of these children not only had clear evidence of violent penetration, either in their anus or in their vaginas, but many of them also contracted chlamydia and other venereal diseases, gonorrhea and stuff like that.
Fucking horrific.
Michael Aquino is the founder of the Temple of Set, which Set, as we said before, is the ancient Egyptian version of Satan. Okay.
Yeah.
So this guy is as creepy as it gets. And he eventually did time for something small. I forgot what exactly it was. I think it was like selling secrets or something during Vietnam, but it wasn't anything regarding these charges that
he actually wrote a book. What's the name of the book? I have it right here.
Is it Mind War?
Mind War. He wrote a book about mind war where he tried to say like psychological warfare is the way of the future. We don't need weapons. You know, he tried to like make it kind of like real soft and like, oh, you know, this is what we actually need. So it's bizarre. He's the complete mind fuck guy. Like he is the grandfather of that stuff.
Well, but the thing is it maybe in the United States, but it goes all the way back to money, magic, slavery, and human and child sacrifice, and mind control in those ways from ancient times, including religion and stuff like that. So, he was also involved in the whole Franklin cover up because he was involved with Lawrence King.
Well, yeah,
right?
even Bonacci spoke of him, and how in that clip right there that we showed, Bonacci spoke of how he was involved in the Temple of Set.
That's Lawrence King, by the way.
Yep, that's Lawrence King there. But
Giving a
Bonacci
speech at the Republican National Committee or convention or something.
Yeah. Jesus.
They had him being a rising star in the Republican Party until all this stuff happened.
Yeah, shocking. We haven't seen that fall from grace before, have we? I mean,
well, dude, we could get into it. I mean, we will in just a second. But I have to mention this really quick. A lot of these secret societies are actually fresh recruiting ground for the intelligence agencies. Okay, because in secret societies, you have things like cryptology, encryption, and keeping secrets. Okay, you also have things like rituals, obviously, things like certain bloodlines, and in one way or another, espionage, where you have individuals from one secret society going and infiltrating another secret society. Okay, now what is going on in intelligence agencies? You have cryptology, you have encryption, you have keeping secrets, you have espionage, you have certain bloodlines that do intelligence work a lot. You have rituals or in many cases, what many people might consider a meeting is a ritual in one way or another. And a lot of these people in these intelligence agencies also practice magic. So these things are like one and the same. Okay, so the secret societies and the intelligence agencies, a lot of the time they work together, and they work together because there's people within these secret societies that do all of these things really well, and then they get brought into the intelligence agencies and they start getting paid. And you know, if they're doing heinous things in these Masonic lodges, well, then they already have the blackmail material on them that they would need in order to keep them subservient and loyal to the globalist New World Order.
Yeah, they do practice black magic. I mean, it's not something that's not common. I don't know if you guys can pull up my Twitter page. We actually have a video of LeBron James. I'd like you to comment on this, Jake.
Well, let's get to that later because we got a lot of things to unpack, and I want to kind of get to the new stuff because we're almost getting to the modern times here in a second.
Okay,
let's talk about really quick the attendees of Bohemian Grove.
Okay.
Attendees of Bohemian Grove would be two people that everybody knows is Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan. These people went to Bohemian Grove. There's pictures of them in Bohemian Grove. Like, wait a second. What? There it is, Nixon and Reagan. Okay. Now there's another picture that has Henry Ford, another president, and not Henry Ford, I'm sorry, President Ford and Henry Kissinger. Both of them were at Bohemian Grove. And supposedly so was people like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and even I heard even Clint Eastwood went there. So like, now think about this. It's an all-male club, right? And you have all these powerful people in politics, but also in business, in banking, in entertainment. Now look at all these people that are attending. And all of these people are there for the cremation of care. All these people are there for the rituals that happen afterward.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Yeah.
And why is it out in the middle of the fucking boonies?
Yeah. What are they planning there? What have they planned there? You know?
Yeah, it's like the Bilderberg Group. It's like the council. I mean, the Council on Foreign Relations. It's like the World Economic Forum, except it's a lot more secretive.
Mm-hmm.
So these also are places where these people from these secret societies and intelligence agencies go.
Yeah.
Okay. And it also has connections to the Skull and Bones Society, which the Skull and Bones Society, for those that don't know, we kind of touched on it earlier, is like a extension of the Bavarian Illuminati. And it infiltrated a lot of the Ivy League schools in the United States. Now, what does this have to do with Germany? Now, a lot of these Ivy League schools in the late 1800s or early 1900s, they were sending their college students over to Germany to learn the Hegelian philosophy on creating governments and controlling the populations. Did you know that?
I did not know that. No.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I thought it was just some creepy club connected to, you know, where they do some weird shit.
Nope. It's connecting to all these secret societies. And yes, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, John Kerry, all members of the Skull and Bone Society. There's senators, there's representatives, there's judges, there's entertainers, all sorts of people, doctors, freaking lawyers that are members of this society.
Lots of presidents. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So, and then when we get into this idea that they were literally sending, these Ivy League schools were sending kids overseas during the late 1800s, early 1900s to learn the Hegelian philosophy on the rights of human beings coming from government, not from God, and the creation of like a centralized, powerful government that does what? That creates conflicts to control the people and then control the outcome of those conflicts so they can control the mitigation and the control of and the dissemination of resources.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Do you see what I'm saying? And now we're getting once again another level deeper into the deep state. So let's talk really quick about the fact that some of the people that flew on Epstein Island's plane, and then we'll kind of bring it back around to the deep state. Bill Clinton flew on Epstein Island's plane. I mean, Bill Clinton was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, I even think that Jeffrey Epstein had a painting of Bill Clinton in like heels or something and a dress, right?
I think we have that one, I believe.
Do we have that picture? Because that's freaking hilarious.
And it was right when you walked into his house, like in his DC or his New York City mansion, right when you walked in.
Now think about that. And he also has a picture of
what do you think he said to Bill when he showed him that? Like, what do you think? How do you think that went?
I don't know, man. I wouldn't be surprised if Bill liked it. You know, I mean, I really kind of wonder what Bush would say when he saw the picture of Bush with the Jenga towers and the paper airplanes. You know, like why would he have those things? Why would he have those? You know what I'm saying? What does that even mean? Like, there's definitely symbolism behind all of that.
Oh, I mean, if that's not symbolism, then I don't know what the fuck is. I mean,
I know, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, obviously Epstein had his claws like probably deeper than we could ever even imagine. It's probably he probably is responsible for so many different things that happened that it's probably incomprehensible.
Well, yeah, and then when we get into things like Dennis Hastert being the Speaker of the House during the W. Bush years, and the fact that Dennis Hastert was a known pedophile, the fact that like he was also found to be Sibel Edmonds. Yeah, that's Dennis Hastert. There he is. He was raping kids as a wrestling coach at the high school he was working at. And this guy's the Speaker of the House of the during the W. Bush years. And Sibel Edmonds did an investigation. She was an FBI agent, a special agent in the FBI, did an investigation into this guy, found that he had child pornography on his computer, found that he was trafficking guns in Turkey, okay, doing all this illegal stuff, money laundering, all sorts of stuff. And when she handed that file, that dossier, to her supervisor, they basically told her to forget about it. So yeah, she was really upset. She ended up leaving the FBI because of that. And then she
That was a lot like the Lawrence King thing. Things just, once they got up to a certain level and they knew certain players were involved, things just disappeared. It stopped.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's because this is how they control governments. Because this is how they centralize power. This is how they keep the deep state running. This is how they keep the war machine turning. Okay, is by owning these people. I mean, and then we can get into Hillary Clinton and all the, body count behind the Clintons and, Benghazi and all that stuff. I mean, let alone Frazzle Drip and the accusations there that there's a video circulating around on the dark web, supposedly, that
there's actually, we actually have a link. If you guys want to go down that dark rabbit hole.
Don't recommend it.
Yeah, I don't recommend it for the brave. Go ahead and check it out. There is some more information about the whole Frazzle Drip stuff.
Oh yeah, and check this out. Look at this. This is Margaret Singer, the founder of Planned Parenthood, saying colored people are like weeds, are like human weeds, and need to be exterminated. And here's Hillary Clinton saying that she admires Margaret Singer enormously. Now, we're going to get into, Planned Parenthood in just a moment. Because I think it was actually James O'Keefe and Project Veritas that infiltrated.
Here we got this is the WikiLeaks email from Hillary Clinton. This was where one of her staffers emailed her about sacrificing a chicken in the backyard to Moloch. So I mean, like, that's not stuff that normal people joke about, unless you're actually like into it. So that's kind of it's a pretty damning email right there.
Oh yeah.
And the person that supposedly leaked to WikiLeaks was a guy named Zeth Rich, and he was a staffer for Hillary Clinton. And he was murdered while he was walking.
When he was on the way to go talk to the FBI, right?
Yeah, his laptop. He had a lot of information. And if you could pull up, the FBI just recently asked a judge to withhold all the information on Zeth's laptop for 66 years. So basically till we're all dead.
Right. So that nobody basically will be held accountable for what happened to Seth.
Yeah. FBI asked court.
So he supposedly was the one that leaked all of these WikiLeaks emails to WikiLeaks, right?
Yes, that's why the rumor is that he got it. Yeah.
Right.
Along with the long list of other Clinton body count.
Right. Now, speaking of WikiLeaks and, damning emails, let's talk about the Podestas, because John Podesta had a lot of his emails leaked onto WikiLeaks, and there's some weird stuff, all the pedophile code in those emails.
Oh, so much of it.
Him talking to his brother and his brother saying he's still in the torture chamber, his brother being a part of the Red Shoe Club, all the weird ass artwork that
if you connect the emails to the artwork, I mean, like, you'd have to be a fool to not make the connection of what this guy is or what these brothers are.
Right. And then there's that video. Supposedly it's alleged that it's John Podesta abusing that child in the bathroom of Comet Ping Pong.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
When you match up the voice in the video with John Podesta's voice, it's so clear that sounds just like John Podesta. Yeah, this 100%. Is the Podesta artwork here. Like, why would they want this artwork? How is this artwork? You know what I mean?
It's a shame that they even call it art, because it's not. It's pedophilia is what it is. It's pedophilia pictures, and it's what they're into. If you have this kind of stuff on your walls in your house, this is what you're into.
Right.
I enjoy
Well,
basketball,
that
so I
right
have like
there, that's the sculpture. That's a sculpture of that that is very similar to the body that was found in Jeffrey Dahmer's
Jeffrey
home,
Dahmer. Exactly.
which
Yeah,
supposedly Jeffrey Dahmer was into Satanism, and
right
he was
there.
like one of
Yeah.
these places that like you could go to like buy human meat and stuff like that.
Yeah, I heard that rumor that he was one of the facilitators.
Yeah, and that picture right there is the artwork on Podesta's wall. It shows what looks like people taking a knife to a body, like they're gonna cut it up, and they got like a dinner plate and stuff, like it's cannibalism. Now,
You know what
this
Podesta's
is
up to right now?
yeah, he's supposedly like in charge of the climate agenda for the Biden administration.
You want to know how much dollars he's in control of?
Yeah, how much?
$370 billion.
Goodness gracious.
He's in
My
charge of
God.
orchestrating that money for clean energy projects. So if you can only imagine the stuff
Well,
that he's gonna
if they're not talking about Tesla Tower technology, then they have no interest in real clean energy
Oh, of
projects.
course. We know. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, we can
Well,
only
and
imagine
so
probably the darkest stuff imaginable is going to be used with that money.
wasn't Podesta and Hillary Clinton invited to a spirit cooking event as well in those emails?
Oh
And
yeah.
that ties into Aleister Crowley and black magic and the Crowley spirit cooking events and Marina Abramovic, who is a known satanic witch.
Who is like basically every top celebrity's spiritual advisor.
Yeah, Jay-Z. We showed that in the last video, in the Hollywood one, right?
If you're anybody, she's your spiritual advisor. So yeah, it goes back to that. I kind of compare her to like a modern day Crowley because she's the one doing all these rituals and all these putting all that crazy stuff out in the air.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, it's bizarre stuff.
So, the thing is John Podesta has never even acknowledged or accounted for, denied, any of this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not once. He hasn't even mentioned it. And then how it relates to Comet Ping Pong. And the can we get that image pulled up? And like James Alefantis, which apparently Alefantis is like French for I love children or something like that.
Yeah, so Alefantis, for people that don't know, he's the owner of Comet Ping Pong Pizza. This is the whole Pizzagate conspiracy where that started. He's the owner. And they tried to do like a campaign where this guy went on the news to save face and say, all this stuff is not real. But we actually were able to find his Instagram page.
Oh, wait, really quick.
Quick.
Hold on one second. See that symbol right next to the Comet Ping Pong with a Besta Pizza, which is right down the road from Comet Ping Pong, and how it's the same symbol as the pedophile triangle right there?
Yep.
And that's Marina Abramovic and her quote unquote artwork. There's Tony Podesta with James Alefantis. This is a picture of a little girl with her arms taped to a table in Comet Ping Pong.
That's from Alefantis' Instagram page. Yeah.
Yeah.
With a lot worse.
Let's pull up that Instagram.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking. And this is why Pizzagate is real. Okay, and let's be real here. He does not have any kids, so I don't know why he would have pictures of babies and kids on his Instagram when you don't have kids. So yeah, let's pull that page up.
The whole thing is so weird. Yeah, there we go.
So yeah, these are all from his page here. Just okay, why?
Why? Yeah, why the picture of the infant?
Just keep scrolling.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. And like
just keep scrolling.
Yeah, just keep scrolling through it, guys. We'll get to it. If we want you to stop, we'll get to it. That one right there. That one right there.
Baby, the pizza.
Yeah.
Or that chicken,
the baby eating the pizza, and then that other one where the guy has the beads around his neck and he has it around the child and it says chicken lover. That's pedophile code apparently. For basically a little boy lover, infant boy lover. That's the girl taped to the table.
Like, how do you make sense of that? Like, how and these are the they're so connected with the Clintons and these deep state Podestas. Like, how can you justify this stuff?
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I mean, you really get into it. There's
a couple more pictures that are even crazier. Like, show them the crazy ones, guys. Oh, look at there. There's Obama in some kind
Yeah,
of
no surprise.
satanic looking hallway playing ping pong with some kid while all these adults are around. And just creepy as fuck.
Oh, that's right there. That's the freezer that doesn't have anything in it. And somebody wrote, I think in the comments, torture chamber question mark, right? Is that?
Or
I
maybe
think
he
that's
even
the
wrote, I
one.
think he wrote that.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah,
You
show him
know,
oh, and then this, why?
it's just creepy, dude. It's creepy.
Oh,
Yeah,
look
yeah,
at
and
look
there's
at
the satanic pentagram on the pizza. The hell?
unbelievable. I'm like, yes, this is Pizzagate is real. I'm gonna shout it from the top of it. It is real. This is
Yeah, there's just too many questions, and they've all gone unanswered. And if you look at
look
what
at the
happened
kill
to,
room.
yeah, what the hell? I mean,
It's
do you guys know that? Dave, do you know the story of Ben Swan?
no,
Ben
no.
Swan is the guy that was he was like a really respected news anchor for a long time, and he just did a 5-minute segment on the questions regarding Pizzagate and the
Oh,
strange coincidences, and was fired immediately. Oh yeah, what the hell's up with this?
yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. This page gets darker and deep. There's 3 more pictures that I want everyone to see that are just like blow your head. Like, what
What
the
the hell?
fuck? Yeah. Okay.
Why?
So this
Why?
is what we're talking about, guys. When you see that, like when they're talking about
What the?
pizza and their
Oh my
fucking code, and this is the guy that owns Comet Pizza Ping Pong. Okay, this is the guy. Like, this is his Instagram page. He scrubbed it after the whole thing went down.
Why would he scrub it if there's nothing to hide?
Why
You
would he
know, if
scrub
there's
it? Yeah.
why get rid of it
Yeah. Yeah. No,
if
it's
you're
it.
innocent and you have nothing to hide?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
I mean, guys,
crazy. It's just nuts. And like apparently he also had more like artwork in Comet Ping Pong that was
yeah.
weird. And the artist does all sorts of weird like pedophile paintings and stuff where they have these large stick figures molesting little stick figures and holding little stick figures down while the large stick figure is on top of the little stick figure. And it's like, what in the hell is
And
up
they
with
were
this?
having drag shows there before it was popular to have drag shows for children. They were
Oh yeah,
doing
and
that
then
like a couple
there's that
years back.
video. Have you seen that video where somebody's wearing like a ski mask and doing like a stand-up comedy type routine and talking about we all have preferences?
Yeah, I
And then
seen
somebody's like
that. Oh
yelling,
my god.
little boys, you know,
What the
like
fuck,
what?
man? Yeah,
What?
yeah. And this
It's
is
it's
and
so
if
weird.
you go into like profiles like of Hillary Clinton and there's a couple, I think it Kamala Harris or they like their favorite place, ping pong pizza, like they put that in there still. Like it's crazy, man. They don't hide it.
Yeah. No, well, but they try to when they get ousted, and that is evidence of nefarious activity, in my opinion. It's like
Yeah.
if these things are benign, if there's nothing really harmful about it, or if there is no real code, then why would you take your stuff down?
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Now, Anthony Fauci is another DC mogul. He was appointed by Ronald Reagan. Okay. And Anthony Fauci has been in power for like 38 years at the head of the NIH.
Yeah,
He
he
is
wasn't
overseeing.
elected.
No, he was appointed.
Yeah. Never elected, but and I believe he's the highest paid
Highest paid in federal
government
government. That is
official. Yeah.
correct.
Holy
Yes.
shit.
Now, what's crazy is that he gave money from the NIH to the Wuhan lab to do gain of function research. This has been pretty much proven, if I'm not mistaken. And he denied. And you know, he even said that the Trump administration was going to face a surprise outbreak on January 10th of 2017. Okay, so and not to mention, like, let's think about this, and this will help you to understand how the deep state works. Okay, so the deep state is a fourth branch of government. Okay, we have three branches of government that are executive, legislative, and judicial. Executive, law enforcement; legislative, law creating; judicial, law adjudicating. And the founders separated these powers because they were dealing with tyranny, when they believed tyranny was the combination of all three of these powers into a centralized one power, centralized government. Okay, so the crown had the ability to create law, enforce law, and adjudicate law. Right? This is the founder's definition of tyranny. That's why they split it up. So the way that the system works is you have the highest level of law in the land, that is the Constitution. And then the Constitution gives the legislative branch the ability to create laws. These laws are comprised of statutes. These statutes end up creating regulations. And these regulations, it is up to these government agencies to create those regulations and enforce them. Right? Now, technically, it's the law enforcement, the executive branch's job to enforce the law of the land. But what has happened is that you have the Constitution, the laws, the statutes, and then these regulatory agencies are creating these regulations. And these regulations are a lot of the time, most of the time, actually written by the very corporations that these agencies are supposed to be regulating.
So lobbyists and stuff like that, you know.
That's correct. Yes, exactly. So, well, then what will also end up happening is that the regulators within these regulatory agencies, what they will do is they will get a nice little offer from, big pharma or whatever, in like the, FDA or NIH, and they'll say, look, if you just pass this regulation for us or look the other way on this drug and its side effects, then they're more than willing to offer these agents a cozy little job as on the board of one of these pharmaceutical companies, where they're making millions of dollars as opposed to hundreds of thousands working for the government. So then what happens is that these regulatory agencies create regulations that are created by the corporations that they're intended to regulate, so that it snuffs out competition. Then these regulatory agencies have their own law enforcement that enforce these regulations. And they also have their own administrative courts, where if somebody is caught to be violating these regulations, instead of being in federal court, they take these people from the system, from the economy, from their business. They bring them with the agency's law enforcement agents into a administrative court, not a federal court. And then in these administrative courts, these individuals are guilty until proven innocent. And the judge that is in these administrative courts is not going to go against the will of the administrative agency, of the regulatory agency. So in this way, they have combined all three branches of government that the founders sought to divide. They've combined them through regulations, they're creating law. Through their own law enforcement agencies, they are enforcing that law, and they have their own courts. So this is the deep state. It is this bureaucratic, over 500 bureaucratic agencies, over 500 regulatory agencies in the federal government that are regulating commerce, and they're colluding with corporations to use the government's monopoly on the initiation of force to force people to comply and to snuff out all competition. So we actually don't live in a capitalist society. We actually live in a fascist society, because like with Nazi Germany, what is it? A fascist society is corporate interests and government enforcement merging together. You see?
Yep.
So then when we get into how many of these corporations are international corporations, and they're owned by the same people who own the centralized banking systems like the Federal Reserve, we're beginning to see the top-down apparatus, where you have these less than 1%ers at the top that run the banks. They're also the same ones that run the international corporations. And then they lobby the government or blackmail individuals within the government to create regulations or create laws that enslave the people to debt, or force regulations that snuff out any competition and only allow these corporate big players, these 150 corporations, to dominate the market. And if we talk about like restraint of trade agreements and how these corporations have interlocked with one another so that they won't compete with one another, and each one of them can grow vertically in profits, then each one of these corporations is dominating their industry.
Yeah.
So wow. Fauci is one of these people that was sitting at the top of the NIH, or a regulatory agency, for 38 years. He was not elected, he was appointed. So Reagan appointed him. How long has Reagan been out of office? A very long time. But the person he placed into this extremely powerful position, the highest paid position in the government, has been in office for 30 something years, enforcing regulations that were created by Big Pharma for Big Pharma.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
You
one
see what I'm
big
saying?
racket. It's one big racket.
Now think about this, Dave. 500 federal regulatory agencies, and pretty much every single one of them is working together in this deep state apparatus, working together from the tops, where if you corrupt the top of the pyramid, then that person at the top of the pyramid can then corrupt the lower portions of the pyramid below them to be in sync with their agenda. And then everybody else below them is just in the pyramid and is in many cases forced to sign things like non-disclosure agreements, or they get secret or top secret clearances.
Yeah.
If they violate them, guess what? They're going to prison for 20 years. All of their assets are being seized. Their family won't be able to get a job.
Yeah, that's why you don't see any whistleblowers from the deep state.
Well, and if you do, you don't really hear about it in the Operation Mockingbird media, because the Operation Mockingbird media is designed to cover up for the state.
Of course. Yeah. As
You
we
see?
Yep.
So when we talk about Fauci and like AIDS or even COVID, we talk about the Wuhan labs, we talk about gain of function research, we talk about the production of these vaccines, we talk about the fact that he literally contradicted himself over and over and over again over the last 3 years.
Oh,
and the
even with
media
AIDS,
covered up
he
for him.
did the same thing. I mean, he made it sound like if you shook somebody's hand that had AIDS, that you would catch AIDS. He was really the one to start all that kind of crap.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what is this moving people toward? It's moving people toward centralized power, centralized control. It's moving people away from competition, away from independence, and the corruption in the deep state is allowed to grow and grow and grow exponentially. Because think about it. If you corrupt a president who's then going to appoint these government agents to these agencies, and that president is then appointing, this corrupt president is then appointing these corrupted members who stay in power for far longer than the president himself.
Yeah.
Well, then the corruption grows exponentially, especially if you can corrupt one president after another, after another, after another. And we just got done delineating how it is that people like, just for example, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush, Barack Obama, all of these people were corrupted.
Yeah.
And how they were corrupted.
Yeah.
You see? So this is how the deep state has grown exponentially in corruption. Now, the interesting thing is, though, because it's so corrupt all the way to its core, it is eventually, because it's rotten, the roots of the deep state itself have gotten root rot. And now it's dying from the inside out. It can't sustain itself.
No, people are starting to infiltrate it. Like good people are starting to infiltrate it. Whether it's judges that get elected fairly or different officials at lower levels, it starts to break down at some point.
Right. And people like Nancy Pelosi, for example, with her insider trading and the fact that she's a millionaire, her husband's a millionaire, the fact that she says things like you have to pass the bill to know what is in it. And that she gets away with that is proof of Operation Mockingbird. I mean, she was technically in charge of all the security for January 6th.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know
it was
what I'm
her
saying?
call to call in the National Guard, and she did not make that call.
She is a career politician, and she's a perfect example of the corruption in DC. She's been in office for 30 years. How could somebody with a district like Nancy Pelosi's get elected, not just elected over and over and over again, but all of a sudden become Speaker of the House more than once?
Yeah.
While you have all this insider trading. Now, what's interesting about insider trading is that, from what I understand, the fine for insider trading and being found guilty of it is just $200. So you could make $2 million and just pay a fine of $200 and get away with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is what happens when you allow criminals to write law.
Well, her husband has like statistically the best track record of stocks. I think in the last like 20 years, actually better than Warren Buffett. So you can actually pull up his site and you can track what Paul Pelosi's stock trades are. So you can actually play with and do what he does, and you can make yourself some good money.
Well, but then if you look at the times where he's investing in certain corporations in line with when the government gives out contracts to certain corporations, then you can really begin to see where and why he's making these trades.
Oh yeah, I mean they connect big time. And
now, go ahead.
Yeah, here's actually the page where you can track it. We'll put it in the link. So if you want to make some money off Paul and his trades, and go right ahead. I mean, the guy doesn't lose much.
Well, let's
if
think
he does
about this
lose,
for a
if he
second.
does lose, it's on purpose.
Yeah. Now let's think about this for a second, because how many more people are doing this?
Oh yeah, this is just the tip of the iceberg.
See what I'm saying? It's just the tip of the iceberg. How many other regulatory agencies are doing this? Whether agents are doing this, whether or not it be going to another corporation in which they're in charge of regulating, or buying stock in the corporation which they are supposed to be regulating, etc. And this is what government corruption looks like. This is what evidence of government corruption looks like. And I mean, there's that James O'Keefe video that came out recently where that BlackRock official was talking about how easy it was to buy a senator for 10 grand.
Yeah, I saw that video. That's also in our links if you want to check that one out. The guy tries playing it off like, "Oh, I'm a nobody. I didn't mean to say it." like they all do when they get caught. But yeah, that's a pretty damning video.
Well, and what's really crazy about it is how brazen they are. You know, in the fact that, like, look, if they were, why are they talking to somebody there? Because they are cool, because it's a cool thing to have the inside scoop, because they know what nobody else does. And yeah, I got some power.
Oh yeah.
You know
No,
what I mean?
very little amount of people can keep their mouth shut when they know something that's a big secret. You know, so yeah, it just goes to tell you that these people are out there, and how Keefe gets them all the time is remarkable. He just goes on dating websites or whatever, and like you said, they wanna brag and look like they're somebody.
Yeah.
That's
now, another thing, if I'm not mistaken, it was Project Veritas that did the whole thing inside of Planned Parenthoods, where they're talking about, like, underage sex workers that need abortions. And the woman was explaining to them how it is they could do the paperwork so that no federal.
He was dressed like a pimp too. He had like all this fucking ridiculous costume on when he's in there doing it. It is unbelievable. I think that was one of his first videos that kind of made him famous.
Well, but now, if we could get that picture pulled up of the Planned Parenthood buildings and how they're very similar to the step pyramids in Mesoamerica. I mean, and then we think about the fact that all these Planned Parenthoods are in largely minority communities. We're talking like literally 20 million Black children have been aborted before they were even able to be born. And then if we look into what Margaret Singer was saying about, people of a different race, people of color, and how they're like human weeds and stuff like that, and how they need to be exterminated, then it would make sense why this woman's facilities are in minority communities, because they're literally trying to wipe these people out before they can even be born.
Yeah. And one of Bill Gates's father was one of the members on the board at Planned Parenthood, one of the founders.
Yes, he was. I mean, speaking of, really quick, if we could get that picture pulled up though of the Planned Parenthood and the step pyramid. I don't know if you guys have that, but while we're waiting for that, Bill Gates, dude, this is a man that only got rich because he stole the ideas of people that trusted him so he could make money. Think about that.
Snake. Absolute snake.
Yes. Also a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. Has a depopulation agenda, right? He's also trying to block out the sun. I mean, chemtrails are a reality. I mean, John Brennan said it himself. They're called stratospheric aerosol injections.
Well, do you know what the most deadly creature on Earth is?
Human beings.
Well, no, actually more so the mosquito.
Oh yeah. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right.
So he just released mosquitoes that have malaria, GMO genetically modified mosquitoes into the fucking into the public, millions of them. So like if you can only imagine the consequences that's going to have on the
Oh
human
yeah, well
race.
now there's a malaria breakout in Florida and Texas. Okay,
Exactly.
here's the picture: child sacrifice then and now. That is not a coincidence. And how much you want to bet these Planned Parenthoods are built on ley lines? And
Oh
dude,
yeah.
there is evidence. There's a guy, an ex-satanic wizard named Zachary King, that talks about how he did satanic rituals in abortion clinics. And he also said he did satanic rituals, guess where? In Bohemian Grove.
Wow, shocking.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then we get into Bill Gates and his vaccines and how he's pushing all of these vaccines all over the world, and how polio wasn't really a big deal in India until Bill Gates came in with his vaccines.
Oh, till he showed up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now there's malaria for the first time in America in literally decades, if not centuries, because he's talking about releasing these mosquitoes. And in that lecture that he did, where he was talking about releasing these malaria infect mosquitoes on the public, he actually released a bunch of mosquitoes into the room.
Did he really? Oh my God.
Supposedly, yeah. That's what the video looked like to me.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's so
And dude,
diabolical, man.
There's video evidence of Bill Gates talking to the CIA about using vaccines to curb terrorism by creating vaccines and going to Middle Eastern countries. And in these vaccines, they have metals or some sort of like nanotechnology in them that targets the religious portions of people's brains.
Holy crap.
Yeah, dude. This man, Bill Gates, is evil. And like I said before, he is actually just a puppet. He's just a puppet.
Yeah, he's a spokesman.
And so you know who else is an evil puppet? Is that George Soros. That dude has ties to the Nazis. He was going around in his country and telling the Nazis where it is that the Jews were hiding. They would take him, like these people would take in George Soros knowing that he was a Jewish child, and then he would come in and find out where these people were at, and then he'd come out and tell the Nazis where they were at.
Yeah, and people don't believe that. They say, "Oh no, that's just you're making that up." No, that's actual facts. And like that, there's audio of him telling the story. I think it was on like 60 Minutes, like from a long time ago in an interview. And if I'm not mistaken, he's banned from a couple countries also.
Well, and the other thing is about Soros is that he was saying he was having a wonderful time while he was doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
That basically he enjoyed being the Nazis' lapdog.
Yeah. Yeah, sick, man. To sell your own like that in wartime.
Well, and what else is he doing? He's going from country to country to country and toppling governments. This guy's like a James Bond villain. He's going from country to country to country and toppling governments in the exact same way that the Nazis toppled governments in Europe. Okay, he's creating these socialist dystopias where he creates a puppet government that he controls, where he can get his hands on all the resources, and he does so through creating chaos.
Yep.
And then what else he does? You know what else he does? Is he actually buys up these foreign currencies when they plummet because of what he's done, and then when the currency begins to rise again, he ends up owning all the currency and enriching himself. He's a currency trader.
Yeah, man, that's dark.
He
actually just transferred his wealth over to his son Alex. So I mean, unfortunately, these people are not going away anytime soon.
His son apparently said that he's worse than his father.
Yeah, admittedly, he says he's much more political. He wants to get much more involved into that, which is just, just the thought of it.
If I'm not mistaken, George Soros' son actually was before Prince Harry got a hold of her, was fucking Meghan Markle.
Really?
Yeah,
that's not surprising.
So sex kitten, bro. I'm thinking sex kitten.
Oh yeah, exactly. Wow. Okay. Modern day. Yep.
So now that we have kind of a clear picture of all this, and let's talk about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden really quick, and then we'll kind of wrap things up by talking about
Sure.
DC and the ley lines.
Sure.
So Joe Biden was giving the eulogy at KKK Bird. What's his name? I think it's Robert Byrd. I'm forgetting his first name. This was the longest standing senator in United States history, and he was a member of the KKK, like an exalted cyclops. Okay, that's who this man was. Okay, and Biden gave a speech gave his eulogy at his funeral and said he was a close friend and an ally. All right,
Richard
Biden
Byrd?
also Richard Byrd. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Biden also said that he didn't want his kids growing up in a racial jungle. He also ran for president several times and lied in front of everybody about his education, saying he graduated with 2 degrees on a full scholarship and at top of his class. None of that was true.
You can find that video too. That's still circulating.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You can find it. He also said that he's the reason why we have the Biden-Clinton crime bill. He's sniffing freaking kids and touching people and touching kids inappropriately. He was literally showering with his own daughter, so much so that she was afraid to shower, so she waited until late at night to shower because she didn't want her father showering with her. Why would she be afraid of that? Was something going on in that shower that she really didn't like?
Of course. I mean, we know what he did with the Secret Service when the women were watching. When he had a Secret Service woman assigned to him, he would automatically go skinny dipping. It's like he's just a pervert. Like that was well documented. So it's just the guy is what he is. You know, we see it with all the photos. We see it with all the videos. Just 3 days ago, he got caught on camera groping Eva Longoria. He's grabbing her tits, and then she like grabs his hands and pulls him down real fast and yells 4 more years. Like these people are just complete idiots, man.
Well, and he also extorted that that I think it was like a head of state in Ukraine telling him that if he didn't drop the investigation into Hunter Biden, then or didn't fire the guy that was investigating Hunter Biden, he wasn't going to get $1 billion.
That's a quid pro.
Yeah. Pay for play, quid pro quo. Exactly. Then there's also all these top secret documents, some that he had when he was senator, some that he had when he was vice president, just sitting in his garage, when it just so happens that his son, Hunter Biden, is using that to entertain foreign diplomats and people from China. There's all this stuff where he's tied to Russia, Ukraine, and China and getting dirty money and how it's being filtered through Hunter. All of this is on the laptop. I mean, the crimes on Hunter Biden's laptop, of pedophilia, supposedly, money laundering, weighing crack, 10% for the big guy, working with China and Russia and Ukraine and these people that are known spies. I mean, and now he's charging $500,000 for finger paintings that are shite.
Well, did you see
what I mean?
His daughter that he had with the stripper? He wants nothing. He won't allow him to have the last name. He wants nothing to do with her at all. And the way he's gonna give child support is he's gonna give her a couple paintings. That was what the settlement was. Like my jaw almost dropped when I read it. I'm like, what? Like, it doesn't get any lower than that. Like, you're just a piece of shit of a human when you get to that level.
Now, think about this. There was cocaine literally found in the White House recently.
Yeah.
Right? There's all this stuff regarding like prostitution on these laptops. There's actually picture on this laptop, and there's also pictures of him holding a gun. Now, here's the thing. If you're a felon and you have a gun, you can get up to 10 to 15 years. I knew people in prison that were getting 10 years, 15 years for just being a felon and being in a car where there was a gun inside of a backpack in the back seat. Okay. He has pictures of himself weighing crack, fucking hookers, in some cases, even women that look underage. Okay. He has pictures and video of himself holding firearms. Okay. Now, why is he not being charged?
Yeah. No, it's
The evidence is all there. I mean, let alone with like espionage and like in working with foreign intelligence agents and stuff like that. You know, where are the charges?
well,
And
it
so
seems like
once
the
again,
mainstream media is starting to pick up more on this stuff. Do you think
well, they
that
want to
like
get
they're
rid of Biden.
I
That's
was
what
going
it
to
is.
ask
They
you
want to get
that.
rid of Biden.
Do you think this is what they're the ammunition they're gonna use to just out him and get rid of him? Yeah, I think so too. It looks just right
Yeah,
out their
but
playbook.
if they really wanted to charge Hunter and Joe, they could have done so a long time ago before the 2020 election.
Of
And I
course,
mean, then
yeah.
we get into like how the FBI and the CIA were colluding for this Russia story, knowing that the person that they were getting the information was somebody that they knew was or believed was a Russian spy, and how they didn't investigate who it was. They didn't investigate these claims. They just used it to create this FISA warrant that they knew all this information in the dossier was fake and coming from Hillary Clinton. And then they spied on Trump's campaign. Then they spied on him while he was in the White House. They tried to impeach him. I mean, like, what would evidence of government corruption look like? Why would they go after somebody like that so much? Why would they not go after these other people at all?
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So this is the deep state. This is the shadow government. And anybody that isn't a part of this little pedophile, satanic, corrupt crew that is trying to destroy this country and create a one world government, new world order, globalist system is vilified, ostracized, and kicked out of DC. You see? Now, let's talk for a second about the ley lines. If we could get those pictures pulled up really quick, it's really important that we pull those up, because now we're going to tie all of this stuff together when we talk about the ley lines, and we're going to take things from the beginning of the episode and we're going to delineate and talk about how all these things interconnect with each other, because they all do interconnect. The ancient rituals, the vortexes, the ley lines. Okay, yeah, there we go. So each of these points on the star and on the cube are buildings of power that are built on the ley lines. Okay. And Washington, D.C. is built out on these electromagnetic ley lines for a reason. And from what I understand, that where that eye is at, that is where the Masonic temple in D.C. is at. Okay. So these are the ley lines in D.C. Okay. This is, yeah, there you go. Good. So these are where these buildings of power are built. Now, these buildings of power, what are they doing? They are creating law. Now, in this creation of law, what are they doing? They are creating a ritual. They are doing a ritual. You see, because there are times for people to speak. There are times for people to sit down. There's the pounding of the gavel. Yeah, see, there's the Pentagon. Okay. There's the pounding of the gavel. Okay, there's the ritual of creating law. Now, what is law? Law is words. What are words? Words are code or spells, you see? And then now those laws then dictate our emotions, our thoughts, what we can buy, what we can sell, what we can't buy, what we can't sell, what is legal, what is illegal, etc. And if we have these criminals and these deep state people writing these laws in favor of corporations, in favor of the banks, in removing public money from public hands into private hands through proxy wars, the military industrial complex, non-government organizations, etc., then what we are witnessing is they're using this ability to write law to create bad code. And that bad code is having a negative effect on everybody in the country, keeping all of our vibes low. So, and then it is from DC that all of this stuff, like the deep underground military bases, the psychotronic weaponry, the top secret clearances, the NDAs, the government agencies, all of this stuff, the regulatory agencies, this is where it's all emanating from.
Well, because originally this was all in Philadelphia and they moved it here for these reasons.
Well, kind of. I think that it was moved there for the ley lines, yes, but that doesn't mean that the founders intended it for it to get out of control like this. They were just putting it on these these ley lines so that they could channel these this power, this
because most of them are Masons. Power. Yeah, they knew about this.
Right. So let's go from the top. Ancient occultic rituals in Sumer, Egypt, Babylon, the Canaanites, the Aztecs, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, and the Catholic Church, England. All of these things have three things in common: money magic, slavery, and human and child sacrifice, creating a system that is entirely based on fear and oppression and the suppression of the collective consciousness. Often these civilizations did these things in temples, did these sacrifices on altars and stuff in temples built on ley lines. Then we get into low frequencies of cymatics, and we get into high frequencies of cymatics, how those cymatic frequencies affect our minds and our bodies, how these cymatic frequencies create different dimensions, and within these different dimensions are entities that are either positive or negative, right? We get into the mystery schools and how the ancient mystery schools were bifurcated in a death magic, black magic, parasitic system that is harvesting adrenochrome and drinking blood and working with demonic entities and creating loosh so that these entities can be fed. And then we have the other side that is the law of one, the spirit-based stuff, where they're consuming psychoactive plants and they're doing their rituals and their songs and stuff in these harmonic chambers, and they're raising the consciousness of the species, raising the consciousness of the planet, and they're working with angels and angelic beings. We get into egregores and how it is that our DNA is creating the light and information that is feeding into these larger energy bubbles, these larger thought and emotion bubbles that are being fed into the ley lines on the grid system, in these temples, in these harmonic chambers, and how these egregores can either be based in love or based in fear, based in positive emotions or negative emotions, and how that affects the timelines and the collective consciousness of the planet. How it is that in some cases these egregores can be like food for these demonic entities to feed off of all the low frequencies that are being channeled into these ley lines and these vortexes in these ecosystems. Then we get into the secret societies and the Freemasons, and how it is that these secret societies are actually like distillations of these ancient mystery schools that understand all of these things, that understand the ley lines and understand these buildings of power, that understand the egregores, that understand love versus loosh and all that stuff. We get into the founding of the United States of America and the founding fathers being Freemasons and giving the finger to all these people in Europe that are these corrupt Freemasons doing all this sick shit that has been done over the centuries, that have been done over the millennia. We get into people like Hegelian philosophy and Karl Marx and Albert Pike and communism, and how it is that it all relates to this idea of creating a government that gives people their rights, not God-given rights like what were established with the founding fathers and these good Freemasons, these Christian Freemasons. We get into Crowley and the Thelemites and Satanism, and how it is that that plays a role in the infiltration of these Masonic lodges, bringing Satanism back into these Masonic lodges, and how it is that he actually allied himself with a demonic entity that he met up with in the pyramid in Giza when he did a satanic ritual, and how he brought this channeled information from this evil entity in this other dimension and brought it into the book of the law, and how that influenced all these other Thelemites, how they ended up infiltrating the Masonic lodges and the Illuminati through the Order de Temple Orientis, etc. We get into Leo Zagami and how he blew the whistle on this in the Confessions of the Illuminati. Then we get into the Federal Reserve and money magic. Once again, money magic, debt-based currency, creating money or value out of thin air, and how it involves the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, JP Morgan, the Carnegies, the et cetera, et cetera. How the Rockefellers created the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, how it is that all of this stuff was designed to own and control all the resources and all the labor in the country. We get into the creature from Jekyll Island, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Then we get into Edward Bernays and the creation of propaganda and this invisible government arm, and how it is that all of these crimes and all of this evil stuff that is going on can be easily masked through propaganda and the controlling of the minds of the people. We get into the way that Edward Bernays inspired Joseph Goebbels and the Nazis, how the Nazis have a connection to IG Farben, how they also have a connection to the occult, and espionage in IG Farben and the occult, and how these things merge together to create this basically industrial powerhouse, how it involves the Vril Society and the creation of technology that we wanted as a government, how it involves Prescott Bush as Hitler's bookkeeper and et cetera, how that it ties into George H.W. Bush and how he became CIA director after after Kennedy's assassination, how it ties into Bohemian Grove, and how George W. Bush was the president during 9/11, and all the loosh that was created from all of these events, whether it be World War I or World War II or Kennedy's assassination or the stuff going on in Bohemian Grove or the stuff that happened with 9/11. Then we get into the DUMBs and the deep underground military bases, and how all of these deep underground military bases have technology that could very well free humanity, that they have over 5,000 to 6,000 disruptive patents that have become classified because it would actually destroy these monopolies that these 150 corporations have over the people, right? And if this technology was released, it would actually give everybody independence. So in these deep underground military bases, you have a breakaway civilization. Within these deep underground military bases, you have all sorts of technology. You have all sorts of different laws and stuff, because all the people in these bases have signed NDAs and have top secret clearances, etc. You also have the psychotronic weaponry and the use of frequencies to control people's minds. Right? You have the satellites that they control. You have the communication towers they control. You have the military presence in each of these cities where these military bases are at. How that relates to the CIA, and the CIA actually is in many of these deep underground military bases. We have Operation Paperclip, and the infiltration of our system by Nazis, 1,500 Nazi scientists, doctors, and intelligence agents. The stealing of gold from the Japanese and the Nazis at the end of World War II, and how that created black budget money for them to do all this stuff off the books. We have Operation Northwoods. We have Operation Mockingbird, MK Ultra, which Operation Mockingbird and MK Ultra are like mind control operations. Same thing with Project Monarch. We have the infiltration into Hollywood. We have the Kennedy assassination. We have the training and funding of terrorists in Al-Qaeda. We have the Iran-Contra and the cocaine scandal. We have the Russian hoax that we just got done talking about. We have the child sex trafficking networks that are used to blackmail everybody. We have Jeffrey Epstein. We have Bohemian Grove. Okay, we have the Skull and Bones Society, and how they've corrupted the Ivy Leagues. And Ivy Leagues are what? Law and medicine. Okay, we have things like the secret societies and the intelligence agencies working together. We have people like Nixon and Reagan and Ford and Kissinger and stuff like that being seen in Bohemian Grove, and how it is that these are like elite hubs so that they can get blackmail information on these high-level officials. That way they can get these corrupted individuals into the agencies, the regulatory agencies, by corrupting the presidency, and how the deep state can grow exponentially by hiring corrupt people into these regulatory agencies and keeping them there for decades. We have Michael Aquino and his scandals. We have Lawrence King and the Franklin cover-up. We didn't even really mention Barney Frank and the child sex trafficking ring that Barney Frank had going on.
We didn't.
We didn't even mention Anthony Weiner and his laptop.
No, I mean, there's so much. When we could go for days and
Dennis
days.
Hastert.
But we're gonna do we're gonna deep dive on a lot of these people and do special shows just on them. So a lot more to come.
Well, and we also didn't even talk about Ronald Bernard, that Dutch international banker that blew the whistle when he was asked to sacrifice an infant at one of these satanic rituals in order to make more money. Okay. Then we got Bill Clinton flying on Jeffrey Epstein's plane and going to his island. Jeffrey Epstein was Mossad. He was working with CIA. He was doing all this creepy stuff that was out of the book of the law written by Aleister Crowley. We have Hillary Clinton and her body count, Seth Rich, the emails, Frazzle Drip, the Podesta brothers, the artwork in their room, in their home, the Red Shoe Club, the emails leaked, the spirit cooking, Comet Ping Pong and their connection to James Alefantis. We have the weird artwork on his in his pizza parlor, or the weird stuff that's all over his Instagram. We got people like Anthony Fauci heading the NIH for like 38 years. We've got people like Nancy Pelosi somehow staying as a representative in the Congress and a Speaker of the House for 30 years. And
I just found out her nephew is Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Go figure.
I heard about that. I'm not surprised. I don't know. I've heard that it's not true, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Then we got people like Bill Gates and George Soros that are these large international players that are doing things for these cabal, for the New World Order. These people are puppets for people like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, etc. Then we got corporations like BlackRock that are consolidating all of this corporate power and controlling the corporatocracy that's trying to rule the world and controlling all of the resources and all of the labor and all that stuff. We got the fact that Planned Parenthood is in all of these freaking minority communities. So what do we have in common here? I mean, let alone Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and all the scandals there. What we have is this, you guys, and this is the deep state, okay? What we have is a cabal of people that are Luciferian or Satanists or practicing black magic or and therefore in many cases are demonically possessed. Okay, they are like parasites or locusts. They're like these vampires, these energy vampires. And why pedophilia ends up connecting all of it is because they are literally sucking these children of their life force while they're raping them, while they are harming them. They're creating all of this loosh. Okay, and they're transporting the drugs, the guns, the children, the all of this illegal activity, illegal artwork and stuff like that through these tunnels that are underneath buildings like the Getty Museum, underneath things like, yes, the White House, under buildings like the Capitol buildings throughout the country, under, you know, studios like in Hollywood, I would bet. Okay, and all of these tunnels interconnect. They go to places like corporations like Walmart and stuff like that. They go to corporations like Costco. They go to malls in certain areas. Okay, here in Phoenix, there's a mall that's called Arrowhead Mall that has the pedophile triangle symbol as their official logo. Okay, and it's right by the bathrooms, and it's also on the signs leading up to the mall itself. And it just so happens that there's like this restaurant that is like a mile away where this pedophile symbol is, kind of directing people to the mall. There's a restaurant that has the bloody handprint as a fish. So it's like a fish restaurant, and then it's right next to Bush's Chicken. There's also a pizza parlor right down the road, all with these symbols. Okay. Oh, dude, it's crazy. So this is the apparatus, okay? And the deep underground military bases are the places where they do these medical experiments, where they do things like cloning, where they do things like genetic experimentation, where they do things like the creation of nanotechnology and AI and all of that stuff. And it all interconnects. I mean, we haven't even gotten into Ericsson and how it is that this corporation controls all of the communication all over the world, that they're in charge of the missing child hotline. They're in charge of all of our 911 calls. They're actually the largest controller of all the child pornography that's floating around on the web. Okay. All of this stuff plays a role into the deep state. All of this stuff converges to create something called full spectrum dominance. Now, I think we covered this prior, but I'm just going to go over it again. Full spectrum dominance is where you have, and this is the most important part, where you have control of the minds of the public, psychological warfare. Okay, so by controlling the minds of the public, then you are from there able to control the land, the seas, the air and the airspace, the subterranean, deep underground military bases, space and satellites, chemical and biological agents, and technology, the cell phones, the televisions, the computers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so this is full spectrum dominance, and that's what these corporations, these banks, and these corrupt governments have. Okay, and it's about controlling and owning all of the resources and controlling and owning all of the labor associated with the extraction of these resources. Now, what do we see with all of these things on not just in the United States and in DC, but on a global scale? We see money magic, we see human and child sacrifice, and we see global slavery. I mean, we haven't even gotten into the $150 billion a year child and human trafficking industry, which is the modern day slave industry, modern day slave trade, and how it is that child trafficking and the use of these individuals for these sacrifices and stuff like that, how it reflects all of the stuff that was going on in ancient times. It's just a modern version at this point.
Yeah.
Does all that make sense?
Wow. Yeah, you wrapped that in quite the bow, my friend. That was impressive.
So really quick though, let's talk
Yeah.
about, because I don't like talking about problems without offering solutions, okay?
Sure.
The goal of all of this is to control the collective consciousness of the planet and of the species. Okay, to not just own and control all the resources and all the labor, but mostly to control the consciousness of our species through fear. Okay, this is why Operation Mockingbird pushes outrage and fear all the time. This is why anything that is counter to their narrative gets censored. This is also why it is that they are pushing war and chaos and famine and all this other stuff, and the idea that only if you trust them will this end, because our rights are inalienable. They're given to us by God, not by the state. Okay, so they can't be taken, they can only be surrendered. Okay, so they're trying to create this massive fear campaign through psychological warfare techniques, which, thanks to Barack Obama in 2014, was now made legal to do in the United States. They're pushing this propaganda, this fear-based propaganda, so that we will willingly hand over our God-given rights. We will willingly surrender them. So the kicker here is that we don't need to fight these people physically. We don't need to, quote unquote, have an uprising in our behavior. We need to raise our consciousness.
Yeah.
We need to overcome this fear-based grid. And we need to, and this is why I advocate for the idea of every single Saturday, when none of these political parasites are in these buildings, like on the ley lines in the capitals, we go down to our capitals in our states or in our nation, and we pray, we meditate, we bring positive vibes. We don't protest, we invest positive vibrations into the ley lines. And we do so at 3 o'clock on the East Coast, and we do so at 12 o'clock on the West Coast every single Saturday. And we invest positive energy into the ley lines and the grid system. We also talk about Dr. Rife and his machine and its cure for cancer and all other diseases. We talk about Tesla Tower technology and how it can give us infinite free, clean, wireless electricity, how it can be used as a communication tower, so we don't have to use these communication towers that are owned by these less than 1%ers. We can use them as a transportation grid, using these electromagnetic ley lines as a transportation grid in the sky. And Nikola Tesla actually invented a car that runs off of this energy. It's actually not even it's an aerial vehicle that runs off of the Tesla Tower energy. We can also use it to control the weather and get rid of all the pollution. We can also use it to stop all the chemtrails and all of that stuff, right? So these are the solutions. And going down to the ley lines and investing positive energy into the ley lines, changing our minds, no longer allowing them to control our minds through fear, raising the consciousness of the species, understanding that each of these technologies, Tesla Tower technology and Dr. Rife's machine, they operate based on understanding energy, frequency, and vibration. And if Nikola Tesla said himself, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. So when we understand how this technology works, then the secrets of the universe literally unfold before us. And as people research these technologies, they realize that in the early 1900s, we had these things, but these same corrupt sons of bitches that created the Federal Reserve and Big Pharma are the same people that stood in the way of these things from the beginning. So now the government corruption is exposed to these people researching this stuff and how far back it goes. They also learn how all these technologies can free us and give us all independence and render the old system obsolete. So it's not about fighting the old system, it's about creating a new one that makes the old system obsolete. And as they understand how this technology works, the secrets of the universe unfold before them. So our spiritual consciousness will grow, and we will literally understand how it is that life works in the spiritual sense as well.
Wow. I think that's a very positive note to end this one on. Very well done there at the end.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very well done. Yeah, I don't have much to add after that.
Well, it's really all very clear when you look at it through these lenses, and
Yeah.
you understand that these buildings are designed to control our consciousness through the creation of law.
Yeah.
And if the criminals are the ones writing the law, then they are going to keep themselves in power and continue to keep the people suppressed through their money magic, through their slavery, through their human and child sacrifices.
Yeah. Would you suggest people just kind of tune out the negative news, and that helps raise their consciousness?
Well, yes, I would suggest that we, like, for example, there's all this fear about nuclear war with Russia. I
Yeah.
honestly think that's propaganda designed to create more fear and more loosh.
Right. That sounds like a perfect opportunity to do it.
COVID created a lot of fear, a lot of loosh.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's because we were raising the consciousness of the planet. So they needed something to wrap around everybody and get their tentacles back on us, because
Yeah.
we were starting to lift out of their corrupt system. And then
Yeah.
there's also, like,
yeah.
the gold-based currency, and we need to create a new form of currency. But, that it all interlinks. And yes, tune out the bad stuff. That doesn't mean to ignore it completely, because we need to rescue these children. We need to end
Of
child
course.
and human
Yeah.
trafficking. We need to end the slave trade. But the only way that we're going to be able to do that is not by just dumping all of this heavy shit on people. What we have to do is we have to tell them the truth about what's going on, and then offer them very real solutions that will empower them as individuals and raise their consciousness after it's had all this heavy stuff put on top of it.
Yeah. I agree, man. I agree.
So,
That's definitely a solution.
So talk about Tesla Tower technology. Everybody likes the idea of infinite free, clean, wireless electricity. Everybody likes the idea of flying vehicles. Everybody likes the idea of a decentralized communication grid that doesn't censor people. Everybody likes the idea of no more pollution and no more disease. Everybody likes the idea that actually you can use these frequencies to generate massive amounts of food and crops, because plants grow based on frequencies.
It's all
Okay.
about
So
being
there's
able
all,
to tap into that stuff, though, It's just
well,
waking
yeah.
everybody up to tap into it.
Yes. And
the
that's why we have
problem.
to raise the consciousness.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And talking about cure for cancer, everybody can get behind that. The only people that can't get
for
behind
sure.
that is big pharma and these corrupt government officials that'll stop their money train.
Of course. Yeah. I think everyone's
So
been
those are the
affected by
things that we can talk about that will lift the consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And not everybody's going to be able to handle the truth about what's happening to these kids.
Yeah. Of course not, man. It's a really brutal reality that that we have to accept in order to get past it.
Yes. Yes. And we could go on, but I think that really kind of wraps it up. What do you think, Dave?
I do too, man. I think that was a great episode. That's a lot of information for people to take in. If you can't finish it in one sitting, chop it up, take a couple minutes, well worth the full watch though. Please give it a like if you liked what we talked about, and a follow. And we definitely have more stuff planned ahead for you guys.
And please share it, share it with people. The whole point of all this is to educate people. It's to help raise the consciousness, because that's the real issue, is that we are not very well educated as a public. So spread it around.
Yeah, please spread this around, because we're working hard on it. And the reason we're working so hard is because we want people to know a lot of the stuff that we might know or might have got some knowledge on. And we need to pass that along. It's the most important thing that any of us can do.
Amen to that.
All right, guys.
We are lifting the veil, brother.
Yes, sir. Well, with that, we will see you guys next time. Y'all have a great evening.
God bless. Namaste.
All right, Dr. Keck, can you hear me?
I could hear you. Welcome.
Steven, can you hear me? All right, we got that all taken care of then. Everyone, I just want to thank you for joining Dr. Keck, Stephen D. Kelley, John from We Want Answers, and myself to talk about a really wild and bizarre subject, which is the Getty Museum and what exactly is going on underneath it. Dr. Keck has a super informative page that covers a wide variety of topics, and we are happy to have him as a co-host tonight. We also have John from We Want Answers 28. It's a new page we have started on X that will cover different topics and other different content other than Return to Cappy page. Last but certainly not least is Stephen D. Kelley, a former NSA CIA contractor that has been sounding the alarm and calling for criminal investigations about child trafficking at the Getty Museum in LA. He is the originator of the Occupy the Getty movement, and we just want to thank you for coming on here tonight, Stephen. Dr. Keck, did you have anything that you wanted to add before we jumped in?
Well, I want to thank you for having me. It's a great thing to be back on Twitter and doing these spaces. It's been a while. You know, for those of you that are not familiar with the Occupy the Getty, this has been going on. Steve's been doing this for, I don't know. I mean, he can get into that after, but I mean, I would say at least 5+ years. And we all know that Hollywood in that area in Los Angeles, there's some underground activity that's been spoken about by many whistleblowers. There's supposedly, an underground tunnel underneath the Playboy Mansion. It's supposed to go to like celebrity houses and connect all these things. So I'm sure Steve can get into with that. We've all heard of the DUMBs, the deep underground military bases. With Phil Schneider, if you haven't heard of him. Dulce, New Mexico. There's a big underground facility over there that he had interactions with some entities down there that supposedly blew off his fingers and put a hole in his chest. So we've been hearing a lot of this stuff for a long time. So I think it'll be a great opportunity to shed some light and to kind of confirm some things to other people that have been studying this for as long as he has. But I want to thank you all for being here. It's been a while that I haven't gone live, so I appreciate you being here, and thanks for having me.
So yeah, Stephen, if you don't mind, if you want to take us back to the start and tell us a little bit about your early life, and yeah, that would be great.
I want to ask one thing, like because this is a crazy kind of situation. Like we have this man Steve here that is blowing the whistle like on this big gigantic situation that he's been spending a lot of time doing this. So like, I mean, I'd like to ask you, Steve. I mean, you're putting your name on the line to all these people, and you're exposing who you are. You're exposing like a lot of things about this stuff. So, I. Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy thing. I mean, going from CIA, these three-letter agencies and all that stuff, and then becoming a whistleblower, exposing the whole entire thing. I mean, I think it's and you putting your name on the line. So like, I think it's like it's a ballsy thing to do. It's courageous. I appreciate you doing this. We need a lot more people like that to blow the whistle. But
Hey, Stephen, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm getting a ton of people in the comments saying they can't hear you. No, I can hear you loud and clear. I don't know if it's a technical issue with X,
There too, but sometimes if you back out and come back in, it might refresh. But I could hear it. I mean, I heard you since the beginning, but there's comments.
Yeah, I think it's an X issue because I can hear you guys fine, but it seems like most of the audience cannot.
If you can't hear him, put your thumb down, or if you can hear him, put your thumb up.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Can you guys hear me? Put your thumb up if you can. Wow. No, it's not. It's definitely not like that. This is something on X's issue. We could, like Dr. Keck said, maybe if you want to try leaving the space, and then we'll try and bring you back up. Yeah, try leaving the space completely, and then when you come back in,
You can hear me, Dave?
I can hear you, John.
Okay, because I heard him fine, but at first I didn't, and I refreshed it and still didn't, and then it like faded in. But I don't think it was his end at all.
No, it's not his end. It's something
because he was coming in clear, and then it said you guys were. It said you and Keck were muted. It was really weird.
They're after us.
It's the guard. Yeah,
that's what it is.
It definitely is. It's got to be. But all right, I'm gonna help you.
There's some things they don't want talked about, and this could be one of them. But we are going to try. Don't worry, guys.
Yep.
Just bear with us for a minute here.
And we'll take questions and stuff after, but just be patient because we want to get to the substance first, and then we'll do the questions after.
Is it working at all?
I can hear you.
All right. Well,
give it a thumbs up if you can hear Steven. Steven, say
testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. darn this stuff! I swear. Hey.
I see a lot of thumbs
up. All right, okay. I got my mouth and got the microphone right in my mouth. Hey, tell me about the roof. Talk about, they don't want this. Last time we did this, you had the roof come crashing in? Active God.
Oh my God, man. Yeah, in my garage, literally a half hour before.
Literally,
it wasn't even like
half
a crazy
hour,
rain.
20 minutes, right?
Yeah, unbelievable, man. And they don't want it getting out there, but we're gonna get it out there.
They don't want this out there.
That's what we do.
All right, I guess, let me just backtrack a little bit because of the thing. But the thing is that because I'm...
Oh, and then I do ask, when you're not talking, just mute your mic.
All right, let me try to...
But when you are talking, by all means, let it rip.
Okay, I have to try to find a stupid thing to do that. But, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. All right, there it is. I found the button. All right. The point is that the reason why I can do this, there's a lot of reasons, but it's like I am the witness. I know where everything is. I know who did what. I've got all this stuff. They can't take me to court, and but I'll get into all that really good stuff. We could take a lot of time tonight. Seriously, you guys. I booked the whole night. If you want to do this, we can do this as long as you want. But all right, back to this optics business. Okay, so that was really where it started, okay? And this was when lasers didn't really, were just starting, all that stuff. There's 3 technologies that we got after Roswell. Microphoto,
I'm sorry, for people that weren't able to hear, Steven is an ex-CIA and NSA contractor, and you're getting in, are you getting
I'll get into
the
all the CIA stuff, but what I want to do is I'm working up to the Getty, because the CIA stuff came right after the optics stuff. Okay, so I'm doing the optics stuff, and I did that until 85, and then I leave PerkinElmer, which was a big company that made, I ran big departments over there, massive optics department, and like I said, I was a prima donna. I came and went. We did everything over there. We were every military thing you could imagine we worked on over there. But one night I up and quit. I didn't really quit. I went and took a leave of absence, but I went to work with my brother. And my brother had another company. It was another laser company, but he had attracted the attention of the CIA. And we didn't really know at this time, but it wasn't really the CIA. It was actually this mafia called Intertel, which is what all the CIA and NSA is, but we'll get to that. So the guy that contacted him was a guy named Don Nixon. Don Nixon was the nephew of Richard Nixon, President Richard Nixon. And when I heard about this guy and met him, I thought he was just a wannabe CIA because he kind of came off as somebody well connected politically, but not real CIA. Somebody that would put you in touch with the real CIA. But the first gig that we got with these guys, which we thought was the CIA, was during the Iran-Iraq war, and Saddam Hussein wanted Motorola radios and a whole bunch of stuff, and we were the patsies that helped set that stuff up, and that was the first thing we ever did with these guys. And that fell apart when he wanted phased array radar systems, and the FBI got involved, and then everything got quiet for a while, and then the next time the CIA popped up was, let me see, roughly 1990, several years later. A bunch of other stuff happened between that period, but we'll go straight to this. And this was actually the Oliver North gang. This was the NSA. I didn't know this at the time. I thought it was just the CIA, but the Don Nixon guy put this together. And it turned out that Don Nixon guy was actually like number 2 in this mafia, being run by a guy named Robert Vesco. We'll get to that. But anyway, they wanted me to make lasers, solid-state lasers. Okay, solid-state had just came out. The Japanese Toshiba, I guess it was, had just invented the silly thing. And this was the big deal because the glass tubes on guns didn't work really good. And this was a little tiny solid-state thing that could take the abuse of a firearm. So the CIA, of course, what we thought was the CIA, wanted a whole bunch of these things to sell to the Contras so they could use them to kill Sandinistas. This was during the whole Iran-Contra thing, before Iran-Contra, obviously. But so that's when I got recruited, and I went and talked to my dad about this. This is right before he died. This is before I even knew he was ex-CIA. And I said, well, what do you think? CIA guys, is this cool? Should I do this job? He said, yeah, go for it. Anyway, it turned out it wasn't the CIA. It was actually the NSA. I didn't even know it was the Oliver North gang, but they had a contract. They gave me a contract for like, let me see, what was it, 600,000 lasers or some ridiculous amount of lasers. It was a bunch of money. It was like $1 million for me. But the whole time we were doing this thing, they were just trying to screw me over. They wanted to steal the stuff, but I had it, figured out that they couldn't screw me over. After about a year or so, I bailed on them. But before that happened, I realized who I was dealing with, okay? This is when I had, about 1990, when I had my big wake-up. And that was when they told me about how they would go in these villages and kill everybody. This was these, I don't know what you want to call it, the anti-communist operations in Honduras and El Salvador and places like that. They would go in there and they would just wipe everybody out. And they would fly in a big bulldozer on a helicopter, and that bulldozer would make a ditch and push everything in the ditch and fly away. And this is when I kind of freaked out. I was pretty naive up until that point, and I was, average American kid, one nation under God, all that stuff. I believed what I was programmed. My religion, my school, everything, I believed that stuff, and I was confronted with the reality that my country wasn't the good guys that we were told to believe, they went around killing innocent men, women, and children, and they're animals. It's when they started telling me about killing all the animals is when I really freaked out. It's when they said, oh, and killing the chickens. I'm thinking, why the hell do they need to kill the chickens? That's insane. Anyway, so that's when I started having this big falling out, and I realized they were out to screw me. And the whole time this was going on, they were trying to ship me off to Area 51. And this is a reoccurring thing, believe it or not. But so I had my big falling out with these guys, and for a whole year, I'm expecting them to kill me, because I took them. Oh, just hang this up. I took them for a bunch of money. I didn't really take them for money, but I built a bunch of product for them. When they screwed me over, I kept the product that was in my possession, which was like over $100,000 worth of lasers, and I lived on that. But I figured for sure they were going to come and get me, and I hooked up with this guy with some body armor, which I wore for about a year. But this dude hooked me up with Billy Meyer. Now, if you guys, anyone doesn't know who Billy Meyer is, he's the one-armed Swiss bus driver who hooked up with the Palladian entities years ago and had all kinds of incredible interaction. Now, whether you believe that or not doesn't really matter, because for me, the way that you understand, or the best way to know that something is real is by the way the CIA and everybody reacts. And once I started dealing with these Billy Meyer people, all the CIA, I mean, I'm used to having people listening in on the phones and following me around and all that stuff. You know, that's typical CIA stuff, but it really got heavy when I started messing around with these UFO people. And they hooked me up with they wanted me to be like working with them for security and also technology, because I was a very big microphotolithography expert, and they had samples of material from these, entities, which were actually pieces of UFO. And I kind of analyzed this stuff and figured out how to make UFOs, which really got stuff going crazy. But the other thing also was because of my laser guns and all this, I was like this big gun person, okay? I was on the cover of Guns and Ammo. I was in all the gun magazines. I sold lots and lots of gun sights. I still have the most accurate laser gun sight in the world, the Law 17. Of course, I'm not a business, but okay, but let me try to fast forward as quick as I can. But so after the Billy Meyer business, I had a series of people coming around that were like handlers. One of them was when I was working on this project called the Plasma Beam, which was like a big flashlight, but we were trying to turn it into a weapon. And this guy came along, and he was helping me hook up do some marketing for me with some big police agencies. And this guy turned out to be a damn alien. I'm on the show. God. Anyway, but that was crazy. This is all in my book, but that was when I first heard about the cavers. Okay, because this guy, his name was Vince. He was a pretty nice guy, but he talked about the bunkers a little bit. He was, he didn't hide a whole lot, and he probably said a little bit too much, because when I found the protocols of the Elders of Zion, and I found that part in the protocols where they talk about the metropolitans, the underground bunkers, and all this stuff. So I presented that to him. I sent him an email with that, and he freaked out. And right away he starts telling me, "Oh, we're not Jews, we're not Nazis, we're actually both," and that freaked me out for a whole year. But more crazy stuff happened. Let me see. There was another guy named, what was it? I can't remember what his name was at the moment. But the point is that he was another one of these handlers, and he tried to get me out to Area 51. He was a big guy with the Area 51 business, and his whole thing was UFO stuff. And I knew this because one of the products, or one of the things that I was working on when I was doing my company, was silver forming, very thick silver electroforming, which is basically taking pure silver and coating some object with it relatively thick, not like a plating, but like several thousands thick. And I realized that this was part of the process that they're used for making these UFO things, because the UFO stuff was a UFO is basically a big giant semiconductor, but anyway, that guy, he was a full-on caver, but he ran away, and this is when I realized these guys were really scared of me, because I was pretty scary back then. I was a guy that could put a bullet hole through a bullet hole, if you know what I mean. I was that kind of a shooter. with a Glock or an MP5 or something like that. And I packed, I was like Doc Holliday back in those days. But the point is that my experience with those guys showed me what it was like to be recruited. So a few years later, my brother met this guy. A friend of his had another buddy who was a son of a Mason, of course, and he was this high-paid, CPA, an accountant. But basically, he was being recruited to be the trust fund manager of the Getty, the guy that ran the checkbook for the foundation, lots and lots of money. And as I heard the story about what was going on with this guy, I realized that he was being recruited because it sounded so similar to what I went through. So I started filling him with information, kind of briefing him through the process. And now they never met me this whole time. They never, the Getty people, whatever, this guy Jim, that was the Getty guy, he hadn't met me, but he was talking through my brother. But Jim got recruited to be one of them, and this is where we really started finding out about everything. We didn't really know yet at this point about the bunker, but we knew that the Getty was an NSA complex, and we knew that these guys were Templars, and we knew that they followed the Magna Carta. That was their law, and they were working under a monarchy-type system. But there was a lot of things at this point that a lot of dots I had not connected, like the connection of the guy in the Don Nixon connection and the Robert Vesco connection. Didn't even have a clue about how all this was tied together. But eventually, what happened, these guys, because of my brother talking to this dude and giving him all kinds of information and asking him questions, a lot of this had to do with things that I had learned dealing with the UFO people over there at, the Billy Meyer crowd, and stuff involving my, high-tech, quantum physics type stuff. And so right away, they thought something was special was going on. Now let me just say something about this. Let me just backtrack a little bit, because when you're dealing with the CIA, and if anybody out there has dealt with this, and remember, when I say CIA, that's kind of a euphemism for who knows what. Could be the NSA, could be something we have no idea. But the bottom line is, when you start dealing with this stuff, one of the first things that happens is you have to throw out everything that you thought you knew, like politics. That's the first thing that goes, is what you think is going on with the political stuff. And then the next thing to go is your religion. Obviously I'm a Christian. I'm still a Christian. I'll always be a Christian. But at the same time, I had to open up my mind, because, there's a lot of stuff that's not in the Bible that's part of this reality that we're dealing with, the whole UFO stuff and everything else, because every one of these different entities has a different version of what they think is the way things are. So you realize, once again, that it's all about perspective. Everybody's got a different perspective, and that's why it's kind of important that I give you my perspective. But point is that after the whole religion thing, the next thing that's like you got to really get used to, the two big things, and this is the thing that's the hardest for most people. Most humans struggle with this stuff, and this is what causes most of these NSA guys, CIA guys to become alcoholics, and that's the whole alien business and the psychic business, okay? Because when you get down to it, this psychic stuff is really, really big. And I didn't really, I'm a twin. I'm an identical twin. I've always been kind of psychic, but I never realized just how important this stuff was, or how valued it was out there in the real world. And the other thing, of course, is this alien thing. So it took me a long time to kind of digest this alien business, because I found out about it in like 1990s, and then I had to kind of, digest that stuff for many years. And it took me a long time before a lot of it I could even begin to accept. But then when I started dealing with these Getty guys, they started confirming over and over and over. Anyway, so my brother was being recruited. They figured out, well, he's somebody special. Now we'll get into this, but what ended up happening is my brother and this other guy went on a tour, and this was in 90-something. This is before 2000. And this was before the Getty officially opened. They say it was 1997, but I don't really think so. I think it was actually a little bit later than that. But he went on one of these VIP employee tours, and that's where the guys first sighted the elevator. The people, we talk about this elevator. And the elevator, of course, was very, very deep in the basement, and people have to realize that this basement that's underneath the Getty structure there, this Getty Center, is much, much larger than the buildings that you see on the top. If you look at the museum campus on the top of the hill, it looks like there's, scattered few buildings here and there, and they're basically connected via, a big concrete floor. The reality is that's just, well, the first time the psychic went down there, she basically described it as a pimple on top of an elephant. What's below it is much, much, much larger than what you see on the top of the hill. And we'll describe all that stuff, but I want to get to, chronological as much as possible. Anyway, so he saw this big elevator, and the elevator, he said, was big enough. He said it was big enough to drive a tank in, but of course we know now that you could actually drive a semi-truck and trailer in there, and no problem. But the thing is that what really stands out is the door to the elevator. And, of course, this thing was one of these big, giant concrete nuclear blast doors, and I guess my brother confronted the tour guide and said, hey, what the heck is this? This looks like a nuclear blast door. And he ended the tour and said, no, it's not. Tour's over. Let's go. But that's what started it, okay? So that's when the first psychic got called in, and psychic went down there that night and checked it out. Came back the next morning and reported what was seen, and told my brother. My brother called up, told me, and we said, holy shit, because we knew right then and there this was some of the sort of thing that you get killed for. And now I've had people try to kill me many, many times, and it never happened. And this is actually going to come up in this story. But you kind of get used to that. It's sort of like when the NSA was trying to kill me back in 1990, whatever, and I was wearing the body armor. You only wear the body armor for about a year, and if they don't come after you in a year, you kind of get over it. And this is sort of the way it is in this business. Like when you're asking me about, it's like where do you the balls come with the territory. Seriously, and I used to have a saying: when you go toe to toe with the CIA, nothing scares you, and it's true. And when you realize that, you can really come into your power. But anyway, so once that psychic went down there and did that, we knew about it. This was during the day. Okay, the next day after, no one knew anything. Nobody knew the psychic went down there. Nobody knew anything. Just the psychic, my brother, and me. We were the only people that knew anything. We talked about it on the phone. That was it. But immediately afterwards, the guys that were the handlers for the Jim guy over there at the Getty, they all freaked out. And they told Jim that he couldn't have anything to do with us anymore after that point, and that we were bad news and all this, and they apparently knew everything about it. Now, when we describe what's down there, you'll understand why, but it has to do, again, with the psychic stuff. And I'll just cut to the chase real quick, but you guys got to understand that when they're abducting these children, they aren't just looking for blood and adrenochrome and people to torture and have sex with. They're looking for psychics. They're looking for gifted children. So out of every 100,000 children that they abduct, a tiny, tiny portion of those children are going to have skills. And they're going to get sent down to be trained because, like I said, like you guys, like everybody's beginning to learn, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. This is psychic warfare. And it really is. And I had to learn that the hard way, and we'll get to that. But anyway, so the Getty people freaked out, and that to me was the biggest validation that all this was true. because they saw everything. They saw the person go down there and look, and they knew that we knew everything. And from that point on, they didn't try to hide it. When we talked to these people, they talked to us like we knew everything. But they still didn't know about me. They thought it was my brother all this time. Eventually, so at this point, they started recruiting him. And the first thing they tried to do is recruit him to go on some mission to, what was it, Mount Ararat in Noah's Ark, because they wanted to do some sort of dig there and get biological material from the ship toilet. They figured if they could get some fossilized Noah feces, that they could get the DNA and you do their human genome thing and figure out who was, who was on the ark and who wasn't. This was all during Bill Clinton. Anyway, so eventually I had dinner with these guys, and my brother Jim and this other guy, and I got to talking to Jim, and that's when Jim figured out that it wasn't my brother, it was actually me. And that's when he said, well, we've been actually looking for you. And I'm like, what? And he says, yeah, we have, they basically said they have crystal ball type technology, they have alien technology, Project Looking Glass, that allowed them to look into the future and monitor people and see what people were going to do and all this stuff. And they had been waiting for me to come along because they said that I was going to destroy them. And there was nothing they could do about it. And they were waiting for this person to come along so they could try to manage the person and negotiate and all that. So from that point on, they knew who I was, and they knew my intentions. And I had actually told them that I would cooperate with them at that point, because they came off with this spiel. They said that, you'll love this, they said, we're not Republicans, we're not Democrats, we're not Nazis, we're not Jews, we're just Earth humans, and we're trying to save the Earth from alien invasion and all this sort of thing. Okay, they had all sorts of stuff. I could tell you about what they, technology that's going on down there, but I believe that. So they told me, they said, what we want you to do, because I'm, like a weapon designer person, is work on some sort of system that could be used to fight aliens, basically. Now bear in mind, these guys are like Men in Black. Okay, they could be standing there behind you, looking over your shoulder, and you wouldn't know unless you were like psychic and you could pick up on this stuff. But one of my inventions, one of my lasers that I made for my laser company was a 3-beam laser. I made it for NATO, and anyway, it was like the most advanced laser in the world, and everybody wanted it. I could have made $1 billion off it, at least $500 million off it, but I didn't, because I didn't want to be involved in that much blood. But the point is that they knew I was going to do this. And they would ask my brother, they thought he was the guy, and they would ask him if, when are you going to make that laser? But the point is it was pretty quick that I realized that there was nothing I could make. There's no laser, no weapon, no bullet, no gun, nothing, no Star Wars thing that you could make that you could fight off an alien invasion with. There's absolutely no way, because I realized that they would have higher, advanced technology. They would have come up with a, something to defeat it. And that's when I realized that this psychic thing was where it's really all about. So I got really heavily into that and started, instead of putting my focus into inventing, weapons and lasers and all that, I went in this whole other direction, okay? And now bear in mind, the whole time, I'm wanting to basically attack these Getty guys because I know that they're killers, and I know that they want to kill everybody. But what really killed it for me, when I made this deal with them and I said, okay, I'll help you come up with a way to fight aliens, but I said no more shooting down airplanes, because they had shot down Flight 800. If you guys remember Flight 800, that was back in the day. They shot down this jet over, basically it was over Montauk. That was the East Coast Star Wars program that actually shot it down. Same thing that I thought took out JFK Jr. But anyway,
What was it? Was it just test runs they were doing?
no, they actually were trying to shoot down a big plane. They were getting ready to go to war in Iraq. Okay, and what you have to understand is anytime these guys do a big war or something like that, they always got to do a big blood sacrifice to Moloch or Mars. Usually for war, it's Mars. Okay, so you wait until like Mars is out there. You know, I mean, seriously, they're really into all this planetary stuff, and they'll do one of these big blood sacrifices. So when this guy was getting recruited, that was one of the questions we actually asked this guy to ask his handlers. He said, "Why did you shoot down Flight 800?" And they said, it's because we missed the plane that went up before it. You know, so they actually were trying to shoot the other plane down that went up right before it, and they missed it. They let it a little too far. That's why you hear these pilots, they say they saw a streak of light go right in front of the plane. They aimed a little bit too far in front of the plane, and they missed. So they got the next one, which was Flight 800. But anyway, I told him, I said, no, I'm not going to work for you if you shoot any more planes down. Anyway, Halloween rolled around, and I knew what they were going to do. And sure enough, the minute the clock struck midnight on Halloween, they shot down Flight 990, which was, of course, the Egyptian air flight. And that's why I said, screw that. I wasn't going to have anything to do with them after that, you know, because I didn't even really understand about what was going on underneath there with the whole kids and stuff. I had to find out much, much later, but I knew they were doing wicked, wicked stuff. All right, well, let's talk about what the psychic said when she first went down there, so you guys can understand what's down there a little bit. And bear in mind, over the years, I do my own remote stuff, and I have a whole bunch of remote viewers work with me. I mean, I've been collecting psychics for well over 20 years. Okay, even before Facebook and everything else, I used to collect psychics. If I met someone who was a psychic, I would get them to work for me. So I truly do have a big army of psychics, and I have a lot of freelancers that I've trained and initiated to work also. So these are what I call the Jedi, but we actually went to war down there, but we'll get to that. But so
now this is the psychic after your brother went down there, called out the nuclear wall, and you guys at that point decided to send a psychic down there?
Yeah, it was right after that tour where they saw the big elevator with the nuclear door, and like, where the hell does that thing go? Here's another detail. They have these biometrics down there. Like, the deeper you go, the more intense the biometrics gets. Like retina scans and palm scans and all. It's just like, Mission Impossible type of stuff. Seriously. The deeper you go, the more crazy it gets with the biometrics.
Well, they say they show you, a lot of the stuff in the movies is actually.
Oh, you're not kidding me. In Star Trek, okay, there was, Star Trek, the movie, not the show, but the second Star Trek movie, they had the plot of the movie was there was a secret underground base, and some guy goes down there with some flash drive and sticks it in the computer, and the whole base blows up. That underground base was the Getty, literally. They actually filmed it there. I mean, the Star Trek headquarters was the Getty. It's like, I mean,
they love to do that
in your
shit.
face.
Yeah.
Talk about in your face. All right. Well, anyway, so okay, this is what she described, and I'll go into more detail, but this is how she described it. She said, now I get this mixed up a little bit, the first layer, if it was the spa or the Nazi psychics, but I believe the first layer, the first floor is like the Nazi psychics. Now, this is where the training goes on. In later years, we would find out that this layer was actually like 3 layers, and it was really intense. But the other layer right after that or before that is actually the whole, with the little girls and the Roman Turkish bath thing going on.
Okay, so I saw you comment on that the other day to a commenter. I didn't know if you were joking or not. So that's what you believe. Okay.
Well, I don't, it's just that I've heard about the spa, and well, again, I'll tell you what else I believe. I think that, what's his name? Craig Sawman Sawyer did the hit on Cappy. I had run-ins with that dude. You know Sawman Sawyer?
I do not know that name at all. You'll have to.
Yeah, well, you guys, he's
bring me up to speed.
He's pretty
on that.
famous up there. He's not one of these fake rescue the children dudes. He was Hillary Clinton's bodyguard. He was John McCain's bodyguard. He's pretty dirty. He's supposed to be an ex-Navy SEAL and all this stuff. Supposedly, he was on Flight 93 and was involved in that too. The one that didn't crash in Pennsylvania. Supposedly. Anyway, but all right. Well, let's not. Yeah, wow. It's pretty deep. But anyway, the spa is one of those areas where it's like they use it as a reward. So in other words, like surface humans. I mean, people on the surface that are like going to be rewarded. They want to take them down there. They'll send them down to the spa, and then they'll get their little party on with the little girls and stuff, and everything goes on down there, and that's kind of how they get these guys, whatever you want to call it. That's what I mean. Okay, all the Hollywood people and everybody, that's what they do.
This is blackmail.
Yeah, they all. I mean, talking about Epstein Island, that's what the spa is. Okay. It's
yeah. I'm sure there's probably plenty of them all over the world.
Yeah, this one though is just like I call it. It's like out of Pinocchio, that Island of Lost Boys kind of a thing. Because they one of the things that they do is they'll it's just like what's his face was saying. About the finders, the CIA guys with the white vans that go around and pick up the kids. They actually do that. And they'll go to raves and these underground parties, and they'll look for under 18 types to basically get in the van. They'll tell them, hey, we got this really ultra exclusive party, and they'll take them to the Getty. And they and I know somebody that actually got in one of these vans with his girlfriend and went all the way to the Getty when he realized what was going on and managed to get his girlfriend and him out. But what happens when those kids or whatever go into these places, they go into these super underground party raves, with all kinds of celebrities and crap, and there's going to be every kind of food, every kind of drug, every kind of anything you can imagine, any kind of sex, any kind of weird whatever. This is what I say, it's Island of Lost Boys. Well, what they do right away is they start drugging these people. They actually give them Ormus, if you guys know what Ormus is, monatomic gold. But the Ormus does a couple things. It's addictive, it's highly addictive, but it also enhances psychic skill. Okay, there's that psychic thing again. The pharaohs took this. That's what manna was. Manna was actually monatomic gold. But anyway, they took this stuff, and again, like I said, they're always looking for people who are psychic. What they're actually going to do with these people that they recruit like this is they're like cattle. They'll actually wind up in a Loosh collection system, or a adrenochrome collection system. It's the same thing. But if they find them that have talent, they will actually send them to the lower level, which it's like the Nazi psychic level, but it's what I call it Hogwarts, okay, because it's like a training ground. And supposedly this training level has actually 3 levels. I mean, when we were doing the remote viewing stuff, we had to actually go through 3 levels to go through this particular section. And each one of these levels is like like a whole world all by itself. You could live there, spend a whole life on this one level and never go down. And so the first level, of course, you get up to so high, and if you graduate from that level, they send you the lower one, and so on to the very bottom one. The bottom one is where the Library of Alexandria and the Vatican Library is. They actually moved the Vatican Library under the Getty, supposedly for protection. But, you know, what do you expect? It's a Templar fortress, you know, they run all this stuff. But the idea is that these resources are put at the disposal of these super talented, you know, for lack of a better word, Nazi psychics. You could call them Sith. I'd rather call them Sith. Everybody knows Jedi are the good guys and Sith are the bad guys. Now, a guy, let's say Michael Aquino. You know, you all know Michael Aquino. You know Max Spears. You know James Casbolt, people like that. Those are people like from there. That's what they are, okay? Aquino is a perfect example. He is one of these like high priest pricks, caver pricks, okay? Guys like Steven Spielberg.
So you think like a guy like Aquino was born and bred down there?
No, he's a surface man for sure. The guys that are born and bred down there, they don't come up.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say born and bred. Somebody that was taken down there as a youth and trained.
All right. Well, my lab, we could talk about my lab. You know, I'm supposedly a my lab. They say I'm a my lab, but I don't kind of dwell on that stuff a whole lot. A lot of people make careers out of talking about their whole my lab thing. But yeah, you know, the whole
what's my
lab is a military abduction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people get that, of course. And yeah, again, that's usually done because somebody's special. You know, they exhibit special, you know, skills, psychic skills. They're always looking for these psychic soldiers because, you know, that's how they fight. But anyway, so yeah, Aquino would be one of those guys. Okay, and
I want to add something, Steve, because you know I think this can go with the topic, but you know we have to all look at, you know, with the location of this facility. It's right over Hollywood. It's right over Los Angeles. It's in a prime spot. It's overlooking everything. There's so much going on in that area. What people need to understand, you know, this is kind of, you know, coming into Revelations with all this Epstein stuff coming into light, is you have anytime like that they have like a lot of money. Anybody has a lot of money on something, they use blackmail, and we've seen that with Epstein. Hollywood is a blackmail thing. It's the same thing. Epstein was working with the government, you know, in Mossad. He was getting people. You know, I believe that he was, you know, getting commissioned to get certain people compromised. But it can go like this. It can go like, you know, Kevin Spacey. He's working in Hollywood. Well, you know, he makes a lot of money. He's working on this, the House of Cards, and you know, the director or whoever big in Hollywood says, you know, we want to own him. We want to get, you know, him to stop making his own decisions, and we want to own him and compromise him. So they, you know, they call up Epstein. They call up these people. Prior to Epstein, we had the same stuff going on in Hollywood with the Playboy Mansion, you know, the grottos and all the stuff that was going on. All that stuff wasn't, you know, to get these people like in, you know, to have these, you know, amazing parties and all this crazy stuff and things. It was to get filth and to get dirt on these people. It was to get them compromised. You know, the Playboy Mansion, you know, started drying up, you know, towards, you know, the 2000 times. So this is, you know, it kind of makes sense having the Getty when it came into fruition and when they built it. It was kind of like at the end of the Playboy Mansion era, you know. So you need someone needs somebody. There's a job to be done when there's so much money on the line, millions of dollars on the line, and you have all these people, you know, thinking, you know, we look at these people as celebrities, and that they're, you know, or sports players or politicians, and we look at them and say, you know, these people are rich. I want to be just like them. But the reality is they're being told what to do. they're being told, like, we have this dirt on you. You're going to go do this. You're going to go do that. And that's why we see all in Hollywood, all these deaths and all these pedophilia things, is because they get these people in positions where they're doing things. And if they don't play the game, they're either going to be dead or they're going to be a pedophile. I just wanted to, put that out there to show everybody that there is a business in this. And, the Getty in the location that it was a prime spot for what Steven's talking about. And that's the thing.
All right, well, let's talk about the geography a little bit. All right, because when I talk about the Getty, remember I said that's a pimple on the back of an elephant. Okay, it really is. It really is. It's a big elephant under there. Now, if you look at L.A., you look at the map of L.A., you go Google Maps, whatever, and you look at the, all that concrete, the Getty is just going to be a little speck down there. But the bunker is practically the entire size of L.A. and all that concrete. It goes everywhere. Now, it's not one big giant room, but it's tunnels going in every direction on top of each other, this way and that way. There's so many tunnels down there that they have tunnels they don't even use and don't even need, that they just built for some future application when someday they might build something somewhere. Seriously. So, it's like, so yeah, the Getty stuff, or not the Getty, but when you talk about Playboy Mansion, first of all, the Santa Monica mountain range, everything from, say, the Griffith Park Observatory all the way west to Point Mugu, Vandenberg Air Force Base, that's a big rock. That's a big mountain range, not a huge mountain range, but that thing is a sponge. It's completely filled with tunnels going in every direction all over the place. It's crazy, and it's not just stuff that we built here recently. It's stuff that was built by reptiles and you name it. It's been there since like many epochs. But here's the thing.
There was I don't know if you guys have seen this newspaper articles from the 30s. I believe it was the 30s of Los Angeles about underground catacombs that they were looking for and that they did scans on too in that area.
And everything else. Well, that's all real. Now, but here's the thing. Like, for instance, Charlie Chaplin, back in the 20s, and Cecil B. DeMille, he was the big director. Okay, Charlie Chaplin's house had a tunnel that connected to Cecil B. DeMille's house. Now, those houses are still there. Now, who lives in Cecil B. DeMille's house today? Let's see. Brad Pitt. And what's across the street? Let me see, the Edgar C. Fields house. It's now the Lily Tomlin house or whatever. But the point is,
and Chaplin was a known pedophile.
They've all got tunnels. They all hook up. This stuff. Okay, here's another place that you guys should really focus on, and that is the home of Jared Leto, which used to be a top secret Air Force base, otherwise known as Lookout Mountain. That place, talk about movies, it was a top secret movie studio where Hollywood made military films and stuff, but they also made snuff films. And I'll tell you, every time they torture, they kill, they do anything to anybody, they film it. They make a snuff film. And they have this huge, huge repository of snuff films under the Getty. And they use these snuff films to extract adrenochrome from children. I could tell you some stories from the victims if you want to hear that. I've got this one person who was a Mouseketeer back during the 70s, I guess it was. Can't remember exactly when, disco era, whatever. Anyway, she went through it all. Yeah, that was her. She was of the whole Corey Haim era. Corey Feldman, when Corey Feldman likes to talk about what he went through, this person went through it with them. Okay, they all went through it. So every Hollywood, whatever, child actor wannabe goes through this process. Some of them actually die in this process, and they could be, where just used for collecting fluids. They could be used for sexual, whatever, this and that. They'll take these kids to some place, and the kids will have to perform and do sexual whatever. But mostly they're doing this fluid collection. And the fluid collection, they don't just extract adrenochrome. They do a lot of other stuff too, because like I said, they're constantly doing genetic experimentation. Anytime they do this to anybody, they're doing genetic experimentation, they're collecting DNA, they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. They're trying to make, superhumans. They're trying to find ways to make people live longer, all this crap. They're very focused on this. Obviously, adrenochrome. But she told me the whole story. She told me several of the different places where they went in and they entered. One time it was actually Club 33 at Disneyland. She told me the whole story about that. She said the Mark Taper Forum, the place where they do the Oscars and all that in Hollywood, that has an entrance. She told me about an old club in a bad part of L.A. that was owned by the woman that was the maid on the Jeffersons, and it had a basement and it all hooked up. Everything hooks up. All these old buildings have these tunnels, and it's like in Chicago and places. They go, oh well, the mobsters used to use this to run liquor. Well, it's the same damn thing. It's the same mobsters. Let me just cut to something here really quick, and this is kind of important because I should have said this at the get-go. But I told you about this guy Robert Vesco. Okay, Robert Vesco was, this was during the Nixon era. He was the head of Intertel, which was the international mafia. And around the time of Nixon, all the mafias combined. Okay, it used to be it'd be the Jewish mafia, the Italian mafia, the Colombian mafia, Cuban mafia, whatever, Chinese mafia, all these, Anyway, they basically, it was during the Nixon era where they really combined, and it was mostly because the Jewish mafia was able to kind of defeat the Italian mafia and consolidate everybody under one roof. And this was run by this Robert Vesco guy. And so your Epsteins of the world, they all worked under Robert Vesco. And it turned out that this guy Nixon, the one that recruited my brother and me, was Robert Vesco's number 2 man. And I never really realized that, and I'm just going to throw this out there because you guys should understand this, and this is a fact, but Robert Vesco was also CEO of Resorts International. Okay, you guys ever heard of Resorts International?
Is that the casino?
Yeah, it's a big casino conglomerate. Resorts International is a CIA front company. It was basically started by Lucky Luciano way back when, in the 20s or something like that. Anyway, the CIA basically took it over, and it's like the whatever you want to call it, it's the world mafia now, and they run like Epstein was a banker, and people would billions and billions of dollars, they would run it through there. A lot of this money, trillions of dollars, actually would end up in China, and from another mafia in China, another part of this mafia is called the Queens Row Group or something. Anyway, they would invest it in under dictatorships like Zimbabwe or Mozambique or someplace, Angola. They build a refinery in Angola. Anyway, so that's where all this slush fund goes to. But I never realized that how high up I was in this thing. It wasn't, and because I was working for Oliver North, and I didn't know it. But when I got back in bed with the CIA, I said, hey, man, my last experience wasn't really good with you guys. And they said, oh, they looked into it, and they came back and they go, well, that wasn't us. That was Oliver North. He's not so good. We're not all rotten like that. That was what they said. But anyway, point is that one of the highest ranking guys in that Intertel, Bill Barr. Okay. I know a lot of people. I know CIA hitmen. You guys have probably heard of him. Chip Tatum. I know the guy that used to deliver the cocaine to Bill Clinton. I know people in customs. I know people in the DEA. I knew the guys that chased. I knew the guys that chased the guy that flew the cocaine, and everybody's all buddy now. But the point is that this politics, these parties, all this, it's all crap. It's all this mafia. It used to be the Democrats were the Italian mafia and the Republicans were the Jewish mafia, and then the Jewish mafia won. Okay, so everybody's working together. In fact, this whole country is divided in half, right down the Rocky Mountains. Everything east of the Rocky Mountains is the so-called Zionist half, and everything west of the Rockies is the so-called Nazi half. So, and then like a base like, what is it, Area 51, or not Area 51, but the Denver Airport. Denver Airport is like a mutual base for these two groups. So in other words, it's all about two sides of the same coin. Okay, they divide us up, but the two polarities that run either side of the, whatever issue, they're the same people. They work together. And this is what I had to find out when these guys under the Getty were telling me that they weren't just, Zionists. They were also Nazis at the same time. That kind of blows everybody's buzz as soon as you hear that.
Yeah, how bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, it took me a whole year to I was like, what? But anyway, so yeah, that's why with this Getty thing, my mission is to basically, if I don't point fingers, if I don't say, well, this guy's a bad guy and that guy's a bad guy, because otherwise we're just going to be arguing. If I can point it at the Getty, first of all, because the Getty is an NSA base, it's a top secret NSA base, it's part of the continuity of government thing, they can't mention it. They can't admit that it's even there. And if they were going, if I could ever get them to admit it was there, they would say, well, it's national security. We can't divulge anything. So in other words, if we worked our butts off and we got the FBI, which is obviously not going to do this because they're corrupt, to investigate, they'd just come back and say, well, it's national security. You can't do anything about it. So this is the whole thing. What I need to get people to realize is a couple things. A, we need to force them to open it up because the truth will reveal itself. They're not going to hide it. When they run around and say, oh yeah, the white hats cleaned it out and it's all blown up, go back to sleep, don't worry about it, everything's okay. Obviously that's BS, because we haven't seen any children, we haven't seen any perps, we haven't seen any high technology. There hasn't been any changes in our world. Nothing has gotten better. We've still got chemtrails. We've still got COVID, everything else that's going on. Obviously the enemy is still firmly in control. I mean, it's pretty bad. But the thing is that the more we push this mission, the more they slip. So let me, I shared with you earlier this passage out of the Protocols, where they basically say that should the Goyim ever rise up arm in hand, pitchfork in hand, they have a weapon that they can use against us, a very powerful weapon, which is the undergrounds, the metropolitans, the tunnels that are dug under our feet. So they basically say, and this has been a strategy that they've been using for thousands of years, is that if we ever get out of control and do anything about it and figure out what's going on, they're going to blow us up with bombs that they've planted underneath us. So basically, I've tried to tell people this, because this is one of the things that I realized real early on, is that collecting all this art in one place serves many, many purposes. Every single one of these bases has a purpose. There's, obviously over 200 of these things in the United States, but different bases have different purposes. And the purpose of the Getty is to act as like a Noah's Ark for Western civilization. So all the art and everything that they can collect, they want to be able to take it underground and put it someplace safe should we ever have a genocide. That's the plan. But it also is because that particular location is the base of the crown. Out of all the bases that they built in the world, this particular one, because it's the most opulent and the most deluxe, is made for the king, for the crown, the queen. It was the queen's base. Now it's the king's base. But the crown runs everything. It's been like that since 1300 something. With King John and Runnymede, that Magna Carta. The world's been working under the Magna Carta since that, and that's their law down there. But the thing is that they can also threaten us, because if we ever rise up and say, well, we're going to raid your base, we're going to stop your rule over us, they can blow the thing up. They can destroy all our art. They say, you come one step closer, you're never going to see these Van Goghs again. You know, they can do that. And they can also, if they do nuke the entrance, we're not going to be able to go down there. Okay? So basically, we're in a moment, this is like the end of the movie V for Vendetta, where everybody rises up and they're marching up to the perimeter, and the troops are going, what do we do? What do we do? And the people keep marching. That's us. That's what we need to do. The only way we're going to basically stop all this nonsense that's going on the earth, everything all over, I'm not talking just the United States, but I'm talking everywhere, is by going after this one location, because it is the throne of the crown. And if we can get enough people, you know, like 3% of the population of the world, not just of the United States, to start making a lot of noise about this, they will have to capitulate. And that is really what this mission is all about, because I can't, there's so many people I've seen, they go, well, we get enough people, we'll march in there, we'll hang them, we'll kill them, we'll do this, I don't care if we have to burn the art to save those children. No, this is, first of all, we're dealing with Satanists. These people are Satanists. They don't think that we deserve to live. They think that we are worthless eaters, we're expendable. They want to kill us. They want to kill all of us. They wanted to make me like a prince or some crap and whatever, and but in order for me to get that, I would have to accept that you people are all need to be killed. And in my opinion, that's not fair. Nobody has the right to do that, and they certainly don't have the right. I don't care how much money they have, and they have all the money in the world down there. Seriously. That's another reason.
Is it about depopulation?
Yes, it's about depopulation. There's a lot of things going on. All right, let me give you another thing, okay? You talk about the aliens and all this stuff and everything. The mechanics of the universe, the actual mechanics of how the universe works, is something that you're just not going to hear people talking about. For instance, there's this thing called densities. People talk about dimensions. It's not dimensions, it's densities. The universe is basically, there's 9 levels of density, and of which we are on level 3. Level 4 is where all these aliens are, and this is why they feed on us, because the densities feed on the lower densities, just like we feed on level number 2, which is plants and animals. That's just the way it is. But point is that you have to understand all this stuff to understand the nature of why these guys do this stuff, who's going where. So the point is that this is what the Illuminati believes. They believe, and this is actually true, but there's only so many souls that are supposed to be on a planet. A planet is only supposed to have like 250 million people. That's typical. And people actually, I know this isn't Christian, but people actually reincarnate, and this process is essentially what allows you to mature your soul. It's kind of like a big university, and we have to go through this process until we complete it. And the problem with the big population that the Earth has right now, which, it got out of hand because they basically bred us too good, is that there's a lot of immature souls. The original planet only had so many, but God had to basically create a whole bunch of new souls to go for all the new lives and babies. So basically they think that if they can kill off most of these people, that the souls will be able to mature quicker, and we can all get off the merry-go-round. In other words, we can all transition to the next level. Now, the reality is that transitioning to the next level, that's what this mission is all about, okay? Seriously, people. Think about it. This is why this stuff is so hard to comprehend, because when they tell you, oh, yeah, the bases have been cleared out and all that, it's such nonsense, because, first of all, the culture of what goes on underground is way more advanced than the culture of what's going on the surface of the earth. it's not just advanced technology. It's also advanced understanding of the nature of reality, the nature of the universe, the nature of, psychic abilities, the nature of different entities and all that. So in other words, what we up here think is crazy and we scoff at down there, it's their reality. And the other thing is, up here on the surface, we're basically savages. We're still killing each other. We're still acting like a bunch of irresponsible animals that breed way more than we should. Things like that. We pollute. We don't take care of each other. The biggest problem with Earth humans, at least the ones that live on the surface, is that we're not responsible for each other. And when you do go through this big, enlightenment process, one of the first things you realize is we're basically all the same human. Okay, it's like enlightenment is when you realize that the person that you hate is actually you, and we're all the same person taking turns doing these experiences that we call life. That's how God basically works. It's all about getting this experience. So that's one of those hard lessons that you have to learn, and so in other words, for us to basically conquer this enemy, to save our Earth, to have paradise on Earth, we don't just have to go down there and physically make them stop what they're doing. We have to elevate ourselves so that we don't have the desire to go down there and cut their heads off for the horrible things that they're doing. It's going to be, the transition is basically going from a service to self society to a service to others society. We're basically a reptile-controlled society, which is very selfish. And we need to transition to this other type of society, which is a non-selfish. And that's what this whole, it's kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, but yeah, that's what this is all about. And I'll tell you, when you get down to it, the whole universe, this whole, God, Jesus, Satan, and all that, that's the two sides right there. Service to self, that's Satan. Service to others, that's Jesus and the Galactic Federation and God the Creator and all those guys. You guys have any questions?
So I put up in the bubble, if you guys can see, we can see a giant air duct that is right next to the building, which is abnormally sized. It's something that there's clearly something going on underground. Steve, can you tell us about the Getty family? Are they just a front for what's going on? Do they have anything to do with this whole Getty thing? I know that there's a lot of, controversy, and there's a lot of, there was kidnappings in the family. There was overdoses and many things with the family. Is there anything that you can share
sure.
about that?
Yeah, not a lot of people know about that. That would be
all
awesome.
right. Well, first of all, the Getty's family does go back to Gettysburg. Okay. People ask about that, and yes, Gettysburg is related to the Getty family. However, the Getty fortune didn't really come until John Paul. John Paul's father was wealthy in the oil business, but not richest man in the world wealthy. And John Paul was a philanderer. Okay, he liked his women. Okay. He liked little girls too, but he did like his women. He was married a couple different times. He's married about 5 or 6 times, I think. But his daddy basically cut him off. And by cutting him off, that means when Daddy died, Jean Paul only got like $10 million as opposed to a whole lot more money or something like that. But he took that money and he created the Getty oil fortune that we know today, or that used to be before it was bought by Texaco. But his first bunker was actually in Oklahoma. Okay, he had some property in Oklahoma. They were doing actually aircraft. He had a company that built aircraft named Spartan Air. He made transports and stuff like that. But his first bunker, his first house with an underground concrete, bunker, was actually in Oklahoma. It's still standing today. He, of course, was the first real big pedophile in the family that we know about. And when he built his home in Malibu, which they call the Getty Villa, this is when he built his first underground child sex dungeon. Okay. Now, he was not the only big wealthy pedophile. There are a lot of big wealthy pedophiles out there. Pretty much all of them are, pretty much. I hate to tell you that, but if you got billions of dollars, you're a pedophile. I don't very know. I can't really pick anyone that isn't. But anyway, he would have a deal. He had a deal with Ferdinand Marcos, who was the president of the Philippines back in those days. And he would trade art for children. And Ferdinand Marcos would basically pack a bunch of 10-year-old girls into a shipping container, and that would come in at the port of Long Beach and then get shipped over to wherever. Now, the thing is that there was a lot of pedophiles, and they needed a place where they could keep these kids safely, where they weren't going to escape and what have you, and they needed a way where they could dispose of them when they weren't needed anymore. And so this is the service that Getty provided to them. And this first happened underneath the Getty Villa. This is all before the Getty Center was built on Santa Monica Mountain. Now, his son, Gordon, he'd had like several sons. And I'll tell you, it wasn't just Gordon. Eugene Getty was also really bad. In fact, one of the victims told me that she was strapped into one of these chairs having fluid sucked out of her when Eugene Getty came into the room, and if you even looked at him, they would kill you. They were warned not to look at him. I haven't even told you what they do, the torture. I haven't even talked about the torture yet, but but the family, I don't know that every single one of the family, like Balthazar Getty, these various ones, they're not all corrupt, but I'll tell you, some of them are very corrupt, and they know. They know. And I'll tell you something else. Since 2012 now, I've been going out there slandering this family, saying all these terrible things about Gordon and everybody else and J. Paul. No one has said anything. Nobody's complained. Only one time, maybe in Twitter, did one of the Getty children make a comment, saying that Gordon's not a pedophile and stuff like that. But that person got jumped on. But it's true. Now I'll tell you, Gordon. I'll just tell you a quick story about Gordon Getty. He lives in San Francisco. His home, of course, is on Billionaires Row, and this is where they have like fundraisers for Obama and stuff like that. Gavin Newsom, of course, is his adopted son. Gavin Newsom will be president, trust me. Kamala Harris works for Getty. Kerry works for Getty. So many of these people work for Getty. But anyway, and Getty's a Republican, okay, but he basically funds everybody, all the Democrats. He had a mistress out here in L.A., Gordon Getty did. And one of the things that this mistress did was she bought real estate. She had real estate all over L.A., and we've made maps and stuff and looked at this stuff, and we figure every single one of these locations has a tunnel entrance, these houses. But I was actually inside of one of these houses that he actually lived in with his family, his second family. And when the news came out about his second family, he vacated. They just went and vacated the house. So we went and did some urban exploring in his house. And I saw the evidence. I saw how he lived. I saw his porno collection in his bedroom. He had the type of pornos this guy had were like slavery stuff, faces of death, degradation, people being tortured, people being humiliated, stuff like this. I found empty Coke bottles, this kind of thing. This is
where. How did you see
I went
this
in
stuff?
his house.
Oh wow! So you
I
physically saw
went in his
all
house.
this
I
stuff.
went and, yeah, it's a funny story, but there was this girl who was like an urban explorer, and for whatever reason, she found this empty house, and we had no idea whose house it was, but she went inside and figured out it was Gordon Getty's house, and she contacted me, and I went back, and we both snuck into this house. He had an incredible fence. I mean, the fence, you know how people have these, wrought iron fences with spikes? The spikes on this wrought iron could go right through your foot. Okay, not like the stuff. I mean, it was sharp, you know. But I'm pretty skinny, so I was able to get through the gate. But yeah, the house has since been
Oh, that's
looted.
fucking crazy.
Yeah, well, you know, I didn't take anything. Well, I took a picture. I took a picture of Gordon Getty with one of his daughters. There was all kinds of stuff. But yeah, the porn. I mean, come on. Who watches Faces of Death in their bedroom? You know, or slavery, African slavery videos, and this kind of thing, and humiliation videos where they just do these horrible things to people. This is what he's doing while he's having sex with his mistress, you know, and doing cocaine. I mean, I'm not talking little small bottles of cocaine. You know what I mean? No, maybe
Wow.
no. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, he was having a party.
Yeah.
I mean, he was fucking
Yeah,
going nuts.
8-ball size bottles. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Probably more than
Probably
that.
more.
Shit.
Yeah, that's just the one I saw. That was like in the bathroom or something like that. There were like several safes in the house, and each one of them had been broken into. There's like 3 safes. But anyway, but so this, okay, I'll just talk about the Mouseketeer woman a little bit. I don't give names out. You know, we were going to do a thing where she was going to go public and all that, but she kind of got run out of town. I don't even want to say where she's living right now, but she used to live really close to me when she told me everything. And I've heard these stories before, but this, you know, this person is a bona fide, been on TV, been in movies, that kind of stuff. Okay? You know, famous, not a super famous person, but one who actually went through all this crap. And it started when she was 7, and it went on to when she was 12. And, of course, they drug these kids, but she had an issue with the drugs making her nauseous. So she made a deal with the they have these women that basically strap them in the chairs and, you know, hook them up for the fluids and stuff. And these women are actually Saudi Arabian women. They wear like the whole, you know, their face is covered and everything, and they're actually, you know, Saudi. They're actually Saudi women. That was kind of one of the weird things that she said. But she made a deal with this one woman because she said that if she threw up the drug, they'd both get killed. You know, because it was like she said, you know, honey, you know, if you throw it up, they're not just going to punish you, they're going to punish me too. So I won't give it to you, and you can just pretend. You just act like you're on the drug. So she would, you know, child actor, she's going to act like she's intoxicated, but she described the whole thing. And she said when they come in, they can come in from all kinds of different locations, but very often they come in from like something having to do with show business, because like the Amundsen Theater, apparently there's a complex where they have like talent agents and special schools. Like if you look at the Fox lot over there in Hollywood, they're going to have a special school for the children, the child stars. You know, they got to go to school during the day, you know, when they're not on set. And so they would take these kids from these locations, they'd collect them up, and they would go down some staircase or whatever into a big long tunnel, and it was always different, you know, like under Disneyland, you know, they had to walk really far and go through special tunnels and upstairs and downstairs and down an elevator and get on a tram and do more walking and this kind of thing. So tons and tons of walking involved. The little kids had to do a lot of walking to get from the surface to wherever it was that they were going to extract the fluids. And she said that the little small kids sometimes didn't make it because they couldn't do the walking. You know, they couldn't walk that far, and they would complain and whine and stuff like that, and the older kids would have to carry them. But sometimes they couldn't do it. They just killed the kid. You know, the kid that couldn't make it all the way, it wasn't cooperating, they would just kill. This, you know, constantly, this kind of thing. And she said that she felt that the place that they did the collection of the Lush or the adrenochrome was actually underneath UCLA, which is a university right across the street from the Getty, which is obvious. I mean, the UCLA also has 6 basement levels that are much larger than what you see on the surface. But I've talked to people about that too. I knew a guy who was chemistry professor over there, and he told me about the basement stuff, But anyway, so they would get them to these places, and she'd, like the first thing they would do is they would feed them. Once they arrived at wherever this place was, they'd go to this thing that was like in show business. They have craft services. If you've ever been in the show business, they have a lot of food and stuff on the set, and that's called craft services. And they would have something like that set up, and they could munch out, eat whatever, and then they would take them to the room where they would get strapped in the chairs. And she said the chairs were like dental chairs, and there could be like a room with 100 kids in there. You never know, 20 kids, 100 kids, or hundreds of kids all strapped into these chairs. And of course they get all hooked up to this stuff. And this is where the torture takes place. But of course this is going to be like a Tavistock Institute stuff, where they're holding their eyes open and forcing them to watch horrible stuff, usually films of other kids being killed and mutilated and stuff like that, and listen to all kinds of crazy programming, and that's that part. And then after that all is done, they take them from there to another room very similar to the first, except that in this room, instead of taking fluids out, they actually put fluids in. So they replace, they put plasma or whatever, they replace the fluid that they took out. They try to, in other words, after torturing the kids and doing all these horrible things, now they have to kind of repair them. So the next room, they're getting, they're kind of turning everything down and bringing them back. And then they go in, after that is done, they go in.
Not to get off topic, but I think that's what we want when we see like Joe Biden. Sometimes he looks like he's like radiant and like full of blood. Like it looks, they probably did something similar as to what you're talking about to him.
Adrenochrome, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Adrenochrome.
Okay, and then after they go through this thing where they put the fluids in, they take them and they feed them again. They take them to another place where they feed them, kind of like a cafeteria. Only they feed them like healthy stuff. They don't get to eat whatever crap like the first time. They have to eat special stuff that's designed to kind of repair whatever was done. And she said that the whole time this is going on, that they're being told that they're part of a big experiment, and they're trying to find ways to make people live longer and create new drugs, and they're heroes and they should be proud, and they have to keep it secret or they'll kill their family and all this stuff. But some of the torture stuff that she described was pretty heinous. Okay, like one of the things that the guy that ran the Getty, or the trust fund manager, told me about was the dogs. And they have dogs that patrol the perimeter of the Getty. They let them out at night. And these dogs are trained to respond to commands in Yugoslavian. That was the thing that was, instead of German, they're actually trained to respond to Yugoslavian. And that was the first time I heard about the dogs. But then she told me that one of the rooms that they take these kids into, a big concrete room, big concrete floor, has eye bolts stuck in the floor about 6 feet apart or something like that. And they will take the kids and they will chain them, handcuff them to these eye bolts. And then guys will come in with dogs, I'm assuming the same dogs, these NSA bastards. And they will walk around the kids with these dogs, and they will scare the kids and say stuff like, you want to eat this one? You want to eat this one? You want to taste this one? Is this one too sweet? You like this one? Is this the one you want to eat? And they would do that. They'd let the dog get really close to every kid. But they would actually let the dog eat one of the kids.
Jesus Christ. I mean, so yeah, that's how they extract the adrenochrome then, huh?
Well, that's how they keep them compliant.
They get the fear going. They get the fear going.
That's why even when they're adults, they don't want to say anything because they're still afraid. And I'll tell you,
Steve, is this like connected to the MK Ultra stuff? Like they're using
It's
children.
totally MK Ultra.
They're using children and to as product to just destroy, and then they're taking certain ones that make it out of it to do their own missions or whatever.
Yeah, I mean they're very efficient. They're always, like I said, they're looking for kids that are psychic and have special skills. They're looking for kids that have special genetic qualities that they can harvest this or that, whatever, to do this experiment or that experiment. It's very sophisticated, but I don't want to say one kid is luckier than another, but some of these kids, they go down there and they're instantly become food or like a cattle, because they'll put them in rooms, either a big giant room full of kids or a big hallway with rooms up and down these big monstrously long hallways, with them on tables getting fluids connected, because they keep them kind of in a comatose state. I told you when they come in, they start drugging them on this Ormus stuff. Well, once they get them completely comatose, they'll give them an IV just to keep them alive, and give them whatever, to keep them alive, but they'll be sucking whatever out of them for as long as they keep that kid alive. And they monitor how much they get out of each kid. If some kid is producing more than another kid, that kid's a valuable whatever. And I know you've all probably heard Allie Carter's story, right? When she went and described what she saw down there. I have a lot of issues.
Yeah, can you talk about that experience? Like, does a lot of the...
Okay, well,
yeah.
I talked to her, of course, when I first heard about her, after she did Stu Peters. I got her on the phone and tried to get her to work with me, because obviously somebody that's actually been down there and could talk about the details, is critically important. But you see, here's the thing about victims, is that a victim is a witness, and witnesses need to give depositions. All I can do is witness what I only have my testimony, but everybody has a testimony, and all these witnesses need to come forward. And I know there's so many people that are scared and are afraid of death, but I'll tell you, the death thing, you get over it. You get over that fear. Just go for a couple of years of waiting for somebody to kill you, and you'll kind of get over it, but a lot of people don't. And it's like these stars in Hollywood, they've got it hanging over their head. You got a guy like David Bowie or whoever, Christy Alley, good example. They all pay the price, Beyonce, whoever. They all sell their souls. They all know what they're doing, Katy Perry, whatever. Hell, there's so many of them. Just look at the list of the Epstein Island stuff, Christy Teigen and whatever. They don't hide it. But bottom line, though, here's the thing, people. This is what you really have to understand, is that it's the government doing it, okay? There's no more U.S. government. It's been taken over by this mafia. It's really no more I can tell you, because it's like the government can't clean it up, because it is the government. The government built all these bases. The Army mans all these bases. The NSA controls every single one of them. The NSA controls the country. The NSA doesn't just control the United States. It controls every single ally of America is controlled by the NSA. When you sign a security agreement with the United States, you basically relinquish the country's sovereignty to the NSA. That's just the way it is. And that is the mafia. That is the mafia. So,
Would you say like the WEF is kind of the front for it now?
No, not really. You see, if you take any one of these groups, the Trilaterals, the Bilderbergers, the Illuminati, whatever, they're all just branches of the same tree. It's like what?
That's what I thought.
It's like a bloodline. It's pretty much like a royal.
It's like a huge corporation, is what it is.
So I just want to say, for people that aren't aware of Allie Carter, she made accusations that she, came from the Getty, that, she was down there and she was trafficked to presidents. I believe even Biden as well.
I don't know if Biden was down there.
Well, not Biden, but she was trafficked. That's what she said, right?
Let me just say this.
She was trafficked
Back
to
in the day when, let me see, with 2000, around 2000, during the whole Clinton era and all that, Hillary wanted to go down there. Hillary wanted to be a VIP guest over there at the Getty. And they said no. They said no. And they were very proud of that. So, again, Bill Clinton is like a little guy, okay? When Intertel, they're running cocaine. They're running, Barry Seal was flying cocaine, and Manuel Noriega was involved in it, and Bill Clinton was running it in and out of Mena Airport. Those three guys had stolen like $100 million worth of product and profits. And there was a meeting held in, I don't know where it was, but let me see, who was there? What was his name? Oliver North was there. Chip Tatum, the hit guy, was there. Bill Barr was there. George Bush Sr. was there. And I'm not sure if Vesco was there. But anyway, I'm pretty sure that Barr was the ranking guy there. And they decided, because of this stolen cocaine, that they were going to assassinate Barry Seal. They were going to put Manuel Noriega, and they're going to overthrow him and put him in jail. And they were going to make Bill Clinton president, which is weird because every single one of them was stealing. So the point is that here's Clinton as governor of Arkansas, and his life is on the line because of his coke theft, but instead of assassinating him like they did with Barry Seal, they let him go on. So in other words, when you look at people like Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, they're itty-bitty. Okay, they're definitely involved. They're definitely corrupt and as horrible and baby eaters and everything else. But they're low. They're low scale. They're little. They're small. They're way down on the totem pole. A guy like Bill Barr is way up there higher. So that's just the nature of this thing. But like I try to tell people, when Robert Vesco died in Cuba, who took over? Now I'll tell you about the story about when he died in Cuba. Okay, I told you that they thought my brother was me. So they were feeding my brother money. And my brother got like a couple $100,000 from Nixon, and they were supposed to invest it in a nightclub or something in Canada, I think. And my brother ripped him off. Okay, my brother was pretty unscrupulous, but he just ripped off the money. And Don Nixon was really pissed off. And he was over at my brother's house. He's got a nice house, $1 million house and all that. And he was trying to bust the door down. And my brother called me about, I got Don Nixon over here trying to break my door down. That's when I got involved. But anyway, Don Nixon ran away. And when he ran away, though, he went to Cuba. He flew all the way to Cuba, and he had a meeting, a sit-down face-to-face with Robert Vesco. And I can only imagine what he wanted to tell him, but I think it had something to do with his experience at my brother's house. But while he was having that meeting, the Cuban police, Castro's police, busted in the door and threw both of those guys in jail. Don Nixon, this is all in the newspapers, it's all fact, but Don Nixon got out about 2 months later, and we never heard anything from him. But his son is Roger Stone's attorney. That should tell you something. Now, Robert Vesco, they didn't let him out. He actually died in Castro's jail. But what I want to know is, who took over the mafia? Who took over? I know that Trump took over the CEO of Resorts International, but does that mean that Trump took over Robert Vesco's job? I wish somebody would tell me, because I don't know. I haven't figured that one out yet.
Is that your theory?
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't have it is a theory because, like I said, Resorts International was this big CIA front thing, and the CEO was this, head mafia dude. And as soon as he died, Trump took it over. I mean, the only other person that's been a CEO of Resorts International, I think, was Bing Crosby. No, who was it? Merv Griffin. Okay, remember Merv Griffin? You guys, okay.
Well,
all right.
I've
Merv
heard the
Griffin
name.
was a big TV personality, but he was also mafia. Okay, he was big mafia too, but he was a different kind of mafia. But I think Merv Griffin and Donald Trump had kind of like a fight over who would take over, and I think it was Trump that won the battle. But you guys understand, I was naive, man. I mean, I didn't know anything. I ran QAnon page on Facebook for a long time, until they shut me down. Well, you remember what they did to QAnon, but yeah.
Oh yeah, they wiped us. I probably half the people in this audience got wiped out at some point.
Yeah, I tried to keep that alive for a long time. I had alternate accounts. I had all kinds of alternate accounts, different people. Oh my God, I got to tell you a story about my QAnon page involving Roger Stone. Okay, Roger Stone. Roger Stone did not like me because Roger Stone and that other guy, Flynn, they're like Q. Okay, they're kind of like, Q is actually NSA, but Roger Stone and Flynn, Michael Flynn, they're like way up high in that stuff. Anyway, they got really pissed off at me because I was focusing on the Getty and not whatever it was that they wanted me to focus on. So they tried to take over my Facebook group, my QAnon Facebook group. I mean, it was QAnon. That was Q-Anon. That was the name of the group. But we had 30,000 people, and they sent in this guy named Kai Irwin. I don't know if you guys remember Kai Irwin. He had he started the Mayflower group, which was like COINTEL fake QAnon group. You guys remember that? Probably not, huh? Anyway, okay, that was a COINTEL operation. All right. Mayflower was a COINTEL operation, and it was actually set up by Roger Stone. Okay, this is going to get crazy, guys. But Roger Stone and Alex Jones, okay, they're connected, believe it or not. And they had this guy recruited, and what was his name? Anyway, they got this guy recruited, and this guy was kind of like a druggie, but they used him for whatever, like a face of a movement. He was like, for a while, he was like the very big in the Occupy movement, and then he was very big in the legalized marijuana movement, and then he was very big in this whole Mayflower thing. But it was all fake. It was all COINTEL. They were doing stuff, talking about like Allison Mack and the, kidnapping children and all that. But in the reality, these guys were Satanists. And they started screwing with me. What they did was I had a alternate account, and I was watching it one night, and then somebody actually had broken into Facebook and started typing on my alternate account, and I saw this happen. They tried to type, WW, whatever, where we go one, we go all. And I knew right away, I called this dude up. I was like, was that you? He goes, no. And I'm like, so I had him call Facebook. Well, what had happened was these guys had got a bunch of operatives together, and they actually hacked Facebook. This is the first time this ever happened. They hacked the Facebook digital keys. I never heard about this digital key stuff before, but that's what they did. They stole the digital keys, and they compromised 1.1 billion people's account, including Mark Zuckerberg's account. You guys, I'm sure if you were on Facebook, you remember this, because when this went down, everybody got signed out of Facebook. 1 billion people got signed out of Facebook, and you had to show ID to get back in. Well, that's what they did, was because of this. But the point is that what this idiot should have done, the guy that broke into my account, instead of sending a message to his comrades, what he should have done was just deleted me. He could have removed me from the group easily, and then he would have been in complete 100% control of the group. But instead, he sent out a stupid little message, and he blew it because I saw the message and was able to respond quick enough before he could, take over the group. But anyway, so we did a bunch of research. And when I say research, I mean I pulled in all my psychics and stuff, and we got everything. We got everything. We got everybody and everything. And we traced it all the way back up to Alex Jones and the other guy, Roger Stone. But two things happened. Roger Stone went to jail, and Michael Flynn went to jail. So that's kind of a reoccurring thing. If you screw with me, you know, if you're lucky, you'll just go to jail. But what happened was we also traced it back to this place in Hollywood, and it wasn't really Hollywood. It was in Encino. And what this thing was there was a CIA handler, a big CIA handler in Encino, and his name was Rick Messina. And this guy is a talent manager or a talent agent for all the big, a bunch of big comedians, and guys like Tim Allen and Drew Carey and stuff like that. He's the manager for these guys, and he has. I showed pictures of it on Twitter. But that guy actually had a tunnel entrance in the house next door. He owned the two houses, and they had a tunnel entrance that went down. You could actually drive a car into this tunnel all the way to the Skirball Center, which is the largest Jewish cultural center in the United States. And then from there, that would connect to the Getty. But we called him out. We busted him. And I don't know if he's still operating his thing over there, but last I heard it, they had to fill in that tunnel with concrete. But the bottom line is you don't screw with me. It's just they had. Well, I'll cut to that too. When I was talking to this guy, the night that they told me about this business with the Getty, the night that I met the trust fund manager, and he told me that I was going to take them out. Later on that night, he told my brother and me that we were in the Can't Be Killed Club. And I thought, okay, well, that makes sense because, several times during my life I've had somebody try to kill me and, they'd end up getting killed or something instead. Every time you think you're going to get killed for sure, it doesn't happen. And so I understood this, but I've got different theories about what that's all about. But bottom line is they couldn't kill me if they wanted to, according to them. And from what I found out, these Templar guys, if anything, they actually have to protect me. Under the Getty, those are Templars. You guys know what Templars are, yeah?
Yeah. So you have your own set of Templars?
Yeah, I got my Templar bodyguards. Apparently, it's really weird. It's true. I mean, it's like I've had people come into my life, and then they report. Uh-oh, did we just get cut off? Wow. Oh,
No, still here. Steve.
No, I can hear you.
People who get close to me end up, they'll be under surveillance. That happens a lot.
So,
Steve, so with everything that's going on, many of the listeners here, everybody is here because we've all been hearing all these, this information's coming out, this big flood of all these news. There's tunnels everywhere. There's tunnels in New York that are opening up. We're getting all this information. People's eyes are opening up. People are learning all this stuff. It's a different time now. The world's changing. What is your view? Are we winning? Is this stuff coming to light?
Guys, you are.
What's your view with this whole thing?
No, man. Look at what you're doing right this second. This meeting that we're having right now is a major win. I mean, look at this. You got 740 people listening in right now, 700, whatever, plus or minus. We're kicking butt, okay? They do not want this information out there. I was kicked off of, I only got back on Twitter in October. They just don't want this information out there. And
No, we are the mainstream media now.
Exactly. So
there's a reason why this is happening. I mean, it's not just it's not just someone got information on that stuff. There's a reason why that people are waking up and there's people behind the scenes doing this stuff. Who is it? What are they doing? What is Q? Is it a psyop? Is it a bad thing?
Well,
or is it something that is there to wake up the world?
That's the thing about the Getty mission, is that by opening it up, the truth becomes self-evident, and what's not true also becomes self-evident, right? So I'd rather do that than argue about what's true and what's not true, because it's going to prove itself. But let's just say this. Okay, for a while, I was on TV a lot during the Obama administration. I was on Press TV almost every day, and I was on Russia Today, RT, at least once a week. Okay, and the reason for this was because I was very close to people in Damascus and Syria during the whole ISIS thing, and I became like an expert on ISIS. And I also was very close to a bunch of people in the Donbass, so I had been on top of the whole Ukraine thing since, 2014 or whenever all that stuff started. But the point is that when I was on Press TV, obviously you look at Iran, they're people think they're, anti-U.S. and all that stuff. I have some theories. First of all, I believe that Iran is actually controlled by the NSA. It was controlled by the CIA, but the whole embassy takeover, that was...
we got billions of dollars being sent over to Iran, and they're a threat, and we have to understand, why are we sending, $8 billion over there?
We make our own enemies. See, it's like Star Wars. Star Wars, the movie Clone Wars and Star Wars? The big lesson of that movie was that they make their own enemy. It's like ISIS. ISIS isn't real. We made that.
Let me ask you something. Is ISIS Mossad? What is if Mossad had a abbreviation for what they are? I mean, is that what it is?
Mossad for sure, but it's also CIA. But you guys got to remember, when I say CIA or Mossad or NSA, whatever, it's all the same thing. When we say CIA, it's also NSA. It's also NRO, SRO, Mossad. It's all this big mafia.
Yeah, the one world government that everyone fears is already
it's
here.
Totally. Another word for it is, you hear this a lot, the West. When they say the collective West, that's what that is. Everybody that,
the problem that I see, and and I say this a lot. I mean, we all heard the same saying, that you're watching a movie. It's because we are watching a movie. These people that are the bad guys are they're actors. They're actors. It's everything that is going on today and overseas and that went on in the past. They're all missions to either create coups in other countries, to take over other countries, or it's to steal the taxpayers' money. And they want to do it whatever way they can. NASA was a big way of doing that, to get black budget money. And, that dried up. Now, what's going on today is we went through, the government selling drugs, bringing drugs into the country. That was their form of black budget money. Now it's the border. They're sending kids in the border. It's a meat grinder that's going on over there.
Well, let me talk about that a little bit.
They always look for ways to get these this black budget money, and a war is an obvious way of doing it too.
Right, well, these bunkers. Okay, you figure whatever our gross national product is, our GNP, at least, or what it should be, half of that money goes into these bunkers, at least half of it. And one of the biggest sources of this black money is the asset forfeiture program. Okay, so whenever they arrest, drug dealers, or they get you for tax evasion or whatever stupid thing, that's where that money goes. So you figure at least half of everything that goes into the asset forfeiture program goes into these black budgets. And I saw that firsthand because the company that actually runs the asset forfeiture program is Dynatrend. You guys have heard about Dynatrend. They got busted for child sex in Afghanistan as contractors over there, or during the war in Iraq and stuff like that. DynCorp. Well, that's also. Here's the funny thing. This is something no one will ever notice, I'm sure. But DynCorp is actually a subsidiary of EG&G. And EG&G is the major contractor at Area 51. I mean, how much in your face could that be?
Also, I mean, the other thing is, when everyone's looking at Area 51, they obviously had to kind of, find a different location. That's why people say Denver International Airport, Dulce, you're saying Getty. What people don't realize is, I mean, there's so many underground compounds. You have the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. There's so many underground complexes all around. And, the way I look at it is you're only going to have these underground complexes if it's going to be something to, like a doomsday thing, or if you're going to be hiding something that you don't want people in the public to see.
Well, that's the thing about the Getty. This is why it's the one that's the most important and the most vulnerable of every single one of these things, because we know about Area 51, we know about Montauk, we know about Dulce, we've heard about the one under Denver Airport. But either one of these things, it's not like you're going to ever be able to go into them. It's like so many of these things are like Area 51. It's on a military base. What do you think? Remember when all those people were saying, oh, we're going to raid Area 51 and all that crap? Yeah, right. And I'll tell you another story. This is why I started Occupy the Getty. Okay, back when I was on Revolution Radio.
Steve, hold on one second. Guys, if everyone could do us a big favor and retweet this space right now. I think there's a lot of information being told right now that a lot of people should need to hear. So that would be great if you could just retweet this space right now for us.
You are
Thank
recording,
you.
yeah? I see the little recording thing blinking, so it must be working. 744, we're doing pretty good. Got some good numbers. But 744, we're good. Got some good numbers. But all right, let me see. What was I was talking about these bases. The whole continuity.
Steve, what about the Malibu Beach? Like, is there an underground?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You're talking about the Getty facility in Malibu? Yes, definitely has an underground.
Well, the Malibu Beach has a supposed underground like subtunnel.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, that's off of like Point Magoo and Vandenberg Air Force Base. Okay. Yes, if you draw a line from the Getty in Malibu to the Getty Center, and you just make that line go continuously out to the ocean and across the United States, that's basically one of your tunnels right there. Okay. And it's going to go through Vandenberg, and Vandenberg is where our so-called secret space force is. Okay, so when they talk about the big secret space force and all that, that's where it is. So when they fly one of those things, they don't take off from the surface of the ground. They go out in the water, and they come out of the water. They'll go out so many miles out to sea, and then they'll lift off. That's how they do it. But yeah. They use, here's the thing. There's no real such thing as anti-gravity, but what there is ion propulsion. That's all it is. It's really simple. It's positive charge on the top and negative charge on the bottom. It's like a capacitor. And the negative pushes and the positive pulls. So, obviously you put the positive on the top, it's going to pull you up, and you put the negative on the bottom, it's going to push you up. And this is how we use this technology in the B-1 bombers and things like that. That's still secret. Boeing would love nothing more than to be able to introduce that into commercial, sales, but they're not allowed to. But that technology is pretty common. It's actually how they run the elevators. The elevators that go up and down the Getty, they don't have mile-long cables, I mean, gold mines, you know, people go, oh, you can't build a bunker a mile deep. BS. You could dig gold mines 2 miles deep. The deepest bunker is in Australia. That's the Alice, what is that? Pine Gap, I think it is. That thing's like 6 miles deep. Now, I know someone, well, I don't know the person, but I had an associate, a friend of a friend kind of a deal, who actually worked for the NSA at Pine Gap. And he was actually able to confirm some stuff, like the Bilderbergers actually put a hit out on me a few years back, and he was able to confirm it. That was actually a cool story, too. I had come up with a technology. You guys know about scalar technology? You ever heard anyone talk about that before?
Yeah.
Scalar? Yeah. Well, you've heard of like radionics and all that stuff. Anyway, the thing about scalar technology is it's limited in its range of function. Okay, it's kind of like a field. It produces a field and it alters the reality of whatever it is that's inside of this field. But they can only make the field so big, and the enemy, of course, has technology that they can use to basically shut ours down. Okay, that's one of the things they've got under the Getty. Obviously, they've got this advanced technology that we can only imagine, but they've got scalar technology down there. Hell, they could make gold out of silver down there. That's what they actually do. But anyway, I learned how to program a laser with a scalar program and to be able to actually transmit the scalar program using a laser. And for this, they put a hit out on me because this was like a very, very dangerous thing, you know, in the hands of the wrong person. So one of those things. If I had a bunch of money, that's probably one of the things I would do. I would develop this technology a little bit. But when I was really pushing it, is right before they shut me down. Hell, I was working on free energy. I had my company, SK Industries, where I made lasers and stuff. It was about a 2,000 square foot building, but I had a lab, and I had a silver setup. You know, I talked about the silver earlier, but I was selling my services to the government, actually. It was the University of Colorado, and they were doing light speed, UFO type research, and I knew that they needed this service. That's why I put it out there, and yeah, so I was selling the silver plating service, because silver, here's a fun little tidbit for you guys. Silver is a lasing material, which means that if you expose fine pure silver to a plasma, which is, plasma, if you expose the silver to a plasma, it will actually decompose and produce ultraviolet light. It's crazy. And so that's what they were doing. So this is actually how these things go light speed. They build these things out of silver. And the other big thing about silver, which is really important, is that as a building material is concerned, if you take all the different materials you could build something with, silver, steel, gold, copper, whatever. Silver has the highest resolution, meaning that silver you can build the most detailed, complex structures out of silver, and nothing else in the universe can do that. Copper, steel, whatever. So in other words, if you wanted to make a semiconductor and you wanted to make the most complex, detailed semiconductor on Earth, you would have to use silver, because it's the only thing that you could construct things ion by ion. And that's why they use that to make these beam ships, because they're just really super complex semiconductors. But also because when you expose this material to plasma, it produces massive amounts of ultraviolet light, which is actually coherent, which means that if you have a flat piece of silver and you expose that thing to plasma within a magnetic field, the surface of the silver, the flat surface, will put out ultraviolet light perfectly perpendicular to the surface. In other words, straight out. So in other words, it'd be like a laser beam, okay? Perfectly perpendicular. And so in other words, if you take like an atomic layer, every time one atomic layer is degraded in this process, it produces just gigajoules of ultraviolet laser light. And this is how they propel these things up to the speed of light. It's like turning on a fire hose, okay? You guys know what happens when you put a fire hose between your legs and you turn it on, right? Same thing. I know. I found that out when the University of Colorado was buying my silver from me because, they told me what they were doing. So yeah, that's how you achieve light speed is with a ship made out of silver. And guess what? Nothing goes over the speed of light. All these people that say wormholes and all that crap, that's a bunch of BS. Nothing goes over the speed of light. It's just the way it is. It's just one of those things. I could go on and on about this crazy stuff, but how long have we been? You guys want to ask some questions?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to do maybe 10 questions, 10 or 12 questions?
Yeah, as many as you want, guys. I could talk forever, man.
All right.
So, Dave,
did you have anything else you wanted to ask?
Well, I get someone that can confirm some of the stuff Steve's saying, that if we can have that person speak.
Yeah, bring him up, man. You have the capability as co-host, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, bring him up.
Hey, can everybody hear okay? I haven't heard anybody complain.
I can hear. I can hear you good.
And I think we got over that initial issue.
Everything's real clear.
Awesome.
So, welcome, all rights reserved.
Hey, what's going on, Dr. Keck, Isaac's Army? Steve, good to meet you. Good to see you. And yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. Dr. Keck, I just want to give you a shout out, man. I love your account and I always send it to people when it's appropriate. But yeah, I used to work at the Getty House in San Francisco, and I used to park my car across from Nancy Pelosi's, and I've been all over Billionaires Row in that area, from the tunnels out by Michael Aquino's on the Pacific Coast Highway to, the house where the Olsen twins were, where Full House sitcom was filmed. And when he was talking about it, I was having a little trip down memory lane because, yeah, dude, it's spot on. Like they try, because my mom died when I was a teenager, I went to go study Buddhism with a venerable Zen patriarch. So I can spot like a Ming Dynasty statue from, 20, 30 yards away. I know a lot about Buddha's artwork. And that's what they do, is they launder the money and the children through art and shipping containers. And Charles Schwab's daughter's husband's dad has an art museum made of shipping containers. And that's what they told me when I started working there is, I had a coworker talk to me about it, and I didn't really believe it at first, but after a while, the Goat Hill pizza, the girl I was dating with the pizza symbol, tattooed on her with the Illuminati eye. And then I finally asked her, what the fuck is that? And it all started to make sense. And yes, Steve nailed it with the Getty thing. Like that's really, and also the thing about all these agencies, CIA, FBI, NSA, it's all branches of the same tree, different names, same monster. It's like an elephant. It's like, this is what's an elephant? This is the tail. This is the trunk. This is the ear. All these things, but they're connected to one organism, and it's transnational criminal cartel. From the depths of the Vatican to London to DC to, you got the Democrats in DC and the Republicans at Bohemian Grove. It's like Crips and Bloods. It really is like a coast to coast thing. And then the tunnels are all over the world. And when he said the blood sacrifice, that's what the Maui fire was. You notice the the fire burning, and then they go into Israel and Palestine right after that happens. It's all connected. Like, Hawaii is one of the only states with a Jewish governor. all these things, it's not coincidence. Like all of Hawaii is like Swiss cheese too. Like the whole aquifer, because it's a volcanic place, it's literally like a sponge. It's a tunnel network. And so are the hills. That's what being Shanghai is. Ever since the 49ers, 1849, San Francisco has been used to like for human traffic and opium trade. You know, like the opium business is the old money. It's the Queen's heroin trade. And yeah, dude, I've been in those places. I used to build glass tile mosaics in those houses. And yeah, dude, everything that he said makes the checklist of what people told me. And yeah, the thing about the tunnels is true. Like I've done like custom mirror like glass shelving that's inside secret rooms that are behind a fake bookcase and stuff. And then they told me, and then I started to understand like the Masonic connection up on the hill in San Francisco, you know, with Grace Cathedral and what's the Ritz-Carlton, the Catholic Church, the Mason Temple, and then I forget the name of the big fancy hotel right on top of at the top of Mason Street in San Francisco.
St. Francis?
No, it's not. It's not a. Is that St. Francis or Great? Yeah, it is St. Francis. Yeah, and then you have the big. What's the big one across the hotel? I forget the fanciest hotel on the top of Nob Hill in San Fran. You remember the name of that? Oh, but yeah, man, like what you're talking about is heavy and it's true. And then the off-world stuff, yeah, man, like, dude, all the people that are talking about adrenochrome and stuff, ayahuasca, you know, it's like, why is King Prince Harry and Marina Abramovich, all these people are doing this shit, and it has to do with, you know, it's all connected interdimensionally, you know. So,
oh, dude, I got to share a story about King Harry, a really good one, real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. All right. Because he's been cut off from the royal family and all that, he doesn't have bunker privileges. Okay. So that's why he's out here in LA. And I don't know if you guys heard about this, but Meghan Markle was banging Gordon Getty. Did you guys hear about that?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
They don't have a
No, I'm not surprised though.
Meghan Markle was meeting up with Gordon Getty at some Hollywood hotel. I don't know which one. It was a pretty famous, well-known story. But everybody's wondering. They're saying, why is this skank, you know, banging this 80-year-old man? Well, it's because, and then the story was, they said, well, why is it happening? He says, because they needed his help with real estate. And it's like, well, why do you need Gordon Getty to help you with real estate? Because they want a tunnel entrance. You want access to the tunnel? You bang Gordon Getty.
So how do you think it works? Like when people are buying houses, like these billionaires that are buying houses that have tunnels already connected, like, do you only get?
That's a good question. All right, Angelina Jolie sold her house recently, and we all know it had a tunnel. Or no, well, who'd she sell to? She sold it back to a Getty. Oh yeah, that's right. Brad Pitt.
Did she really?
Brad Pitt did a transaction where he traded the house. He took a house that was owned by the Getty woman, one of the daughters or whatever, the one with AIDS, and they swapped houses. It was totally off the market, no inspection, nothing. They just swapped the house. So they keep it in the family, and that's why this guy Gordon had this woman, his mistress, buying up all this property. You know, and for instance, that place that Jared Leto lives in, if you look at who owned it before Jared Leto, it was like a Getty attorney. I mean, it was, all this stuff is always, if you go look at these properties, they're always will tie back to the Getty. But a lot of times, like for instance, at W.C. Fields' house, they'll have a swimming pool. They'll fill in the swimming pool. Now, you know, that happened way back when, but I tell people, if you want to find out what house has a tunnel, look for the filled-in swimming pools. Because they get all paranoid, you know. They're afraid a California earthquake's going to crack the pool and flood their tunnel.
Wow. How many would you guess are out there that are connected to the Getty?
Oh my gosh, I can't keep track. I tried, you know, I've had people helping me with this, and I'm busy, you know, like doing what we're doing right now, but I wanted to get a map of California. It's hard to even get paper maps anymore, and just put a pin in each location that we know of, and just try to figure it out. But there's bunkers all over the place. Like for me, I don't live in LA. I live a little bit east of LA. I'm in La Puente. It's kind of a ghetto. But there's another city close to me, Montebello, and I know there's a bunker under Montebello. And then there's a resort over here in La Puente. They call it Puente Hills Resort or something like that. It's got a damn bunker under it. And if you look at it, these things all have like a straight line, you know, so you know there's a big tunnel down there. But a lot of people, they made comments, like for instance, one person made a comment, they said that they didn't think it was possible to build a bunker at the Getty because it used to be a landfill. They build bunkers under landfills all the time. They like doing that. Whenever you're building a bunker, a lot of times there's a lot of stuff having to get moved around. And in the case of the Getty, they moved millions of tons of dirt. I mean, it's world famous for having millions of tons of dirt moved and millions of tons of concrete poured. And another big clue is a golf course. You see these golf courses, very often the golf courses will either have a bunker under them or a bunker right next to them because they use the dirt. You know? They got to move that stuff around. And then the other thing, you know, you talked about Phil Schneider at the beginning of this thing. Here you go. A living, breathing man. Well, he's dead now, of course. He paid the price. But he was the geologist that actually went and built these damn things. And he describes how they did it. They dig 4 really deep tunnels. They drop nukes down there. And they draw, you know, these nukes would blow up and make big cavities. And what people need to understand is there is a such thing as a low-yield nuke. In other words, a nuke that will blow up with all the power of a nuclear bomb, but it doesn't have the radiation, the fallout, and the radioactive signature. It's low yield. That's what they used in 9/11.
So, like, in your opinion, like the Boring Company, for example, Elon Musk's, that makes tunnels, is that just like a front? Like, do they? I mean, because like obviously they would have to have way more technology than what he's offering.
They do. Elon, let me just, I'm kind of glad you brought that up, because here's the thing. You know how we like people, we're fans of people, we think they're on our side and all that. Elon is one of those people. He's providing us, he's saved this platform, he's giving us free speech, he's doing all these things. He seems like a good guy, he seems like one of us. But at the same time, he's launching rockets from Vandenberg Air Force Base, the same place where they're launching the planes that drop the chemtrails on us, the same place where the secret space program is. So he's clearly involved in top secret, national security stuff, because he's launching spy satellites. So,
well, I mean, he wants to make humans into cyborgs. I mean, whether it's for a good cause or not, like, for Alzheimer's, you can make that case. Yeah. But anytime you want to put a chip in someone's brain, it's kind of a red flag for me.
Yeah, well, again, here's the thing. We're all easily fooled. I've been fooled. I'll be the first one to admit I've been fooled in a big way, and that's why I always worry that I'm being used as a tool. Like when I was doing the laser stuff, or when I was, arming, killing people. People died. Many, many people died because of the stuff I did, and I feel like today I'm kind of paying that off. But the point is that we never really know for sure what the true intentions of another human are. And I guess the best judgment, the best thing that you could use to kind of gauge that is if there's money involved. Okay. Seriously.
Yeah. Always follow the money.
Yeah.
Did you have another question? All rights reserved.
No, I appreciate the floor time, and it was kind of therapeutic listening to this guy speak, because it's like, it's something that's hung over my shoulder. It's been a burden for a long time knowing about all this, and then like accounts like yours, Isaac Army, Dr. Keck, you guys what you do is really important. Who's the other guy? Illuminati bot. I don't know if that's your competition or whatever, but it's important to force this stuff out into the public awareness, you know, and even if some of it is a little kooky or crazy, it gets people using that part of the brain that's been dormant for so long. You know, people are shut up by the education system, and then they're at home watching TV, and people are not, you know, fully, you know, using the full capacity of their brain, you know, and it's like, I don't care if it's psyops or disinformation or not, you know, it says disinformation is necessary like 30 times in the Q post. And another thing about that is, you know, right out the gate, I saw my first Q post and I glanced at it, and within less than 5 seconds, I instantly knew. I go, that's a leak from the NSA. And I was glued to that thing since it came out, you know, like the board itself, not any of the other bizarre projections or theories. But no, I appreciate what Steven's doing, because the Getty House, it really is, that's the crux of it, is the Getty Museum. I know another guy that built the Getty Museum, and another person that built the Denver airport, and all those buildings unanimously, they say that there was, how do you say, there's the giant caterpillars, the big yellow dump trucks hauling earth out of those things 24/7 for 5 years, you know, like the metric tonnage of earth material moved. And then also being around Mauna Kea now, I can see the telescope from my house. It's like, I know the concrete, during the pandemic, they were building basically like incinerators, like underground concrete bunkers at Pahakaloa, which is the base at the foothill of Mauna Kea in Hawaii. Like the whole deal with the tunnel networks, they're worldwide, old world, new world. It doesn't matter, from China to Turkey to Israel to you know, France, the catacombs all over Europe, old America, new America. I mean, dude, it's real. And this stuff, I'm just glad we can actually even speaking about it is nice. You know, I'm just like, holy cow, you know, I never thought, asked me 6 months ago if I thought I would be on a Twitter space talking about, you know, what is that, remote viewing in different dimensions and this stuff. It's like, it's mind blowing how quickly this information is getting out there. And just, you know, stick together, stay positive, and you know, yeah, I'm just, I don't know.
Well, yeah, that is
I'm
the
just
double-edged sword with Elon Musk. It's like he, you know, there's those nefarious things, but he also has given us this right here where we're able to talk about it, like you said, which is absolutely huge.
Yeah, true. So with that, I yield, and yeah, I'm gonna step back to listening. But yeah, man, when he was speaking, I was like, bingo, yep, he knows, right there, yes. And yeah, the head of the CIA, all that shit down in Monterey, California, the Panetta Institute, it's all, like he said, man, it's all connected. You know, you see the head of the CIA and all these different spooks, you know, and then they're meeting, you know, and yucking it up with like Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein and all, Gavin Newsom and all these people, dude, and they laugh, dude. They laugh. I've heard 4-star generals just sit there and laugh about doing cocaine and fucking underage girls, and it's just like, I was shocked, man. That was really toward the end when I really started to see the depravity. Is when I because I was in denial about it, I guess, for a minute. I was like, no. And then I was like, no, dude, you need to get the fuck out of here for your soul, dude. You need to leave all this. And then later on is when, you know, I had friends contacted me even after I moved away to tell me stuff. They're like, dude, you were not crazy. You know, so it's nice getting validation and seeing. I just hope the victims and the people that are really, I don't like this to be looked at as like trivialized as like entertainment. I want to see some real remedy and change and, you know, accountability for these people. Ultimately is the accountability is what's big for me, and getting victims of this type of stuff healed and back on their feet so they can live somewhat of a normal life. So thank you.
Thank you for coming on and speaking.
Yeah, I want to talk about this accountability business here a little bit, because this is kind of a big issue, and I know this is something that a lot of people that are aware of the human trafficking and the horrors of all this, they don't agree on. And I know they don't agree with me on this, but here's the thing, like I was trying to say earlier about us being savages and all that, is that they expect us to attack them. They have always expected us to rise up pitchfork in hand, so to speak, and, you know, storm the Bastille, if you will. That's what they built these bunkers for, to keep us out, and their plan is to blow the thing up. And the only way, I mean, I know this is going to sound nuts, but the only way we're going to defeat these people and get these things to be opened up, and to get the children released, and to get that activity to stop, and to get all that money back and all that technology, and get our, you know, investment back, that equity down there belongs to us. The only way that's going to happen is if we promise not to kill them, basically. You see, because they think that we're too stupid to control the world. They think that we're too savage and inhumane to handle the technology, because the technology itself, like when I said I came up with that, you know, programming a laser thing with the scalar stuff, they don't want average people to have the ability to use scalar technology, because essentially it alters reality. And if what are we going to do? Use it for weapons? We're going to kill each other with it? This is what we'll do, you know, because yes, they have a big hand in the monster that they created, you know, us being, you know, a bunch of savage, greedy bastards. But that has to change. So in other words, before they're ever going to open the door and give up, we have to show them that, A, we're not going to give up, and we're not going to comply with them, and we're going to shut everything down on the surface until they basically give up. But we also have to show them we're going to not be like them. We're not going to be a bunch of bloody Satanists and cut their heads off and make them pay for what they did. That's what they do. We have to treat them like family, because these people, these horrible, horrible Satanists that are down there doing these horrible things, they know that they can't even consider themselves part of the human family anymore. And they would do anything to be able to give that back, you know, but they just know that if they ever had to answer for what they've done, that they'd get what they deserve. And this is one of the reasons why they will burn the house down, sink the boat, nuke everybody in order to delay that from happening. They're going to do anything they can to keep us from gaining access to their bunker and making them pay. So we're not going to go storming in there. The only way that door is ever going to get opened and we're ever going to get everything back intact is if we make sure that we can become advanced humans and we can go down there and suck it up and not start killing everybody down there once we see what they've been doing. Because that's two things are going to happen. When that Getty gets opened up and people really see what's going on and the truth comes out, a lot of people are going to go catatonic. They're going to fall on the ground and suck on their thumb and get into a fetal position, and their whole world is going to crumble, and they're not going to know what to do. Some of us are going to be prepared, and we'll be in leadership positions. But the other thing is that we also have to be strong enough to control those people that are going to be so enraged by what they see that they're going to want to go berserker and kill everything down there. And this is exactly what we have to not do, because otherwise they're never going to give up. They're never going to release those hostages. They're never going to release those children. They're never going to give back all that money they stole. And they're never going to trust us with that technology. And we need that technology. You know, we need to clean up the Pacific Ocean. We need to fix Fukushima. We need to get rid of all the COVID. We need to fix everybody that's got the damn COVID and all that crap done. We need to fix everybody's DNA. We need to do all these incredible things that you can't do with normal technology, which they have down there. You know, the one thing I haven't heard you guys mention tonight is Atlantis. That was the previous epoch. And if you go back far enough, 10, 20,000 years, you're going to be in that epoch. There's Atlantean stuff down there. There's Atlantean tunnels down there still. There's Atlantean technology. All this crystal stuff, that's Atlantis stuff. You know, you hear them talking about Mars and different stuff. Yes, that all goes back that far. And these entities, you know, like the Jews and the Nazis, that goes back that far too. You know, these rivalries that we see on Earth today, these are very, very ancient rivalries that go beyond written history. But anyway, like I said, though, bottom line is the only way we're going to end this stuff and actually have paradise on Earth is if somehow, carrot or stick, either way, we can somehow mature and we can learn to be service to other types of people and not selfish, and we can learn that by you can have if everybody woke up and said, what can I do for the world today instead of what can I do to make a buck, we'd all be rich. We'd all be living in paradise because there is that much down there. There's 98%, well, let me put it this way. If you took all the wealth in the world, everything, all the money in the world, gold included, that would only represent about 2% of the wealth that's already down there underground in these bunkers like what's in the Getty. Okay, so it's like when people say blow that shit up, are you kidding me? It's filled with gold. It's not just filled with innocent children that are being tortured, but it's also filled with gold. It's filled with ancient secrets and technology that we need to advance, to move into this. You want your Nasara, your Jasara? That's where it is. Okay, because if you read the protocols, it says right there that they will throw their own guys under the bus and they will bring back their Antichrist and they will make you think that it's a whole new deal and they're going to give you a little bit of money. It's going to be way much more money than you had before, but it's only going to be a tiny little bit of what they've stolen. And that's what they call Nasara. The real Nasara is when we occupy the Getty and when we release all that wealth, because even though it's only one base, they're all going to fall like dominoes. Every base is connected to another base. And once we get, in other words, we're not going to go down there and fight tooth and nail, you know, hand-to-hand combat underground. No way. We're not going to conquer one base and then go conquer the next base and do that forever. No. The only way this is going to work is if humanity changes and we convince these guys to give up. And the only way that's going to happen is if we convince them that we're not going to kill them. We need to put them in FEMA camps. We need to lock them up. We need to make sure that they never molest or touch another child or reproduce and don't get to talk to anybody. They got to be in solitary, but we're not going to cut their heads off. We have to treat them like humans, and we have to treat them like family, just like we all have to treat each other like family. And once we learn how to do that, we can do all these things. But that's really what this is all about. So, yeah, it's all about metaphysical stuff.
Well, yeah, it's crazy that, you know, you bring that point of, like, doing it peacefully, because like the first thought of mine is savage, like you said, is to go down there, you know, kick the doors down and rip everybody out of there. That, you know, that's my first thought, primal thought, you know.
That's what I thought.
Well, the problem that happens, I mean, which we've seen with Pizzagate, and you know, the issue is you have these people that go out there. Whether, I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if, you know, a government, CIA, whatever, does a false flag down there. But that's the problem, is like the more that people go against the grain and you know, be the, you know, lone superhero and goes out there and does things on their own, the more it stagnates the rest of everything. So, you know, we have to do things as a team and you know, try to share the information and get it out there.
Well, you guys got to get angry about it. Everyone's got to get angry about it. You know, what did Michael Flynn say? He said we're in a war of narratives. That's what he said. This is a war of narratives. And what do they do? They put out all these different narratives going in all these directions, I only have one narrative, and that is Occupy the Getty. And I have one enemy, and that is the cavers under the Getty. And who's the good guys? The good guys are us. You know, but I'll say one more thing, and this is kind of important because, you know, we talk about this psychic stuff and all that. Satanism. You know, when these guys sacrifice these children and they do all these rituals, they're doing that because they believe that Satan benefits from this and that Satan will give them benefits and give them powers and do all these things. They truly believe that, whether you believe that or not. And you could say they truly are getting something as a result of what they're doing. But here's the thing. So what does that mean? That means that these humans are in fear of these other entities, these demons, these Satan. It's like we should have a healthy fear of God. They have a healthy fear of their God, which of course is Satan. Now, so what do? Do we fight the humans? No, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but we do. What do? We wrestle against the powers, the dark powers. You know that Ecclesiastics. Anyway, so what do? Way back about 4 or 5 years ago, my little gang of Jedi actually did a mission, and this was something I was totally not even in. I mean, I was involved, but I didn't control it. I didn't have any control over it. But we went on an astral mission, a whole bunch of us, and we went down there and slaughtered their so-called Nazi psychics one night, and they haven't been the same since. And and I'll tell you, they are so afraid of me, these guys. The Satanists, they're afraid of me, and they believe this stuff. So the point is that if you want to get these humans to give up, you're going to have to be stronger than the thing that they're afraid of, which is their master, which is Satan. And that's what we do. We battle demons. And you know what? There's these demons. What are they? They're Draco. They're Draco. And you know what? There's a limited number of these Draco out there. They're not unlimited. There's something like 250 million of them out there. We kill these things. Okay? So when you see changes in the universe, and these Draco, they need loosh. They consume loosh. And what is loosh? Loosh is like adrenochrome, only it's psychic adrenochrome. It's negative human emotional psychic energy. So when they're down there collecting this loosh for the humans, they're also collecting, or the adrenochrome, they're also collecting the loosh, which is food for the Draco. And that stuff, you think adrenochrome is valuable, loosh is way more valuable. And we shut down, when we go down there and do our little Jedi battles, we don't just slay, we also shut down loosh production. We can't do anything for the human victims that are down there because they're in a whole nother density. We're running around in the 4D, they're in the 3D, but we can shut down the loosh collection because here comes the AI, is being collected by AI. And why AI? Because AI is basically a sentient life form that doesn't have a soul and can operate on multiple different levels of density. Aha! So it can actually interact with 4D and 3D at the same time. And they use the AI to collect the loosh and funnel it to these, Draco, whatever the hell they are, which are basically demons.
Yeah, so basically, what I understand the loosh is energies that they're shooting out to the world in negative ways and
they make the loosh that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so like when they put out the bad news or the horror flicks, or they make people hate each other,
generating it, right?
Yeah, that broken heart, whatever, that's loosh. Okay, loosh is the opposite of love. Okay, you want to know how to kill them? You send them love. They hate that. But yeah,
so you want to take some more questions?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
You know what? I want to run ahead really quick. Can I do that? I'll stick around, but you got to let me do that. Is that cool?
Yeah.
You guys go chat for a minute. I'll mute. I'll be right back.
Okay, sure.
Whoa. Well, let me mute.
Hi, Casey. How you doing? Casey.
We'll bring Casey up. Yeah, it's a very interesting conversation so far, huh, Dr. Keck?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. What we do is we connect dots. I mean, a conspiracy is a conspiracy, but if you can keep on connecting these dots, there's more reality to it. But there's so many people that came around, and I was speaking to. Before this whole entire thing, we were trying to talk about, the people that were involved, but there was more people that were actually, I just can't think of the exact name of there was Allie Carter that was a witness to all this stuff, but there was someone else I couldn't remember who it was.
If you guys know the victim's name, put it in the comment section, and then John, if you can find that and relay that would be awesome.
Casey, she's been in the Hollywood area. How you doing, Casey? It's been a while since I've talked to you.
I know. I've missed you, Dr. Keck. I wanted to ask a couple of questions because I've been providing free support to survivors of sexual trauma for 29 years. So I have counseled a lot of people who worked for Hugh Hefner in Playboy Mansion, and also the mini mansions that are throughout Los Angeles, including the Getty Museum and what's under there. And it's really throughout. It's not just the Getty. It's everywhere. The tunneling systems are. It's so mind-boggling that people. I was recently interviewed, and somebody said they're just kind of coming into the realization about the satanic elements. So those, if you don't know me, I'm was trafficked as a child by my own mother, who was a Hollywood starlet, and my brother has been a professional comedian for 39 years, Emery, and my mom was Darlene Emery, and he edited The Aristocrats in 2005. He was good friends with George Carlin, and he openly worships Satan. And we both actually became born again Christians in 1979. But what he was talking about the Loosh is exactly why they pull off horrible things like 9/11. They wanted the whole world watching people jumping from those buildings so that we would all express our horror together. So while they've got their insurance money and pulled that off and convinced everybody, they also wanted to go over to the Middle East and essentially take over the poppy fields and set up the poppy fields over there in Afghanistan for 20 years. Oh, that war just never ended for 20 years because our CIA was growing poppies that they were selling to our children. So when he said that there's money involved, one of the things that I learned, I've been in business for 27 years, I'm an actuary. So the work that I do with sexual trauma victims is all volunteer. It's 100% free. But for my job, my real job, is I audit these 501c3s and 501c4s and I've been watching BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, Berkshire Hathaway, Google buy up all these mom and pop industries, Amazon, which was part of the communist takedown, which is communism is Satanism. And so whenever I come in a room, people know that I'm going to talk about satanic Hollywood, but I want everyone to understand that it's not about the money. They have more money than they could ever want. In fact, all they need to do is take money from us. They want to keep us broke. They want to keep us struggling so that they can collect more loosh. So they create the society so that we're always scrambling just to survive and make a living. And that enables them to collect more loosh. And as you guys were speaking of, they control. So in 1920, they brought over Polish Jews, which are actually fake Jews that came straight out of Ukraine, Russia, and emigrated hiding. We brought the 1600 scientists over in Operation Paperclip, but a lot of the other Nazis they had to disappear. So they disappeared into Romania, Croatia, Moldavia, and Russia. So you hear the term Russian bride. For 29 years, I've been helping a lot of women that were trafficked right out of those areas, Romania, Croatia, Moldavia, and Russia, but also Central America, Panama, and Honduras in particular. And it's just like a constant cycle. Like these little girls are groomed and told that they're going to come to America and they're going to marry a rich man, and then they end up having babies with them, or they bring their babies and they end up getting trafficked, and they traffic themselves. And one of the things that happened recently is that I interviewed the third person that was a labor trafficker right here in Newport Beach, California. So back in December 2022 to March 2023, we had massive rain that was just record rain. So it was obviously manipulated. And Scott McKay and I were talking about the fact that the Newport Beach PhD is what he has coined the phrase that they were scientifically creating this fungi for this disease X, we think. So I interviewed the third person last Friday who said that they're working to scrape up. They definitely had killed hundreds or 60 dolphins and hundreds of sea lions. And so then as soon as it became known that this algae was super, super toxic, was killing mammals, then they're like, oh, it's time to cultivate it, bring it in. And so down here on the beaches, it's all sand. So we don't have any, they're not spraying pesticides or anything like that, but they scraped up all this algae. So we think that they're getting ready to deploy that in the chemtrails because it's a fungus. and used with 5G, they can bring a lot of people into extreme sickness. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. But I just wanted to come in and say that they don't need our money. We've been playing Monopoly with the people who print Monopoly money forever. It's all about a cash flow problem. And as long as, if you've got a mansion and you can't sell it, you can't liquefy that asset, then they go out and they create that cash flow by finding these people that are willing to do their bidding. And Hollywood is full of them. They target Hollywood. In fact, it was established, and they know that they came over, the fake Khazarian Jews that came over as Polish Jews from Poland, immigrated to Manhattan, and then they went to Hollywood, California, and Hollywood, Florida, and established these 6 major motion picture industries that we have still to this day, with the sole purpose of creating all this violence and death and destruction to collect our loosh, but to also bring down the moral fiber of humanity to just bring us into this abject anxiety and depression that our young people are experiencing, in addition to all of the parasitic poisonings that we're experiencing as well. So I'll land my plane there. I've chatted enough, but it's really good to be here. And I'm just really interested in hearing more about what's going on with these children now. And from what I've heard in my intel, most of these children are really not retrievable. They've taken them into med bed situations to try to help their own stem cells renew them, but there's a lot of them have never even seen the light of day.
Thank you, Casey. Always great hearing you.
I'm back, guys. She's right. They don't need our money. They have. We don't have anything. All the money on the surface of the earth is nothing compared to what they have. But they want to keep you fighting for your job and fighting for everything so that you won't do what we're doing right now, because they can dox you and get you in trouble, right? Hey, guys, you want to talk about the tunnel Jews real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to hear your opinion on that, on all that.
All right. Well, here's the thing. And I'm not, I'm not Nazi by any means, or anti-Semitic. I hate that word. It's so stupid. But I'll just say this. First of all, the 2% of the world is Jewish. 2% of all the population of the world, roughly 2%. And of all those people that consider themselves Jewish, roughly 2% of those people are Chabad Lubavitch, the so-called guys over there in New York doing the tunneling. And those are the guys that are the problem. I know that a lot of the reform, whatever, you could say that, maybe it's a bandwagon type thing. But the bottom line is, like, saying that all Jews are doing this is like saying that all Germans are Nazis. It's not true. There are a bunch of Satanists who are basically Pharisees, or people that can trace their lineage back to Solomon and possibly even further back to Nimrod. And these are the bad guys. These are the baby screwers. These are the ones that are doing the most depraved things. They're the ones digging the tunnels. But they're also the ones that are trying to start World War III right now. And basically, these are the guys that are doing the COVID. These are guys that are doing all that. We got to talk about bacteriophages. She's talking about the bacteria. I got to talk about that. But in Ukraine, the basis of when the Khazars were run out of Russia, before there was a Russia, it was Khazaria. When they got run out, they basically, a whole bunch of them ended up in the Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, those Baltic countries. But they basically, a bunch of them made it back into Ukraine and Kiev. And those are the Chabad types. Those are the fake, basically, this goes back to Jacob Frank and the fake Messiah. And Jacob Frank and Simon Weishaupt and Meyer Amschel Rothschild got together and started the Illuminati. That's all back in 1777 or something of this nature, Before that, the Masons weren't even corrupt. They had to take over the Masons and corrupt the Masons. But the point is that Those guys with the black hats and the curly sideburns, the ones from Ukraine, the ones that are causing this war that we're throwing everything away on to Project Ukraine. It's because of those guys. They want Russia destroyed because they want Russia back. It's because Russia is Khazaria and they want greater Khazaria, and that's what's going on. And they are the Khazar Mafia, and they are the guys that won the mafia wars, and that is the international mafia. That is Intertel. That is Jeffrey Epstein. That's Mossad, the CIA, the Italian mafia, the Colombian mafia, Chinese mafia, everything. The bosses of all the world mafia are those guys with the black hats. And let me say this, and this is important because you have to understand how these guys work. But when Hitler came to power, one of the first things he did was take the great Rebbe over there in Ukraine, the guy that was the head of the Khazar Mafia and the Chabad, cult, and he shipped him out of the country for his safety because this was before all this Holocaust stuff, and he ended up in Brighton Beach. So when she's talking about these guys that ended up in Brooklyn and all that stuff, that's how it happened, okay? Now, I know this happened well before Hitler. Sure, there was a strong Jewish presence in the United States, but it wasn't completely Zionist, okay? So the satanic stuff, it didn't really hit the shores until Hitler sent them over there. Now, why would Hitler spare the Rebbe? Because the Chabad created the Nazis, because Zionism is also called social Zionism, and Nazism is called National Socialism. It's the same thing. Nationalism, Zionism basically mean the same thing. Zionism is another word for nationalism. So you guys, like I said, they create their own monsters. So the Jews that were killed in the Holocaust were the ones that thought that Judaism was a religion and not a national identity. Okay? And that's why when they went and shipped all those people to Palestine, the ones they shipped over there were Zionists who thought that being Jewish meant you were a national of Israel. Okay, big difference. So that war that we're fighting today, the war that Putin is fighting right now in Ukraine, it's all over this. And I'll tell you something else. All these sanctions and all this money that's been confiscated from these billionaires and what have you, these so-called oligarchs, every single one of those oligarchs is a Chabad Jew, is part of this mafia. So there's like there's like 1,000 billionaires in Russia, and almost every single one of them is a Chabad Jew. So by taking this money, by confiscating Abramovich's yacht and Chelsea football field or whatever, all this money that they've taken in these sanctions, they've crippled Chabad. That was all Chabad money. So this is pretty crazy. But I'll tell you, Chabad and the Pharisees are the same people that opened the gates and let the Babylonians in. They're the same people that opened the gates and let the Romans in to destroy the temple both times. They were a fifth column in Israel, and they're a fifth column in our country right now, and they're trying to throw away all our money on this crap with Zelensky so that when the time comes to fight China, we're going to be screwed. We can't even make enough shells to feed Zelensky 155 millimeter shells. We're screwed. We can't. What are we going to do? We're going to get illegal aliens to fight in our army. We're going to get all these transgenders. Hello. We don't, in Russia, hundreds of thousands of people are signing up to join their military. We sure as hell can't do that in this country. How the hell are we going to fight? But you know what we can do? We can nuke. And that's why we have to occupy the Getty, because otherwise these bastards are going to throw us into nuclear war just to hide their crimes. They want us dead, one way or the other. This is much more than just saving children. This is saving all of us. This is saving the earth. We got to do this before Biden can start launching nukes and attacking Iran and everything else. This is important stuff. You know, I'll tell you something, and this is probably not a coincidence, but the day I got back on Twitter was the same day that Hamas attacked Israel. We got to have some questions, huh?
Casey, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say the date that Adam Weishaupt established the Illuminati was May 1st, 1776. That's why they call it Area 51. So you got Harry S. Truman, who bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki so that he could create all of this loosh from the hundreds of thousands of innocent souls that died. And Harry S. Truman was from Independence, Missouri. I was a goddaughter of the Kansas City Mafia, and they controlled Kansas City, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, and Las Vegas. And I was betrothed to the Sevilla family, the head of the Sevilla family's son. Throughout my life, my mother, as I mentioned, was a Hollywood starlet, and she trafficked me to the rich and famous. And so the only time of my life where I was not being molested and raped throughout my childhood is when I was a mafia goddaughter. They protected me. So for 4.5 years, I had the protection of these individuals because the Italian mafia, the one thing that they would not do, they recognized that we had a completely corrupt government. And they knew that they were involved in Satanism. There were certain bloodlines that raped children, and they've always known that. So the mafias were established to combat the corrupt governments. So it's really bizarre that these mafia families, the one thing that never happened to me inside the mafia family was I was never touched. I was always protected. And even the men within those families, they didn't look at me like a piece of meat like other men did because I was dressed up like a hooker throughout my childhood. They saw me as a child of God, and they saw their mission as to protect me. But he's correct about the bloodlines. So Epstein is specifically what he was doing was furthering his bloodline. So within these 13 royal bloodlines, they do intermarry to protect their bloodlines. And that's why most of Hollywood are like third, fifth, fourth, fifth cousins of each other and related, and they're raising each other's children because they keep those bloodlines in the family. But there's a secondary agenda with the bloodline, and that is to further the bloodline with other individuals so that they can create children that can be expendables. That's what they're called. So they're looking specifically. So I was a singer, a dancer. I had this unique eye condition like Madeline Kahn called central heterochromia. Only 1% of the population has this eye condition. So I was really heavily targeted by the mafia and then by the Satanists. So what he was talking about is very specific in that they're not Jews. They're the people. So when we brought in the people from the scientists, there were a number of other Ashkenazi Jews that had to disperse. And that's why they ran and hid and they pretended to be Jews. So they're not real Jews. And so that's why it's not, we always have to say this because, I married a Polish Jew. So, but at the same time, a lot of these Jews, they set up Ancestry.com and 23andMe so that they could track our genetics, and we turned that on them. So I was working with Robert David Silva over a period of about 15 years when he used to say, we have it all, make the deal, mother effers. And then they killed him during COVID. So we still have it all. We still turned all of that information on them. We still had their genetics, and that's how we determined that they were hybridizing their own bloodlines. They were in these underground military bases. They're actually splicing. So that's why they set up these Planned Parenthoods on every street corner, because they use those stem cells for in vitro fertilization and for the hybridization of literally every creature on Earth. So when they noticed that they needed to be more ruthless, they add a little wolf DNA and things like that to their own children. These people are truly animals. So these particular bloodlines are more predisposed to receiving the splicing of these genetic materials. And as a result of that, they truly are hybridized humans. So that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the fact that the governments, Hollywood, and all of the people that we look up to throughout our societies, and that includes heads of corporations at this point, because now they've got this full corporatocracy that was able to push the bioweapon on us, even that was emergency use authorization. So the corporatocracy is now, they control the common stock of all of these entities that they've purchased. And so they've injected all these people with this bioweapon, but the bioweapon is also full of 17 to 19 different prions. And those are proteins that are folded over from other creatures. So when your body identifies this foreign prion, then it kicks in your immune system and causes a cytokine storm. So that's why COVID wasn't a real virus. It was actually a poisoning. So I was, patient 0 in Newport Beach, California, and almost died of COVID because I'm a heart patient. At that time, I was diagnosed heart failure patient, which I have resolved on my own by deparasiting over a period of 3.5 years. But these people are heavily parasited. So if you want to know what satanic demon possession is, it's a parasite infestation because they've so hybridized themselves with the genetic material of other animals in order to make themselves. I'm sorry.
Don't mean to cut you off, Casey, but just kind of wrap your point up here, and we got to get on to a couple more questions just because we're on a little bit of a time strain.
Okay, yeah, sure. I was just saying that the hybridization of their bloodlines is how they've become such heartless, demonic individuals. Their pineal gland has been totally calcified, and some of these parasites actually consume the pineal gland, which is the third eye, and that's how we're connected to our souls. So I'll land my plane there.
I totally agree. Great points there. A lot of great points you made there. Zadie, if you want to go ahead, if you have a question for Stephen, go ahead and shoot.
I was just listening in the audience. Just want to say, conspiratorial Jew hatred is my favorite form of Jew hatred. Heard some wild theories. Stephen being one of them, saying something about Chabad and mentioning that 1,000 billionaires in Russia are Chabad. Stephen, do you have any evidence to substantiate that claim, or the people on Twitter Spaces just say whatever they want?
Yeah, actually I do. But you know what? I have a document here right next to me. In fact, I'm reaching for it right now. My research on this subject, let me see, it's about 1 inch thick. Okay? Would you like me to name some names? I've got the names here. I've got like 1,000 names. You know, let me give you some details. I'll tell you how detailed it is. I could only find one billionaire that was not Chabad, okay? And you know what she was? She was an Indian woman that married a Chabad dude that died. They got all this money, okay? But yeah, you know, I'll tell you, I did a show a while back. It's called Felix Sater, a.k.a. Moshe Bond. And it's actually a 3.5 hour show, and I kind of go through the entire world mafia, you know, one by one. Trust me, it takes a lot of work to do this. I mean, trust me, I've got piles and piles of notes here. I figure I'd probably turn
about 1 inch thick.
About 1 inch thick. I'm holding it right now. It's about 1 inch thick of paper.
I guess it's all about perspective. You know, 1 inch could be thick to some, not so thick to others.
Yeah, it's well, let me see. It's thicker than my thumb. About as thick as the thumb, yeah. Anyway, oh my gosh, so that's why when I hear people talking about some of the recent politics, I kind of got a snicker because, you know, it's so complex.
But you still haven't given one piece of evidence. I asked you for something specific.
Well, okay, evidence. Let me see.
You have 1 inch worth of paper. I got a question for you, Stephen.
Start the first page. Google Bayrock Group LLC. Okay. Let's see. That particular thing was mentioned over 1,000 times in the Mueller report. Let's see what else. Oh gosh, Michael Cohen. Let me just open up this thing. I'm only looking at the first page here. Okay, what do you want? Let me just find some names of some guys.
Let's say this. Let's say hypothetically.
Okay, right? Pick a name. Okay, all right. Here, how about Steve Wynn? I'll pick Steve Wynn. Let's see. What's Steve? Steve Wynn. Okay, he's a famous Chabad mobster. You guys know Steve Wynn, right?
Yes, of course.
The Mirage Casino. You know, how about Sheldon Adelson? You remember Sheldon Adelson, right? He just died recently and left all his money to his wife. Anyway, let's see. Steve Wynn. What can I tell you about him? Steve Wynn, a.k.a. Steve Weinberg. Let me see. What would you like to know?
But the funny thing is, you mentioned black hats and the ones that wear pacing, those curly hairs on the side, and neither of those have any correlation, nor were either of those Orthodox, right? Chabad.
Oh, I know. I'll give you a good one. How about the new guy that took over? Let me see. What was it?
It's funny you mentioned Chabad, and then you mentioned a bunch of secular Jews that are non.
Yeah, the secular Jews are the good guys. You know, the Jews are the best Jews are the Sephardic. I like the guys that went to Spain. You know, the Sephardic Jews. I'll tell you the reason why they're so cool is because when they were in Spain during the time of King David, they never went to Babylon. They never went to Assyria. They never got corrupted with the Babylonian Talmud and all that bullshit.
They literally adhere to the same laws we adhere to. You're talking
only
nonsense.
because they're forced to, because the
nobody's forced to
Pharisees
do
are
anything.
trying to take. The Pharisees are.
This is the
You
problem.
know what? I'll tell you what the Jews. I'll ask any Jew this.
You know
any
nothing
Jew
of
that knows
Jews.
Jewish history.
You're talking
Listen,
at the You're
why
talking
don't
at your
you
ass.
admit that
You
it
know
was the
nothing of
Pharisees?
Jews.
Why don't you admit it was the Pharisees that opened the doors and let the Babylonians in? Why don't you admit it was the Pharisees that opened the doors and let the Romans in? You know what? Let's talk about King Solomon. Any good Jew knows that King Solomon harnessed evil and harnessed demons. Come on.
You
what do you think
determine what's a good Jew, you peasant.
Dude.
What do you know about
look,
good Jews?
I don't even want to deal with this guy. Just get him rid of him
Yeah,
because I
all
don't
right.
need the Jew trolls.
We can't
Get
be
the Jew troll out,
civil
you know.
here. We gotta go.
Isaac, I got one question. If I can ask
you're
one
not
question.
asking questions. You're just being a Jew
You're
troll.
not giving me a concise. You're not giving me a concise
you know
answer.
what? Your opinion on what I'm giving you is your opinion. It doesn't mean anything. Okay.
All right.
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Whatever. That's an opinion, and that's his opinion. He can have it.
Yeah. He can decide whether or not he's satisfied. It's like people that say, I want proof. You know what? It doesn't matter how much proof you put in front of their face. They're going to say, oh, that's not proof. You know what?
Yeah.
That's like opinions. Everyone has assholes. Everyone has opinions. Keep it to yourself. I'm just trying to save the world. You could take your shit. You know what? That's why I say open up the Getty and let everyone see the little black hats and the little Satanism and all that. And you could figure it all out because we all know who's down there. You know, I got so tired because I know this girl. She's a Sephardic Jew, like I said. And she said, Jew hatred, Jew hatred. I'm like, oh, well, you know what? Again, you want to know what's under the Getty? Hell, you saw it in New York. You saw the soiled mattresses and you saw all that crap. You know what they're doing down there with the baby wipes and the diapers and the pee rags and everything else they had down there. Come on.
Yeah, I mean that
They're not
was.
stupid.
What do you need to? I mean, yeah, that was.
Yeah, they had no excuse for that. But what did they do almost immediately? They filled it up with cement. And we don't talk about it. And even, you know, here's another thing. We're talking about Elon Musk and who he's really working for. But, you know, when that story came out in Brooklyn, that got shut down almost immediately. But you know what we got every day? Hamas is ISIS. Stand with Israel. We got, you know, every day you got the same damn thing. You got polarizing crap. And it's like somebody pointed out, you know, Mia Khalifa got harassed at the airport, and everybody wanted to pick on Mia Khalifa. You know, Twitter let that run amok, but when you mention that Pornhub is owned by a rabbi, they removed that. You know, when I first got on Twitter,
absolutely, I posted that and instantly like got demonetized.
Exactly.
And got, instantly.
So who's working for who? If you post a picture of chemtrails on Twitter, you're going to immediately get hit with somebody from Britain that says these are contrails. It's like, really? Really? You know, what's up, Elon? What's up? I thought we were supposed to have free speech here. Obviously, it's BS. You know, and when the whole tunnel thing went down in Brooklyn, what do we got? We got nothing less than the head of Chabad Lubavitch coming in there and making excuses and saying, oh, what you saw was not what you think you saw, blah, blah, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. It's like, really? You know, how you doth protesteth too much. You know, how the guilty whine when you point out the truth. It's no difference with this guy and like, prove it, prove it, prove it. You know what? It's tough shit. And I don't need to prove it because that's why.
I mean, honestly, he can go look all that stuff up.
It's all out there. It's all out there.
It's all out there.
Yeah.
Most of it, you know.
It's funny. It's like these, you know, I'll tell you something. When in Russia, when they had the whole business during the Reagan era with the tear down that wall and Gorbachev and all that crap, the whole purpose of that was so that all those so-called Jews that needed to get out of the country, that was mafia. That was so that the mafia could get out and run amok. And when the Soviet Union crashed and all the assets were sold for pennies on the dollar, who do you think bought that stuff? You know? I mean, those are the oligarchs. Those are the Chabad people. And I'll tell you something. Putin has made Chabad the #1 Jewish group in Russia. And Russia at least especially the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union, used to have 45% of all the Jews in the world lived in the former Soviet Union. Now that's saying something. Now, what I wanted to say, I was talking about this Javier Milei guy that took over the premiership over in Argentina. That guy's an absolute clown. He claimed to be an anti-communist.
I agree 100% with you on this
He
one.
claims to be anti-socialist and anti-communist, and at the same time, he embraces Chabad, the very same people that created Zionism and Bolshevism. So it's like, what? And then he says, and this is where you really know it's true, he says that he doesn't believe Christianity, he doesn't believe this, doesn't believe in that, but what he does have faith in is the mafia, because the mafia always follows their words. They always follow through. They get things done. He said he'd rather be with the mafia than being with the righteous people. And so what does he do? He goes and says he wants to be, this is a guy that was raised Catholic supposedly, and what does he do? He throws his weight in with Chabad. He's Chabad. He was at the damn Tunnel Jew synagogue in November. He went and prayed at the grave of Rebbe Schneerson, who was the head Rebbe of the Chabad Lubavitch in New York, the same guy that told Netanyahu, a younger Netanyahu, what was he doing because he wasn't bringing back the Antichrist fast enough. I mean, come on. These guys are serious about this crap, and it's like there is just a mafia hiding behind the Jewish religion. So when you get some idiot that's like a Reformed Jew or whatever, and he wants to defend Chabad, really? That's like a cow trying to defend a slaughterhouse. It's insane. But you know what? It's just like I said. Any Jew.
Well, it's kind of like the cat. Like I'm a born Catholic, raised Catholic, but I can't defend the atrocities that the Catholic Church hides and all that sexual shit that's gone on. So
we have to talk about Solomon, okay, King Solomon. Now, this isn't really in our Bible, but it's in their Bible. And, Solomon came after David, right? The whole kingdom of Israel only lasted 2.5 generations. It started with David, and it ended under the sons of Solomon. But that's it, okay? But when Solomon became king, he found a way to trap souls and to basically make demons do his bidding. Now, if you ask me, that is the same satanic BS that we're dealing with under the Getty today. It's the same thing. It's the same demons. It's the same soul capturing. It's the same blood rituals. And Solomon had many, many wives. And they came from Babylon. They came from Phoenicia. They came from everywhere. And he practiced in the religion of every single one of those wives. And that included human sacrifice, blood rituals, and worshiping Moloch. Of course, King Solomon worshiped Moloch, but those people in the north, when King Solomon died, all that power that he had from demons was lost, because those demons were not beholden unto his sons the way they were beholden unto Solomon, and that kingdom of Israel split in two under both of the sons, Jeroboam and Rehoboam, and that country was defeated because each one of those sons one was defeated by Babylon and one was defeated by Assyria. And the Babylonians ones, they spent 250 years in Babylon. That's where they developed the Babylonian Talmud. That was all Moloch, damn satanic crap. And they brought that back with them in there. And here's the thing. There were 3 sects of rabbis, the Essenes, the Sadducees, and the Pharisees. And the Sadducees and the Essenes used a temple. The Pharisees did not. And so that means when they were in Babylon for 250 years, there was no temple. So that means the Sadducees and the Essenes went away. And it was the Essenes that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls. And they hid it from the Babylonians, not the Romans. They'll try to tell you that the Dead Sea Scrolls were being hid by the Romans. No, the Essenes were gone by the time the Romans came. The Essenes hid it from the Babylonians, who conquered the country because the 5th column Pharisees opened the doors and let them in. They keep doing that shit, just like they did during the Holocaust when they allowed all those other Jews to die. It's the same thing they did when they allowed the Babylonians to destroy Jerusalem and when they allowed the Romans to destroy Jerusalem. They're a bunch of Satanists. They'll kill their own people, and they'll hide behind their own people, and their own people will defend them because they're that stupid, just like this guy here.
Well, I thought it was funny he called us peasants. Like, it was just a classic line.
Yeah, like, oh, you're so below me, really? You know,
Well,
I want to say something about royalty real quick before, you know, because that woman that was here, she mentioned royalty, and she's talking about the incest. The reason for the incest is because the royalty is passed down by the woman, okay? It's not passed down from the man. It's passed down from the woman. That's why they did the incest. That's why Jesus and Mary Magdalene was high-ranking. Moses and his wife was a Babylonian princess. He was a pharaoh and she was a Babylonian princess. This royal blood stuff, it goes all the way back to the flood and then past the flood. Blood is everything. So trust me, blood is everything. Had to say that.
I am bringing up I am him for the next question. Looks like he's having trouble connecting. Okay. Yeah, I am him if you want to go ahead with your question. Maybe you're not there.
I just want to add something, though. Like, the Jewish religion is like the only religion in the world that, like, you can't even say Jew. You can't even call it. Like, you can't even say it. Like, which is so bizarre. And, you know, look at Germany, like the Holocaust and all that stuff. You can't even have people question anything. It's illegal. They'll arrest you. Like,
no, you say,
I mean,
if you say the word Jew in public, like, you get looked at like you said the N-word. It's crazy.
Well, it's strategically done on purpose. It's on purpose because the Holocaust and everything that happened, and, you know, the Operation Paperclip and everything that happened, it was strategically placed where you're getting people in a position where, like, you know, we're the oppressed, where you know, no one can do anything to us. We're the oppressed. No one can talk to us the wrong way. No one can look at us the wrong way. And that's the problem. Like, just like, you know, Isaac, I mean, I grew up as a Catholic myself, but you know what? If you look at my posts all day long, I talk about the Catholic religion, and you know, why is there so much pedophilia in the Catholic religion? But you know what? I'm not a, you know, anti-Catholic or just, you know, or anything like that. But you know, you talk about the first thing you talk about a Jewish thing, people get like irate. You get the Anti-Defamation League. I mean, they're like after us. I checked on their website today to see if I was on there, because there's many people on there from Twitter. But you get a question.
Are we on there?
I don't think I'm on there, but
well,
there's a bunch of people I know that are on that. But the problem is you have to question just that in itself. Like, because I'll tell you, like, I mean, you know, this is a free, you know, we're here to say what we want to talk about. You know, freedom of speech is a real thing. But if you can't even talk about religion when it comes to a Jew, you can't even talk about it to them. Like, you can't even mention it, because the first thing that you do, if you don't know, you know, that their you know, their book or whatever, like, you know, you're instantly you know, a racist, anti-Semite.
You're a peasant, like that guy told us.
Yeah, but you know, like, you know, I'm here. Like, I understand. I'll tell you right now, like, you know, from doing this, like, I deal with people that are, I don't even want to say uneducated. It's just unawoke. They don't understand. So I don't give these wrong things to people. I give the guy credit for coming in here and standing up and, you know, whatever. It's not his fault, whatever. But the fact of the matter is like, no one hates these people. Like, no one's there to, like, no one wants evil in this world. We have Steve Kelley over here that's saying, like, no, we're not gonna, like, you know, we know that there's pedophilia going on there, at the Getty. There's all this crazy stuff. Steve's not saying like, let's go raid the place. Or let's go like take these people down. No, we just want the information to get out there, and we want people to hear it, and we want people to raise awareness to what's going on. But like, I'll tell you right now, like if I knew my page was going to create like a hate wave, like of people, like where they're going to be, creating issues around the, I don't know, like, I mean, I wouldn't do what I'm doing. But the issue is we have to understand who we are, like, and what we're fighting. We have Operation Paperclip, and we had the Nazis that were in Germany, and they slaughtered people. And then we had the Bolshevik Revolution. We had the Ukraine famine and the Holodomor. People don't even know what the Holodomor is. They have no idea that there was a Holocaust worse than the Holocaust. But you can't even talk about it. You can't talk about it because the second you do, it's conspiracy, but it's not, because you can go look in history and it's not even, I mean, if you're getting like a history book from your school, you're getting the wrong history book. But you don't have to look that far to go type in, what these things were and what was going on. America was eating food from the Ukraine famine. They were selling it to America, and that's what was going on. But everything was strategically done. I mean, you look at you have Patton saying like, we fought the wrong enemy. There's so many different things, and then you have Operation Paperclip and these almost 2,000 people coming into these. I mean, it's like this. It's like we fought Al Qaeda. All right. Well, are you going to traffic in 1,600 Al Qaeda and put them into high-ranking government positions? Are you going to make Al Qaeda be part of NATO, like the head of NATO, the head of like intelligence and like communications and whatever? Like, it's absolutely insane what happened with World War II. World War II, for anybody, they're so confused by it because you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be confused because you wonder, like, how did the Nazis kill all these people? And how did they do it? How did this whole entire thing happen? But the reality is we, all of us, are the people that just accept the history that they want us to learn. That's what they want us to do. But we're in a situation right now where you have to look at who's in control of everything, right? And then you have to wonder and say, well, were these people the oppressed people from, the Nazis that they got slaughtered? And, but how did they just get into the finance thing and communications and the news and media and everything? I mean, the reality is we have to understand this. But it's not like, I want to tell people, though, it's not Jewish, though. Like, it's not, there's Jewish and then there's, the people that pretend to be Jewish, and they're hijacking the religion. In fact, Jewish people should be angry at what they did to their religion because they desecrated their religion. They desecrated their whole religion. I mean, just like what happened with the Catholic religion. The Catholic religion at one point possibly was good, but then you have these secret people that are going in there to destroy it. I mean, I forget the name. Bella, in the 1950s, the girl went in there and she was a communist, and she hired like 1,600 pedophile priests. So like she went in there and was able to like infiltrate the Catholic Church. So every religion, if we're going to fight here on religion and headbutt each other, we're not going to meet. No one's going to meet halfway because it's an endless battle. But this chat room here today, we're just talking about what's going on. And you know what? There's going to be a bad person and there's going to be something. But there's mafias, there's religion and whatever. People run together in groups. That's just how it is. But that's all I wanted to say.
Cool. Well, thank you, Dr. Keck, for that. I am him. Are you there? If you are, fire a question away. If not, I'm going to bring somebody else up.
No questions, guys?
All right. I'm going to bring somebody else up. B-Dub. Let's see what he has to say. All right, B-Dub, go ahead. Hello? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah, you're live, buddy.
Hey, sorry. Right when you made me a speaker, I couldn't hear anybody anymore.
No worries. You're good now. If you got a question for Steven, go ahead and shoot.
Yeah, well, I just am joining the space, and I guess I'm just finding out this is, I guess, primarily a Jewish group. Is that correct?
No, not at all.
Okay. I was just to say, I'm a Christian. I'm not here really to cause any discourse or anything. I just I think there are a lot of issues. What Dr. Keck was saying earlier, within all religions, you're gonna find.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I had a statement, but I mean, I guess I need to fire a question off more than a.
Well, we're here. We're kind of have a question form here, and we got a little bit off the rails, and we're trying to get it back on the rails here. Is the questions about the Getty is what Steven is an expert on.
Okay, fair enough, man. Well, the Getty is something new to me, so I guess, and my apologies for not doing my research on this.
No worries.
But I'd like to know more about the Getty, what's going on. I mean, I saw, the tunnels, the Jewish tunnels and everything, but what is, kind of the meat and potatoes of what's going on in the Getty currently right now, just to kind of educate me and maybe those who don't know what's going
on. Hey guys, first of all, you guys have got a recording going on here. It looks like we've been doing this for about 3 hours almost, roughly, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, if not longer.
Yeah, if not a little bit over 3 hours. So as recordings go, I know most people don't have a lot of attention, and they're only going to listen to the first few minutes.
Sure.
But the meat of the meat of your question there, to answer your question, is probably the best thing you do is listen to the recording. If you got make the time to do that, you'll catch up on all the stuff that we already said. We kind of drifted off with this whole Jew thing. That's like, the purpose of this mission isn't to point fingers at one group, but to basically open it up so the truth is, we don't have to point fingers. It's in front of your face. That's really what this is all about. And sure, but I consider myself a Christian, but at the same time, we're humans, okay? Humans comes first. If you're a human, you're a good guy. We don't need to kill you. I'm not about the Rh negative blood or any of that nonsense. If you're not a human, you're a Draco, whatever demon, then you're not going to get the same kind of mercy. But the humans, no, we're not here to kill humans or persecute humans or any of that thing. If anything, we're here to forgive them, but at the same time, we need to stop them from doing what they're doing, and we need to end the criminal activity. Okay, we're not here to cut the heads off the criminals. We're not here to point fingers and say, you're a criminal, because that's your Jew thing. We're here to expose the nest of criminals, not by saying who's there, but by opening it up and showing you what is actually there. And then whatever is there will be exposed, and we can deal with it accordingly. But at the same time, I'm trying to tell everybody, we're not going to kill anybody. We're not going to have a Holocaust. We're not going to cut heads off. We're going to bring these people back into the family, and we're going to put them in FEMA camps and stop them from doing what they're doing. But we're going to rescue the children. We're going to get the technology. We're going to create paradise on earth like we should have, and not this crap that we're living in now. So thank you for that. Is there got to be somebody has a question? I know a lot of people come and go on these spaces, because I know I click on it and nobody wants to listen for 3 hours, but 750 people here. There's probably a few people that have been listening to the whole thing that maybe have a question. Maybe they're just afraid to say something, but maybe they want to know some little detail about something that I was talking about.
We have 5 or 6 people lined up for their requested. Hopefully it's just not, guys, we don't want statements. Everyone wants to make a statement, that's fine, but have a question in there. Go ahead, running drummer.
Thank you, guys. It's been a great night, and I'm really excited to ask this question to Stephen. You were talking about silver earlier, and I was doing a little bit of research on it and found out that they use silver for the cloud seeding. And my question for you, because you talked about the UV light and the work that you were doing with that, do you have any idea if there's a connection with them being in bunkers and tunnels to protect them from what could be cloud seeding of UV light that could actually heal us and bring us up in frequencies with this technology that you talked about having worked with?
Yes. All right. This is a really, really complex question, okay? So I'm going to do my best to remember all the different details and stuff I need to answer. But the first thing I want to say is that your prayer coming out of your head, in your mind, your imagination is scalar. Your brain, each lobe of your brain produces a signal, which is actually a sine wave, which is matched on each side of your brain, but they're orthogonal. They're one's 40 or 90 degrees off from the other. And when these meet together, they produce an interference pattern, which is scalar information. And so when you're praying and you're manifesting and you're healing and you're using your psychic skills and all this, that's what's actually physically happening, is you're creating like this FM signal with your brain, and it's combining in front of your head so far away, you know, that's your whole third eye and all that. And that creates a scalar frequency, and scalar is faster than the speed of light, and it basically alters reality. So, so by creating a layer of crap over your head, which is basically metallic, and by creating a cell phone layer of electromagnetic net over your head, yes, that is intended to stop energy and information coming down to you and your information going up. Okay, this gets back to this whole, this is a weird part of quantum physics. When you get into quantum physics and you understand the nature of the electromagnetic spectrum, you realize that information goes in one direction and energy goes in the other. Okay, one side is hertz, the other side is nanometers. Nanometers in this case being the energy and hertz being the information. So humans do the same thing. And when you're speaking to source, you know, when you're praying, this is what you're doing. You're sending information and you're receiving energy. And so energy comes from source. And source, of course, is really big at the center of the galaxy. So basically all matter transmits this source signal, which is scalar in nature. So that means all matter. That means everything from the largest galaxy down to the smallest particle. Okay, they're all transmitting source. And this is why a lot of the ancients would worship the sun, because the sun, being massive, the most massive thing close to Earth, emits the most information. Okay, it emits the most energy, but it also emits the most information. So yes, your body and your cells receive this information. The information travels in two directions, and we call this the male and the female direction. This is the yin and the yang. This is the positive and the negative. This is why your DNA has two strands. One side is the male, one side is the female. They're antennas, basically. Everything works in this way. Tantric sex is based on this concept. But anyway, the point is that this is really important stuff, because when you understand it, then you'll understand what they're doing with the COVID, why they're screwing with our DNA, why, you know, I mean, I could go on and on. For instance, one of the main particles that they spray on us from the chemtrails is barium, but not just any barium, it's barium titanate. And barium titanate has a molecular structure, and if you look at it, it's helical. Energy travels in a helix. Okay, that's the curly Q sideburns business. Energy travels in a helix. One helix goes male, one helix goes female. That's your DNA. Anyway, the point is that They used the barium titanate mixed in with all this other nonsense, including the living material like the viruses and the blood product and what have you, and they make this soup that they spray over us. And then when they expose it to a scalar program from a Star Wars device that's putting out scalar, it could be from a plane, could be a ground-based system, but when you combine the crap that they spray on us with that barium titanate, and remember, the barium titanate has a helix, so that makes it a perfect synthetic DNA. Okay, so they combine all this crap and they basically zap it with these instructions, because remember, it's all about information and energy. They send out this information, and the energy and the information tells it what to do. And this is where your Morgellons comes from, and this is where these big old clots in your body come from. It's because this shit bonds and creates life forms, which are artificial life forms, which are basically turned on, just like an RFID chip, by the signal in the air. Okay? This is all intended to do this. Okay? Seriously. And I'll tell you something else, and this is really important because this is what the gist of everything, because I told you this transition is all about service to self and service to others. When you are service to self, you suck in energy, you suck in gravity, you take, you're a taker. When you are service to others, you're a giver. You give your energy. You are like a light bulb putting out energy. You are a giver. You have to be at least over 50% one way or the other to be it. There is no middle on this thing. It's one way or the other. And this is the big question. This is the big thing that we all must do before judgment, is decide. And it's not just decide. It's your actions, the things you do in your life. You need to make sure that half of everything you do is serving other people. And that's how, and once you do that, you give gravity. I call it gravity, but basically it's giving gravity. And this is just physics, okay? But when you give gravity, you essentially create a field around you that's like your aura, only it's very strong and it's defensive, and they can't screw with you. They can't MK Ultra you. They can't give you all kinds of crap. They can't, even if you do consume the shit in the air, the shit in the vaccine, they can't activate it, because you have a shield like a, like a metal, like a foil hat around you, but it's because you're giving out this energy. If you are a person that's a giver, you're going to notice that you attract people that are takers. That's because they are like moths to the light. Takers need the givers. And that's because in this level of reality, this 3D that we're in, it's not a geometric thing. It's you've got the yin and the yang. The yin and yang represents our reality, and basically what that means is that the givers and the takers, they live side by side. The service to self and the service to others live side by side. When we transition and go in the other, one level up, that splits. We leave the service to others are going to move forward, and they're going to leave the others behind. These negative entities that we call demons, or we call, Dracos, Greys, or Anunnaki, those are service to self entities. Those are the bad guys. The good guys, they all look like humans, like Palladians and such. They're what we should strive to be. We should all try to be like Jesus. And I don't care what the Jews say, greed is not a good thing. We should wake up every day trying to figure out how to serve others. And I'll tell you, there could be no better way to serve others than we do this Occupy the Getty thing, and we end all this torture going on to all these innocent children. And not just under the Getty, but all over the world. There's only one way to end it, and this is it. So, Anybody else?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people requested. I don't know
Go for it.
How much
I'm
energy
still
you
awake.
got. All right, you got it? All right, we're going to
right.
bring Jen up next here. Let's see. Jen, can you hear us?
Hey guys,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. So, I don't know if anybody if you're familiar with what what I've been putting out here lately, but I came to this platform 2 years ago to gain a voice, basically, and my intentions were I was going to bring down big pharma. I had big goals, but it's gotten much bigger since then. um, I don't know. Well, I have a question. I don't want to make a statement, but I would like to ask about this law that Biden has put into place. If you're familiar with that, for um, as far as the media is concerned, they've made a it's a it looks good all the way to the end where it says in matters of minors or that affect basically that affect they can't subpoena for your sources like media. Um, if I know something about a child and I have information about that, they can subpoena me. They can basically demand my source, where I got who's my source. And it just killed me all the way to the end. And then it has that about the children. And it's just, it's sad. So um, I missed most of this because I was busy doing some other things for my family. But um, if you're saying that there are children that need to be liberated from wherever they are they being held for? I mean, God, this sounds so crazy when I hear myself say it out loud. I mean, what is the purpose of them being held? Is it to hold onto a conscious reality, and keep it the same as, or keep it the way that if you dictate to them what you want them to think about everything, that's a large portion of people believing one thing, which I believe creates the reality. And children are so susceptible to that kind of thing, the MK Ultra, like you were saying. But I mean, what is the purpose for keeping these children underground, like the hordes of them? Is it for food source? Is it for consciousness or reality, holding that together?
Loosh.
What is your opinion on that? What is your belief, should I say?
Their food. Mostly
Just food.
Mostly food, yeah.
That's
Mostly for food and other things. Mostly for food. Loosh.
Okay.
They're there for a collection of psychic energy, negative psychic energy, and blood products. You see, here's the thing. Okay, all right, here's something important. Let me just go into this really quick. This thing about the densities, I didn't even talk about what that really means. But there's 9 densities. The top density is God, the creator, which is level 9. And that particular level is completely spiritual. There's nothing physical whatsoever. The lowest density is 1, the bottom, and that is a level that is completely physical and has no spiritual whatsoever. And that would be like rocks, inanimate objects, things that aren't alive. Okay. And number 2 is the plants and animals. That stuff that's alive just has a spark of life, but doesn't have any self-consciousness. Humans, we have a little more spirituality. We have a concept of God. The level above us is the aliens. They are roughly 50-50 spiritual, 50% spiritual, 50% physical, and they require 50% of their nutrition must be spiritual, and that's where the psychic energy comes in. They actually consume that stuff, and they also consume human blood product, okay? So yes, that's one of the that's why they abduct all the humans, to get that blood product, and thank God there's a lot fewer of them than there are of us. Okay?
Thank God. One more quick question, if you don't mind.
Wait, let me just finish this list. Hang on.
Absolutely. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Don't forget your question. But after the aliens, what comes after the aliens? Heaven. Okay, that would be level number 6, what we consider 6. Yeah. Anyway, no, 5, I guess it is. Level 5 is what we consider heaven. That's where you go when you reincarnate. That's kind of like heaven. It's not limbo. I guess you could call it limbo, but that's what we call heaven. Then above that, level 7, I guess it is the angels. And then above the angels is the ascended masters, which is Jesus and God, Buddha, and everybody that went up that high. And then after that is the Holy Spirit, and then the Creator. Okay, so it's like that's your matrix right there. Okay, go ahead. Say what you can say.
I wake up and I have these bits of clarity, and unfortunately, it goes in the opposite direction. It goes deeper down the rabbit hole. My clarity is more in the rabbit hole than it is out here in the world. But I something that I've been really focused on is that, as humans, we have a soul, a divine spark. And what I'm afraid of with all this artificial, all this, whatever it is that they're trying to force down our throats, I feel like they're trying to take away, if you
Yes, they are.
if you eat
They
the
are.
foods that are artificial, you become what you eat. You are what you eat. So if we're consuming foods that have the divine spark that aren't genetically modified, we're giving energy back to that spark.
Okay,
We're
it's worse
that
than
divine
that.
spark.
It's worse than that. When you get the injection, and that thing goes in there and actually adds a section of RNA to your DNA, it goes one by one to every cell in your body until every bit of your DNA in your body has been altered, and that is your address of your soul. That's you. That's your blueprint. Your DNA is your blueprint. And when they go in there and every cell gets altered, you're not even you anymore. You're like that woman that was talking about earlier with the mixing up the animals. You're now a chimera. You're not even a human, and your soul gets disconnected. How's God supposed to talk to you when you don't even have the same address because all your cells are not you anymore?
You become something that's artificial, which is when they cut us off from source. That's when they can gain total control, and we are truly enslaved. And I just it's a scary thought. It's a scary thought. Thank you so much for your time and all that you put into this, because I know I've gone through a lot just trying to research this stuff, and I mean so much has happened. So, but I mean it's not an easy road to take. So I commend you all for
Can I just
for
say
the
one thing?
efforts.
I know there's a lot of victims out there, okay, because I deal with people who are targeted, and let me tell you, some of the most fervent supporters of my mission are people who have been molested or abused at some time in their life. And so I want to just tell all those people that I completely understand, but at the same time I want to tell you that as a victim, you're an extremely valuable person to this mission because you have a testimony that needs to go out there. And I know we all want to, get consoled and tell our stories and stuff like that. But what you really need to do is document everything, write down everything that happened to you, put it on paper. Because when you do that, it's like a police report. You're going to have it down. It's not going to be altered. And you know what else is great about writing it all down is that it's a great way to clean your cache, to get it off your hard drive, to get it out of your brain so that you don't have to think about it and you can move on. Trust me, it's like once you get all those words out of your brain, you don't have that stuff bouncing around every day because you want to tell everybody what happened. It's so much easier if you write it down and say, read my book, this is what happened. And that's also the best way that we can all help each other and work together, because it's like my book, it took me 30 days roughly to write that book, 200, whatever, how many pages. But I recommend every one of you have got a story. You just need to write it all down. It's your life. How hard could it be? It's your life. Just write it down. It doesn't have to be over. Just write down what happened so far and be ready to share it. And that way we can help each other out. We can compare notes. Okay?
All right, Jen, thank you. 33 rule, if you want to go ahead.
Yes. First, I'd like to say everybody should be sharing this space out. This is incredible information. And I want to thank you and send you all positive and energy and much love. And I would like to first say that you were accurate. My family are Tatars, and they were cleaning out Europe of all the Jews that wouldn't go along. And there's so much more to this. But what I'd like to ask you is about the Phoenix event that I've been studying for years now. And I believe that they create this because this is the new Atlantis that they're trying to recreate. And everything you said was on point. And so I know that they know about, the astronomy and all of that. So I was wondering if you could speak to the Phoenix event, and how do we stop them? I mean, and yes, I agree with you. The only way is unconditional love. They're our family. They've been out of control, and they've been recreating and resetting. And so I was wondering, 2040, May 16, that's the next reset. And so I was wondering if what we all could do, and I would love to be part of that. And so I'd love to hear your answer. Thank you so much for your presentation tonight.
Thank you. You know, to be honest with you, I know the Phoenix event. That was that's a not Jewish, but a Nazi thing. That's kind of like what is it? You know, like kind of like the Georgia Guidestones kind of a thing, I guess. But I just the most important thing I just want to say is that, you know, when you ask me what we can do, you know, when they're supposed to do this and they're supposed to do that, and we're waiting for this thing to happen. People ask me all the time, what's the big thing that we should expect next? What's the big thing? What's going to happen? What are they going to do in Ukraine? What are they going to do in Gaza? Blah, blah, blah. I really don't care. What I want everybody to focus on is what we are doing. Because all of that other stuff, it's like, what's his name said, control the narrative. If we control this narrative and if we force everybody to focus on this one thing, the sooner we can end it. And when you say, what can I do? Exactly that. I mean, you know, I've been accused of being a maniac, crazy person that only talks about this one thing forever, you know, one hit wonder, whatever. But it doesn't matter, because it's like I told you earlier, the very people under the Getty, and I don't even know if this guy's alive anymore that told me this stuff, but they told me they can't kill me, and they told me that I destroy them, and they told me that they don't know how I do it, and I think I know how I do it. This is how I do it right here with you guys and getting out there and spreading the word. And they expected violence. They expected a Matrix situation, you know. I mean, that's what the Matrix was, you know, that whole shootout to rescue Morpheus. That was trying to enter the Getty, you know. That's what that was. That's art imitates life, okay? Trust me. But they were not expecting us to be peaceful. And I'll tell you, that's like the whole Republican, Democrat, whatever. I need everybody behind me. I need I need to cast a wide net. I need to build a big tent. I need all humans to unite under this, because it's not just about making America great again. Like I said, there's so much damn money down there, and there's so much incredible technology, the med beds, the whatever, the power to basically make gold out of nothing, the power to fix the radiation, you know, clean the water, clean the air, all that stuff, clean our bodies. They have that, you know, but we need to grow up. We need to mature, and we need to not abuse it. And we'll have paradise real soon if we could all unite behind this one silly thing. And it's like, what more incentive do I need to give you guys to do this besides rescuing the children? But the only way we're going to do it, like I said, is we have to be peaceful, and we have to be advanced humans. We have to show the enemy that we are advanced and that we deserve to live, and that we have earned our way into the power, and that we have earned the right to claim ownership of all that crap they're trying to keep away from us. You know? This is real important that people think like that, because it's not just about punishment and kicking their ass and rescuing those children and blowing everything up. No. That's why silver is cheaper than gold, because it's a scam. it's always been a scam. They've been shipping gold off-world. I'll tell you, there's more gold underground than people can imagine. There are oceans underground. There are rivers. There's water underground. You know, the whole El Dorado and the Fountain of Youth and all that? It's true. It's all true. There's an El Dorado down there. There's water down there, living water, you know, so-called Fountain of Youth. It's down there. They don't want us to know that. Hell, in California, you drill down 10,000 feet, you can get to it. They don't want you doing that. And one of the reasons why they have these fires like they did in Maui, they did the same thing in California. Whenever they burn up a bunch of stuff like that, it's usually because they want what's underneath it. Okay? When they burn down a whole town, it's usually because there's either gold or tunnels or water underneath that area that they burned up.
All I could say is this, is the Getty is right smack dab in the middle of all the celebrities, and they're the most insane people. Like, they're the most insane people. These celebrities That's why you question. You say like, how does this so many people, like-minded people, that are in the same part of the world, like in the same state, and they believe they're Democrat. They believe like Joe Biden's the best, and Nancy Pelosi's the best, and they're running Hollywood the way they're running it. It's the most evil place. What's going on over there, and there's so much history of all that stuff that's been going on over there. I mean, like we said, I mean, Playboy Mansion, you had underground tunnels. They did renovations over there. There's so much things that are tying that area to everything, but that's what it is. I believe it.
They're building bunkers every day. If you look at Google Maps at Hollywood, you'll see some of the new houses going in. You see the underground stuff. It's all there. It's pretty obvious, but again, we could spend our whole lives chasing little targets here and there, this target, that target. It's so convenient to just take out one target. It's like stabbing Dracula in the heart with a stake and all the other vampires die at the same time. That's what happens when we take over the Getty, basically. It's a checkmate. Occupy the Getty is checkmate, basically.
The problem is like we're gonna head down a road where, like you said, people are gonna be, offered all these different currencies, CBDC and or Nasara's, Jasara and all these different things like that. But it's just to satisfy people because that's what it is. I mean, we're fighting a war with people that are in control, that are pretty much, I mean, we're going to end up in a comfortable spot, but we just need to make sure that like it's not just a spot because they want us to be there to think everything's all fine when it's not. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Anybody got any more questions before I run off?
There is a bunch more. I mean, I don't know how many more you want to handle. There is quite a few people requested. Harrison, if you want to go ahead, we have him. There is a bunch more. I mean, I don't know how many more you want to handle. There is quite a few people requested. Harrison, if you want to go ahead, we have him lined up.
What's up, Isaac? How you doing?
Good, man.
I'm
How
good.
are you?
Thank you for the space and bringing me up. Great space. What's up, Dr. Keck? How you doing?
Good, Harris. How you doing?
I'm great. Yeah, no, really great space. Stephen, it's like the first time I'm hearing you, and you're really interesting. You have a lot of interesting things. I was just listening the whole time. I mean, I didn't know a lot about the Getty, so I'm just kind of learning about that. I just have two questions. One, just talking about the different sort of factions of the Jews that you were talking about, and sort of the Jewish gangsters and or the mafia, excuse me, and I saw Isaac had posted a picture about the the bushes surrounded by these Jews. Is there a resource where you can sort of learn about these different sort of factions and groups of Jews that you can kind of?
Well, again, it's not the easy. It's like I was trying to say when that guy called. All right, let me offer you the resource that I created. Okay, it's that you're gonna have to probably join my group or something on Telegram to find it. But it's a video. I mean, my stuff has all been taken off of YouTube, obviously, but I've got this one video out, 3.5 hours, and it's called the history of Nazism, the true history of Nazism. And that sounds like a funky title because it's really about Jews, but I start out in the Fertile Triangle, back BC and all that, because to understand this stuff, you got to do that. You have to understand all the different players, the Phoenicians, the Assyrians, et cetera, Babylonians, and you have to follow Abraham and into, whatever, all that crap with Egypt and everything else. And then, you know, in other words, if you don't understand the history and the migration of the northern tribes into the Caucasus and the creation of Khazaria and all that stuff, it's really difficult. Because, well, let's put it this way. If you, to really understand what's going on, I'll just tell you a quick story. 3 generations after Noah, Noah's Ark, whether or not you believe this or not, there was a relative called Nimrod. And Nimrod was actually the king of the earth at the time. You know, a lot of these people, they're actually kings. Noah was the king of the earth. But anyway, Nimrod was about 3 generations separated from Noah, and he was the guy that was the king at the time. And he was the one that had reintroduced the whole eating babies and screwing animals and all this kind of thing. And this was all stuff that they did before the flood, you know, back like you read the book of Enoch, you know, from the Dead Sea Scrolls, they talk about what the world was like prior to the flood, you know, Methuselah and all that. But when
from the space. Happy removed me on mistake. So we're losing some audio. Won't let me back. Oh, okay.
Protestantism, because Martin Luther was actually a student of one of these. And it's just like this Jewish guy that wanted to admit that Solomon was a Satanist. I mean, any good Jew knows this, you know, and any good Jew knows that the Pharisees let the Romans in. But they don't want to admit is that the Pharisees also let the Babylonians in, you know. And how come, if you're willing to admit that the Pharisees let the Romans in and the Romans destroyed the temple, why do you still listen to the Pharisees? Why do you still treat them like they've got authority? That's the thing. All these Jews that follow this crap, that defend this crap, they're defending Satanism that's not even really part of Judaism. It's just infiltrators. It's disgusting. You know, how could they do that? How are they so weak to let one of their groups of rabbis actually let the damn Romans destroy their temple? How did they forget that? You know, seriously, how did they forget that?
Yeah. So the other question I would have for you, I was just wondering if there was like a website, but I guess it's all been kind of censored off the internet kind of thing. But I definitely like to reach out to you and try to see that video. But the other question, while I have you, I don't know if I'll ever talk to you again. You kind of brought up the levels of, you know, sort of where the creator is, sort of above
Density.
So I guess while I have you, I'll just ask you, you know, so first of all, what is the universe? Where does the universe exist physically? And who created the creator?
Okay.
If you have any
first of all,
theories on that.
Yeah, I could. It's pretty simple. I mean, I'll give you an example. Tesla was the greatest mind of our time, basically, and he'll tell you that there's a creator, and he says that everything comes from that creator. The thing is, it's like the Big Bang. the Big Bang actually happened. But the Big Bang could take billions of years to expand and then contract. We're actually on the contraction phase right now. That's returning to creator. Everything returns to creator. That's the nature of creation. It goes out to these multiple levels and it goes back down. The lower levels, the big numbers are all working their way up. Everybody's doing that. We're trying to get up to 4 or 5. In fact, we don't even go to 4. We go to 5. We skip. We don't go to angels. We go straight to heaven. We skip the aliens. We go to heaven. We skip we skip the angels, we skip the Holy Spirit. Everything is going back to God, ultimately. Even Satan goes back to God. All creation is part of God. And the Big Bang, every time that happens, is nothing more than a heartbeat. It's like a split second in the time of the Creator. And we can't even perceive that. And I'll tell you what we perceive as time here on this level has no relationship to reality, first of all. I mean, universal reality. For instance, humans like to try to attach human calendars and human concepts of time to God and creation. It's kind of ridiculous. But even like, for instance, hell, we think of hell as being eternity, and as eternity being forever and ever and ever, and there's no end. I found out that hell when you go to hell, you're only in there for roughly 5 years or so, Earth years. But to you, it seems like forever, because you're getting cleansed. You're coming out the other side, clean as new and ready to return to the Creator. There's nothing lost. There's nothing cast into the chasm, because there is no chasm. There's only God. You are God, I am God, we're all God, everything, all matter is God, all energy is God, anything in creation is God, everything intangible, intangible, it's all from the same place. And that's just the nature of God. So it's pretty simple. And gravity is probably the best way to explain God. People think of gravity. Here's the thing, gravity is not like a force. People think of gravity as like a magnet that's pulling on you. No, gravity isn't pulling on you. What it is instructions. Remember I told you guys energy goes one way, instructions go the other way. That's what gravity is. Gravity is instructions telling you what to do in relationship to the mass that you're nearby. It's just one of those things.
So you said we're in contraction right now. I mean, or is that sort of like string theory kind of thing?
Yeah, string theory is soft matter. Okay, for instance, when you look at matter, before it becomes matter, it has a sine wave. Okay, all matter can be determined by a sine wave, and this is a unique sine wave. In other words, you can be represented by a sine wave that's specific to you, including your clothing, your thoughts, your history, whatever. It's a specific sine wave. A soft matter that hasn't become hard matter yet is basically a flimsy sine wave. That's the string. Okay, it's actually what it is. It's actually a loop. It goes from one end to the other, and that's the nature of the electromagnetic spectrum. It's not like a yardstick that has a beginning and the end. And infinity does have a beginning and the end, only it starts over. It's a circle. It's the same thing as the infinity symbol. The infinity symbol is just a circle that's been twisted, and that is the best way for us to understand reality, because if you look at the infinity, basically starting from the center there, you've got about 8 different directions you can go, and this kind of represents the matrix and all this stuff. It's pretty trippy stuff. When you look at chakras and you look at wavelengths and you look at the color spectrum and how chakras go from red at the base up to violet at the crown, what's actually happening there is the wavelengths of light are becoming shorter, which is the nature of the shape of the electromagnetic spectrum going in that direction. That's the pyramid. When people talk about pyramids and all that, that's what that is. Your third eye, this thing above you, that is your, seventh or whatever. Some of our chakras were actually removed when we were hybridized by these aliens. And that was supposed to take away our connection to God, kind of like the Tower of Babel thing. That's what that was all about. But yeah, but we can still do it, and this is why they feed us the crap and they screw with our pineal glands and they fill us full of crap. And I'll tell you, you want to develop your psychic skill, one of the best things to do is stop listening to music and turn off the TV. You don't need that crap in your head. If you can find calmness in your head, quiet, then you can hear instructions. You have questions that you want to ask the universe is more than happy to give you answers to your questions. You just got to turn off all the noise so you can hear the answers. That's Buddhism right there. The secret of Buddhism is calmness. Is that which makes you calm is good. Ask any Buddhist, they'll tell you that. It's because this meditation, this magic, all this stuff first requires that you achieve calm. So this is why society fills our heads with crap and makes you listen. Last thing you need in your head is lyrics. Trust me. What you do need in your head is contemplation and heavy thinking. Anything else?
All right, Blue Ninja, you got a question for Steven?
Well, more of a question, but more of an ad. I mean, he touched on a lot of things, and it got lost about 45 minutes ago. And thank you, Dr. Keck, for inviting me up. And I always got a good thing to add. This has been a war for like a super long time. I mean, I believe that we're going to see the children, that there's going to be a class action lawsuit on that. I mean, Dr. Keck, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but also with the COVID stuff, and I saw Jen come up, and bless her heart, and I understand what's going on, and we're going to see a lot of things. We haven't even seen February come up. And with the military declaration that is going on, that's just going to change a lot of things. So we're going to see a vibration coming up this year that is going to change a whole lot of things. Now, okay, Stevens, I could be wrong, or Dr. Keck, you can be like, no, brother, you're wrong. But Stevens, I work at a gas station. I don't care about doxing myself because we're in the middle of a war and we got to do things locally. I've been talking to a lot of folks that, hey, did you see what happened in Iowa? Not just a blink of blue. And even a guy from Iowa came in and said that there was not a blink of blue, but there was a farmer that came in later that night.
Did you have a question there, Blue Ninja?
Well, yeah. So what do you think is going to change this year? What do you think that we're going to see this year? With all that stuff.
Right. Politics aside, we already know what's going to happen, okay? So forget about that. That's predestined, okay? That's just the pendulum swinging back in the other direction. But I'll tell you what you can expect. You can expect a spring offensive where Ukraine basically goes away. You can expect that happening. You can expect a collapse of the European Union, American military. You talk about the American military. Dude, we're screwed right now, okay? We're screwed. The only thing that we have left is we have an Air Force and we have a Navy. That's it. Okay? We don't have the howitzers. We don't have the troops. We don't have the shells. We don't have any of that. M1 tanks, the whole world's seen that the M1 tank is no big deal. Hell, we're afraid to send the M1 tank to Ukraine because the same thing will happen that happened to the chieftains and the leopards and everything else we sent. Do you realize how much money we spent on Ukraine so far? Close to $1 trillion. We can't recover from that. I mean, we've got a
It needs to collapse. That's the whole point. The whole point is for everything to just collapse.
Yeah, that's the same thing that the Pharisees did to Jerusalem. Remember when they let the Romans in? That's what they're doing. They're doing the same thing to us right now. They're bleeding us dry in Ukraine. They're sending all our everything. They're telling us to be transgender. We're being flooded at the borders with illegal male fighting age adults, not a good thing. They know what they're doing. That's real. Thank God for American gun owners and all that stuff. But the same thing, what's happening in Europe is real. What's happening in Ireland is real. What's happening in Germany right now, Germany is going under. The government has completely destroyed Germany. Okay, that's why those farmers and everybody are marching, because of the so-called whatever, the Green Party has completely demilitarized and deindustrialized Germany. And the same thing has happened to the United States. Now, the United States tried to basically destroy Europe by blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline and by starting this war with Russia. But it backfired, because now the United States is being deindustrialized and demilitarized. And what's going to happen? We're going to lose Taiwan. China's going to get all our computer technology that we've been trying to hold back. But you know what else? China has already developed their own chip that's just as fast as us. And you know what else? Instead of all these sanctions working against Russia, these damn whatever they put in, these blockades, whatever, Russia has a economy that's booming right now. It's over 3.5% growth. We don't have that.
Well, the
We're
American dollar is not even being upheld by the BRICS. They're not even accepting it. So we're going the American dollar is done.
Yeah, it's done.
So really, everything is meant to collapse. That's the whole point.
They're doing it to us.
Yes, they're doing it to it, and it's playing out the way.
How do we save it? How do we fix it? Right? We fix it by the Getty. That's the only way we're going to fix this.
But I agree 100%. But I look at things, and I people need to realize that what's going on, and I think people are becoming awakened to everything. But the reality is, we have the Federal Reserve. We're dealing with a central bank that we need to destroy and get rid of. Not to go off topic, but that's the whole point. So if we go on to a different page,
the Rothschilds. The
yeah,
Rothschilds.
so that needs to I'm all fine. I'm 100% fine with the American dollar going down. I don't care that it needs to go down. So if it's heading in that direction, that's what it needs to happen. And it needs to be taken over. But we just need to hope that it's not, some kind of a Trojan horse kind of thing, that it's going to be something that we think it is, but it's not.
Well, there
we don't want to.
There's where the Getty comes back in once again, because the money is down there, the gold is down there, the tech is down there. We don't all need to be working. We're all killing ourselves to have food and to survive and pay bills. That's a bunch of BS. That does not need to be happening. We have the tech and everything already to basically deal with it, but it's being held from us. That's why I'm just saying, it's like we can't even imagine what the world would be like if we went down there. It's like crapping in the dirt and then going down underground and you see plumbing for the first time in your life. It's kind of be like that. Seriously. We can't even imagine. Here's the thing. Our forefathers in the colonial America, they didn't need a gold economy. They had a republic, and they had controlled borders, and they had all that, and the man's value was the value of their labor, and everybody was rich. But yeah, and then we had the Bank of England come along, and we had the Revolutionary War, and then we had the same thing happen over in 1812, and they've been running the show ever since. So yeah, in other words, when you get down to it, who are the Rothschilds? They're people that are alive today, and they are the people that are a big part of this crap going on under the Getty. So let me just explain to you the Magna Carta really quick, okay? Because we only touched on that briefly, and you need to understand the Magna Carta. But basically, during the time of King John, the royalty, the crown, was fighting against the nobles. And the nobles also had the Templars and the Hospitallers on their side. And there was also the Vatican, which was on the side of King John. So the Magna Carta was basically a peace treaty between the nobles, King John, the Vatican, the Templars, and the Hospitallers. And those groups right there represent everybody that's alive and running the world today. Okay, and the deal was, that treaty was that 20% of everything owned by everybody was going to be owned by the crown. The crown was going to own 20% of everything, not have to take possession, but to be the actual owner. So when people say the Vatican did this, Rothschild did this, whatever, they're all equal, except that the crown is at the head. And that's why we take the Getty, we take the throne of the crown. And you know what happens when you take the throne of the crown? I mean, you guys have seen this in the movies enough, right? What happens when you take the throne of the crown? Guess what? You got the crown. You are the crown. Okay? That's what this mission is. Because once we take the throne, then we have the crown, and then we are the crown, then we run it all. Then they do what we say.
I mean,
That's
we have
how
to
it
look at the whole, stuff that's going on in England. I mean, you have, the Queen died, then you got the King
There's
taking
no more
over,
royalty, dude. That's
and then
why.
he's stepping down, and it's doing this weird transition. We have even the Vatican. We have a pope that like resigns out of nowhere to have a new pope in, which was ridiculous. Like it was blasphemy. But the reality is, I mean, look at America too. I mean, America since the beginning, like there was no, like, I'm almost like at a point where like I don't believe in the Revolutionary War. Like I believe like it was like a psyop just in itself, because if England wanted to take over, they had the fighting power to do it. So it was just like a McDonald's,
No, we got lucky. We cornered Cornwall. That's what happened. He was just
Yeah.
really good.
But we ended up with what? The same thing as England. We had their bank. They funded the whole entire country. I mean, America is what it is today because of that. So I mean, everything is.
They fought over that. That was that whole bank. That was, what was his name? Hamilton, and who was the other guy? Jefferson. Yeah, Hamilton and Jefferson fought over that. Hamilton was pro Bank of England. That's why he gets the thing on Broadway. And Jefferson, the guy they call a racist, he was the good guy. But I want to say something real important that was brought up earlier when we were talking about the Illuminati being started in 1776. A lot of people talk about how our forefathers were all Masons and how we have all this Masonic crap in Washington, D.C. and all that. I'm really against that. But at the same time, it's just like she said, it wasn't until after 1776 that the Illuminati was able to infiltrate the Masons. So in other words, the Masons were not a satanic organization at 1776. So all these forefathers were not Satanists at that time. They were part of a secret society, but it wasn't the satanic thing that it has become today. It was the Illuminati that turned it into that, because they used it for that purpose.
Yeah, the problem is things go sour. So, but that's the issue. But America, I mean, everything. Look at, we got New England. We have all. It's a copy and replica of England and Babylon, pretty much. Like, but with the bank and everything, like it ended up turning into another England. But it's a franchise of it.
Hey guys,
But
check it out.
But everything is, everything's collapsing, and we just have to look at it, and it's a good thing that it's collapsing. But we just need to make sure that it goes in the right direction. But I look at, not to go off things, but people just need to stand up on their own. People need to know, like, that you are a powerful person. Like, you have a power. You have a vote, and if your vote doesn't count, whatever, you have to stand up if things don't work out. People need to, understand who they are and not just sit back and wait for everything to get done and expect things to get done always by itself. So.
Looks like we dropped down to half our people. We're at 350 now. We were like at 750 just a little while ago.
Really? I thought we were still. Did we drop that much? Mine still says 7 something.
Is it? Okay. Maybe I may get a different reading or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We do have Alexa. Alexa, if you want to go ahead with your question for Steven.
Hi, thank you so much. So I'll try to make this as concise as possible, but going back a little bit, it sounds like you were saying like COVID and the vaccine and even like the chemtrails and possibly disease X that could be coming basically damages the DNA. So I'm curious, like, what sort of spiritual I guess ramifications does that have, and is there any way to, I mean, not like in a medical sense,
Good
but more
question.
a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
metaphysical sense?
No, no,
Or
let's do medical too. Okay. This
okay.
is, you just reminded me of something really, really important.
Okay, great.
All right, we've been talking about the metaphysical aspect of this stuff, the energetic side of it, and I want to talk about that. But at the same time, you remind me of something else I need to share with people, and that is the benefits of lysine. If you're not taking lysine, it's actually L-Lysine, L-lysine. You need to be taking that. That is an amino acid. It will actually stop the spread of the spike protein. It will protect you from COVID. It'll keep you from getting sick. It's like the most important thing you could do because, like I said, it's an amino acid and your DNA is amino acid. And this particular amino acid is basically improves your immunity. So if you don't want to get sick and you don't want to deal with that, you take the lysine. Also, if you have a partner who has taken the shots, hopefully they haven't, I mean, if they've only taken 2, they'll probably still live. If they've taken 3, it's not good. But the best thing you can do for that person is to make them take lysine at least 1,000 milligrams every day, because it's this shedding of the spike proteins which spreads the altered DNA throughout the body. And so, yes, and now from a spiritual standpoint, well, before we get into the spiritual standpoint, I should also mention, I know you've heard this already, but the side of the DNA that's being attacked appears to be the male side. Okay, so I think this has a lot to do, it's affecting men and women because the male side is being basically cut. This is really screwy stuff. I wanted to tell you guys about bacteriophages because this is something that nobody talks about. And bacteriophage, it looks like a little nanobot, but basically all of this crap that they're injecting in people, it's what it really is called bacteriophage technology. Because these little nanobot looking things are basically like these microscopic spider looking things, and what they do is they hold a segment of DNA or RNA in this case, and that segment of RNA could be anything, but there's like millions of different types of bacteriophages, and each one of them has a different type of RNA. So when they talk about picking up algae or whatever, viruses or fungi, that's what they're doing. They're looking for these bacteriophages. When what's-his-face, Bill Gates, is running around the world trying to collect this stuff, that's what he's looking for. It's bacteriophages. And what they do is they reproduce these things in the lab, and that's what they're actually injecting into you. So when they say it's, whatever they call it, vaccine, no, it's nothing even close. It's bacteriophage technology. And that's like a top secret thing. It was actually developed in former Soviet Georgia, and Georgia is still like the leading technical expert on this type of technology. But you also have to understand that when they came up with this stuff, they didn't have electron microscopes. They didn't know why everything was doing what it did. Okay, so the other big thing that you got to look into is CRISPR. Nobody talks about CRISPR. And CRISPR is the technology that they use to basically find sequences in your DNA where they splice in the segment. So the point is they can, using this CRISPR technology, they can definitely make custom DNA. And this is, of course, they say, well, we can cure sickle cell anemia and some shit, but yeah, they can also use this to vaccinate a baby and turn them into a damn hybrid. Okay, and that's what they're doing to these people. So yeah, until I hear one of these so-called medical experts mention CRISPR or bacteriophage technology, I'm going to have some serious doubts about what they really know about as far as COVID. Sorry, I had to go on that rant.
Wow, that's really disturbing. So okay, I just to go back, that was a great rant. But with the, like, for example, you mentioned taking lysine. A lot of people say other things, in addition to that. Do you think that is, like, that's the sole most important thing?
Yes, it is. It is. It
okay.
really is.
And even, like, I mean, most people that have gotten it, I think it's probably been a few years at this point, assuming they didn't get a bunch of boosters and stuff. would that still be beneficial to take?
It's going to be the only thing you can do. Let me put it this way: there's only 3 things in the world that kill COVID: THC, CBD, and lysine.
Okay.
All right, and lysine's legal. Yeah,
Right. Okay.
You should be taking lysine anyway.
Okay. And you just would take that indefinitely, basically.
1,000 milligrams a day if you can.
Okay.
And if it's a child, give them 500 milligrams a day. Hell, I give it to my cats every day. I sprinkle crushed lysine on the cat food. Keeps the cats healthy. They don't get sick.
Okay. I'm definitely going to add that to my Yorkie's diet then.
Yeah, buy it online. I get it for like $19. You get a big thing of it and a little scoop on their food. Trust me, I've got a bunch of cats, and if you have a sick cat, sick kitten, whatever, you give it lysine. That's what you do. You know what? All the farmers in the United States give the animals lysine, but nobody talks about that.
Wow. Well, that's good to know. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Abigail, do you have a question for Stephen?
Hi. Yeah. I was wondering what you knew about the Dulce base in New Mexico.
Yeah. Well, I know what you probably know because of the experiences of Bill Schneider. But I'll tell you what I deduce from that particular location. It's one of the most wicked of all the bases. It's one of the most wicked because that particular base is dedicated to blood research. Okay, so in other words, we promised these aliens when we made these treaties that we would provide them with blood and we would allow them to abduct humans and cows and whatever and do their thing. We also made deals with them where they could build bases, and Dulce was one of those bases that was actually shared by humans and as well as these aliens. But the humans have always been trying to simulate human blood, to come up with a replacement for the blood that they could use to feed these things so that they didn't have to kill humans. Because, you know, it's been this kind of a thing forever. They basically said, okay, we'll provide so many humans to you and you stay underground and don't come up here and eat us all, kind of a deal. So yeah, that's what Dulce does. So there's a lot of abducted people essentially being tortured and subjected to some really nasty things. And also I would say that there's a lot of genetic experimentation going on there too, where they're combining humans with animals and things like that. It's kind of like a hell. It's hell for those people that are down there for sure.
Okay, yeah, because when I was a baby, I always thought it was so weird, but I was taken from my mom as like a newborn baby. And it was because her back was broken, but she had like 4 other kids that were only a year older than me. Like we're all a year older than each other. And so I just thought that was kind of strange. So I looked it up and I've always just kind of wondered why that, because I was taken like, it was like maybe 40 minutes away from that base. So
Wow.
I've always wondered about that.
I believe it. There's a lot of people like that. Seriously. I have moments that I wonder about stuff like that too. You know, I mean, holed up in some weird place with my mother, not knowing where the hell we are, or, you know, weird stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, that very crazy story there. We have the entity. Are you ready to speak?
Yes, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I have a couple of questions. One of them is you'll keep referring to the Getty. Can you tell me the exact coordinates of this place, or are you talking about the maglev transit system? I mean, what are you? I'm trying to. What are the exact coordinates of where you're talking about?
Well, I'll tell you, if you Google the Getty Center location, the first thing
The
that come
museum?
up, yeah, it's the
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But just to fill it in, it's not the Getty Center, the Getty Foundation is not just that one location. It's also the Getty Villa in Malibu, which was the original museum as well as the original child pedophile torture thing place.
Okay. I'm gonna do some research on that. Um, I have a question. Anytime I run across anyone speaking about Draco, I always like to ask this question. My in the channel I'm on is actually called the Entity Phylum. I hate whenever people. It's the first thing you see is the entity, so I'm very sorry about that. Also, I follow quite a bit of your channels and some of the stuff you're putting out. I mean, I'm glad you're doing it because it's opening a lot of people. Their minds are opening more and more and more each day. I think it's a great thing. I know this is going to be a crazy question, but I want to get another person's take on it. In reference to treaties from things like Draco and where they are allowed to actually, I guess, treaties from government to Draco. Is it possible that I know they look at us as like basically better than us, and they like to make us as vulnerable as possible. But I've had a couple of experiences where, when people see all these eyes, when the slits in the eyes, is it possible that they're actually coming through the objective of vulnerability that a person allows them to? Is it some of these people? It's not that they are Draco. It's almost like a portal coming through the free will of the soul.
Well, I got to tell you, I actually knew two people that looked really human to me that were both Draco.
Right.
But I didn't find out about it until many years later. I mean, I knew they were weird, and I kind of knew they were alien because several reasons. And this isn't answering your eye question, but I'll just give you. I talked about the one guy already, Vince. Vince turned out to be a Draco. They actually had killed him because he wasn't killed by us. He was killed by them, and it's because he slipped. He said too much. He gave me too much. He screwed up, so they punished him. But the thing that he did that was really weird was he talked really weird. He looked like your average American guy and all that, but his sentence structure, his grammar, his choice of words, and the way he put words together, it was just totally not of this world. And he wrote that way too. And I couldn't even try to reproduce it for you, but yeah, they killed him. A couple of people I know that report the same thing. But he was basically, they gave him a heart attack. The other guy, whatever his name was, I can't remember at the moment again. Max, no, some other guy. Anyway, he was. What he did was he was passing himself off as some kind of a billionaire dude, and he hooked up to my mother. Okay, to get to me, he hooked up to my mother. My mother was like a bank manager, and they were playing golf, and they hooked up, and he started, dropping names and throwing money around. So, right away she's thinking, damn, this guy's got all this money. It turned out that when they hooked up, he was like experiencing things that most humans take for granted. Okay, especially when you're with you're doing adult things. By the time you're that age, you're not a virgin. You've done it before. You've had people touch you, stuff like that. This guy acted like this was the first time he did anything, and he was just tripping on every little stupid thing, like it was a new experience. Okay, and that was my mother comes to me and tells me that she said, the stuff this guy does, the stuff he says, we're in bed and he's doing this and he's doing that, and it's like, I don't think this guy's human. That's what she told me. Now, but I'll tell you something. We were talking, I'm just going to share this with you because it's kind of a cool story, but when I first met this dude, this is all in my book and all that, of course, he was supposed to give me a bunch of money, to start a company. He eventually offered me like $60 million or something like that. But the first day I met him, he asked me this really cryptic question. He asked me, what do you know about non-ferrous metal? And right away, in my brain, my little alarms were going off. I knew this guy was talking about silver, and I knew that he must have known something about this whole UFO thing, because this was after I figured out they used the silver to make the UFOs, yada, yada. And the whole time he was recruiting me, trying to, be a handler and all that, he'd bring up, every so often he'd bring up, so we're going to talk about this non-ferrous metal. But towards the end of this whole thing, I know this is totally unrelated to your question, but towards the end of this thing, he goes, I got tired of it, okay, because I wanted all this money. He's supposed to be giving me all this money, and he was dicking me around. So finally I said, okay, I know who you are. I know what's going on here. And I told him, I said, this non-ferrous metal you keep talking about, it's silver, isn't it? And he doesn't say anything. And then he says, yes, it is. And I go, you know way more about me than I've told you. And how in the hell do you know all this stuff? And he goes, by parabolic means. And I'm thinking, well, what does that mean? What do you got, a spy thing pointed at me, parabolic mirror, whatever the fuck? But anyway, that after I called this guy out, he got scared. Now bear in mind, I was like a big gun person back then. This is when I was really famous for, being, a shooter. And I tried to corner the guy, and he was actually on a ski trip with my mom. They were in Colorado or something. So I was like parked out in my mom's driveway waiting for him to show up. And for some reason, I just missed him. And he like drops my mom off the driveway and just takes off. And she's like, what the hell? And we never saw him again after that. And he wrote her a Dear John letter. But then I did my research and found out that everything he said was BS. He wasn't a real person. He didn't have all these connections. It's like, but now here's where it gets really crazy, okay? But it's late. I'm going to share this with you. But years later, I was talking to one of my buddies who's a psychic. He's a really good psychic, but he's one of these guys that he just really doesn't like to do it. He doesn't like to do this stuff. But if he's drunk, he's kind of an alky. If he's drunk, then he'll like, hey, let's channel this guy. Let's channel this guy. Well, one night we were channeling my dad, and that's where I found out about a lot of his CIA stuff. And I did some research after that and found out it was all true. The government agency he named, it was true. But the one thing he told, I have this alter who I call Rambo. Now, Rambo is me on the other side. When I do the astral stuff, it's supposed to be me. But Rambo, it's really confusing because it's like on the other side, we all do this, okay? It's like we're all on each different level at the same time kind of a thing. But on this level, Rambo is like a total badass. But I asked him, I said, hey, whatever happened to that guy, whatever his name was? And he said, oh, we hunted him, me and my posse hunted that dude down, caught him and tossed him in the lake of fire. I'm like, holy shit. That's the first time I ever heard anything like that. And that's when they told me, yeah, he was a Draco. He was a shapeshifter. And no wonder he was so afraid, and then I go, well, wow, lake of fire. He goes, yeah. This is Rambo talking. He goes, yeah, but he's out now. He's already finished his whatever his sentence, and he's out, and now he works for us. And I'm like what? No shit. He says, yeah, you want to talk to him? He's really sorry. It's like,
wow.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy.
Well, I feel like I've met a couple of these people. One of them in particular was after I had an art show. I had a guy that wanted to be a dealer, and it was very interesting because after we had a successful show, there was another situation where this guy, they invited him to come to one of the galleries, and it was the end of the show.
Is he like a
vampire? No, he was. He tried to mimic himself like a, I guess like one of these spiritual types, like a kind of like a Buddhist look. But he claimed he was from I think South Africa, New Zealand type area. He didn't talk much. The only person that spoke to him was the gallery owner. That was it. And that guy is actually from China. So it was kind of interesting to me because I was standing probably 10 feet from him. And every time I would look at him, I would look at his jaw, and it looked like it would morph. but it was almost like he was trying to read my thoughts to see if it would freak me out. And it was pretty interesting. I mean, it got to a point where when I looked at him the second time, I think he was clicking what I was thinking. And his teeth started doing something, getting spiky and like very strange looking. And at that point, I said, you know what? I just need to stop looking at this guy because he's doing it on purpose.
Okay,
So,
I got to tell you about a famous reptile. I just remembered.
Sure.
He's in the news right now. You probably heard of him. Peter Nygaard, I think his name is. Nygaard?
I do know who you're talking about.
Okay, here, check it out. Nygaard, spelled backwards, is dragon.
Right.
Okay. All right. Now,
And usually that's how it goes. Yes.
That's like a trick. But all right, this is what Nygaard was doing. Now, I actually got this from, what was her name? I'm not going to say her name right now, but Renetta. Okay, Renetta, I said your name. Anyway, she was actually one of these ex-models. This guy, what he used to do, him and this other famous Karl Lagerfeld, I think it was, they would get these black women, okay? And this is the same thing that John of God and Oprah and all that was all about, but what they would do is they would impregnate black women, and then they would have the women would have an abortion, and they would take the abortion and they would actually turn that into elixir. Okay, now and it turned out that this guy, if you look at this guy Nygaard, he's like 80 years old or something. Of course, when you see him, he looked really good, but now that he hasn't had his elixir anymore, he's starting to look really bad. But this guy, Renetta told me she saw this guy shapeshift. She was in a hotel room, and this guy, totally shapeshifted, went full on reptile right in front of her. So yeah, they're real. They're out there.
Yeah, well, part of the research that I had to do when writing, I mean, the entity phylum is a book. You actually might know what a phylum really means.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, it was a book written about entities you can't see.
Yeah, nobody knows about those things.
Yeah, well, there's no documentation on them either. So, in all of this research we had to do, I ran across a couple of people who were I had a woman, I actually met a woman who said that she was, I don't want to say the term sold, but she was sold to other people for her own energy. And she still claims to this day that they have the ability to astral project in her room and mess with her.
Well, they do.
So, yeah, I mean, I learned a lot in the research of that book. And it's a lot of disturbing stuff.
You gotta read my book, dude.
What's that?
We haven't even talked about my book. It's a good segue to mention my book. Okay, since you read her book, you gotta read my book. Seriously, you gotta read my book.
I will.
Right, book plug. It's book plug time.
Well, no, the thing about it is
Oh man, don't you want
while
to read my book?
in one of the chapters, while we were doing this research, we asked one of the entities, where did you come from? And they stated, we were created by a species. We said, well, what does it look like? And they explained the Draco to the T. And they also stated that not only were they created by them, but each one of the reason they were speaking, even though they did not want to speak, were that each one of these entities basically is a perversion of what they were trying to recreate the soul to be. So they were trying to master the recreation of the soul, and they never could get it. So every time they would create one.
When they hybridized us, we weren't supposed to have a soul. It just happened.
Right. But apparently they've tried to recreate different means of it. And every time they do, they couldn't get it right.
That's your clones right there.
Yes. And basically they are now designed and programmed to make us vulnerable. The more vulnerable we are, the more vulnerable they can do anything they want to us. But it's all about our free will. And the more that we give it up, the more vulnerable we become to them. So when we say this about, more in this, everything in the sky, more Jellins, more everything that's basically affecting us, now we have to worry about Bill Gates with his meat. And then you have, I was researching, what is it called? There's like a locust bean, because there are people having allergic reactions to it. And I traced one of the reactions to Dippin' Dots.
Wow. Well,
I mean, that's ice cream. So basically, they're after your kids.
They use black magic, man.
Yes.
All right. It's a real fun trick. I'm going to throw this out here. Black magic. It could be as simple as when you're cooking in the kitchen, you want to stir clockwise and not counterclockwise, and you want to never cook when you're angry. Just don't do it. If you're angry, don't do it. But always stir your food clockwise, because that's kitchen witchery. And when they're making your Budweiser or your Coke, you think they're stirring it clockwise? Oh, hell no.
And it makes sense, too, because one of the things that I think whenever people are trying to distance someone in their life, they write their name down and they do the same process. That's one of the things that I have come across in a couple of books. So it's exactly the same practice. So one of the things that popped in my head when you were talking about the Getty was, if we can get rid of the Getty, we get rid of all of us. Is that right?
I'm sorry. When you say get rid of the Getty, what do you mean get rid of all of us? What do you?
Well, the underground tunnels, because I think this whole thing started with talking about the Getty tunnels.
Right.
Okay. So what do y'all, I mean, a lot of the talk of the tunnels, I remember during COVID-19, whenever they had this huge camp set up in, I think in New York.
Yeah, I know.
And there was, the
Central Park event that may or may not have
Right.
happened. Yeah.
Right. There were a couple of people that pulled a couple of schematics of old tunnels of New York. And, I don't know how no one has done that. Instead of actually going in the tunnels, why can't they find the actual schematics of the old tunnels systems? And then at that point, figure it out from there, where to take it over.
They already know where the entrances are. I mean, let's look at it this way. Okay, first of all, the reason why none of this makes sense, we say, why not this, why not that, is because it's our government doing it. All right, so
I agree with you on that one.
Well, okay, when I call the FBI, all right, I call the FBI and I say, hey, I want to file a report about human trafficking going on under the Getty. They're going to ignore me. They finally took the report. But when I go on the air and I tell people, hey, we need to rise up, we need to do this, the FBI comes to me, calls me up and says, hey, don't protest on Getty property. Now who called the FBI and told them to do that? So the point is if you, like, for instance, in LA, you look at the Federal Building, it's pretty close to the Getty. You look at UCLA, you look at all these places, every single one of them are hooked up. It's all hooked up. And, when I say the Amundsen Theater, when Hollywood, it's not just Hollywood. It's the local police department. It's the sheriff's department. It's everything. It's the doctors. It's the lawyers. It's the judges. It's the prosecutors. It's everybody. It's all one big mafia. Now, right. I understand, and there are conscientious police officers that, that aren't wicked, but trust me, when you get up there, I found out the hard way. It's all corrupt. It's all the same darn thing. It's just the way it is. So in other words, the people that we expect to do something are the very people that are doing it. And we have to realize it. We are the only solution. And the only way that we can make this work is by having overwhelming numbers of us that won't shut up about this crap. We have to stop falling for their narratives. And we have to force this down their throat. But at the same time, like I said, even once we have the power and we have the numbers, they're going to nuke us if we don't, make some adjustments in how we operate. because that's just our human nature, and we got to solve that. Because it's like Tesla said, Tesla technology. There's all kinds of Tesla technology down there, but he said that you don't give that kind of power to minds that aren't ready for it, right?
Right.
We're going to abuse
I have a question. I mean, I remember being in New York and looking into some of that. I mean, the Church of Hubbard. I'm not going to say the word because I know it's got a hot button on it, but I mean, I wonder if there's any tunnels under that.
Of course, the big temple. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, the other thing is alpha waves. When you were talking about the frequencies that actually help people, alpha waves.
Well, external frequencies you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, well, just basically, whenever you're trying to be more cognitive, you feel like maybe some things are hurting you, making you more vulnerable in a room. If you put on alpha waves,
all right,
it should bring you back.
Organite, right? You know Organite?
Oh, I'm very familiar with Organite.
All right, well,
I'm very familiar with Tachyon and Scalar as well. So
yeah, and then you get yourself some shungite, whatever. Organite is like a cosmic air cleaner. It's gonna basically suck that stuff out of the ambient air around you, and it's gonna clean it. That's really important to have that in your house, actually. To be honest with you, but here's the thing: anything you could do with a technical device, a technology, a man-made thing, you can do with your brain. Okay, right. So when we talk about, having certain things that emit certain wavelengths and stuff, it's almost like taking monatomic gold or Ormus to try to enhance your psychic skills. You don't need that. I'll tell you something that's actually really cool. They mentioned it really early in the show, and that is DMT, ayahuasca. If you ever get the chance to do the DMT, I say do it, okay? It's very scary business, but all these other drugs, like, for instance, acid and mushrooms and psilocybin, all that, what it's trying to do is recreate that molecular structure of the DMT. And DMT is actually natural. It's made by your pineal gland. It's what produces your dreams. But if you ever want to see what it's like to be dead, what it's like to see the other side, what it's like to see through the matrix, you take DMT because it's like, it works. This is what the rich people do. It doesn't last very long. It only lasts, about 12 minutes or so, unless you take the tea. The tea, I don't recommend you do the tea. But yeah, you want to see the other side of the matrix. And also, if you want to meet your gods, for instance, let's say you have some issue in your life that you need to rectify in order to move forward, the first thing that's going to happen is your guide is going to be standing there. It's going to say, hey, we need to deal with this issue right now. And they're not going to let you go anywhere until you deal with that issue. And that's one of the reasons why so many people are actually afraid of DMT. But I'll tell you, if you want to see fractals, that kind of stuff, yeah, that's what you do. And we are truly in a fractal reality, that's for sure.
We really are. I'm starting to believe that as there's something called the AI entity that I'm currently writing about right now. And what's really interesting about it is that it looks almost exactly like these blood clots that they were pulling out of cadavers.
Yeah.
It's very, very interesting.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. And the more that I do research on it, I start to realize that I think we're going to get to a point where if you can imagine an imaginary beam, like an invisible technology, like a laser, and when you cross it, it's almost like we don't have to make you vulnerable anymore. The second you walk through our laser, it's going to make you vulnerable.
Well, that's why they put the head out on me, okay?
Yeah.
Because I could program that laser to do anything. I mean, I had a bunch of ideas. I was going to actually use it to remove alcohol from your blood, or if you're drunk and stuff like that.
Right.
But you can do really good stuff. You can make people happy. You can cure cancer. You can do all kinds of great stuff. But you could also, let's say you programmed it to give someone a heroin overdose. You could do that, and you could do it from 100 yards away. They wouldn't know anything. They wouldn't know it hit them. it's a powerful, powerful tool, and they were really afraid about that.
Well, man, y'all keep doing what y'all are doing, you know, and I think everybody is gonna, you know, I think the more people learn, it's better, the best. And you have a show as well. I saw.
Yeah, you give me a plug. Oh, hang on, we're not going to end the show. I mean, I'll still talk. We've been at this 5 hours and 15 minutes, but
We still got 5 more requested if you want to. If you
no,
want to
no. You know, I mean, I already went to the bathroom once. You know, I could use some more tea or something. My throat's getting a little raspy, but all right. But anyway, okay. First plug for the book. Okay. All right. When I came public was in 2012, right? And I went on stage and I told everybody, and I thought for sure in 2012 that's when all this would break loose, because I mean, surely once I tell you about the Getty, you guys are all going to freak out, right? Wrong. Anyway, so I wrote this book, and the book is called Lasers, Cavers, and Magic. Obviously, lasers for my lasers, cavers for the cavers, and magic, because that's what we're doing here. But if you want the book, you can send me an email, and the email is law17gun, LAW17GUN at AOL.com. And of course, I don't know, you can look me up on my Twitter. If you join me on Twitter, I'll probably have it there. I'll post it. Or you could join me on Telegram. I have this Telegram group, which obviously isn't the same as Twitter, but it's a great place for us to kind of network and, you know, strategize for the mission. And anyway, that group is called Occupy the Getty / Stephen D. Kelley. So if you go on Twitter and then, or not Twitter, but Telegram, and then you do that search, then yeah. Okay, what else? Okay, so booking it, then we can get on to other stuff, because yeah, I do have a radio station, actually, an actual radio station. It's crazy, but it's called Truth Cat Radio, www.truthcatradio.com. And I got to tell you, when I did radio on Revolution Radio and American Freedom Radio, I had 1 million listeners. Okay, that was more than anybody, you know, except for maybe, I don't know, Alex Jones or somebody. But anyway, now I don't. They shadow ban me. They block me. I can't get anybody listening. But every Thursday I do a show at 9 Eastern. Okay, on you know, you just got to go to www. I mean, if you can get through there and get Truth Cat Radio, good luck. But there are other streamers out there that carry it. But yeah, tune into that thing live, and I do my shows. And also, you know, when I had a YouTube channel, of course, I had all my shows on there. But now you have to go to channels that other people have produced. Like there's one on Brighteon. You got to find it. If you join my group, the best place to get all my stuff, of course, is by joining the Telegram group, because they can't take that away from me, right? They take everything else away, but they can't take that away.
Would they shut you down on Rumble or no?
You know, trust me, I've got Rumble and all these different things. It's just difficult. It's not quite the same. I've reached the point now where I have to depend on other people multiplying my efforts, creating platforms that feature my material. So what I do, when I do my show, I record it, of course, I edit it, and then I upload it to the Telegram page, and I also upload it, of course, to Twitter here, and then people will take that and they will put it on Rumble or whatever. Okay, but see, that's the thing. I mean, you know, I mean, my God, right? It's like I'm only one person, and I can only reach so many people, and that's why I need you guys to multiply my efforts. So if they're going to censor me and make it so, you know, nobody can see my content, I need people to spam my stuff everywhere. That's the only way. I need to be so annoying that not only, I mean, my God, the Getty has billions of dollars, $10 billion. They've got an army of attorneys. You post a image that's owned by Getty Images, they're going to sue you.
So you're having issues in that regard. Okay.
They
I
won't say
understand.
my name. I want, the whole purpose of this episode is to piss them off so bad that they have to try to shut me up. They have to sue me. I already know that they can't kill me. I already know that. They told me. I've been doing this for so long. Here I am, right? I mean, I keep poking the tiger, and that doesn't work. Let's poke harder. Let's poke this spot. Let's poke that spot. I mean, it just doesn't matter who I piss off. They're not going to say my name. Now, what they've started doing is they started doing fact checks, okay, where they go, there are no 100,000 children under the Getty. You know, they've done several fact checks. I've had people calling the FBI. I had a campaign where I had people calling the FBI. I had people calling the Getty, and the Getty would have to say, we don't know. I had people calling the LAPD. Now, the last fact check that was done that was any significant was USA Today, and they actually said my name, okay? But that's the first time. So it took a lot of effort just to get them to say my name. And the more, because, you know, I'm the witness, okay? No one else can do what I can do. I can get, and it's like I said, all right, I had the FBI at my door, okay? The FBI comes to my door. They're trying to get me, you know, I didn't open the door, of course. I have a metal door. And they asked me if I was trying to, you know, commit treason, blah, 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 bullshit. And I asked them, well, why aren't you guys investigating the Getty, et cetera, et cetera. But they got really incredulous when I told them that I was on Press TV. They said, are you aiding a foreign agent of an enemy country, yada, yada. I go, what are you talking about, Press TV? You know, they didn't even know what Press TV was. And and the guy goes, you know, the FBI guy, he's just a kid to me, and he goes, why would Press TV have you on there as a geopolitical consultant? I go, well, maybe it's because I'm an ex-NSA CIA contractor. And he goes, you're so full of it, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, yeah, I was recruited by Don Nixon, who worked under Robert Vesco. Write that down, VESCO, you know. And that's when they bailed. That's when those guys bailed. And I think they had, you know, little microphones in their ears, and they probably, somebody back at the office said, abort, you know. Yeah. And they took off running. They actually, I yelled at them as they were running away from me. I yelled at them. I called them names. What did I say? I said, you guys are, I said, you guys are pedophile enablers, and you work for Satan. I mean, who else is going to do that, right? I mean, the FBI is trying to, you know what I mean? You know how they work, right?
I think we've gotten to a point where the FBI really doesn't have any credibility with quite a few people anymore. I mean, they can threaten you and make you do whatever, you know, but I mean, I think we've gotten to the point where we realize that you can watch, I mean, anything today and just, you can feel it. It's not hard to not realize that.
Well, that tall guy was a mobster, Comey. Comey was a full-on mafia. Full-on mafia, you know. And they made him head of the FBI. Yeah, full-on mafia. Insane.
No. Well, man, like I'm gonna let other people have a conversation, but no, it was I don't know. I mean, it's a weird world out there, man. You know, so anybody that puts a finger in this pond, I could promise you they know, because it doesn't leave your head. I think everybody here wants to help people, so that's probably the best thing about it.
Amen. Next. Sorry.
All right, Digital Maximus, go ahead.
What is up, you guys? Thanks. All right, Isaac's Army, Dr. Keck, thank you guys, man. This is some good talk, Steven. Everything from everything onto this. That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's been a marathon.
Yeah, your book too sounds great. Your radio, that sounds amazing. Something to listen to. That's going to be something fun. And yeah, I followed you guys for a while, and I just wanted to come up and speak my mind and ask Steven a few questions, especially about the Getty too, because that's everybody's known locations now, but up until recently, it's only that a lot of them have become public or known. It's funny how so many people have kept this knowledge and just ran with it. So now that it's out and more people are talking about it, it is something to talk about.
Well, we're making it that way. They didn't want it that way. We're forcing it.
Yeah, I can't imagine, like Steven said, that any of the Gettys are happy right now. If they're, who knows, maybe they're listening. Maybe there's someone in the room.
Their names become synonymous with pedophilia.
And that's another reason why, too. And you said that this was one of the main locations that would be the best just to change everything and find the rest of gold that's down there, new technologies, artificial intelligence, bloodlines.
They said it was. They admitted as much, you know. I mean, let's put it this way. The guy that admitted it is probably long gone. But yeah.
That is awesome. Yeah, it's just I wanted to know what you thought about the AI technology that is building down there.
Okay,
Actually,
great. Let me answer that right now because I've been waiting for this question.
oh,
All right,
perfect.
there's something that you guys have not mentioned, and that is black goo. Okay, remember black goo? Okay, that's
Programmable maps.
yes, black goo. It's actually it's also known as bad chi, but black goo is actually a artificial intelligence. And as I mentioned earlier before, the black goo is actually used as a conduit in the collection of the loosh from people. So
Right.
technically, you probably heard this before. A lot of people refer to this as the spider. You've heard, I don't know, people talk about spider queen and all this crap. It's like you've got this tether attached to you, and it's actually black goo. Suck whenever you put out the crap, the loosh. This is
Right.
where this is how it's funneled away from you. We've all got this, you know. But this is one of the things we do in the astrals. We try to shut down this black goo, but that's what it is. And the reason why is because a thing with a soul, a living thing with a soul, can't operate in multiple different densities. Okay, especially at the same time. Very few entities can do that. But black goo is an artificial intelligence. It doesn't have a soul, therefore, it can operate on both of these levels, and this is why they use it for this purpose.
So, do you think these new densities that are created can?
They're not new.
They do, and can they connect all together at once systematically?
Well, no. All right, that's like the Big Bang process. Okay, in other words, lower levels of density work up.
That's why there's 9.
We're always working up, right? It's like we
Yeah.
all want to graduate, and forever. It's like time starts over, kind of a thing for us. You know what I mean? It's like going from caveman all the way up to space travel, and then starting over from caveman again. That's kind of the way it is. And so, for us to reach the level of, traveling the stars and being able to all do magic and all that stuff, that's our transition. That's our graduation. And sure, we can go to heaven. We can do all that. But what we really want to do is skip this merry-go-round and start having. We all want to graduate, and here's the other thing: we all got to graduate at the same time. Some of us don't get to go to heaven, and then others, wait. You know what I mean? It doesn't work that way. We all got to do it at the same time.
Yeah. Wow. No, you're absolutely right on that too, and especially with everything coming into timing at once, especially with the countries going to war, and then we have Israel, we also have Russia, China. We have a collection of new times coming.
Yeah, we could take over. We occupy the Getty. I mean, think about it, guys. If we actually do this, what do you think is going to happen? You can have all that money, all that technology, all that power, and you basically have all that knowledge, and the knowledge is where the real power is. And these guys control us now, but they're jealous. They don't want to share it. They don't want to share the meds. They don't want to share the gold. They want to have their sex slaves and they're worshiping Satan and all that crap, and they want to kill us off and shut the doors,
Yeah. Well, you were talking also about how gold is being created down there using technology, and you said the basis of it was going to be a silver compound or silver itself.
Silver, yeah. Silver can actually be transmuted into gold.
Huh. Well, then you were also talking about Solomon and back when basically
Solomon did that too.
Yeah. Which makes me think about the Ark of the Covenant that was believed to be found by, I forgot his name.
Well, the Ark of the Covenant is much older than Moses, okay?
Right.
Much older.
Sumerian.
Moses, they did not construct that thing out in the middle of the desert, okay? All right, this is important. The Ark of the Covenant, I'll give you some technology here, all right? This is important.
Absolutely.
I was telling you guys about how silver creates ultraviolet light. Well, gold creates something else. If you expose gold to an arc, it will produce manna or monatomic gold. So in other words, when the gold atomically degrades into gold particles, it does it the same way as the silver does when it makes ultraviolet light, only it turns into monatomic gold. So the Ark of the Covenant actually was a electronic device. It was pretty sophisticated, and it had a magnetic field, so it actually floated because the damn thing weighed like 2 tons. But the magnetic field contained the plasma. The plasma was basically an arc of electricity that went between the cherub's wings. Remember the cherub's wings? Okay, that's basically an arc lamp. And that arc lamp was modified electronically to create a plasma, just like we were doing with our plasma beam. And so that plasma, when the gold of the Ark of the Covenant was exposed to plasma, it would degrade atomically and produce massive amounts of mana, because one single atomic layer of gold, you can't even see it, obviously, because it's, microscopic, atomic microscopic, but it's going to produce a pile of monatomic. It's kind of like popcorn, basically. If you imagine how relatively small popcorn is, and you could turn it into, you cook it, you get a bigger thing. That's kind of the way the Ark of the Covenant works. All right, and trust me, the Jews did not make that. That was something that the pharaohs were using for a long time, and they called the manna white bread, and they used that to enhance their psychic skills, and that's why their heads, they had the cone head thing, because they've been eating all the manna. And that's why the Jews are, as a people, tend to have high psychic skills, because way back when they were in the desert, they were eating all that manna. So genetically, they have been altered in such a way to have higher psychic skills. Got it? Just a fun little detail.
308
the Bible.
308er, go ahead. You're up, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yes, please. Yeah, I mean, excellent space. I was just gonna ask, Stefan or Steven there. It's so these kids, where are they coming from? In the tunnels, like, I mean,
all over the world, man, all over.
Is there a source?
Well, yeah, they come from Mexico, they come from Africa, they come from the Philippines, they come from China, they come from streets of LA, they come from abortion clinics, they come from child protective services, they come to parents who sell their children, they come from everywhere.
Okay, is there a big source from Ukraine?
Of course, huge.
Okay.
Ukraine is like a hot spot for this stuff, and I wanted to talk about that earlier, but these Russian troops have liberated organ harvesting facilities where it was industrial, nasty what they were doing with orphans and what have you collected from the cities. I mean, it's really, really bad. But these are the people that do this. This is just like ISIS. ISIS did this. It's the same people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's the thing, because I've seen numerous reports from like Russian liberators that are going into Ukraine, and they're doing actually a huge deed as far as actually helping Ukrainians, and as far as liberating children from Ukraine and helping them out.
Yeah.
And I was just hoping to hear your.
They're being condemned for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's called projection. The enemy's good at that.
Can I have a go?
Go.
Thanks. Thank you guys for all that you do. It's amazing. But I think we are at a point where there is so much noise because we have some serious problems. I think we all recognize that it's going to be wild, and I definitely think you should expect a civil war in the USA, and the European Union will collapse as well. So I think that we have to focus on solutions instead of all unrelated truth searching in conspiracies, because can you still hear me? I lost.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. all these conspiracy theories that don't lead to any solutions is just simply creating more noise. And when we create more noise, we confuse a lot of people, and people will get 100 of questions, if not thousands of questions. And we can use our time to do that, or we can use our time to create solutions. Personally, I'm going to go up against the elites by creating a new way of having not a governmental system, because the governmental system is going to be decided in each community, but a new political system to get all of humanity on the same track. But enough about me. You can follow me if you want to.
That would be an amazing thing if you're able to accomplish that.
That's kind of what this mission is trying to do, guys. You know.
That's why we have to focus on solutions.
Let me put it this way: when someone talks about humans forming governments and stuff like that, this is what I say. I said if humans weren't all a bunch of retards, we wouldn't be having these discussions right now. They wouldn't have been eating our children for all these years. They wouldn't have stolen all our money until we're down to the last 2 pennies.
You're absolutely correct.
I mean, my God, where were we 100
they have
years
penetrated
ago?
the cabinets.
You know, I mean, seriously, we could have stopped. You know, and another thing, where in the hell were the British when the Rothschilds came in there after Waterloo and short-sold the entire country, okay, and allowed that to happen and let the Rothschilds take over the world? What's the matter with you lot over there? How'd you let that happen? It's just like the Jews that back in the days of Jerusalem that let the Pharisees open the doors and let their country get overridden. It's like we all get, you know, it's just like we're responsible for this crap, okay? And you know what? If you read the protocols, and you should read the protocols, it says right there, their number one fear is one motivated genius. So it's not the mob rising up, because the mob isn't capable. The mob is fickle, and the mob is played like a fiddle, and that's all we can do is try to control the narrative and try to lead the mob in the direction. But you know what? I can't educate the mob. I don't have time to educate the mob, but what I can do is try to coerce the mob into opening Pandora's box so that the mob can see what's really going on. And that's what Occupy the Getty is. Open Pandora's box, show the world what's really going on. And I'll tell you, when I talk to people, I'm not just talking to you guys, I am talking to the enemy. I want the enemy to hear what's coming, and I want the enemy to know that most of you guys want to cut their heads off, okay? And if they want to make a deal, they better do it quick before I fire you guys up and get enough of you fired up to where the pitchforks do come out. Okay?
Exactly. That's
Right?
great. And I think the solution you have to get out there once you're at a demonstration, and once you get out in the real world and in these spaces where you have a voice where you can talk about it, then you should be informing people that they need to go open another window and go to gtvflyers.com, and you cannot that's where all the rabbit hole ends, and I think all of us here, we know it. So we have to spread these flyers out when we go to demonstrations, and what else we are when we are in these spaces.
How about Occupy the Getty? How about we get? I got a demonstration going on in London at Parliament Square coming up.
Have you opened the gtvflyers.com website?
Yeah, well, anyway, guys, I want every single one of you guys to be screaming Occupy the Getty on all your little social media pages. I want you to be telling all your friends. And if you're out there, for instance, if you're out there protesting for Gaza or whatever, I want your signs to say Occupy the Getty. I don't want them to say save our children. I want you to be very specific. Occupy the Getty. The word Occupy the Getty says exactly what we're trying to do. It's an action. It's not a flimsy, vaporous dream. It's an actual call to action. I'm telling you what to do. Occupy the Getty. You want your world back, you want paradise, occupy the Getty. You want to, try to vote your way out of this. You guys want to know something? When I was supporting Trump way back when, the first day he took office, I said, you know what? He's going to go underground. He's going to see that bunker under the thing. He's going to say, I want to see all the bunkers, and he's going to shut it all down. But you know what? That didn't happen. You know what did happen? They took him under the Getty. And you know what they showed him? They showed him all that gold. And they also took him to Vandenberg and showed him the secret Space Force. The next thing you know, here he is talking about a whole bunch of gold, that we got all this gold. And then he's talking about a secret Space Force. I mean, come on. Who's getting played here, people? I was total QAnon person until Q comes out and says, Snowden was a traitor, and Snowden was an enemy, and Snowden needs to be brought back to the United States for justice. Are you kidding me? The NSA is the enemy. The NSA is running the bunkers. The NSA is the one raping the children and making the snuff films and collecting the adrenochrome and making illegal treaties with aliens and crap. And the secret Space Force, that's Nazi. That's Nazi. All that stuff is Nazi. Okay? All these MyLab people that call themselves super soldiers, they're working for the enemy. They're Nazi. You got to think, what would Jesus do? He wouldn't be flying a damn flying saucer. The enemy does that. The enemy doesn't need a secret Space Force. I mean, come on, we could go anywhere. This is a big deal, and this is why I have to focus on the Getty like a crazy person, because I already know, because the enemy told me this is how we beat them, okay? And this is why I've devoted my whole damn life to this, and I'll die doing this. But if I die before we complete this mission, you guys are screwed. So that's why I want to see this happen sooner than later, okay? Because I don't have, when you say, oh, I got an idea, we should do this and we should do that, you know what? If somebody had an idea and somebody knew how to save the world and it was better than my idea, I would be listening to them. But guess what? This is it, okay? It's like Spock says, it's completely logical to expose the most vulnerable point of the enemy, which is this one particular bunker. You could say, oh, yeah, there's 250 bunkers. So what? This is one that shouldn't even exist because it's a damn private museum, and yet it's part of continuity of government. How in the hell does that fit? How does that jive with our continuity of government? It doesn't. It doesn't. It's continuity of satanic Hollywood. It's continuity of the Crown. What do you think they're going to say, oh, it's a top secret installation. You can't go down here and inspect this? Why? Because we're going to see cages of children. We're going to see all the gold. We're going to see all the technology. We're going to see the throne of the crown. We're going to see the guys with their little black hats and all that bullshit. There's a lot of crap down there that they do not want us to see, and nobody's going to destroy it. And when you consider of how much money is down there and how much that crap is worth, there's no way on earth that anyone is going to destroy it. So these people that tell you that are liars. And that's our paradise down there. We paid for it. We built it. It's ours. We need that tech. We need it on the surface. We have a lot of work to do. And you guys, this is one of the biggest things that we have done in the last 20 whatever years is you guys doing this thing right now on Twitter. Okay, because it's just like you guys are listening. You're going, oh, my God, this is shocking. This is crazy. This is all over the board. Yes, it is. That's the nature of this shit because they're keeping it from you, and everybody can come up with their opinions and yada, yada, yada. But if we realize that we are just a mob and we need to control that power of the mob and we need to focus it on the one narrative that's going to actually do something, this is it, people. This is the one thing they don't want you talking about. All right? So if you want to cut to the chase and end this shit within your lifetime forever, not just one term of one president, this is what you do. You make this the only thing you care about. You get passionate about this, and you be contagious, and you spread it until we've got millions and millions of people saying the same damn thing. And these people will start making deals with us. They will do anything to save their lives. And we have to be ready to make deals with them, But we got to rescue those children, and it's got to be 100% unconditional surrender. 100% unconditional surrender. Okay? If Gordon Getty wants to give up and give me the keys to the Getty, I'll give him a private cell with a piano and maybe a couple pieces of art, but he is never going to be in contact with another child for the rest of his life, you know, and we'll do that for all of them. We're not going to cut their heads off because otherwise they're not going to give up. And if they don't give up, they're going to kill us. They're going to kill the victims. They're going to seal the trap door. They're going to take that gold. We're never going to see it. We're never going to get that water. We're never going to get technology. And we're going to keep living in this, we'll be in Armageddon. You know, Armageddon is what they want for you. Do you want to have Armageddon or do you want to have paradise? It's real simple. It's real simple. This is the path. This is the only path, and I'll stake my life on it, and that's why they won't sue me. They won't take me to court. They won't say my name because they know damn well what will happen because people ask questions, and if they want to sue me, they're going to need to find evidence. They're going to need to take that judge, and they're going to need to go down there and prove that here's the thing. If they want to say that this is national security and that we can't go down there and get proof that they're not eating children because of national security, that's when we call bullshit. Because when does national security come before serial child murder, which is what's going on, you know, like 100,000 children a year in one location, okay? And how is that okay? How could that ever be okay? And I think that's, you know, talk about a Holocaust. It's happening right real time under our feet. We should be shitting our pants. We should be going crazy. Think of every day that goes by, every minute that goes by. How many children are dying that we're not saving because we're dicking around talking about Donald Trump or Joe Biden or whatever bullshit when we should be going crazy, pitchfork in hand, saying, open the damn doors and show us what the hell you're doing down there. Okay? That's all I can tell you, people. I need you guys to get passionate about this stuff. I don't need you to understand it. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to light a fire under your ass to get you interested in saving these children, not to rationalize and debate as to whether or not this is true. You know, if there's only one child down there who needs saving, it's worth the effort. And if I'm wrong, you can do whatever you want. Okay? If I'm wrong, you can do whatever you want. But if I'm right, what do you think is going to happen when I'm right? What do you think is going to happen if my mission succeeds and I get these guys to capitulate? You know what's going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen. You're going to get paradise, but you're also going to get me telling you what to do. That's just the way it is because, like I said, out of all these damn humans, 7 billion humans alive in the world, not one of them is telling you to go do this one thing that's going to save the entire world, all 7 billion humans. And it's going to end the shit that's going to continue for the rest of, you know, history and the next 7 billion humans and 8 billion humans, you know? My God, you guys realize that everybody that came before us is cheering for us right now. Right now, all your ancestors, all the angels, all the spirits, all the great warriors that ever lived, they are cheering you right now for what we're doing, trying to save the world and make this big, huge change in the universe. This is Star Wars, people. Seriously, this is huge. Okay, we're making reverberations. I mean, my God, they caved in what's-his-name's roof to keep us from broadcasting last week, right?
They sure did, man.
They
didn't want us to have this conversation, and I knew there was going to be a lot of people in here that didn't know about, you know, didn't know who you were, and they probably had heard Occupy the Getty, but they didn't know exactly what it was all about. And I'm really glad we got to talk about this because there's been a lot of knowledge that's been dropped.
You got some big numbers, man, tonight. Your numbers are right up there with the who's who of who's who up there tonight. Seriously.
Yeah, no, people want to hear about this stuff. They saw the title and they want to hear about it.
Yeah. Well, you're in the spotlight now, man.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. I have one more person queued up for a question. If you want to do one more,
go for it.
And then we'll end it. After that.
It's only past midnight, you know.
Oh man, what a crazy show. KSAL, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question about the monatomic gold, right, being fed with the ormus to the children in order to incite their psychic abilities, right? So they're cattling up these children and feeding on them on top of searching for the psychic abilities. What exactly are they looking for, and what kind of psychic abilities have you seen?
Psychic abilities. It's kind of like X-Men, right? I mean, seriously, right? Art imitates life. All right, I'll give you an example. Psychic abilities. That guy that they were recruiting for the Rigetti, that guy. I don't know how long you've been in the conversation, but he developed his psychic abilities. He could break glass. Looking at crystal, he could break it just by looking at it. Those psychic abilities. Psychic abilities could be like, and this is the big one, of course, remote viewing. Okay, I mean, obviously, just being psychic is extremely important because the greatest gift about being psychic is being able to influence other people. Good psychic can influence people and be very convincing, you know, which is good if the psychic's a good person, of course. But remote viewing is used in warfare. I mean, this. Why do you think they're trying to build an army, just like we're building an army with our Jedi? If you want to be a Jedi, email me. But we have Jedi, they have Sith, and you know we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So yeah, there is a war going on, you know, in the astral, and we have a lot of help. We have a lot of people, you know, good people that are involved. We have a lot of, you know, we get help from like Pleiadians and such. And they what do they got? They got Dracos, etc., right? But yeah, I know I just totally went off on a tangent here.
No, but there's the remote viewing that you mentioned there. Yes. So they're after these individuals with the abilities. So when we occupy this Getty, right, and we eliminate their food source, which is the children, right? This is the overall picture here. They'll overall be exposed and demolished.
You want to know the real mission here? Okay, I'll tell you the real mission. All right, we were talking about treaties earlier. Now, there was a big treaty, of course, with the aliens and the humans, which was done after Roswell. But there was another treaty when those gray guys. There's like 8,000 different species of alien out there. There used to be like 8,000 different species that actually populated the Earth at one time. It was like paradise. Anyway, 3 particular species, the Greys, the Anunnaki, and the Draco, were the assholes of the universe, and they basically drove everyone else away or conquered everybody else. So it was just them, to the point to where they were actually warring amongst themselves. A lot of things happened, big things that we could talk about, but one of the main thing is that there was a treaty basically between those entities and God. Okay, now God usually works through the Holy Spirit, which is a whole nother subject, but the treaty was that the Greys and the, let me see, okay, the Dracos kind of were the big winners of all these battles. Okay, they drove the Earth. Used to have a lot of gray living on the Earth, but they were driven off, and they were pretty much driven to the moon. They live inside the moon. The moon is actually hollow. It's not even a natural moon. It was recreated to look like the moon. But that's the home of them. The Anunnakis, of course, they got a special home called Nibiru. Nibiru was created just for them and put on a really weird elliptical orbit to basically keep them away from us and keep them out of trouble. The Draco, on the other hand, were allowed to live on the Earth underground. They pretty much took over the tunnels created by the Grey, but they were given certain rules. They were not allowed to increase their numbers. They were only allowed to have 250 of these Draco and a certain number of them on Earth. So one of the big rules was that they weren't allowed to have portals. And they used these portals to transport from wherever the hell they come from, Zeta Reticula or whatever, to here. And so they violated these things because obviously they did horrible things with humans, but that wasn't so much the problem. The problem was that they violated the treaty by using these portals. So God put a hit out on them, basically. What, you know, don't ask me where I get this information. That's another story. But the basically God's hitman is the Holy Spirit. Now, the Holy Spirit is not just a single entity. The Holy Spirit is actually multiple entities but it's at the point of where the entities start to merge and become one, because obviously God, the creator, is a single entity. So, so basically, the hit was put out on all the Gray, all the Draco, and all the Anunnaki. So these are, when I talk about the Jedi and all this, doing all this battle in the astral, that's our thing. It's a genocide. The Draco are all get killed, and then the Gray all get killed, and then the Anunnaki all get killed. And this is not an emotional thing. This is not a hateful thing. This is orders. Okay, this is what those entities actually created us. They hybridized us and created us. Well, guess what? Now we're being used to basically take them out because they screwed up. And when that happens, it's not going to happen overnight, but when that happens, then the earth will pretty much return back to the way it was, which is when we're going to have this paradise where you're not going to have all this evil, selfish crap going on. And we will actually be able to commune with all these other entities once again. But, we're so far away from that, we're like radioactive toxic waste right now. They won't come near us. We're savages.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Reptile hybrid, go ahead, man. I had to bring you up. Sorry, Steve. Just one more.
Well, seriously, absolutely amazing space. Stephen, man, you are absolutely spot on. And it's scary. Think about right now as we're dealing with all this politics and garbage right now, what Stephen's talking about, that Getty Museum and other places. I've got to ask Stephen, because you talk about, trying to get in there and save these kids. People talk about white hats and all the rest of it. Is there some force who's, kind of on our side? What can you tell us about that, mate?
All right, let me share this with you. When I first found out about these guys, these cavers, these Templar guys, I was really depressed because I thought, wow, these guys are all powerful. There's nothing we can do about this. This is really scary. And I found out that there was actually an enemy that they had that they were really afraid of. And this is how they described this enemy. They said that they were Christian, Second Amendment, computer geeks. Okay? Seriously. That was the thing that terrified them the most. And my understanding, because I actually had some connection to these people, this is sort of like Anonymous. You know how like Anonymous is? There's actually a real Anonymous, and that's who I'm talking about. Okay? Not these guys with the mask and all that. There is a group, an anonymous group, that are pro-Constitution, pro-Jesus, and pro-gun. Okay, and those guys scare the shit out of these people because they are the hackers, and they're one of the few peoples that can, to me, their biggest threat is their hacking ability. Okay, but the Christianity, you got to remember, we're dealing with Satanists here. Now, I know a lot of people talk about the church or how corrupt Catholics are and all that, but I'll tell you one thing that really works, and that is holy water. It works. Okay, I don't care what you say. Holy water works, okay? And I'll tell you something else. There's only one faith, there's only one religion that cannot become a Mason, and that is the Catholics. If you're a Catholic, you cannot become a Mason. They won't take you. It's like you're broke, kind of a thing. But anyway, I'm just throwing that out there.
I can't believe I haven't seen you on this app before. I'm going to spend the whole night reading literally all of your tweets because seriously, this guy, man, he's telling you how it is. All these people saying there's no aliens, no space, Earth's flat. No, this guy knows. I've got to ask again, these leaders, are they the hybrid reptilians? Are they not humans? What can you tell us about that? And did you contract and actually build this thing or what?
Which thing? Okay, well, what I was a contractor for... a contractor is basically, you get a contract to do something. And my first real contract was for the NSA. And, of course, they were operating as a company. And it was called API. But it was to make these lasers, 40,000 solid-state lasers to go on these gun sites and stuff. But that was actually two contracts. That was like a secrecy agreement. no competition, no compete, and also a contract for $1.6 million, blah blah blah. But yeah, that's a contractor. So I didn't get paychecks from the Navy. And CIA, that's the difference between a contractor and an employee or an agent. An employee is going to get paychecks. But I'll tell you something else about the CIA business, is that it's really, really bigger than you could possibly imagine. There's way more CIA personnel than are officially working for the CIA. It's huge. So in other words, the paychecks that are written by the Navy that go out to legitimate CIA personnel, even they're all top secret and all that, that's only a portion of all the personnel. There's a lot of people that are what I call cowboys, and they live off the land. They'll take opportunity, like for instance, the guys I were working with, the Ollie North gang, those were cowboys. Okay, they took what they could, but they ran drugs. They they made product. They knew that the Contras are going to need this and that, so they made it. That's where I came in. And then, for instance, when the Gulf War was starting, and the first one, of course, was in Kuwait, they had to make all this stuff, drones, boats, body armor, all that stuff that they had to come up with. They cashed in on that stuff because they knew what was coming. One of the things I did, I thought I was CIA at the time, of course, but I was their representative. I would go to companies like Toshiba or whoever to buy this and that. And I would, I'd show up in my suit and I'd go in, sit there in their corporate, whatever, and they'd ask me, they'd say, "Are we going to war?" And I'd say, yes, we're going to war, and it was because, they thought I was CIA. And of course, when it's all sexy, that's the thing. We're all James Bond is cool, and this is all sexy, and ooh, guns, and oh, all that stuff. It's not sexy, okay? I thought it was sexy. I was raised on James Bond. I thought it was cool. And then I found out how they killed children, innocent children. This is before I knew anything about the pedophilia stuff. This is just when I thought they were just killing people in the jungles in these third world countries. I knew that was not, Christian. It wasn't Christian. It wasn't one nation under God stuff. It was something else. Okay, and that's where I broke. And all of us should be already broken. And I'll tell you, when you wake up, when you really wake up, they try to turn woke into a bad word, but when you actually wake up, it's traumatic. Okay, something happens to you. You get molested. You learn about something horrible. You snap. And then you have to start over. You have to relearn everything, your religion, your politics, your philosophy about everything. It changes. And you can't say you're woke until you've gone through that trauma. And I've had that happen to me at least twice now. Okay, the first time, of course, is when I found out about the NSA killing all the children. And the next time was when I found out about the Nazis and the Jews working side by side. That's some trippy stuff.
It takes a piece of your soul away. It really does, Stephen. They're hunting children. They're doing this. I've got to ask, mate. These leaders, the elite bloodlines, the royal families. Are they reptilians? Are they shapeshifters? What are they, Stephen?
Well, most of them are. Yeah, of course they are. I'll tell you something though. I actually have some royal blood going on both sides, but on one side is Templar. I know for sure. It was, let me see, mom's side. Yeah, mom's side was Templar. And Templars had more than one faction. Okay, I know we talk about good Nazis and bad Nazis, but the Templars weren't always Nazis per se, but they were blue blood. They were aristocracy, post Demolay and all that. But I do know that there were two factions, and one faction went underground, faction A, faction B. And what I was told, at least in the family, they didn't really talk about it too much, but they said that one side, it first started with the Kaiser. One side was pro-Kaiser and one side wasn't, so they went to America. The ones that, obviously the anti-Kaiser contingent had to flee. And the same thing happened under Hitler. A bunch of the Templar royalty had to flee because they opposed Hitler, and the guys that were pro-Hitler won the battle. So, I've had to live with that kind of a thing. And that was one of the reasons why the Templars had such trouble finding me, was because both of my parents had both of my grandmothers had left their husbands and went into hiding and fled across the country, and nobody knew where they were. And so, obviously, the guys that control everything, they lost touch. They lost connection with that bloodline. And if you know anything about the Templars, it's like the Da Vinci Code, okay? The Da Vinci Code isn't really fiction. It's actually kind of true. Even as a Catholic, I don't want to admit that such a thing could be true, but at the same time, I know that they believe it. And I know that this is the reason why they follow me around and why they protect me and why they won't let anybody hurt me, let alone themselves. This is one of those things, They called it the Can't Be Killed Club. I mentioned that earlier, right? Yeah. Trippy shit, huh? Okay, we gotta go.
Trippy shit.
Yes, it's trippy shit.
Well,
Somebody told me, another one of these CIA guys, they told me that it was like Groundhog Day, and that if they were actually able to kill me, it would just like start over like Groundhog Day, like nothing happened.
And people talk about the Merovingians and stuff like that, and there's been merging of these bloodlines. You're spot on, Steve, and seriously, you don't hear information like this pretty much anywhere else. Isaac, Dr. Keck, we want answers. This has been one of the best spaces I've ever heard, no joke. I got to ask again, Stephen, sorry to keep, chewing your ear off. What about, what they call the Galactic Federation? Some people say there's a non-intervention policy. Can you tell us anything about that? Because I love how you said it's like Star Wars. We're down on the ground here. He's right. Stephen's right. This is like Star Wars. We're living in a Hollywood blockbuster. Tell us about it, Stephen.
All right. First of all, once again, you could divide the whole universe into two sides: service to self, service to others, STS, STO. The Galactic Federation, that's Jesus is the commander. And it's not like, it's these people that say they're talking to, the Palladians and all that. Come on, BS. Yes, they don't deal with us. The only time I ever know that the Palladians ever reached out to a human was when they went and talked to Billy Meyer.
Billy Meyer, exactly.
Yeah, but otherwise they don't talk to us. And if they do talk to us, it's the bad guys. And if you want to understand how that works, it's like the bad guys are like the conquistadors when they came to the New World. They thought they were bringing civilization. They thought they were bringing the church. But they screwed everything up, and that's exactly how it works. So, yeah. The Galactic Federation does exist, but they fight on the level of the enemy. It's just like the Jedi. I say we fight in the astral. We fight in the 4D. We don't fight in the 3D. We're not killing humans. We're killing Draco, that kind of thing, And that's what the Federation fights. And I'll tell you. But we have to do our work, and this is why I have to try to impress upon you guys this peaceful nature of this thing, because our job is to basically become worthy of all this stuff, and our job is to basically be ready to graduate when we get the opportunity to transition, and we can become, advanced humans that aren't selfish and take care of each other like family, and we're responsible for each other, and that's all we got to do. Just stop being so damn greedy and selfish.
Yeah, just work together. I mean, and we could solve all the problems in the world.
Yeah, we got to realize we're all related. That's really what it's all about. Instead of this tribal crap.
Yeah, we're all human at the end of the day, man. All this color and all that bullshit.
Hey,
It's
Stephen, have
nonsense.
you've obviously heard about Pine Gap in Australia, and you know what's that? There's the reason they call it the land down under. It's a play on words. Can you tell us anything about
Yeah,
Australia?
we were talking about that earlier. Okay, Pine Gap is the #1 largest NSA base. It's a good 6 miles deep. It's really deep. It also has a tunnel that runs about from the center of Australia about 45 degrees out to the Pacific, and they can sail submarines all the way from the ocean there to the center of Australia. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And this is the good thing. This is what I'll tell you. This is what Pine Gap is for. Pine Gap is actually a surveillance station. That's its only job, is surveillance. And the reason why it's so deep is because it uses extra long frequency wavelengths to monitor everything in the world. So there's your woodpecker, there's all that. That's coming from Pine Gap. But they don't just monitor humans. They also monitor all the other things too. Okay. So yes. But I'll tell you, I know they know everything because when the Bilderbergers in London put a hit out on me, all we had to do is go to the guy in Pine Gap. He said, "Yep, that's what we hear. That's what's going out over the airwaves right now."
And it's totally owned by the CIA, as you know.
Well,
Think about the
NSA,
power that they have.
right?
NSA, you're right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Stephen, follow me, man. I'm begging of you. Never ask. I'm begging of you. Follow me. I need to talk to you.
Okay, well, you got to send me a instant message or something. I mean, obviously, I want you guys to follow me because I got to get.
Yeah, I'm following you. I'm following you.
10,000. Let me see, how far are we at here? We're good. 9,891. I'm sure you guys will put me over 10,000 by tomorrow. But
Yeah, let's
dude,
give him.
I know
a
we
lot
did this
more than
for.
that.
Wait, look, listen. We did this for. We're going on 5 hours and what is it? 15 minutes or something or longer? No, 6 hours now, huh? Yeah, 6 hours. 6 hours.
Fucking
Over
crazy,
6
dude.
hours. But dude, you've had one of the biggest spaces that Twitter has seen. I mean, this is up there with Alex Jones and whoever. Okay, so seriously, we got to do this
No,
again.
we've held big numbers this whole time. People want to hear this stuff.
You have.
There's
I'm
no other
impressed.
source. I mean, there's no other people really talking about it.
And everybody can see this too. That's the thing. Everybody on Twitter can see this right up there.
Yeah, no. Dr. Keck, yeah, for co-hosting. Yeah, we should wrap this thing up because we are running on 6 hours now, and we definitely will do this again soon. There's so many topics we can go down and talk about. But I always like to leave on like a positive note. So like, what would you say to everybody that we could do to other than get the word occupy, to get Getty out there? What can we do to make things better?
This is a good wrap up, and promise me that we will wrap up. But first of all, I told everybody to take lysine. Okay, start taking lysine right away. If you haven't done it, you'll trust me. Get your children, everybody you love, to start taking it. But you all got to realize that you do make your own reality. Okay, we can all manifest, and part of this manifesting is this narrative. Okay, so when they're out there constantly telling you this is going to happen and that's going to happen, that's not your timeline. That's the timeline they're trying to make for you. So in other words, we don't have to have an Armageddon. We don't have to have all these horrible things happen. We don't have to have World War III. We can stop it. And when we do, we can do it exponentially. Our power can go from nothing all the way to absolute in a heartbeat. We just have to have enough of us get motivated. And that's really the key here because, it's like I said earlier, they're worried about a single motivated individual because a single motivated individual can affect the opinion of 1 million people. So how many of us do we need to motivate before we can get everybody affected? And that's really what it's all about, So again, you need to get passionate about this stuff, and you need to remember that it's like Flynn said, this is a war in narrative, so watch out. When they start making you talk about something else, remind them that the solution to everything is this one thing. And eventually, the enemy's got to give up. And you got to resist the urge to be violent and to think violently because, in the end, remember, we're all humans, and even these ones that are doing horrible things, they're still family. We're still part of the human family. and realize that you do have to mature, and you do have to become a better human, and you do have to lose the selfishness, and you do have to look for ways to serve others. And if you want to be protected from the enemy frequencies and enemy attacks, spiritual or physical, the best way to do that is by having that armor of God, which you're going to get through serving others. Okay? Seriously, people. And I'll tell you, this is not a Christian thing or Jewish or Buddhist, because it's like when you talk about the Galactic Federation, Christ has been around longer than any human book or any human has ever been around. So let's not try to talk about these things on terms of human books, because this is way bigger than human Earth. This is the universe, and we should be thankful that we have this opportunity to be the stars of the entire universe, to do this mission that's going to reverberate across the universe, and it's going to, I mean, my God, we're fighting Satan. Hello? We're fighting Satan. We're fighting the entities that made us. I mean, my God, talk about superstar warriors. We're it, So I hope I have a lot of recruits and people joining me, especially on Twitter. And
Yeah, we are the solution.
Yeah, we're the white hats. We are the white hats.
Exactly. We can't be waiting for these people to show up. We are them.
No. We're not going to eat popcorn and wait for the military to go in and do it. Oh, it's okay. The military did it. Go back to TV, football. Yeah, vote for this guy.
No, you're 100% right. And people need to understand that.
You'll know it, because we'll have paradise. We'll have no more chemtrails. You'll have med beds. You'll have money. You won't be paying taxes. You'll have all the food you need. You won't have to go to work. I mean, come on, right?
Yeah.
We won't have pollution. We won't have any of this crap.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what we're not going to have. We're not going to have transgender surgery.
Well, that's something that we need to nip in the bud real fast. That's for another day, though. We will definitely hit that next time.
Let's get out of here. Come on.
So Steven, thank you so much for coming on. Everybody go follow Steve, help him out. Follow his work, follow his page. He'll be able to guide you from there as to where you can find more information. Dr. Keck, thank you for co-hosting this. Please follow him if you're not following him. We Want Answers. Please go follow that page. That's a page I'm working on with a friend that we're going to be coming out with a lot of different content other than Return to Cappy stuff. So just thank you guys for tuning in. Steven, if you want a quick last word, and that's it.
Well, guys, again, it's been a lot of fun, and I didn't mind hanging out with you at all. I'm happy to do it again, and I just hope everybody enjoyed it. And overall, though, with the exception of that one Hasbara troll earlier, I want to thank all of you guys for, being intrigued by the information and being so receptive. That really means a big deal to me, and it gives me a lot of confidence. But I got to tell you, like I said, I've devoted my life to this. Okay, it's all for you guys. Okay, seriously, it's all for you guys and your children. And I'm not here for any money, but I do wish you'd follow me and do everything you can to help me get this done, because I'm only going to live so much longer, and I want this done while I'm still young enough to enjoy it. Okay, so please help me out, and that's it. And again, email me at lost17gun@aol.com. And join me on Twitter, which of course is Stephen Kelley 24, StevenKell 24, and the Telegram page is Occupy the Getty / Stephen D. Kelley. Hey, I have a website too, StephenDKelley.com. Also, I'm running for president, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah, we didn't even bring that up.
We didn't even bring that up.
You got my vote, buddy.
All right, dudes. Okay, guys,
right.
I'm going to leave. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thanks,
All right.
everybody.
Adios.
Dr. Keck, did you want to say anything?
Well, I want to thank you for having me on. It's been a while since I've been doing these, so I appreciate it. Steve, your information was great. I want to thank everyone that showed up. I appreciate everything and everybody, so I want you guys to all know that.
Awesome.
All right.
Everybody, y'all have a great night, and lots of love from me to you guys, and y'all sleep tight. Hello, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. Special thanks to Janice here. Janice, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. You're coming in clear on my end also. Jake's going to join us in a little bit as a speaker also. So in one more minute, we'll get this thing rolling. Just sit tight for 1 minute, guys.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I just wanted to say thank you, Dave and Janice. Very nice to meet you, Janice. I'm Jake. Thank you, Dave, for hosting, and I look forward to the space. Hi, Hillary. I see you down there.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming. Janice, again, thank you for coming. I know the space means a lot to a lot of people because John was such an influential guy. So many people looked up to him, and a lot of people miss him. And there's so many questions about what happened, what's going on. So hopefully you can help put some closure on all this with us. I just want to thank you for coming tonight. But how are you doing tonight?
Well, first, thank you for having me. And, John was very important to me as well. Obviously, we'll never be the same after our relationship. But I am doing a lot better than I had been, a year ago, and even 2 years ago. But I'm well. I'm well now. Thank you.
So where are you these days?
I'm still in Spain.
So you're still in
I'm
Spain.
still in Spain. I came to Spain with John. We left America together in January of 2019, and we traveled kind of across the Caribbean, and we settled in Spain in the summer of 2019, and I've been here ever since.
So you consider that home now?
No. I just remained here because I wanted to. Because of the legal things that were happening, and also it just didn't seem right to leave here without John's remains. So that's why I've been here still. But California is my home. That's where my children are,
okay.
And I look forward to being reunited with them.
Well, I hope that happens very soon. So yeah, we'll get into that a little bit later. Some of the newer updates about what's going on with him. I guess we could start from the beginning. How did you meet John? How did this all start?
So we met in December of 2012. We met the day after John was deported from Guatemala. I was living in Miami. So I'm sorry, that's where we met, South Beach, Miami. And I was living there because I was working as a prostitute there. I was being pimped out. I had a very brutal pimp. And just before I met John, I think maybe in November-ish, I had just sort of come off of leave, if you will, because he had hit me in my face and caused my tooth to go through my lip, and I had to get stitches. So I was out of commission for like a month and a half. And so this is what I was coming off of, this sort of vacation, if you want to call it that, when I met John. And so just something that's a little important to me to the story is that my grandfather was a pastor of a very small church in San Francisco. And so he had died, years ago, years prior. And for me, I was just feeling like if heaven was real, God was real, my grandfather would be there, so it's just kind of in my mind, sort of speaking to my grandfather, kind of, asking for help, because I didn't want to be in this situation anymore. This was on my birthday, December 9th. So kind of in my mind, it was like, if your God is real, then I need him to show up here for me because I can't do this another day, week, month, or year. I need out of this. And then on December 14th, I met John. And so for me, it's very, it was just an answer to prayer, if you will. I know it's probably laughable to a lot of people that John McAfee would be an answer to anyone's prayer, but he was an answer to my prayer.
That's really nice. That's really nice. Now you guys look like you had the most fun in the world during that COVID time on Twitter. That was wild. You guys, the videos and everything you guys posted. So it was very genuine. You could tell.
Yeah, it was a wild ride to say the least. So yeah, that's how we met. And
So you met him in Miami doing that.
yes.
So you weren't working then when you did meet him. Did you know?
Actually, I was out that night. I was out with a girlfriend. We've shared this story many times, but I'll share it with you guys as well. So I actually wasn't supposed to be out the night that I met John. I was sleeping. And I had no idea that John was even in town. Apparently, it was all over the news, but I didn't watch the news. You know, I watched reality TV at the time, and I played video games. God of War was my video game. And um, so we get woken up by the pimp, and he asks us to go out or demands us to go out. And so we go out, and we're on South Beach. And I happened to park my car across from where John was staying, which was the Beacon Hotel right on South Beach. And we were walking, me and my girlfriend, we were walking to our car, and I saw John, who was standing in front of Johnny Rockets, speaking to one of the workers. And we caught eyes, and I nodded, he smiled, but I kept walking. And I turned around and I caught him looking at my butt as I was walking away. But I decided to keep walking because it just, he didn't seem interested, and also he didn't look like he had any money. How wrong I was. And so when I got to his hotel, the night security came outside, who was someone I had spoken to before, because that's how you kind of know what's happening in town, by speaking to these, night security or people that work at the hotels. They'll tell you who's in town, what parties are in town, if the cops are out harassing girls or anything like that. So, I was asking him, these same questions, if there's anyone in town and all of this. And he looks down the street and he sees John standing there. And he was like, well, you know who that is? And I was like, no, I have no idea. He was like, well, that's John McAfee. So I was like, well, who's that? And he said, well, the McAfee antivirus. And he said, well, that's the creator of it. And so I was like, oh, really? So I decided to turn around and go back. And by this time, he had moved on to a coffee shop, the News Cafe, which is also right on Ocean Drive. And I caught up to him, and he was smoking a cigarette, talking to the workers out front. And I asked him for a cigarette. And he, as he was lighting a cigarette for me, he asked us, what were we doing, drugging and rolling old men? To which I responded, we don't use drugs. And so, because of my response, that intrigued him, and he invited us to sit for coffee, and the rest is history.
Wow, that's awesome. I could see him talking to the employees too. Like, he's just such a man of the people. I think that's why he's so revered by everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, okay, so then what happens next?
So we sit and we talk for hours. So initially, I kind of went through my spiel. Are you looking to have a good time? You can do 2 for 1 if you want chocolate, if you want vanilla, blah blah blah. And he obviously turned me down, and he said he's not interested. He just wants a cup of coffee. And so then we moved on quickly from that, and I asked him, well, what brings you to Miami? Are you in town for business or pleasure? And so he says, yeah, no, not at all. Like, you don't know who I am? And I was like, no. Obviously I knew his name, at that time, but I didn't know his story. And so he's like, well, seriously, I've been on the news, like top of the news for the past 3 months. And I was like, I'm sorry, I don't watch the news. And he seemed a bit almost a little offended that I didn't know who he was from the news or whatever. But so, yeah, he proceeded to tell me his story from his side, his side of the story. And so we sat and talked for hours, just him sharing his story, me asking him questions, him answering questions. So it was a good conversation. And then I guess, okay, so after that, he asked me to get rid of the white girl because she was high on Molly. and she really wasn't adding much to the conversation. So I got rid of her, and and he invited me back to his room. And so we get to his room, and he's standing next to the bed, and he asks, can we just cuddle, or can we cuddle? And so I'm like, yeah, we could cuddle. But in my mind, I'm thinking he's talking about something super sexually kinky, because I've never, like, no one's ever asked me to cuddle.
There's some kind of code word or some
So,
shit.
yeah, right, exactly. Just so ridiculous looking back on
Yeah.
it. But I was like, yeah, because I was thinking, well, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure I could manage, right? But he just literally wanted to cuddle. So he came, got in bed, put his head on my shoulder, and maybe like 2 minutes later he was out sleeping, snoring, and it was nice. It was just a beautiful night. And that's how our lives proceeded from there. Every day after that, we were together.
Did you Google him that night? Like, who is this guy?
No, because my pimp had already done that. So he was sharing with me who he was, because the girlfriend I was with, well, she was another working girl who was working for my pimp. So she obviously went back. When I sent her away, she went back and told him who I was with. And so by morning, it was 2 in the morning when we met. So by sunup, I should say, everyone in the pimp community, I guess, would have known that I was with John McAfee. And so, yeah, my pimp was sharing with me who he was and how he was accused of murder and all of these things. And so, but I didn't want to Google him because I wanted to get to know him from him,
Yeah, of course. Super interesting. So how do you end up staying with him long term then? Like, how does that happen? Does he ask you to be his girlfriend, or?
Yeah, he does actually. So that happened down the road a bit. So we ended up going on a road trip because he bought his pickup truck that had been featured in some of the interviews. And so, if anybody knows what I'm talking about, it's his Dodge truck where he had put a ram on the front of it, and he had lights fitted on it to just to help kind of be more like a security vehicle. Anyways, so he bought this vehicle in Tennessee, and I went and met him in Tennessee, and we went on a road trip from Tennessee to Portland, which was really awesome because we got to know each other a lot better. I'm one that always enjoys road trips, and the fact that we didn't end up killing each other on the road trip, because I've heard people say that that's the test to a relationship lasting, go on a road trip with your partner. And so, but it was really good. We listened to books on CD, which I'd never done before. And it was really, really awesome. We talked and we listened to music, and it was just a really good time. And so, so after that time, which would have taken us, let's see, through Christmas and New Year's. So we didn't get to Portland until after New Year's. And yes, he asked me to be his girlfriend. I had to go back to Miami because I had a court case that I needed to go to. And, John asked me at that time, if you want to come back, that's cool, but there are some things that I'm going to need you to understand I'm not going to allow. And so basically, without him telling me I know about your pimp and all of that, because obviously he would have known he's John McAfee. So, and at the time of the road trip, my pimp was calling me all the time, texting me all the time, wanting to know every step that we were taking and all of those things. But
was the pimp expecting like big money from?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was expecting really big money, which is why he was calling all the time. But at the same time, how do you explain to someone, hey, you're being stupid here, because I'm literally in a vehicle with him, sitting right next to him. So there's no way I can answer your phone calls or answer your texts and be all on my phone without him noticing, like, who are you talking to, right? Like, it's, I need to be present with him, so. Yeah, he was expecting this really ridiculous payday. He's like, "Oh, what, do you think he'll give you like $100,000?" Like, why would he do that? Like, we're like, like, that's stupid. Yeah.
Well, I can only imagine a pimp. I mean, he's like, "Oh my God, I got John McAfee as a client. Like, Just the stupidness in his head was probably just going off the chain.
It was astronomical, the ignorance, because he just, saw dollar signs, but that's where his mind was. He was trying to figure out a way to, blackmail him for money, to
Oh, I bet.
all of these crazy things, and that wasn't what I wanted. As I explained to you, for me, John was an answer to prayer, and so for me, I looked at him as what he ended up being, which was a way for me to get out of that life, and so he tells me, I'm not going to allow you to send money to take care of a grown man, so if you come back here to be with me, I just want you to understand that's not going to allow that. So that was our conversation about the pimp. We never had an actual conversation, about him, but that was all that I needed to understand what he was saying. And so I went back to Miami, went to my court case, and came back to Portland, and we just were living together, and it was interesting. Because I wasn't looking for a relationship. I wasn't I wasn't coming to be with him for that. So it worked out well for me because he had what I like to call flavors of the week. So he had other, women that he would go and see, or which was fine with me. I didn't, I wasn't looking to be like his one and only. That wasn't at all on my mind. I was just looking for a safe space so that I could gather myself and figure out a way how I can use this opportunity to move forward. That's, where my mind was at. I also was able to reconnect with my family, reconnect with my children. So it was a really, really good time for all of those things. And it just, our relationship just from there sort of blossomed into what it eventually became, but there's a lot of lack of trust, obviously, because the pimp was still around, because the cartel eventually got involved through the pimp. And so the pimp had been paid a large amount of money, I think, I don't know, something like 50K, I'm not sure. And he had gave them assurances, or this representative from the cartel, he gave them assurances that I would be their middleman and provide them, means and opportunity to do whatever it was they were trying to do. I wasn't sure exactly what they wanted. Initially, my pimp was saying, or this representative who came through the pimp was saying that they just wanted me to collect information, like who he's with, what sort of security he has, when he's traveling, and all of these things. And that quickly escalated into, okay, we want you to make us a spare key for your apartment, and park the car in this area, or I was even given a grainy substance to put in his food, which I didn't do. But all of these things they were asking of me under threat of my life and my children's lives if I didn't cooperate. And so.
Now, is this before you guys took off and were on the run for that period of time?
So this would have been, this all began maybe like May of 2013. So very early on into our relationship.
So they wanted you to poison him like that early on?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize. Yeah. I thought it was later in the timeline that happened. Okay.
No, that happened really, really, really early. And so, yeah. And so from there, from that time, I think my idea, or what I was thinking, was obviously I couldn't just tell them, no, I'm not going to do this for you, right? Because then obviously they'll start picking off family members until, they found the right one, to put that pressure on so that they can have the pressure on me to get me to cooperate. So I was trying to keep the target on my back by cooperating with him. But at the same time, I was able to, sort of a built-in excuse with the pimp because he was calling me all the time still, he hadn't learned. So it's like, well, John's getting suspicious, so I can't do anything. So I could use that excuse all the time, which is what I did. And then on the flip side of that, I would tell John, hey, you should keep the car parked or your truck parked in the parking garage. We had a parking garage at the apartment we stayed at in Portland. And I said, keep your truck parked in here. Don't leave it out on the street. If you go out, don't go out by yourself. Let someone drive you around. So I was basically trying to protect him against the things that I knew that they were trying to plan to do to him. And I, of course, never made them a spare key to our apartment because obviously John would have known that it was me that gave it to them. So I didn't do that. And I obviously didn't put the poison in his food. I put it in the trash. And a quick little funny story about that. We were going to be, John and I were going to make dinner together. And, but he got busy on a phone call. And so some hours went by, but I was really, really hungry. So I went ahead and cooked. And so he comes out of the bedroom and he's like standing in the doorway. He smells the food and he's like, "Oh, you cooked." And so I was like, "Yeah, I was hungry." And so he was like looking like, "All right, here we go." So he comes in the kitchen and he says, and I was like, "Well, do you want to eat? Are you hungry?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, do you want to make your plate?" And he's like, "No, you make it." So he's watching me very, very closely. So what I did was, because I should say this as well, like we never spoke about things, but there were things that John said and did that let me know that he knew exactly what was happening as it was happening. So there was not anyone reporting to him, or maybe there was someone reporting to him what was going on with me, but he knew in real time what was happening. So he was never in any real danger from me. But again, I only assumed this, and later this was confirmed when we would later speak about all of these events. But so anyways, he's watching me. So I figured, okay, he probably thinks that there's something in the food. So what I did was I stirred it all together and I showed him, let him watch and see that I'm getting food from the same place I'm getting your food from, and just to kind of put his mind at ease. And so we had our dog Tequila, a red-nosed pit bull at the time. And so it was just a simple meal, broccoli, noodles, and chicken. And so he took some of the noodles and he threw them to Tequila, and he just watched and waited. And he later said to me that the reason he did that was because he knew that I loved the dog, and if there was something in the food, I wouldn't have allowed him to give her the food. So
Wow.
this is kind of the backdrop of our relationship. So this is why there was a lot of distrust, obviously, but at the same time,
Well, yeah,
there,
somebody wanted you to kill him.
yeah, right, of course, but at the same time, I think for him, he wasn't so enamored by me, that's why he kept me around, and that's why he didn't, why he trusted me or whatever. That wasn't the case, he was very smart. He understood the danger that I presented to him, but at the same time, I think he recognized my lack of willingness to cooperate with them to do him any real harm, so I was in a hard place, it was a difficult place to be in. It would have been different, I assume, if I had been paid. Right now, that's a different motivation there. We probably wouldn't have stayed together if that was the case. But because I was being still at that time when I would go to California, still getting beat up by the pimp, you know, because I wasn't doing the things, because I was making it difficult for them to, or for him to cash in on his payday, because he had to deliver whatever he promised them, And so it was just a very intense time for the first couple of years of our relationship. But even with all of that happening, there was still a partnership that was building, because there were just a lot of times where we were in real danger, and he could rely on me in those instances, and I could rely on him. So there were, again, it's just very complicated, but it was just something that was undeniable, this connection that we had, and so that superseded everything else that was going on.
Well, yeah, you definitely can say the connection was undeniable. I mean, you can see it just like I said in the videos you guys are making. It just you can see it. You could definitely see it. So when did things like start to get crazy as far as like when, all right, we got to get out of the U.S.?
Well, so there was always something happening. There was always something happening. There was a big thing that happened in 2013, the first year we were together. And so that would have been around John's birthday. So I should tell you that in the July or August of 2013, the Belizean soccer team had come to play soccer in Portland, Oregon, of all places. And so after they came to play soccer, we started noticing people, people of color who looked Caribbean, who were now in our neighborhood. They didn't live there, they were just kind of milling around. And so that was very strange because we lived in a very white area. And so I was the blackest person that lived there. Obviously, people came there. There was lots of shops and things that were around. But as far as anyone living there that I noticed, I was, the blackest person there. So you notice when, the dynamics of a neighborhood starts to change. And so then we started noticing people sort of hanging out around in front of our building, we lived right on a corner, not a very big building. And so there'd be people at the pizza shop for hours, just sitting maybe with a drink, kind of watching our building. And so what happens then, just before John's birthday, which is September 18th. So just before that, I think it was maybe the 12th of September, there was a report that he died of an overdose in Vegas. It came out in the news. And so John's getting phone calls all day from, friends and family asking him if he's okay. And that's when he actually puts out the tweet that the news of my death has been greatly exaggerated. I think it was something to the effect of what he tweeted out. So after that, our security that we had living with us at the time was arrested for bogus, trumped up child abuse charges. And so we were on our own. So now we fast forward to around the time of John's birthday, and we were binge watching Family Guy, right? And so we had taken a break in between, and our apartment was on the 4th floor where we could see the street. And so I saw this white pickup truck pull up to the street. You look down and see the street. They pull up to a light pole, and the person gets out of the car, and with a flashlight, he flashes it 4 times down our street, obviously signaling someone. And so then I told John about it, and so he immediately turns the lights off, and he's in full on go mode right now. He's watching, and he's trying to figure out what's happening, get a handle on our situation. So he tells me that he can hear motorcycles idling like down the block. And, I couldn't hear it. I didn't know what to listen for. So I didn't hear it. So I ended up eventually going to bed. So he comes and wakes me up about 2-ish in the morning. And he says, "Get up. We have to go now. Get dressed. We have to leave." And so I'm, like, "What's going on? What's happening?" He's like, "We have to go now. I don't have time to explain." And so I'm still trying to get him to explain it. He's like, "Listen, I have to go. You can stay here if you want to, or you can come with me." And so I'm like, "Okay, I'm coming with you." So we leave our dog, and we run down to the opposite end of our hallway, down the stairs, and we get into our parking garage. And inside our parking garage, the lights are motion activated. So obviously they turn on because we're in the parking garage. John's running around like a crazy man, trying to figure out where we can hide. So our building was on top of a coffee shop as well as a dentist's office. So there was a lot of doors as well where you could put storage, and obviously a door to get into the coffee shop and the dentist. And so he's trying all these doors, but they're locked. So he comes to the trash room where they have the big dumpster, and he's like, "Get in here and let's hide." And I'm like, "Ew, I'm not getting the trash." So he's like, "Okay, fine." And so in the parking garage, it was sort of like an elevator system. So there was an underground level of parked cars, and then the main level, and then an upper level. And so he turns off the light in the trash room, closes the door, and then he looks up at a car that's on the upper level in the parking garage, and he says, "Well, can you climb up here?" And I was like, "Yeah." So we climb up there. We hide under a car. We get settled. The lights eventually go off. Okay. So we're sitting there, and in my mind, I'm like, this is so crazy. They're going to kick us out of this apartment when they see us on their security cameras running around the parking garage like crazy people in the middle of the night. And so as I'm thinking this, the lights come on in the parking garage. You don't hear anyone. No one's talking. No one gets in their car. The lights just come on. And they stayed on all night. So again, you couldn't hear anyone, but you could feel them moving. You could just feel the breeze of them moving through the parking garage. And then there was a lot of commotion happening in the lobby. A lot of people, you could hear people talking. You could hear people going up the stairs. You could hear these things. It was really, quite noisy. And so then we hear a garbage truck, what sounded like a garbage truck, pull up out front. And so I think about 4 a.m.-ish, they roll out the garbage bin from the trash room, and they roll it out to the garbage truck. They dump it, and then they compress it and roll the bin back in. And then from the lobby, all of a sudden you hear someone yell out, "Fuck!" And so I'm assuming it's because they realized we were in the trash. And so by now, so many hours have passed, and they don't know where we are because we're not in our apartment. And we couldn't have gotten out. There was really only one way for us to get out, and they would have been running right into their arms, So, and they didn't have the time to search for us any longer. It's now coming up on 5 o'clock, and soon people would be getting up, to go to work. And literally all they had to do, whoever was in the parking garage, all they had to do was bend over and look under the cars. They would have seen us. No problem.
That's such a wild story. Do you think those were people from Belize, or what kind of people do you think those were that were looking for you?
I think it was definitely. So John had always said that that's where his problems originated from, which is why I shared in that video that you had posted with, I think her name was Jenna from Adult Swim, that interview he had done, and he was speaking about the laptops he had gifted. So that happened in Belize. All right, he had gifted those laptops in Belize to the secretaries of the higher up Belizean people that were high up in office in the Belizean government. Because that's the raid he was talking about. They raided his property and destroyed his lab.
Yeah.
And so that's what he was referring to. And so they found out about that. They found out about these computers that he had gifted, right?
Oh wow,
And
they
they were
had to be
happy
so
about that.
furious. Yeah.
And so that's why. And so John always, he shared with me that he felt his neighbor being killed was actually a botched hit on him. They just went to the wrong American's house. And so that's what he fully believed. And so he always said to me that he felt like that he understood that those problems followed him to America, and that's what was happening in that instance. Because obviously the cartel can operate freely in America; they still do, right? A lot of politicians, I'm sure, are on their payroll. So not just politicians, I'm sure a lot of officers, FBI, I'm sure they have a lot of people on their payroll.
Oh,
But
Border Patrol, you name it. Yeah.
so that's just one big incident. But that incident for me kind of solidified in my mind that, okay, whatever's happening with this man is way more serious than whatever my pimp is into. Because my pimp didn't even know that was happening. I had no idea that was happening, which was why when he came and woke me up, I was like, what are you talking about? Like nothing's going on because the pimp didn't tell me of anything. So how could something be going on? So, but clearly this was way above the pimp's pay grade, a very sophisticated operation. And there were things that happened throughout our time in America. But fast forward to, let's see here, maybe around Thanksgiving of 2018, John gets a phone call from his lawyer in Tennessee who says that he had been summoned to give testimony in a grand jury about John. And so He didn't know what exactly they wanted, but he was just letting John know what was going on. And so we later found out that myself, John, and 4 other people were named in this secret grand jury. And so, as people of interest for what I didn't know. Again, at the time, we didn't know. So, John then was saying that we have to leave America, just because of, obviously there's no way to fight those sort of things, because you can't have an attorney when you go, and when you're summoned into a grand jury. It's kind of designed for you to be uh, arrested, right? Or whatever it is that they want the outcome to be. It's kind of designed in that way for that
Yeah,
outcome
it's
to be the
stacked
outcome.
up against you for sure.
Yes, yes, thank you. And so, so we decided to leave. John, in the meantime, he had actually already purchased boat, which was the Freedom Boat, and there was a lot of maintenance work that needed to be done on the boat. So that was
Was that
happening.
from the Wolf of Wall Street? Like it says in the next.
I'm not sure actually. I don't
Okay.
know. But so that had been happening, throughout the summer. So John had already, I guess he was already planning on eventually leaving. Things are just getting more and more tense. There were some things that happened with John, and so it just, I guess, for him was becoming clear that it was time for him to leave. He wasn't sure if I would be joining him, and I wasn't sure as well either. But
Did it take a lot of convincing from him to get you to like jump on
no,
that boat and go?
no, honestly. But I mean, he said, I remember one time we spoke, and he was like, "Well, yeah, we have to leave America." And I guess whatever look was on my face, he kind of changed that, and he said, "Well, I'm leaving." He said, "And you can come or you can stay, but I have to leave." And so it was the same conversation, that we had had. It took me back to that conversation in Portland when he came and woke me up in the middle of the night. I have to leave, but you can stay. And so, I just, sort of really was building a more solid connection with my kids. And it was a hard decision, but I just felt like if I stayed, then they would try to use me to get to him. And I didn't want to put him in a position where he would have to choose. If he would have chosen, I don't even know that he would have, but I just didn't want to put him in that position. Also, more importantly, I watched enough movies to understand that they always go after the wife. But by that time, we were not married anymore legally in America. So, but still, that didn't mean that they weren't going to come after me, because of course they were going to come after me, right? Because whatever information or whatever they
Yeah,
thought
you
I
were a
might have
direct
had.
line.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, so if nothing else, I'm a survivalist, and if nothing else, I'm going to make sure I survive. Right? That's just what I'm going to do. And so that was also a great motivator as well. And I just felt like I couldn't stay with my family and put them in direct danger, because that could have potentially put them in danger as well. So it just made sense for me to leave. So no, it didn't take a lot of convincing for me to leave.
Okay. So I guess my question now is, when do these Netflix guys show up again? Because they were taping John before that in Central America when he was doing all that stuff before he met you. Is that correct?
Yeah. So there, to my understanding, this person, it was Robert King, who is the photo journalist, who actually was the one that was filming in Central America when John was on the run in Belize. With also, there was another man that was with him, and then um, I met Robert when John and I first were together. I think in January of 2013. So that's when I met Robert, and because there was going to be sort of a documentary that John was working with people to, kind of film him, because he wanted to tell his story. And so Robert King was around for that, and then he came back with us. John invited him to leave with us from America so that he could film that as well. And so there was no Netflix thing at all at the time. There's no talk of Netflix. It was just Robert filming. Robert, on our journeys with us as we were, leaving in America and traveling a little bit in the Caribbean. And so the
Okay. Was
Netflix.
Robert around like in the middle years, like when you were in Portland? Did he ever pop up to do any
Not,
work, or was it just kind of like a project that just kind of came together
not,
every now and then?
not at that time. So early, so the early years of us being together, there was just discussion. So when I met Robert initially, it was because he had had this footage from Belize, and John was looking to, do something with that, maybe make a documentary or a movie or something with that. And so that was when Robert came back on the scene. After that, we didn't hear from him. Robert wasn't a part of our lives until we had gotten, just before we were leaving America. That's when Robert came back into our lives because obviously John was leaving and he wanted this to be filmed. So Robert came on board then. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope did I answer your question?
Yeah, for sure. Do you think John was getting information that he didn't share with you about,
All the time.
dangerous stuff that was happening that he maybe didn't want to scare you?
Yes, all the time. And it wasn't about not wanting to scare me, because he always shared with me if there was danger. Like he would always say, listen, don't go out at nighttime. And that would just last for, a few weeks or whatever, until he told me that, things were clear. So I understood, because we had been through so many things. So he was always going to tell me if danger was afoot. He was always going to tell me if there was someone around him that he didn't trust or that he was concerned about. And I was always going to share that with him as well. Like, I think you should look out for this person, and he'd be like, well, why? I don't know. I just have a feeling, just keep an eye out on him, so we had that kind of trust, right? Where he understood that I understood that keeping him alive was in my best interest. Keeping him healthy was in my best interest. So we,
Yeah, I mean, you guys hid underneath a car all night with each other. I think
yeah.
I think you earned it at that point.
So he always shared with me when he felt that, times were tense, and I would stay armed, and we just looked out for each other in that way.
Okay, so you guys take off from America now, because he doesn't want to stick around in case they grab him for these trumped up tax stuff. Is it to do with crypto?
Not at this time. It was only the income tax situation, and they were saying that they were calling it fraud. Which how can it be fraud when he hadn't been filing taxes? Right, like fraud means that
you're
that
cheating
you
the
filed
system.
and you lied on
Yeah.
your tax, and so he hadn't filed. He also was very public about not filing taxes. He also wrote to the IRS yearly to tell them he wasn't paying taxes. So this was not a surprise to them to know that he wasn't paying his taxes, nor was he going to pay them.
When
Right?
did
So
he decide he was not paying taxes anymore?
when he came back to America, that's sort of
Okay.
the stance that he took, and so obviously they could have come and taken property and taken money out of bank accounts. They could have done all of that, but they did none of that, so I guess it wasn't until he ran for president in 2016 that the powers that be, if you will, started realizing, okay, he may actually be a problem. And at that time, he was also speaking about crypto and how crypto could free us from the tyranny of, the financial control that they have over us, with the current financial state. So he was speaking about that a lot, and he was doing talks all over the world at the time, and so, obviously they couldn't have that. So we leave on the Freedom Boat with our dogs. But this time we have 4 dogs, a red-nosed pit bull named Tequila, a big white Commodore fluffy dog. He looked like a sheepdog or just really big dog. That was Marley. And then we had our 2 German Shepherds, Axel and Duchess. And we had like 30 guns because obviously we couldn't leave our guns there. You don't just leave your guns behind.
Were you trained to shoot? Did you go to the range and everything?
I had with the pimp, but he had to stop that once he found out how good I was. I just have a natural gifting for shooting. It's just sort of a natural thing. And so John, obviously we didn't go to ranges, but we did shooting together. And so he felt fairly confident that I can, handle myself if need be. So So yes, we're on our boat. We get to Bimini in the Bahamas, and so you have to go through customs and immigration, right? When you come on the boat, you have to declare what you have. So here we are with our 30 guns, all of them unloaded because John, obviously has traveled on boats before, so he knows sort of the international laws and about how you can be armed. And so I'm really thinking, like, how is he going to manage this? Because this is insane. This is an insane amount of guns, an insane amount of ammo. And what is he going to say? So he, and you could see the immigration officers, they're coming on, their eyes are like big, like what, like deer in headlights big, like what is going on? Because the guns were on our table, the dining table there, unchambered, unloaded, everything there, so they could come and, take stock of what we had. And so John explained to them, that he had ran for president, he was running for president, and the dangers of that. And, we had ex-military with us that was security. So, so he had this, spiel that wasn't, it wasn't a lie. He was running for president at the time for the 2020 election, although remotely, but he was still running. And so they understood the need to have security, but at the same time they were like, "This is crazy! Like you can't have all these guns. We can't let you keep all of these guns and all this ammo." So they
I
allowed us
was
to keep.
wondering that. I'm like, what? As I was watching the clips and stuff of all the guns getting pulled out, I'm like, what the fuck are they thinking? Like, what is he telling them to like get out of this? And yeah, I guess if you're running for president, like that is a pretty valid excuse to be holding some weapons.
Yeah, and then again, of course, he couldn't leave the guns, right? We couldn't leave them in America. There's no one like you don't leave your guns, right? Like you just don't do that, because they can be used for anything after that,
Yeah, they have serial
So-
number on there. You could be a crime, and all of a sudden, yeah.
So
exactly.
so that's why we took them, right? And so they let us keep 3 of them. Obviously, they took the rest, and they let us keep I'm not sure a sizable enough ammo, but nothing crazy. And so that was that. We're in the Bahamas now, and we make it to the reason why we went to the Bahamas because there is no income tax in the Bahamas, and so in order to be extradited, in order for America to have extradited him back to America, the crime that he's being accused of has to be a crime in the country that he's in. And so because the Bahamas doesn't have income tax, we were safe there. And so what then happens is that John gets word from who or from where, I don't know, but he gets word that they were going to try to come and arrest him for something, anything, drunken, disorderly conduct, whatever, anything to just get him into custody so that they could then ship him back to America. And so instead, he and I went into hiding in the Bahamas and for a few days. And by this time, we had security cameras installed on the boat, and so we had footage of the officers coming onto the boat looking for John to arrest him. And so I think after that, John made the decision that we were going to leave and go to Cuba. And obviously, there's no explanation of why we would have chosen Cuba. No explanation needed, I should say, of why we chose to go to Cuba, because obviously there's no cooperation between Cuba and America. So we were relatively safe there as well.
Does he have connections everywhere, like on land? Does he know somebody everywhere?
I don't know. Like there were just certain things we didn't discuss because certain things were just above my pay grade, right? Certain things were just not something that he would have shared with me. So I don't know who he knew, or if he knew anyone in Cuba. I think we were just from what I could see, we were just meeting people as we traveled to places, right? A cab driver, or where we stayed in the Bahamas, there was the place that we were staying at was Choppy Waters. So the person who owned Choppy Waters, which was Choppy, he became an ally, obviously, that John used, and through that relationship, he was able to meet other people on the island for security, for information, for whatever he needed. So to my knowledge, when we arrived somewhere, he would find someone that he could talk to that, for whatever reason we may have needed their services or their assistance. And then from there, they would introduce him to other people, in the area. So the same thing happened in Cuba. We had a cab driver who was really trustworthy. And so he would take us around. He would, introduce us to people. And so that's how we sort of formed relationships. And so we get to Cuba. We're cool in Cuba. We're chilling. And then John and I go out. We're riding bikes. And so we were staying at the Hemingway Marina in Cuba. And so we were riding our bikes in the marina. And someone came to our boat. So when we came back to the boat, we were told that someone from the military had come to the boat looking for John and had left this paper that said, with an address, date, and time, and said, John needed to be there because for whatever reason, he was being summoned. So I go with him, and the place looks like an old, army barracks or something. It just, it looks very, we were very unsure of what was going to happen going in there. And the cab driver as well was even a little nervous about us going there. And so, because he didn't know what was happening. Obviously, he's Cuban, so he'd be clued in. He could ask questions of people, but I guess he didn't have any idea as well. So anyways, we go in there. We meet this general who tells John that America is putting pressure on them. And although they appreciate John being there, and the tweets that he's was sharing at the time were very pro-Cuba, not pro-Cuban government, as people mistook the tweets. I don't know how they did that. It was just pro-Cuba, the people there and life there. Although life is difficult, and it still is difficult there, but the spirit of the people is just so beautiful, that they haven't allowed that to crush their spirit. And so that's kind of what John and I both were in awe of, and why Cuba is such a special place for me, But anyways, so this general, he's expressing, that gratitude or whatever, but he said, you have to leave. You can't stay here because, because of this pressure that's being put on them to send John back to America. And so they gave us 72 hours to leave Cuba. And we had just sent our boat captain on vacation because he had been with us for a while at that time. And so we're trying to get him back. And that leads us up to I think we had maybe 6 hours to go out of the 72 hours. So we were pushing it kind of tight. And every day, maybe once every day or each day from the start of the deadline, someone would come and say, hey, what's going on? Are you leaving? And John would tell them, if I have to swim to get off this island, I will do that because I'm going to leave here within the 72 hours because we weren't sure when the boat captain was coming back. So anyways, we leave Cuba. And this time we go to the Dominican Republic. And so this was a really hard trip, 4 days. It took us to get from Cuba to the Dominican Republic. We had ran out of water. We had ran out of food. And it was just the waters were rough. Everybody was miserable. We stank. We were hungry. And we were just so happy to get to the Dominican Republic. But when we pulled into the marina, all of the boats that were there in the marina had been moved to the backside of the marina. So all of the boats. So when you first initially come in, it was all the lanes were completely empty. And then there were also soldiers, or well, at least they were dressed as soldiers, standing with high-powered weapons, strategically placed, in these empty lanes, and they directed us in to pull in. And so, to me, this was very strange. I'm like, what's going on? But we weren't concerned. John wasn't concerned either. But it just looked strange. Like what, it's not something that I had become accustomed to when we pull into marinas, And so we had our guns laid out like we always did, ready with our passports, because we're hungry. We're we saw there was like a casino restaurant that was there, hotel that was right there in the marina. So, we're all looking forward to getting showered and getting fed and giving the dogs a good walk so they could stretch their legs and all of the things. And they wouldn't let us off the boat. We had to stay on the boat for hours. We were waiting. Maybe 2 or 3 hours. We were waiting for someone from immigration or to come onto our boat so that we can get, sort of checked into the country as you do. There's procedures that you have to go through. And so they wouldn't let us off the boat. And once there was someone that came, I believe from immigration, finally, that came to come on our boat. And they asked us for our phones immediately. And they made us stay out on the back of the boat, on the outside of the boat, while they went inside of our boat. And we weren't allowed to go inside. We had to have the dogs locked up in the captain's quarters. They're barking, going crazy because we just had a 4-day trip. They need things. They're hungry and they've got strangers on the boat. I don't know what they were doing, but obviously we found out later they were searching our boat. For what, I don't know. And so that's about another hour or two or so. I don't know. By this time, the immigration office is now closed, and so we can't check in or whatever. So they do let us off to go and get something to eat. So we go right there to the restaurant that's right there at the marina. And we're eating and drinking, and, we're just, obviously commenting on how strange these events are, right? These heavily armed soldiers, guarding our boat, like for what, like we're hardened criminals or whatever. And so then we're leaving, and one of the gentlemen that was dressed as a soldier earlier in the day came back in plain clothes in a pickup truck, and he's saying, yeah, we have an apartment for you guys to stay in, so you guys have to come with us, come and get in our truck and come with us. And it was just John and I. They were trying to get into their truck. And so John immediately, he figures out what's happening, and I'm like, I'm not going with you. Like, I don't even know who you are. You're not appropriately dressed, what is this? You're in a civilian vehicle. You're dressed as a civilian. I'm not just going to randomly go with you in the middle of the night to some apartment in God knows where, right? So John then fakes a medical emergency, right? He kind of pretends to sort of not pass out, but kind of get weak in his knees and, kind of falls to the ground. And so immediately I'm like, in go mode. Okay, get an ambulance. You see him, he's, on the ground. He actually didn't look well as well, but I think it was just the journey and a little bit of acting as well. But, we were all exhausted. So eventually they did call an ambulance, and they allowed the ambulance to take him to the hospital. I rode with him in the ambulance and went to the hospital, and we stayed there overnight. And so in the morning, they took us then back to, I believe it was back to the marina, maybe, or I'm not sure how the exact events happened, but we ended up in a jail. But they didn't put us in the cells. They put us in like the cafeteria area for the officers. So by this time, it's me, John, two of our Bahamian, one Bahamian security, one Haitian who came from the Bahamas with us, but he was more like maintenance or just he ran errands for us or whatever we needed. So him as well. Robert King was with us, and the boat captain. So we're all in this cafeteria trying to figure out what is going on. Like, why are we here now? Like, why are we not speaking with immigration? Like, what is exactly happening at this time? And so we stayed there. They keep us there for like 4 days. And I should mention, John had a sizable amount of cash on him. So this was also Okay, I'm sorry, I need to run back a little bit. Am I rambling too much? Do you guys want to interject at all? I'm sorry.
No, keep going. The only thing is, keep your phone a little bit more still when you're talking, because you're getting a little bit of like the wind kickback.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, so I'm just going to run back a little bit. So John, when we got to the Bahamas, initially John had his bank accounts closed out, and so there was 500,000 in cash that was brought to him. So in the Netflix documentary, when you see us armed on the boat and we're looking under our bed, and I'm joking about shooting Robert King in the dig. That's what was happening. That was the backdrop of that.
That was that moment.
We had
Okay.
this cash on us, and obviously, the fangs are out, right? And so, what happened to the majority of the cash? I don't know. Obviously, that's not my business. John would not have shared that with me. But when we got to the Dominican Republic, he still had about 100,000 in cash on him. And so, after this 4 days of us being in this detainment center, they allowed us to go back to the boat and to get our belongings because we were going to be leaving. And so, when we got back to the boat, the officer that went with us asked John to show him where the money was hidden, because apparently, just from him asking that, it became very clear. Well, that's what they were looking for. That's what they were trying to find. Because you have to declare that amount of money, right? So we declared it in Cuba when we went to Cuba, so they would have known, that we had that, and obviously we. I don't think he didn't declare it at the time in what am I trying to say, in the Dominican Republic. He didn't, for whatever reason, he didn't declare it. Like, he didn't have it out ready for them to count. And so again, they asked him to show them where he had the money hidden, which was really, really strange. And so anyways, he does that. They allow us to collect some belongings, and they take us back to this place, to the same place where we had been detained. And then they tell us that they're going to take us to the airport and send us, let us go on our way. And so it became clear as time was getting later and later that they weren't taking us to the airport. So they take us to another detainment center, where it looked like an old sort of tow yard. I don't know, it was really weird. They had all the men prisoners in a barn, a really large barn, and the women were in their regular sort of barracks, and that's where I was sent to. And John and the other guys, they were in the area where the men would have been, where there were bunk beds and things. And so that's where those pictures came from of John. When you see John in the jail and he's shirtless and he's on a bunk bed with no mattress, those pictures were taken during at that time. And so he didn't smuggle a phone in his butt. We had our luggage with us, so there was a phone that I had in my luggage that wasn't on. It wasn't connected to any network or anything. But so he found that, and that's how he was able to take those pictures in the prison. And then obviously Robert had his camera as well. So so then after that, so John has the money, and they actually count the money before taking it from him when we get into that facility. And John asked them for a receipt, to which they were like so dumbfounded, like, why are we giving you a receipt? But I guess for John, he was like, no, I want a receipt so he could have a written record that they took the money, to make sure that they would give it back. And so, so then the next morning they take us to the immigration office, and we finally are able to speak with immigration and get ourselves all checked in. But now the head of the immigration officer is telling John that he has to go back to America. Like, he can't go anywhere else. And so according to international law, I don't know how true this is, but if you're being deported from a country, they can either send you back to where you came from, or send you back, obviously, to your country of origin. But John had dual citizenship, and so he wanted to go to the UK and not America. But they were saying, no, you have to go back to America. You can't go anywhere else. And so John he ends up hiring 2 lawyers, and he asked them to put a stay of the deportation order in with the judges so he can have his day in court, if you will. So during this time, um, John's trying to stall because they need time. The lawyers need time to go to the judge and get this, this stay of deportation. And so John comes to me in this little office we're sitting in, and they're bringing his money now so they could count it, count it out and give it back to him. So that's what he was waiting for. So he comes to me and he says, "Listen, don't worry. I'm just doing my thing." And so I'm like, okay. So he was just right across the hall, and there's, glass walls, you could see through the walls anyways. And so I could see him just across the hall in another office area. And they start counting the money, and then I see him fall over on the floor. And so, immediately I'm trying to put on my best acting, oh my God, what happened? And I'm trying to get
Yeah,
the tears
you
to
knew it was
come.
showtime, like when you saw him
Yeah.
go down.
Yeah. But the tears wouldn't come. I couldn't get him to come. So it's just, but I was like, oh my God, what happened? Check on him, help him. And it was so funny. I wish we could have had a picture of it because the people there were like looking at him like, sir, get up. Like, we know you're faking. because at this time, it was widely reported of him faking a heart attack in Belize. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, it was very well documented. Yeah.
yeah, so it was really funny. So eventually they assisted him, and this time he pretended like he had a stroke and he didn't recognize anyone. So when Steve, one of our Bahamian security, came and was trying to talk to him, and he was like, "Sir, sir," and John was like, "No, get away from me! I don't know you. Who is this person? Where am I?" It was just so funny. He's like, "Where's my wife?" So they're like, "Okay, let her go and talk to him because this is insane." And so I go and I whisper in his ear and I tell him, "Hey, they're sending me to the airport now, so I'm leaving, and I love you, but I gotta go." And so because they were sending us back to our countries of origin, obviously, so me and Robert were going back to America. Steve was going to the Bahamas, and the Haitian gentleman was going back to Haiti. I forget his name. Um, and so that's what they were doing in that moment. And so he says, "Okay." And so they take us, and we've got our luggage, and we're on our way to the airport. And as soon as we get to the airport, they get a phone call saying to bring me back because John was in the hospital. And so, so I get to the hospital, and obviously he was fine. There was nothing wrong with him, but they didn't know what to do because obviously he didn't recognize anyone, right? And he's still acting hysterical or whatever. And so
He went full retard.
yes. Never, you should never go full retard, but I guess it comes with the situation. So, um, yeah, they're trying to do this. They're trying to run tests on him, but he's like, "No, I don't need you to do that," because obviously he's just trying to stall for the attorneys to come back with news of if they were able to succeed with getting the stay of deportation, which they were. They eventually came to the hospital and said that, and then the head of the immigration office, the one who was telling John he had to go back to America. He was the one that came to the hospital and said, "Okay, where do you want to go?" And John said, "I want to go to the UK." So they bought our tickets, mine and John's tickets, um, to go to the UK, and they took us to the airport. And on our flight from the Dominican Republic to the UK, John was able to find a hotel for us to stay in, paying crypto with Bitcoin. I wish I could remember the name of the hotel because it was a really nice one in London. And so this happened on a Friday, right? So we were comfortable, we were safe, obviously, because there's nothing going to be happening. Obviously, we're all familiar with the relationship that America and the United Kingdom have, right? So obviously, you could understand why we would have been unsafe there. But because it was Friday, no government officials are working on Friday, so nothing could happen to us, over the weekend. So we were safe and comfortable. John put out a tweet wanting to meet people, and we went out and we were going to go to a strip club, but that didn't happen. But it was just a nice time. And so, but by Sunday morning, we'd already sussed out how we were going to leave from the UK. And so we had done that. That's exactly what we did. We left Sunday morning, before the government could get back to, their offices on Monday, because we would have had a serious problem, if we were still in the UK on Monday. So we left, and eventually we made our way into Spain, and that's where um, we arrived in Spain, maybe August of 2019, and that's where we were until John was arrested.
Yeah, I actually saw a tweet today my brother sent to me. It was of John. There was like he said he was building a mud wrestling arena. Yeah, like it was like a picture of him on a crane, and I think he had just arrived in Spain.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
basically planting an olive tree, which is really nice. And so all of those, so the video of the Faraday cage, I just want to say that was from that time when we first got to Spain, to the old video. Um, and it wasn't where we slept or anything. It was just a room that we communicated from. So we would go in there if we wanted to get on the internet, or for me to call my family. And so that's what we did. And it worked very, very, very well. So so I would suggest that to people who can afford it, because obviously it was very expensive, but yeah.
so okay, you're now in Spain. When do things go south in Spain? How does that happen?
I don't know. We were doing a lot of traveling as well while we were in Spain. So I'm not sure exactly how things went south, because like I said, we were doing a lot of traveling, and so John was, we were flying from the Barcelona airport, and John never had a problem with his passport. And so he was planning a trip to go to Turkey, and that's how he got arrested at the airport, because he was on his way to Turkey. And what John explained to me after he got arrested and we were finally able to speak, he said what happened was when he gave his passport at the airport to be, checked in or whatever, that his passport had been flagged as stolen. And so they detained him because of that. And so while he was detained, that's when this red notice warrant then materialized, and now he was being held for this warrant that just magically materialized. And I say magically because we had maybe just the month before, had traveled to Germany, and while we were actually literally in the air, the COVID restrictions were reinforced in Germany, and so once we got there, we had to turn back around. So he didn't have a problem with his passport. He was able to get on that flight, no problem. And so I don't know how that happened, but that's what happened. How he was detained and arrested, and how he ended up in prison.
So you weren't harassed or anything in Spain. It was just him going to the airport and then them just picking him up.
Yeah, that was just, well, there was we weren't harassed in Spain. No, we were relatively safe there, obviously. But obviously John was sharing tweets and pictures and things. So maybe from that, I don't know, because there was a picture of him in front of a restaurant in Spain that was near where we were staying, and honestly, I'm just speculating now. I genuinely don't have any idea how that happened. So I really don't know. So I don't want to keep speculating on that.
Sure. So John goes into jail. Are you able to see him at any point after he's arrested?
I was able to, but he didn't want me to visit him, because he didn't want to he didn't want to put me in danger, obviously, because if I go there, I could have potentially been followed back to where we were staying, and also he just didn't want to see me in prison. He said it would have hurt too much to.
Well, sure, they could have arrested you for some charge you didn't even know existed either.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah. So no, I didn't see him, but we spoke every day. We spoke 3 times a day. The phone calls were only 8 minutes apiece, so it's 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening. But yeah, we spoke every day. He, you know, initially it was a little rough for him, I would say.
Yeah, I
You
was
know,
gonna
kind
say
of
how was
settling
his
in.
spirits?
Yeah, kind of settling into that. It was a little rough because it took a little time for us just to be able to speak to each other. I think maybe a week or two it took for the phone system and all of that to be set up and for him to get those privileges, I guess. So it took time for that to happen. But in the meantime, I had sent him clothes because you could send clothes to your people in prison, and so you could wear street clothes. That they didn't provide you with those things, um, shoes, everything that he needed. That I thought to just get him through until I was able to speak with him. So once I did that, he was started obviously asking for books, me to send him books and um, any other things that he needed. And we shared the address of the for the prison to on Twitter so that people could write to him. I don't know if he ever got any mail from anyone, um, because when I
Did
went to
he
pick up his
did,
belongings from the
did he
prison,
tweet a few times from prison?
yeah, he did.
He
It's
did,
all
right? I do remember. Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if that was you or if that was him. Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
no, it wasn't him. Well, it wasn't him himself tweeting, right? Obviously, he was dictating the tweets to me, and then
Ah, okay,
I was
okay.
getting them tweeted out. But yeah, that's what was happening. So So yeah, initially it was, it obviously was taking a toll on him initially, just trying to settle into life in prison, and so had this have happened, had what happened to him in June had happened to him maybe earlier on, maybe I could have been swayed to believe that he might have been willing to do that to himself, just because there was just again the adjusting, right, and all of that. The conversations weren't. Um,
Was he confident he
he
was
wasn't
gonna
always
get out?
not at that time, not initially. He wasn't
Yeah.
sure. But once we had the attorney Javier, who was um, who was helpful, but he wasn't as knowledgeable as as we would have liked as far as relating to extraditions. And so, but John was able to find another attorney through someone who had written to him while he was in prison, and he had me reach out to this person. And so we were able to hire John an additional Spanish attorney who actually was very knowledgeable in extraditions. And so when John met this additional attorney, he was very confident that things could be favorable for him going to the court, because this man had gone up against the U.S. in immigration cases before. So um, so yeah, he was very confident in these two attorneys now. But by this time, by the time uh, see that by the time maybe twenty March of 2020. So he had by that time five attorneys. So he had two Spanish attorneys, two American attorneys, one representing the Tennessee case, which was the tax related charges, and then one representing the New York case, which the SEC had brought after he was already arrested. And so I think those charges came as a way to ensure that they had, their hooks deep enough into him, right? And so, um, and then he also had an attorney in the UK because obviously he had the dual citizenship. So there was a team of attorneys that were working on his case. And so when his when he goes before the court now, when he's scheduled to go to court in June, um, we had already discussed with the attorneys what the plan was for appeals. Everybody, we all knew that they were going to likely grant the extradition. So this wasn't a surprise to any of us. It wasn't a surprise to John. It wasn't a surprise to his attorneys or to myself that they ended up granting the extradition. And there was a plan in place for what the next steps were going to be. So, um, so the day of June 23rd, I spoke to John twice. I spoke to him in the morning, a little earlier than usual because he was going to court. So it was about 7 in the morning when I spoke to him. And, we just had, conversation kind of going over the things, obviously, me saying, obviously, we're optimistic and hopeful that they won't grant the extradition. But at the same time, though, we understand that they probably will. So, this is to be expected. But your attorney said he would, he's going to be there. He's going to meet you in the court. And this was just a regular conversation. And so when he came back from court, he called me again around 11, 12-ish. And obviously was disappointed, but again, not surprised, And nothing in his tone, nothing in his conversation had gave me a cause for concern. He sounded like the John he had been, at that time. Again, once he got this additional attorney, things were different as far as his outlook, and even a little bit before that, his outlook had changed, because he just obviously that's just who John was. He just had a warrior spirit, he wasn't just going to lay down and die, he's
Yeah.
going to fight till the bitter end, so and so he, asked again, had I spoken to the attorney and what he had shared, but he also expressed his frustration because he was supposed to have a translator and there was no one there translating to him to tell him what was actually happening. So he didn't really know what exactly was said at the time. And um, he said that they let him speak and what he shared and all of that. So, and this was not his first time going to court. He had been to court before as well. So he knew, the procedure. Um, and he, yeah, and we spoke about the attorney coming to, the attorney had told me that he was going to come and see him on that Thursday or Friday. So before the weekend, he was going to come and see him. And that was basically the conversation. And we just chatted about other, things, my day or whatever. And, before he hung up, he said, "I love you and I'll call you later." And that was that. That was the last time we spoke.
Wow. Yeah. And then how did you find out about what had happened to him?
Through a Twitter DM.
Through a Twitter DM?
Yeah, through a Twitter DM. So, so every day I would collect headlines for John because he asked me to do that to kind of keep him abreast of what was happening in the world. And then, sometimes he would tweet on those things or just to keep him, sort of up to
Plugged in.
date of
Yeah.
what's happening. Yes, plugged in. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I was doing online. I was listening to music and just kind of chilling, waiting for this next phone call. And I happened to get on Twitter like I do, just randomly scrolling, and I get a notification of a DM. And in capital letters, it says, "Oh my, OMG, tell me this isn't true." And so immediately my mind goes to John. And so I Google him, and that's how I found out.
Wow.
That he, yeah. A fucking Twitter DM.
Yeah, that's bad. That's
Not the
horrible.
prison calling his
At
attorney.
any point did they make at any
Nobody
point did they
called
make
me.
an effort to reach out to you, or?
No, nobody called me. They had my number because John had the number. So it's on their prison records, the phone numbers that he was calling.
Sure.
They didn't call his attorney.
Yeah.
To tell his attorney. His attorney found out through Google.
Wow, that's so awful. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Now, were you ever able to confirm his body?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you can put all the conspiracies to rest, that he might still be alive somewhere, that these people, everyone wants to hold on to hope. I mean, and if anyone was going to pull off something like that, it would be John.
Of course, and I understand that. I understand the skepticism. I do understand that. I will say this: When I was able to see him, his chest was opened up. So I guess they were in the middle of the autopsy. So I could only see him from the neck down. Right? But I know who I saw. I know what I saw. Okay.
Sure,
It
you
was
live with the
John.
man. Yeah, you know his body.
So
Um,
that's yeah, I hope that puts but of course that's not going to put it to rest because I still have people, and it is a bit frustrating
I
to
could
hear
imagine
about
it's got to be hard
Telegram.
to get closure.
And he's on Instagram, and there was a Q posted on his Instagram. Can I just put that to rest as well? John never had control of that Instagram account that tweeted or that posted a Q image. He never had control of that Instagram account. He never started that Instagram account. Someone else started it, and he actually tried to get control of it when he was running for president in 2016. But the person was asking for an amount of money that John was not willing to pay to gain control of the account. And so whoever put the Q up there, no, I don't know, but it definitely wasn't someone that was related to John because again, to my knowledge and to what John expressed to me during, or not even just to me, but to his campaign manager as well, because we were trying to get control of the Instagram account because it had a sizable following. And it was obviously another way for him to get his message out there. But we weren't able to do that because John wasn't willing to pay for the account to get access to the account. So again, that count was never under John's control, nor was the telegram. I don't know what this telegram is either. This official John McAfee telegram. It's not something John was never on Telegram like that. He did create a telegram because during the Team McAfee days, that's how the team members were communicating on Telegram. So they wanted him to get on there so that he could communicate with them there. But he hated Telegram. Twitter was where he used, that was his social media that he used, to the best of my knowledge. And so obviously people are going to think what they want to think, and that's fine. Um, and so I'm not here to prove anything to anyone. I'm just here to share with you what I know.
Yeah. Did John ever talk about having like a dead man switch?
Yeah, he talked about it, and I believe he had it. I believe. I don't know where it would have been or how it was. If there was like a physical sort of USB or whatever. I don't know the lingo, so I probably sound stupid, but whatever. I don't know where
Me
it would
neither.
have been
Don't
or
worry.
what form it would have been in. I don't know that because he never would have shared that with me because obviously it would have put me in danger, and obviously it was his ace in the hole. If things got ever too tight, obviously that's not something he would have shared with anyone. But I do believe that he had it. I don't believe that was a lie. I do genuinely believe that he did have it.
Do you think it ever got released out there? And then I guess the other question I had, that there was always controversy if he had a place in that condo that collapsed in Miami. Was there any connections to John within that condo?
I don't know anything about that condo. I will say it was strange that they sent an Israeli excavation team, to come in and excavate. Like, why did you have to send people from Israel to? At least
Yeah.
that's what I've seen on the news, anyways. That there was a report that there was an Israeli excavation team. That just seemed really odd to me. That that you'd come all the way from Israel to help with this building collapse. Like, what would have been the significance? Like, what was so important there? So obviously that does lend to the conspiracy theory, if you
But
will.
you never had known of him owning any property in that building or nothing?
No, not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. No.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for telling that story. Are you willing to take some questions from some of the people?
Yeah, of course.
All right, cool. Let's I think Jake, if you're still here, if you want to, I think he may have had a couple questions for you.
Well, let me start by saying thank you for coming on, Janice. And it sounds like you and John really had something very special. And I'm so sorry to hear about everything that happened. It's just terrible. And to me, it seems to be evident that the global apparatus that has been constructed is able to target people all over the world,
no matter what country they're in. And the judicial system in other countries are just as corrupt, if not more corrupt, than what we have here. All of that being said, the nature to John's understanding about computers and stuff like that. I'm getting feedback. Okay. The nature to John's understanding about computers and stuff like that. I don't know if you know anything about or can comment on this, but I've heard that that it's possible that he had almost basically created something like a parallel internet of sorts that allowed him to kind of have his own internet infrastructure. And is it possible that this might be where this dead man switch would be?
Honestly, I really can't speak to that because I don't know, genuinely. Obviously, John was brilliant and he had a wealth of knowledge, and so, I don't know. Honestly, I can't say.
I figured. I just figured I'd ask. I after hearing the whole story, it's hard to know what to say. I'm speechless because it sounds like just harassment on the to the nth degree, and it's so not fair. It's so unjust. I guess my only question then would be to you: in what way could the people in the audience, myself, how could we help contribute to his memory in a positive way, do you think?
Um, wow, that's a good question. I guess to just continue to spread his message, of freedom and privacy, and how both are essential to a free world, sharing the knowledge that he had. I'm doing my best to share that as well, but just to keep his memory alive because he was a brilliant man, and he wanted nothing more than to see people free, free from what they think they know life is, free from what they think the world around them is, and free financially, was very, very important to him. I guess in whatever way you feel honors that memory and that fight that he pursued.
He seems, according to what you're saying, to be a very kind and compassionate man that didn't deserve the kind of scrutiny and the kind of harassment that he received. Would you say that he was kind as well as compassionate as much as he was intelligent?
Definitely, he definitely was. And I mean, and I can only point to myself as an example of his kindness and his compassion, because he could have very easily had me put in prison, right? He could have very easily had me put under the prison, with what was going on with everything initially in the first years of our being together. And no one would have faulted him for that. I certainly wouldn't have. And so, but instead, he had compassion on me, and he understood the impossible situation I was in. Obviously, that didn't mean he didn't still protect himself from me, while still being with me. But I'm just saying that I think our relationship is a testament to his kindness and compassion, most definitely.
Now, do you think that it's possible that the reason why he was considered such a threat to the system was because of his intimate knowledge of how it worked and operated?
Oh, definitely. So when he created the McAfee antivirus, he was, I believe he said his first clients was the military, CIA, FBI, all of those three-letter agencies. So that's, you know, um, those were his first clients, or biggest client, I guess. As well, I think he said he worked for Booz Allen in Hamilton. He worked for NASA. So yeah, he had knowledge. Definitely, he had a top top security clearance, if you will. I think that's what they're called. He's worked on black projects, so obviously he would have been able to see behind, behind the veil, if you will, of the intimate inner workings of these different agencies. So definitely he was a threat, and he was no longer controllable, right? And so someone with the knowledge that he has or had, that's no longer controllable, obviously would be a big threat.
Right. So with that kind of level of intel, and also not being able to be controlled, not being able to be blackmailed, large sums of money, weapons and stuff like that. I mean, and the ability to either, take out a virus or plant one that could disrupt the system, they would see that as a threat, obviously. That being said, are you aware of any attempts, other besides the pimp and stuff like that? But are you aware of any attempts? Did he ever talk about any attempts on behalf of any of these intelligence agencies or government apparatuses to blackmail him somehow, or to compromise him in some way prior to your meeting?
No, he never shared anything specific like that. I think his overall concern was not with these agencies in general, but more, his concern was with rogue agents within these agencies, that could do him harm. And also, yes, there were many attempts that happened after that, throughout the course of our relationship, and we moved around a lot because of it. So yeah, there were a lot of things. There was a lot of harassment that sort of never ended. That was kind of always at the backdrop of our lives.
Right. Now, considering how tech savvy he was things like hacking, or technological harassment or anything of that nature ever attempted? Also, did he ever talk about any sort of like maybe psychic attacks or mental attacks or anything like that?
I'm sorry. One more time. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just you got to
Sorry
mute
about
your mic, dear. Sorry.
that.
So my question was given how tech savvy he was, did he ever worry or talk about the idea of being hacked, or um, experiencing any cyber attacks? Or did he ever talk about like any sort of like mental or emotional attacks that he thought might be, say, related to frequencies or anything like that?
Nothing related to frequencies or anything like that, as you say. Worried about being hacked. I think John understood that, of course, he was being listened to at all times. And so there wasn't a concern for hacking, because he understood that he was always vulnerable to that, right? And so he operated and he moved in a way that protected him against that. So there was a lot of disinformation that he would communicate through his emails or through Twitter DMs, or that's just he was an expert at that, the disinformation. So that's how he went about protecting himself from the obvious nature that he would be listened to, right? And so hacking was not really a concern. It was just, the concern was that he was always being listened to at all times, and so how to shield himself against that and still live a relatively normal life, considering. But I guess, any attacks on his sort of mental or emotional state would just have been, having to stay up for days at a time, because he felt, because maybe sometimes he didn't always share with me the threat, like what exactly the threat was or where it was coming from, because maybe he didn't know when it would come. So he had a lot of sleepless nights, which obviously that wears on a person. And so it was things like that, not really able to rest, always having to be on guard would have been, I guess, a mental attack, I guess, if you want to categorize it as that.
What about AI? Did he ever say anything about artificial intelligence?
In what regard?
Well, in the regard of that it could be very dangerous, and that, the linking of computers and the generation of some sort of an artificial intelligence, like a ghost in the machine. Did he ever have any concerns or express any concerns about that?
No, he didn't. He didn't express anything like that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would ask, and because he probably wouldn't say, did he ever talk about any of the classified tech or the black budget or anything like that? Did he ever say anything?
No, he may have briefly mentioned in interviews, not many. He didn't really speak about it a lot because obviously that wouldn't be smart. um, but he just spoke in general, the sort of his background of his work and where he, you know, um, where he came from, I guess, how he had these sort of connections and I guess maybe to help people piece together why he would have been such a threat to people, to certain people.
Did he ever mention the Ericsson Corporation from Sweden that basically controls the entire telecommunications grid?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've pretty much exhausted all of my questions. I figured he probably wouldn't say anything about the black budget or classified tech. Like you said, that's just not smart to do. It's better to just kind of imply and let people know, yes, there is a black budget. Yes, there are these black projects. There's, money is going funny places that we don't know, going toward research and development that is not public, etc. I mean, I just want to say I commend you for your bravery and your willingness to stick with him through the hardship. That's evidence of real love, and I'm glad that you had the opportunity to experience that. And it's sad that it was taken from you in such a terrible way and in such a inhumane way. And I just want you to stay strong, and I'll keep you in my prayers.
Thank you, Jake.
Let's go to Jenny next. And then we'll get Bitcoin after that, and then Cheryl. Okay. Jenny, go ahead when you're ready.
Janice, I'm trying. I'm not going to cry, but I just want you to know that my heart is with you. And since the story started, I know you're a strong woman. And I just wanted to ask you, I mean, seriously, like my heart. I'm not just up here clout chasing or some weird shit. I want you to know my heart is with you. I know you guys loved each other. I know that your love was absolutely true. I've seen your pictures. I just know your strength. And I think it was beautiful that you were standing on the side of the street that day and he was down there and you asked that question. I think that's faith. And I think it's fate. I wanted to ask you, how would you like for us to remember him as we go on and teach our children to be half a man that he was? How would you want us to remember him?
He was just a man, he was just a man trying to live, and he just wanted to be left alone, you know, but whomever, whatever powers that be just wouldn't allow that to happen, and so because of that, he took the fight to them, in the way that he could, and I guess, and the way to honor that is to just live by your convictions. There's so much, the world is just so messed up right now, and people need people to speak the truth. You need people to speak the truth to power, speak the truth to the foolishness that we see happening in the world. And maybe that's not in such a big way, as John did it. Maybe you don't have such a large following, but maybe that's just to your neighbor, to your family, but just to speak the truth and share the truth, in love, not in hate, not in, um, well, I'm right and you're wrong, or, not in this sort of abusive way, but share the truth in love, because that's how we can reach people, is through love, like that's how John reached me. Like he didn't, we didn't fight about things. He didn't condemn me for the stupid decisions that I made time and time and time again, you know? He just gave me the space to figure it out, but he allowed me to figure it out, you know what I'm saying? And he lived in a truth that that caused me to look to that and say, okay, what is actually happening around me? I need to be more tuned in here, because obviously what I thought the world was, it's not so, and so I better get smart and get educated here, you know. But I think that's the way that I think we can honor him and remember him moving forward. So just remember that he was a man, just like, all of us. Well, I'm not a man, but you understand what I'm trying to say. But he was just a human being, just like all of us, and he wasn't more special than any of us. We all have the power to be John McAfee, if you will, to our own levels, right? Maybe not in the way that he was, and he never advocated for that. He never advocated for anyone to take up the life that he was living as a nomad and having to be on the run and all of that. But what he did advocate for was not um just laying down and dying, right? Not just keeping your head low because you don't want to pop your head up and be the one to be sacrificed. Sometimes we have to do the hard things. And this has been a hard thing for me to do, to stay here in Spain. But I couldn't allow what happened to him to just go unanswered. I had to stay here and get the answers that I could get. Granted, I still have so many more questions, but had I have not stayed here, I wouldn't have gotten the answers that I did get. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and my heart is with you 100%. I know there's many more of us, and you are a strong example of an absolutely incredible woman.
Thank you very much. I'm just following my convictions, and that's all that we can do now. It's all that we can do. It's all that we should ever have been doing. But thank you.
Okay. Can you do a couple more questions, Janice?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Bitcoin, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, Janice? Hey, it's Raider. You might remember me back in Malta, in St. Julian's. Like, I'll never forget during the Malta Blockchain Summit, right? When first of all, you and John were like so like beautiful to me and like my small little team. There was like three of us, and you guys were just like so beautiful to us, right? But I'll never forget, and you probably remember this when you were in Malta and you were we had the conference, or not the conference room, but the big room where before John spoke, you have billions of dollars worth of wealth, right? Like sitting in this conference room, and John gets up and he's like telling everybody, he goes, you have the opportunity to do something real that can change the tragic state of this world. Like he's lecturing billionaires on the fact that they have, I'm a Bitcoin guy, but like he's lecturing these billionaires that you have the chance to actually do something positive with your wealth. And if you don't decide to do it, like that's your own fault and that's your legacy that you'll live. So my remembrance of John, having the privilege of meeting him in Malta, was like he just told people directly what they needed to hear, and I love it. I love you, Janice. I love John, and you guys showed so much love to people like me, like little people, and then you also told high level, rich, billionaires, princes. There was princes in the room, prime ministers. And John gets up on stage and says, if you don't use your wealth for good, what is the purpose of your wealth? That was the premise of his speech. And it was one of the most beautiful speeches I think I've probably ever heard. And he did it at the height of, he was being attacked. That was the height of him being attacked. Like he was on all fronts. John was at war. And he got up and he said, if you don't use your wealth for good, what is the purpose of your wealth? And it was just beautiful, Janice. And I'll never forget John for the speech that he gave. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that was actually one of my favorite. He was so on point. I think I don't know if that was for the night banquet, but I think we have I think I've shared it before, but I'll share it again. He did when he did his keynote, because he was really really on fire and on point for that. Not to say that he wasn't always, but some speeches were better than others. And he was really on fire. At that time, and he always, that was just John's way. He just was a straight shooter, and I think having once been super super wealthy, because once he came back from Belize, all of his wealth was gone, because when he moved there, he had took everything. When he moved to Belize, he was leaving America for good. He was going to retire in Belize, so he sold everything, and so all of his money was there, which was stolen, because obviously his bank accounts were seized, his properties were looted. Um, One of his properties was even burned down. So all of his wealth, what he had, what he took to Belize, was gone. So what he came back to America with was simply the clothes on his back, and someone gave him 5,000 in $5 bills, which he paid me 1,000 of it our first night together. And so that's what he had. And then obviously I didn't know at the time, but he later shared with me that our road trip was him going around, because he had strategically placed like little emergency stashes, if you will, in different areas. He was a big off-roader. He'd go off-roading and camping. So he had apparently that's why we were stopping where we were stopping, and why he would disappear for hours on end, because he was going to collect these things. So whatever that amounted to, that's what he had. But he understood, once you get to a certain level, the things that people are motivated by, and also the influence that you have once you get to a certain level. And if you aren't trying to leave the world in a better place than what it is as you're living in it, then what are you really doing? If you have that sort of influence, like, what are you really doing if you're not using that influence to better the world, around you first, for your family and those closest to you, and then for the world as a whole, the greater world. So yeah, no, thank you for sharing that.
Okay, Cheryl, if you want to go ahead next.
Hi, Janice. It's such an honor. Thank you so much for being with us. And I just have to say that, listening to you speak and, your connection with John, I mean, I'm sorry, it, 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 it shines through with John. You can tell your connection was so strong because you actually are his voice. I don't know if you're aware of that, but you inspire just like he did. You emit the passion and the courage of your convictions just like he did. So I just wanted to point that out and thank you for that. And, you're a hero, period, for doing what you did to stand with him and fight the good fight, I always say. I know it's kind of corny, but so I just have two quick questions. And one is, have you ever met Stella Assange?
No, I haven't met Stella. We had a brief conversation through DMs, but I haven't met her.
And my last question is just, we all know that the elites don't give up. They're relentless. They're diabolical. Do you still get, do they still try to interact with you in any such way for what I've always heard it was called the kill switch that he definitely had in place? Do you get, I mean, are you followed still? Are they still trying to figure out where that is? And do they think that you know where that information could be found? I'm just curious. I mean, I'm hoping that you're not in any danger, but they're relentless. So I'm just curious.
Initially, after John first died, there was some pretty tense moments, because I do believe if they may have thought that I may have had access to it or knew how to get access to it. This kill switch, or this 31 terabytes of information that he said he had. And then also maybe just because I was a loose end, and so maybe just trying to tie up loose ends. So there was for a while there, some pretty tense moments, but I'm safe. I'm safe. Uh, and honestly, there's no safety in silence, and so that's why I've been trying to speak up and share what is happening, which is why I also want to share why there was a need to go and appeal to the courts, for the autopsy report. So during this process, when John first died, it was actually the prison that opened up an investigation into his death. So the prison did that the day after he died. And from the prison's report, it shows in their report that um, that John, they actually performed CPR on John while he still had the shoestrings tied around his neck. So I was able to see video of them. He brought him out into the hallway. So there was a camera right there in the hallway that was, facing his door. And so I was shown the video of them doing chest compressions. They put the bag over his mouth, and they were pumping air to him. But they were doing that while he still had the shoestring tied around his neck. And so when I saw that, to me, like
Jesus.
I don't profess to be a genius, but I do know that the first thing when you're performing CPR, the first thing you're supposed to do is to make sure the airway is clear. And I'm pretty sure bodies work the same in America as they do in Spain. So, you know, it just didn't make any sense to me.
Will you ever be able to get that video, or?
I don't know, but in the prison's report, it's enough.
Yeah.
It's enough to
Oh,
prove
it
it, because
describes
the pictures, and because they have pictures in there, they also have pictures of people that were like still shots from the videos throughout the day when people were going and talking to John in front of, in front of his door, guards talking to him, but there was no statements from any of these people, no statement from the last person who would have seen him alive, which would have been his cellmate. So there's a lot of things that was missing from this report, but I was able to get this information, and so they took pictures of his body, and in those pictures he still had the shoestring tied around his neck. So even without the video, it's understood what happened. Now, I'm not willing to go as far as saying that this was intentional, or whatever. I'm not going to give my thoughts on that. You know what I'm saying? But what I will say is it just doesn't make any sense. Why would you perform CPR on someone in that way? And so,
with something tied
like,
around their neck, it makes
what is
zero sense.
doesn't make any sense. And so that's why I pushed for the autopsy report for theirs, because anything that I did after that wouldn't be conclusive. I mean, at least I don't know how these things work. Now, mind you, I'm making these decisions while I'm still grieving, which was difficult in and of itself, but it just seemed like the right thing to do, and so when, I don't know if any of you are familiar with the news from the courts and their response, and they were saying, oh, we're not going to reopen the investigation. I didn't ask them to do any of that. I only asked my attorney, like, I just wanted the autopsy report before they closed the case, because I wouldn't have an opportunity to come back once they closed it to ask for the autopsy report. And no, the autopsy report is not normally given. It's not standard practice to give it out. But when it is asked for, when it's requested, it's given. And so they haven't even given me a good enough reason as to why I can't have it, other than I don't need it. Well, that's not a reason, and that's certainly not a reason I was willing to accept, which is why the appeal came in. And so it was just funny to me reading the article of the court's response and why they were denying the appeal. They never addressed the autopsy, which was the only thing that I wanted. I didn't want them to reopen the investigation. I never even said that he was murdered. I've never gone that far to say that, because I don't know how he got in the position that he was in to be strung up in the first place. I don't know that. And I'm not going to speculate on that. I don't need to speculate on that because they performed CPR on him with shoestrings still tied around his neck. So whatever happened prior to that doesn't even matter. Like, why would you perform CPR on him in that way? That's the question that I want answered. And so, obviously, apparently, I'm not going to get an answer to that question, which is fine, but I think it's important for people to understand why I stayed here and why his body has been in the morgue, in a freezer somewhere, and why I was willing to extend this, because it just seemed like the right thing to do, to try to pressure them into releasing this information. And no, I didn't succeed, but I think their denial is an answer, at least in my mind. So.
So John's body is still preserved then? It's not to rest?
No, it's not. They just recently released custody of his remains. So we're in the process of gaining custody of his body so he can be laid to rest.
All right. Thank you for that. Richard, if you want to go ahead. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Janice,
thank
so
you.
much.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and plus I did have some questions. First of all, I grew up using the software, and I followed him my entire life. I'm 38 now, so it was when I was pretty young. And to start with, when I was following, everything he did, he was kind of like a hero. He kind of had the ensemblance of putting up the middle finger to the system. I really admired that, just personally. But to me, it seems like the way his death was described was very suspicious, like you've been stating. And also, you mentioned that he was worried when you stated that he wanted to leave frantically, like on two separate occasions, and was worried about his life. And I don't think somebody, in my opinion, and from my point of view, that somebody who's worried about their life would commit suicide. And after 2016, I imagine he had to have been on some type of watch list, because you mentioned that as well. I've looked up and I couldn't find anything on the FBI, CIA terror watch list or anything like that. And I'm asking because a regular person who posts something controversial on Twitter could be, monitored on those type of lists. Are you aware of any lists that he may have been on?
He probably was the list. But seriously, I'm not aware of anything like that. I don't think the thing of these situations is that it was important that there was no paper trail of fuel, right? So there was no way to, obviously in the moment of these things happening, we could document. We took pictures of people, even the people that were following me here in Spain. I have their pictures and all of that, but to a regular person looking at them, you're just going to see people. Like, you're not going to understand the context of that. So the monitoring of him was designed in such a way to make him look crazy, right? To make people think that he was crazy, that he was just paranoid. But unless you were living it, and so I will never forget that my introduction, if you will, into into what he had been living with. You know, even in Belize, before his neighbor was killed, he was in hiding. You know, which I don't think a lot of people knew that, or you know, he spoke about it, but he had been in hiding, um, you know, since I believe that summer of 2012, because that's when they found out that he had given them these computers and that he had this information and he was collecting information on them. So he had been in hiding. He had been trying to find him, you know, until again that culminated with his neighbor being murdered, which again he thought was a botched hit on him. So that was just the nature of the situation. So a lot of people around us just thought we both were crazy, right? You know, that I was just as crazy as he was, because if you weren't in it, if you didn't understand what to look for, you just didn't understand, you know. And a lot of times, like 95% of the time, nothing was happening. But that 5% of the time, you know, we were ready and on guard, you know. And so when majority of the time nothing is happening, of course people will start to believe that you're crazy and that you're paranoid and that you're just making all of this up. But then when something happens, you know, he's the person that you want to be with, or he was the person that you would want to be with, because he, you know, you knew you were safe with him. Just do what he said and you'd be safe. So I hope that answered your question.
Well, yeah. A couple of more real quick. Have you looked into this yourself, as in such as hiring maybe a private investigator, kind of maybe to kind of do some research, or you kind of stalled off?
Honestly, I'm just trying to get out of Spain now. You know, I'm just trying to get his body and get out of Spain. And then what happens moving forward, I don't know. But this has been very taxing on me emotionally, and mentally, and I'm just done right now. If that's okay. Not that I need to ask permission, but it's been really really hard. Um, and I'm not sure that I have much more fight in me at this time, you know. And I just want to get his body, you know, and I just want him to go through that process and maybe do some proper grieving, you know, without this sort of hanging over me. So moving forward, I'm sure that things will come from this, but at this moment, I just want people to know what happened, because up until this point, I wasn't sharing what I knew about the way they perform CPR on him, because the case was still open. And now that it's closed, I feel like I have the freedom to speak about it. So I want to keep doing that. But as far as anything else moving forward, I genuinely I don't have the finances. That's probably the biggest obstacle. I don't have the finances to do that. There's an opportunity to have an independent autopsy, but that's 30,000 euro, and they're probably way overcharging me just because they can. But I can't even afford that. So I can't even do that, you know. So right now my focus is just getting his body and um and getting out of Spain, you know.
Understood. And addressing the financial situation. Um, uh, so I was involved with well, not involved, but I was assisting a famous journalist, Lauren Conlin, with a suspicious death case, and of this lady's son, and they were able to raise the money with no finances, having to come from the mother, and also she's connected with Nancy Grace, and so they're investigating the situation right now. I even visited the scene of the incident and took pictures and videos, etc. I gave an analysis and that kind of thing. Maybe I don't want to make this all public or whatnot, but if I could pass this information on to them, maybe there's a way they could help you, and I bet they can get that video that you were describing and even analyze it. So you're a strong woman. It's an honor to even talk to you. Your husband was amazing, and thank you for having me.
No, thank you for your comments and for your support, and definitely, like I said, maybe moving forward, it's something I can address. But just right now, I think I just need a beat. You know, I just really need a beat. You know, 'cause again, it's been a long hard road. You know, and intentionally so. I think they didn't want me here, asking questions and making things difficult, but that's what I do. So, but now I think I just need time to, like I said, just get his body and kind of figure out the next steps, figure out what to do next. So, but thank you again for your comment.
Okay. Sam, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me and everyone here. I mean, I think John did like maybe 4 or 5 other interviews after I did his interview with him. And Janice, you may not remember me. So many people contacted, but I was late. Like I flew in on a red eye the night before and then was late to the interview. And I was devastated because I had like no subscribers. You guys were super nice to me and I'm freaking out. And you're like, don't worry, Sam, like we'll reschedule. And like, not a problem. And like, you were so nice to me. And like, I remember crying that day because I was like, wow, like they're like the nicest 2 people I ever met, And like, I used to watch John play the piano and like, he spoke to me, man. I came from an Irish Scottish background and he just spoke to me, and his love for you and how much he loved you and talked about you and you guys in unique, beautiful story and how it all developed. And it was like we were all watching a live sitcom. I mean, not a sitcom, a live like adventure movie. And honestly, I don't want to say sitcom, it's horrible miswording, but Janice, you're so strong. What you went through is it's still going through, and to hang that, them not to release the body and all that stuff. But I just want to let you know there's so many of us here for you. And there's definitely ways I can help you. Other people can help you. And I love you. We may have never met, but the way John loved us all, the way John was a pioneer, the way John pushed the music and the piano and poetry and life, like I still I still really struggle. I can only imagine how you are. So I'm sorry. I'm going to keep it together. But he was amazing and you're amazing and we're here for you and we love you. And you know what? The good shall inherit the earth, and it was like a bigger struggle versus good and evil in my mind. And he was telling us governments are going to take control. Like, how long are you going to sit here? And then, COVID happened and we saw what governments did to people. And we saw what went on. And look at Canada, the truckers and everything. It's like he was predicting all of it and telling us to be careful. And, he may not be here physically, but he lives in every single one of us. And I just want to say that. And I love you, Janice. And nice to hear you, Richard. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you,
Thank
Sam.
you. Thank you, Sam, so much for your comments. And yeah, he was amazing. And yeah. And he loved so passionately people. And he just wanted us to wake the fuck up, right? That's what he always said, just to wake up, and people would sometimes comment, well, and then what? Like, what's the plan? Like, what are you doing? Are you just, you know, pointing out the problems? When he gave this analogy, like if you're in a movie theater and there's a fire, you know, you're not going to form a committee to figure out, okay, so what should we do? No, you're just going to yell fire, and then everybody's going to move to the exit, and then we'll come up with a plan how to put the fire out. But first, you have to know that there's a fire. First, you have to know that you're in danger. First, you have to know that there's a threat. And if you don't know that, well, then you can't even be a part of the plan to help wake others up or to change the course of things that are happening, so um it is difficult, and it will be difficult for the foreseeable future. He was just such a larger than life person, and but we have all of his videos and all of these interviews that he did. And you weren't a little guy or nobody, as you said. He enjoyed speaking to people. That was that was his favorite part of, giving these keynotes, was having Q&As afterward, meeting with people. And he would sit for hours afterward, with the scotch and just talk about things because he was just passionate about that. And he wanted to spark something in people. He wanted to genuinely leave the world in a better state than what it was in. And so, and he does definitely live through all of us. Definitely. So thank you so much, Sam, for your comments.
I think we got 2 more questions here, if that's cool with you, Janice.
Yes, that's cool.
All right. Chris, you go ahead first.
Thank you, and appreciate letting me come up here and ask some questions. And my condolences to you. Horrible thing to have happened and the situation you're in. One of the things that I saw that was bothering me is somebody portraying themselves as the real McAfee. I think it was on social media, Twitter, and I found that they were connected to Ingersoll Lockwood website. Did you know anything about that?
No, I don't know anything about that, but I do know if you're speaking about John's account, it is being managed. So it's not, no one's impersonating him from his account, but are you speaking about something else?
It was after he was said he was dead, and somebody was posting as the real John McAfee, and it was saying stuff. So I wanted to make sure that was legitimate use of that. And what it looked like at the time is that it wasn't. And I was trying to find that out to make sure that.
So I know of like I had mentioned earlier that his Instagram, there's an official John McAfee Instagram that John didn't create. He didn't have control over that. He tried to get control over it when he was running for president in 2016, but the person wanted an amount of money that John wasn't willing to pay to gain control of it. So that is definitely an account that John doesn't have control over, as well as, or wouldn't have had control over, and as well as the Telegram. John wasn't on Telegram either. So if that's either of the social medias that you're talking about, those are not legitimate.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, Rice TV. Go ahead, man. Take it home.
All right. I appreciate it's not really a question. I just wanted to come on and say hello to Janice. I've interviewed Janice. I did her first public interview. What's that, Janice?
I said, hey.
It's good. It's good hearing your voice, and shout out to the guys for hosting the spaces. I interviewed John 7 times. I've done 3 interviews with Janice. I did her first public interview after John's death. I encourage people to check out my channel, check out my playlist section. There's a specific video that I really want to encourage people to watch when some people are asking about what we can do to keep the legacy of the man, the myth, the legend, John McAfee alive. There's a speech that he had recorded for some anarchists back in late 2019 for an event that I was attending in Philadelphia called Anarchadelphia. It's a fork from Anarchapulco. And it's called Open Your Cage. And it's about 10 minutes long, but it's some of the wisest stuff that John has shared. It was him kind of relaying a message to a bunch of anarchists who are pro-crypto, which is right up John's alley. So I really encourage people to check those out. And then Janice, I guess I did have a question. Is it possible that you can post up from your Twitter account some cryptocurrency addresses, whether it's Ethereum for ERC20s or in Ethereum or Bitcoin or whatever, so that people can contribute to the possibility of getting an independent autopsy done regardless of the price? And because I've seen a lot of people donate to a lot of idiotic things, and I think this would be for a very, very good cause. So is there a way that you can post some cryptocurrency addresses from your account so that people who are listening can help out and donate to the cause?
Well, yeah, of course, I could do that. It's, you
Well,
know,
will you do it?
will I do? Will I do it? Well, I guess I don't see why not, because I would, want the opportunity to be able to do the autopsy. But it's just, this is just strange for me, being in a position of needing financial assistance. So yeah, I can do that if people would be willing to give. That would be amazing. If not, that's fine too.
Well, I suggested because, and the reason I mean, I spent a lot of time talking to Janice, and she's been in Spain this entire time, and it's not been an inexpensive experience. So whatever funds that Janice had prior to John's arrest and ultimately his death, I'm sure are running low. So anything that we can do to help out, I mean, considering the contributions that John has offered to the cryptocurrency community, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people listening here are crypto enthusiasts. Shout out to Sam, Crypto Lifer, good friend of mine. I saw Satoshi Sean in the chat earlier, who's had you and John on as well. Crypto people appreciate John. We appreciate what John stood for. And regardless of the price, I think we need to know the true answers to this. And me knowing a little bit more of the situation beyond what you've explained already, we definitely need to have answers. I don't know about anybody else listening to this, but I have never heard of a situation where somebody's body has been held up for more than 2 years, which to me is a human rights violation, regardless of what anybody thinks about an individual or not. I think the family and Janice deserve closure, and anything that we can do to help expedite getting the truth out there and getting you back into the States so that we can continue keeping the legacy of John alive would be greatly appreciated. So yeah, if you could post some cryptocurrency addresses so that people can donate to the cause, because John has a lot of, he was a very influential person who I think meant a lot to people. And I think it shows with all people that are here joining us. So I'll be quiet and just leave my piece. But thank you to the hosts.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for your comments and everything. Yeah, it's definitely, it's been strange, because the courts really didn't need to keep his body, so there's really no explanation of that. And we, petitioned the courts um more than once to have his remains released, while this appeal process was happening, because there was just no need. And had they have released his remains, I would have been back, in America a long time ago. But for whatever reason, because this case was still open, they were not releasing the custody of his remains. So, but I'm glad to finally be at this stage where that can now happen, and we can move forward. So again, thank you, Chris, so much for your comments, and for just being someone that John could speak to, and he really enjoyed the interviews. I think if anyone has the time, you should go and check them out, because they're, candid interviews. And definitely check out that speech that John gave. He always was just full of wisdom and always tried to share that with everyone. So thank you, Chris.
Thank you. I love you, Janice. You have a good one. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Thank you. You too.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's. I mean, there's one more person requesting a question. It's up to you, Janice.
Sorry. Sure, I can do one more.
Okay, last one. All right. The BTC, you could go ahead and speak.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
Good.
Hey,
Good, thank you.
I'm just wondering, after, I get like the whole John thing and like everything that he's gone through and all that, but like, the big thing that really has been a concern of mine is like, I remember back in like 2018 and stuff, and he did like the coin of the week and like all the scams and things he promoted, and
I don't think we have anyone else that is looking for a question.
Okay.
So yeah, Janice, thank you so much for joining us tonight and having the courage to come do this, and rehashing all those memories. I know that wasn't easy. I could tell. Obviously, it was a pretty emotional couple hours. Just thank you so much for doing that, because I think it gave a lot of people closure and more of, well, like Rice said too, we do want answers on what exactly happened to John that day. But we do have a lot more answers now that we were able to hear you talk, and we appreciate that from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you. Thank you for having me and allowing me to share a little bit of our story. So, yeah, thank you. And thank you to everyone that tuned in and for your questions and comments and your support. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Again, Janice, we'll have to keep in touch. If you ever want to do this again, we definitely will. Keep us updated. Hopefully, we get you back to the States soon with John's body, put him to rest, and everyone can move on. But I just want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. Janice, do you want to leave us with any words?
Yeah, I'll just leave you with something that John would always end his interviews with, and that was do what you love. Do what you love, and do only what you love, because otherwise you're just wasting time, you know. So yeah.
All right. God bless you guys. I love you guys. Good night. Janice, love you.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Patriots and Truth Seekers. Welcome to another episode of We Want Answers, brought to you by the return of Cappy. And tonight is a momentous night. But before we get started, my name's Big Sean. That's Dave. On the bottom right is John. And we want to welcome you to a special edition. We are live tonight with the gentleman I'm going to introduce right now. I want to welcome to the show and give an opportunity to tell everybody just who he is. Please welcome everybody, 7Cs.
Hey, thank you so much for having me, everybody, and really appreciate the opportunity here. I'm excited to dive into some stuff today.
As am I, man. You showed up on my feed, like, I don't want to say about like a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
I saw some of your research you were digging into, and I just clicked on your page, and I'm like, man, this dude's going hard. Like, it's not just a little tweet. Like, you're digging deep into your research, which I respect, and that's the kind of people I wanted to get on the show here. So again, thanks for coming on.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah, man. So how did you get into all this? Like, when did this all start for you? When did you decide you were gonna take down the deep state, the quote unquote deep state?
That's it actually it's kind of a funny story, because I've always sort of had like a problem with authority, even when I was a kid, like my parents trying to get me to do anything, teachers, bosses as I like got older and stuff like that. And so authority is always just like, I don't want anybody telling me what to do. I don't think anybody has the right to tell anybody else what to do, you know, as long as you're not hurting anybody or anything like that. And I would say during high school was when I watched the movie Zeitgeist, and that kind of like woke me up, the whole 9/11 thing, the Federal Reserve stuff. And then, you know, as I hit my 20s, I just kind of fell out of it, kind of became, you know, more occupied with like life, getting my first couple of jobs and stuff, you know, being able to drive. And then, you know, as everything started to happen with like 2016, got back into like the political sector a little bit. I'd already known about things like the Rothschilds and like the Clinton Foundation up to that point. And it was kind of like this eye-opening thing to see like all these people get involved with politics. So I was like, okay, I need to figure out like who is this Bernie Sanders guy? Why is Donald Trump of all people running? And so started to dig into those things. And it wasn't really until, because all that stuff is sort of like surface level politics. It's mostly just theater. Just keep the masses distracted and convince them that they have like a say in what's going on.
And I think more people are waking up to that as we speak.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you talk about like the Diebold machines and Smartmatic and Dominion and all that stuff. Like, it's just a giant backdoor. They get to decide everything, especially since they've gone electronic. But it wasn't really until COVID that I kind of began to understand like the scale of just how compromised everything is. Seeing that countries that we're supposed to be like adversarial with are marching in lockstep with us. And it's the same like draconian policies, lockdowns, masking, pushing vaccines on people. And that's where I was kind of opened my eyes a little bit and said, this seems to be way more grandiose than I've ever been able to kind of arrive at on my own. And it was probably about a year after COVID where I was just kind of getting back into like jobs and stuff. COVID was ending. We were all getting back to like normal life, if you can call it that. I was working at a job that was halfway decent. It was like the best job I ever had up to that point. Basically they were, doing some stuff I didn't agree with. And so I decided to quit and realized, like, looking back, every job I've ever had, I always got punished for like doing the right thing or trying to call out things that are corrupt or anything like that. And it seems like this space is really the only place to kind of do that. So I just decided, like, I'm going to go into work for myself. Started doing like video game streams and just like real normie content, like slop. As I was going, I was like, I want to start incorporating like politics a little bit. And then Butler happened. So the Trump assassination, which I put in quotes because I'm under the belief that it was all entirely staged, which happy to get into. But it was a day. It was either that day or the day after that he taps JD Vance to become his vice president. And I had never heard of him prior to that, and so I started looking into him. And then that's when this guy named Peter Thiel came on my radar. Started digging into Peter Thiel, realized like there is way too much shit that's connected to him, and so that's when I started doing all the webs and stuff. And then from there, just started picking up steam. Got noticed by like David Icke, and they actually like had me come do like a 10-episode series of what all my research over the last 100 years that have kind of influenced not only America but mostly the West. And then did that series. That went well. Got huge love for the Icke family, and now here we are. About a year later, and I've kind of just been doing my own thing and posting stuff that I find, and autistically, just drawing all these things out for people. So.
Yeah, dude, it's incredible work you're doing. And that is when now that you mentioned the David Icke thing, I think that is when I saw you, when you came on my radar, at least.
Yeah.
How was that, dude? What, how was it working with those dudes?
It was good. So essentially, I actually like got in contact with them because a lady on their network, her name's Kristen Bittering. Her and I kind of bonded over trashing Ian Carroll, who I am very publicly not a fan of.
I've seen.
Yeah. And she was like, hey, you're calling out the same stuff I am. You want to come do the show? I said yes. And then Rich Willett from Iconic got me on his show after. And then Jamie, David's son, reached out and was like, hey, do you want to come, do a couple or like do a series with us? And I said, yes. I have two conditions. One, is there anything I'm not allowed to talk about? And two, is there anybody, in in these circles and things that you guys would like consider off limits, because those would be like red flags to me, obviously.
Sure.
And Jamie responded with like, as long as it's the truth and you have the evidence to back it up, you can say whatever you want. They never censored me or like, took down an episode that I had or anything like that. So I had a really good experience with them personally. And I know some people question them, and we don't completely agree on everything, but as far as my experience, I think they are good intentioned people, and they do excellent research. I've learned a lot from them.
That's cool. Well, like our last guest we had on, John Cullen, he said if we all agreed on everything, it'd be kind of gay.
Yeah.
So I love that one. So no, yeah, that's awesome, man, to be able to work with those guys. And then so this whole web thing, did you just bring this up in your own head? Is this how I'm gonna like show it to people, or did you see this kind of research from somebody else and decide like this is the way I want to attack it?
Yeah, so I'm sure everyone kind of experiences this, like as you're doing research and stuff. You're like reading through different articles and documents and stuff, and it's really hard to kind of like keep track of it all sometimes.
Yeah.
So I kind of did that for myself personally, so I could say, okay, this person donated to this company that this person's also on the board of, and they're also part of a VC capital. So it was really like for my own like record keeping essentially. And then as I started to post pictures of them to kind of visualize that really resonated with people. And I think that visual aspect is missing a lot of the times from like articles and stuff, because it maybe leaves out like important previous context, or there could be an adjacent connection that maybe makes the entire picture make more sense, that seems to be left out sometimes, whether that's intentionally or not. But I think it's the best way to sort of show people the big picture instead of trying to explain it to them, because we're visual learners. We're all TikTok brained at this point. So
yeah, we got like 3 seconds, I think, right? Is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watching you build it with the live chat was really cool. That Nick Fuentes one, man. Like that was really cool to see.
Yeah, Sean and John are both telling me how impressed they were with that.
I appreciate that. Honestly, that was one of my like weaker showings, only because like I typically track like financial records, board seats, and things like that. So really all I had to go on was like his juxtaposition to things. There's some, man, and we'll get into them hopefully. I don't know how much
to get your audience involved like that's really cool, man. I don't think anyone else is really doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for my experience is like last year I had 2,000 followers. Nobody was paying attention to the shit I was saying, and I would post stuff that I thought was like incredibly important, and then it would just be glossed over, never seen by anybody. And so this is sort of that opportunity to use the platform that I've kind of been lucky enough to grow, to allow those voices to come in and say like, hey, did you know about this connection? Did you know about that? Because it's impossible for any one of us to figure all this stuff out and know everything. So really it just kind of puts the power back to my community to say like, hey, if there's anything you guys think is worth letting people know about, send it to me. We'll do it right here, real time, authentic. I don't need to like consult with anybody or like, ask if I can cover something, because I'm just a guy in his room doing his own thing. So
no, dude, that's how you come across, and that's how I perceive you as. So that's awesome.
Real one.
Yeah, a real one. Well, exactly. That's what we're looking for.
I mean, in today's internet culture, there's been documentaries done on successful and thorough and deep research. And, just from the full video I watched your Fuentes search, and you said it's your week showing, I'm interested to watch other stuff, and I certainly will be, because you did a lot of that classic stuff that you've seen shown in documentaries where random everyday folk who just had an obsession with something, not saying you're obsessed, but they're unraveling mysteries and solving things that police can't touch for years and years. Mm-hmm. And that's cool. You're a researcher's researcher, and that's there's not a lot like that out there. So props to you, and I'm excited to get into what you want to talk about tonight, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for that, man. Table's open. Whatever you guys have. If you want me to lead, we can start with Flynn.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I just, even though we were focused on you for a second there, I know Dave's eyes just lit up. So let's do it.
Well,
All
it's just
right.
like, well, because it's so weird to me, because like, you know, I was rooting for that guy, like when everything happened. I think everybody, so many people were, and then you learn about how he got fired. It just the whole theater of it all, and then you realize it's theater, and then you realize he was in charge of psychological operations in the army.
Yes.
And it gets real fucking creepy from there.
Absolutely. Stanley McChrystal.
Stanley. So yeah, man. To tell us what I guess what was the big red flags that drew you to your Flynn research? How did it start?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that it really kind of got started. I have to give credit to there's a lady named The Amazing Polly on Twitter, and she kind of like, you know, put the wellness company on my radar, and she started talking about like all these people are, you know, involved with Flynn, and I was like, how the hell is like a random NSA, you know, admin connected to this like alt pharma company? And just sort of started looking through everything, and then the financial records, and then that made me focus more on Flynn and like his America's Future crew and his like promotion of like the QAnon stuff. And from there it was like, okay, I'm gonna go through his entire career, and I'm gonna see all the people that he's like you know, started organizations with or received money from or worked with or worked under, and from there it just kind of started to branch out, and I can start pulling it up now, because it led me down some like dark stuff.
Yeah, dude, I've talked to some people. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's.
Oh, you're good.
They're involved in some dark shit. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, like wet works operations, like they actively just kill people. You know, I have seen like tons of evidence to indicate that all those like child protection rings that they do and stuff is actually an inverse, and they're the ones facilitating it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's some really, really dark stuff, man. Like the targeted individual thing.
Yeah, that's real. That is
yeah.
I've talked to many individuals who have been targeted by that group of people, and they're vicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I can. I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Let's see. Here we go. And so, you know, like obviously start with Michael Flynn. He was part of the DIA, the NSA. His brother Charles Flynn, America's Future, obviously, which also hosts Josh Hammer. They have Ivan Rakelin. Roger Stone is like loosely involved. He's not officially on there. Kirk Cameron is on America's Future. Yeah. His sister Jack Posobiec. You have Laura Logan, Mike Smith, which is the guy that does videos for Liz Crokin. So, you know, she's part of that as well. Yeah. And as you guys know, probably is that like Liz Crokin co-opted Pizzagate to, you know, turn it into like a sort of a limited disclosure thing, because there absolutely are like pedophiles within the government and within high-ranking, you know, institutions and things like that. But it was more so just skewed towards Democrats, specifically, when it's both sides, you know, and it's just as bad on both sides.
I think after, you know, you'd have to have the blinders on still to not realize that, like at today's day and age with not getting the disclosure with the Epstein stuff. All, you know, it's both sides, guys. You just got to accept it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it, you know, when I start picking these people apart, like Laura Logan, for example, Laura Logan's husband is a guy named Joe Burkett, and Joe Burkett used to work for the Lincoln Group, which was a like private military group that was actually partnering with the U.S. military Joint Psychological Operations Support. And so like all of the like anti-Islamic rhetoric that was kind of coming out at that point, the story behind Laura Logan supposedly being like sexually assaulted by Islamists is kind of up in the air to me, because in my opinion, her association directly with Joe Burkett as a psyop guy on behalf of the military, pushing, you know, the anti-Islamic narrative, especially in like the wake of post 9/11. And you know, Joe Burkett is part of he was part of the whole Seth Rich wiretapping scandal as well. So Ed Batowski, Laura Logan, Trevor Fitzgibbon, Thomas Schoenberger, Manuel Chavez, Matt Couch, and Malia Zimmerman were all involved. I think the main culprits here would be Ed Batowski, Fitzgibbon, Schoenberger, and Chavez. Because they all ran this thing called Shadowbox, which was essentially they marketed themselves as like your online private army. So like if there were people that, you know, needed harassed, or you needed to flood somebody with bots or whatever that looks like, that company was sort of used for that. And Michael Flynn has actually worked with them in the past on various things.
And now that's a legitimate company?
It was. It's no longer incorporated. I believe there was a falling out between Manuel Chavez, Thomas Schoenberger, and Trevor Fitzgibbon. Manuel Chavez ended up just kind of becoming like an irrelevant Rumble streamer. Thomas Schoenberger is still actively like targeting and harassing people on the internet. Trevor Fitzgibbon, though, he made out like a bandit because he kind of came from like the Democrats and had like a sexual assault allegations against him. So he got shunned and decided to rebrand himself as sort of like this health freedom, you know, like independent, question everything kind of guy. But he's historically been like a PR person and was trained by David Fenton, who is a Council on Foreign Relations PR guy. And essentially, David Fenton is one of the main people who is responsible for helping to establish this model where the state sort of works with PR companies to produce like fake news stories, or, you know, they'll drum something up out of proportion. One example would be like the lady on the train that was stabbed in the neck. You know, there are like incidents like that occur all the time, but the ones that do get elevated to that mainstream national, you know, zeitgeist, those are they're intentional. So they will pay media companies, or they will use their connections and stuff to sort of propagate these things. Like they'll sort of like make you afraid of something, or they'll say, you know, something pro-immigrant or anti-immigrant, and it's basically just sort of putting stories out there to get people to believe a specific narrative. And I mean, that's what PR is at the end of the day. But this is on behalf of the state and the actors within the state. And Trevor Fitzgibbon ended up establishing this thing called Silent Partner, which was the like the organization that handled RFK's super PAC, for example. And as I'm sure you guys know, like RFK ended up, he was a Trojan horse the entire time, but you know, he would speak very early about, you know, vaccines and act like he's on our side and our hero and he's fighting for us. And then the second he's in office, all that goes away. And Trevor Fitzgibbon was a part of that, and also helped set up like a bunch of the events, like the March for the Mandate stuff. That was Trevor Fitzgibbon. You had like Rage Against the War Machine was him, and that's also where they, you know, pay influencers to come attend the rallies, and then that's how they sort of get them involved in everything and stuff. And you know, that's just looking at like Laura Logan and this one aspect right here. But it goes into so much other things.
Well, the whole digital soldier, you know, moniker that Flynn created too is such a psychological thing. Like, cause like he figured it out where like all he had to do, I think, is like go pay somebody to go like 1,000 posts, and then all of a sudden General Flynn pops up in your box, and your allegiance to him is like blind now.
Yeah.
You know. Because people get that gratification, like, oh my God, General Flynn liked my post. I'm a digital soldier now. Like it's so weird.
Absolutely, yeah. And they've co-opted so many people. As far as like the wellness company is obviously like a huge reservoir for their influencers, but
so what is the wellness company, if you don't mind?
diving into that.
Yeah. So the wellness
and
company
make
was.
connect-
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
The wellness company, it was sort of birthed out of COVID as like this alternative where, you know, obviously like the medical industry was lying about COVID the entire time. But they were sort of tasked with like selling supplements like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and things like that to people who didn't trust the government or big pharma, but are willing to trust like random people online to sell you drugs to put in your body, which has always been, you know, kind of confusing to me. And you know, they had the backing of like Robert Malone was there very early on. I think he, you know, ended up parting ways after him and McCullough got into it. Peter
I watched
McCullough's,
all that stuff. I watched those guys so much, man.
Yeah, and Peter McCullough, obviously, like he's their chief scientific officer. He is not a good person. He is basically courting people in a similar way to Mike Flynn, maybe a little less nefarious because he's not like actually, you know, ordering, you know, hit squads or anything, but still, you know, pushing bunk science on people and stuff. I actually have a really unpopular belief that the COVID virus does not exist and that it is a cover up for electromagnetic frequency poisoning. What's happening?
All right, time to elaborate. Time to elaborate.
Time to shift gears, ladies
Let's
and
get into
gentlemen.
this. And also, if you have anything for your screen share that would help with this, you know, the floor is yours, man. We're all ears.
Oh, so this one is sort of one of my less scientific approaches, but it is sort of one of those things where, like, if we look in the last 100 years at like the increase in, you know, what they consider like respiratory diseases and different viruses and things like that, that it coincides a lot with like where there are outbreaks where they had launched some sort of like radio frequency system, things like Havana syndrome, you know, and then with COVID specifically, there is 5G symptoms that have actually been shown to be the exact same overlapping symptoms as what the COVID virus was. And as you guys know, like as we were locked down and stuff, they were building 5G. And
yeah,
you know, I think that all of it is, hey, keep believing in this virus thing so that we can keep building cell towers and spy satellites and AI data centers and stuff, and you'll keep blaming the wrong thing. And they need you to do that because they're building $100 trillion surveillance system, and they need that EMF. They need the radio waves. They need the towers and stuff. And I think it's
Remember they were paying people to like call and like report, and it was like a big like a tracking system. Like they were just hiring civilians just to like track where the COVID outbreaks are happening.
All right. Well, full disclosure.
You got paid.
My wife actually did that. My wife was that was my wife's job for a good almost 2 years. The surveillance wasn't as deep as the media will tell you. It was. It seemed like more so just I don't know what was done with these databases. Obviously, that's for pure speculation purposes. And you know, if anybody wants to talk about that after I say this, but like her thing was, she would ask the people who, you know, they've been directly in contact with, and she would just let those people know that, hey, you may potentially have been exposed. I mean, it seemed really wholesome on the surface, but
sure.
In my head, I feel like they probably built a pretty massive database of information that who knows what the hell they did with it. Whose
DNA,
who it was
dude.
sold to.
How about when they were sticking sticks up our nose?
Mm-hmm. That happened to me once. It was horrible and bullshit.
I'm embarrassed to say I did it one time myself.
Yeah, I did too, man. I had to travel. I had no choice.
And so with the contact tracing stuff that was going on, there was actually a company called Kronos Inc. That was sort of responsible for receiving all of that. So, you know, if you ended up coming into contact with COVID, that would be submitted to a database. That database would then use like an API, which is essentially like a telephone to talk to another database, and see everyone that you've come into contact with via Bluetooth. So they would use your Bluetooth proximity from your smartphone, and if you had COVID, then they were using that as a justification to say, okay, well then we need to log everyone that you've been in,
Wow.
you know, close proximity with via Bluetooth.
Oh, God.
And we also need to put them in this database and stuff. And it was really just
That's
a
nuts.
giant, like, yeah, it was a giant social tracking.
I can confirm. I can confirm for sure that they didn't use that Kronos method in New York State, which you would think would be the first state to do something like that. You know, just from seeing what I saw, I can confirm they didn't do that here, unless there were other people that were involved that were doing that aspect of it that just weren't involved with the operations that I know of.
Oh,
but
yeah. Kronos was
nevertheless, it's still a little too far, even without Kronos. When you look back on it, it's and we all say this all the time, and I'll just reiterate it again for everybody who's watching. Never forget what they did to us. Are you freaking kidding me? Never forget what they did to us. What a terrible time, and what a terrible time it's led to. And that's why I'm glad people like you are here to tell us all these interesting theories. Now back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's crazy too because like the contact tracing stuff was largely like a joint operation between like Hellman and Friedman and CIG. Hellman and Friedman, I'll actually bring them up because they are connected to a couple things themselves. I think my OBS froze. Too many connections. There we go. Oh nope, it's freezing again. Sorry about that.
You're not showing Frozen.
I'll zoom out and show you guys how big this is.
Holy shit.
God.
Like it gets pretty deep.
What?
Yeah. And all of this was done
boy.
in like the first 3 episodes on like my YouTube and Rumble and stuff is me actually researching all of this live, like with my audience. We're verifying and vetting everything. So none of these are like, you know, I made it
See
up.
Hulk Hogan up there.
Yeah, so funny story. Yeah, I think what's going to happen is you guys are going to get me on like random tangents and I'll just expose a little bit of everything.
Was the Hulkster murdered?
No, he actually, I think he died from natural causes. But so do you guys remember when like the Hulk Hogan sex tape released?
Yes.
So that was done by Gawker. Well, right before, Gawker had posted about Peter Thiel being gay and using this blood company, Ambrosia.
Oh, Ambrosia. Yeah, I reported on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so Peter Thiel bankrolls Hulk Hogan's lawyer, Charles Harder, and essentially helps Hulk Hogan sue Gawker into non-existence as like a retaliation. And then what do you know? 2024, we have Hulk Hogan rolling up with all the rest of the Peter Thiel acolytes to push Donald Trump on the national election stage.
Right. Yeah, dude. He got, and I work with like a buddy who's in my civilian job. He's a wrestling fan. Doesn't have any interest in politics whatsoever. But as soon as Hulk Hogan came on the scene, he every morning he's like, oh, talking about Trump this, Trump that. I'm like, holy fuck. I'm like, this shit works.
It works. Yep. Absolutely, man. And it's crazy too, because like I grew up watching wrestling. You would think that the people that watch wrestling could
Hell yeah. Why is it that everybody that's involved in this kind of thing has some kind of a base in wrestling somewhere? And not to go on a tangent, but has anybody noticed that? You can name tons of creators and they all have watched, do watch, or will consider someday returning to professional wrestling.
I mean, we had Donald Trump in the WWE. Yeah. We have Linda McMahon, running our school system.
Hey, the president of the United States is a WWE Hall of Famer. You better get it right.
The political landscape is the WWE.
Seven Seas. I don't know if you're aware, but Sean and John actually run what would you guys call it? I'll let you guys describe it.
We do video production. We do a lot of professional wrestling. We do a bunch of cage fights and Muay Thai and stuff like that. So we're like,
and this stuff.
Yeah, and this stuff. We're deep in the pro wrestling world, and that could create situations for us, but we don't care. Period. And it took me the longest to get to this point, and I'm sure if John wants to mention quickly, it took me a long time.
It did, but that's fine.
I'm here.
And I understand, but let's go now. Yeah, let's go.
That's the thing too, is like I call out the QAnon grift a lot, and people will look back in retrospect and like feel bad that they fell for it, and you shouldn't, because it was created by like this massive AI driven, people like psychologists were involved, military intelligence, all the money you could imagine. And so, of course it's going to be effective. The fact that you stop believing it means you won and you beat them. And
Yeah.
I think that's important to always like keep in mind.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, man. Like we gotta give those people a rope to grab, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things where, you know, I've seen people that have admitted like, hey, I fell for it, I don't now. And I like actually try to go out of my way to compliment those people because, you know, it is hard to admit when you're wrong. And I think it's a huge show of character to be able to go back and say like, look, I was wrong. You know, this is what it is now. I'm correcting the record and I'm not, you know, with any of that anymore. That's like a huge issue I have with a lot of creators is that it seems like they'll just wait, and after enough time passes from them being wrong that they'll just pretend they were right the entire
Sure.
time.
Yeah. Well, I guess, I mean, my account, Isaac Cappy, I mean, when I first found Cappy, I really had no idea about Q. I just saw these videos of this guy going crazy, calling out all these Hollywood pedophiles, and I'm like,
Yeah.
holy shit, this guy's fucking awesome. And I didn't discover who he was really until like the end. Like it might have been like the last